what's a son? What's an enemy? What's an enemy? An enemy is anyone you have not spoken with for 3 days because of animosity. So Tanarabanon. So the Gemara says as follows: V'hu lo oyev lo yidenu. So let's say. So remember again the pasuk. Now again the pasuk is v'hu lo oyev lo mevakesh ra'aso. So let's say. So this is actually talking about someone who kills someone else accidentally. Told them to do a testimony. It's talking about someone. So again, the halacha is if you kill someone accidentally, you go to Dallas. But again, if there was a negative relationship history over there, then again, the Torah is a little bit suspect whether it was actually accident. So it says, so the Gemara Darshan, if he's not an enemy, lo yi'idenu. If someone's not your enemy, he could testify on your behalf. So, and again, someone who doesn't want anything bad to happen to you, he can testify on your behalf. So we'll say, so now I understand that an enemy, someone who is my enemy, which means, we'll say, now what does it mean an enemy? Someone who doesn't, the definition of an enemy is someone who wants something bad to happen to me. That's the definition of an enemy. So again, the Mishnah is giving a more defined definition. Someone who's so angry at me that they would not speak with me for 3 days. That's the definition of an enemy. So the Gemara says, Ohev Minolan. From where do you know that someone who you love, all right, a close friend is not permitted for testimony as well. So Kari Behaki, Hulo Oyev Lo, Lo Ohev Lo Yehidenu. So the same way again, so like we a little play on words. Behulo Oyev, that's the pasuk, and it also sounds like Behulo Ohev. He's also not your best friend. So someone who doesn't want bad things to happen to me, but also someone who doesn't want great things to happen to me. Yidinenu. So the Gemara says, come on. Midday Ohev, that's not what the pasuk says. The pasuk is only talking about an enemy. The pasuk is not talking about a close friend. Ella svara. Rather, the Gemara says it's a svara. Ohev, my time when we show the merachka daite. Ohev, nami de mekarva daite. So we'll say, remember, friends and enemies are two sides of the same coin. Two sides of the same coin. Right? My enemy can't testify against me. Why? Because ultimately, again, he's estranged from me. And therefore, we'll say, because he's estranged, he may have a negative perception. My good friend, my close friend, is someone who's very close to me. Because he's close to me, may also be skewed in what it is that he's saying. So we'll say, isn't this fascinating? That Ohev and Oyev they're two sides of the same coin, which again is another dynamic in human relationships. That the Ohavim of today could become the Oivim of tomorrow. But conversely also, the Oivim of today could also become the Ohavim of tomorrow. But once again, highlighting this dynamic of the different types of human relationships. And I will say this is incredibly important. It is important to understand how fickle human relationships are. And that's why, again, a person has to be so careful, number one, in relationships in which they invest, and how much you depend on those relationships to accomplish the things you need to in life. Because as much as it would be nice to think that the friends of today are the friends of tomorrow, it doesn't necessarily work that way. So if I'm putting all of my, so to speak, accomplishment eggs in those friendship baskets, that may be a very dangerous thing to do if you really want to accomplish in life. Incredible yisod though. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, Rabbanon, Hailo Oyev Lo Mevakim Shra So My Dash. What does the Rabbanon do with this? So the Gemara says, Chad Dayan. So one ultimately again is teaching the halachas regarding the judge. So we'll say. So remember again, the Rabbanon disagree with Rabbi Yehuda with the kind of common in the Mishnah, right? But Rabbanon don't accept this idea of an Ohev, the Soneh, yes, but not of an Ohev. So what do they do with it? But even the Rabbanon can say that even someone who's your close friend, they can testify on your behalf. The Rabbanon would agree that someone who's your close friend cannot be a dayan, can't be a judge. Can't be a judge. So the Gemara says, good. Ida, the sign of Yosef of Yehuda, Behula Oyev Lo, Lo Mevaki Yisrael. So, Mikana Shei Famidi Chachamim, Sheson Zeh Shem Yoshim B'Dinah. So we'll say they use the other one to teach us that two Talmidei Chachamim who despise each other cannot sit on the same basin. So it's interestingly enough, the halacha l'maisa again, which makes sense, because if the basin is not able to work as a cohesive unit, that undermines the integrity of the judgment that they're going to make. Incredible, it's like, all right, so halacha l'maisa again. So first of all, you should just know, halacha l'maisa, the Rambam does not accept this idea of the Ohev and the Soneh. Right? So Allah, even if someone is your close friend, they are believed to give testimony. Even if someone is your enemy, they are believed to give testimony. I will say now the next mission we're going to talk about how we cross-examine witnesses. We don't just allow people to roll into basin and give testimony. But just because someone is going to be your close friend or to be your enemy does not automatically disqualify them from from giving testimony. Now, again, I will say it will halacha l'maisa disqualify them from being a judge, right? So in other words, your close friend or your enemy cannot be a judge on your beis din, but they can be a witness. It can be a witness. Okay, let's go right there. Let's say this is really interesting. Now we're getting into the mechanics. Case side, both Tim Masa'idin. So let's say now we've spent a good amount of time focusing on who is fit to be a witness and who is not. Then we get into the process of how do we go ahead and cross-examine or just examine the witnesses. Case of both Tim Masa'idin. So the first thing we do is we bring them into a room and we intimidate them. Okay? How we intimidate them, we shall see. What do we do? We take everybody out of the room. Get everybody out of the room, and we leave the more senior or greater of the two witnesses, and we leave them alone in the room. Like a witness interrogation. Go and go. And we say to him, tell me, right? We'll call him, right? Tell me, witness number one. How do you know? Let's say, for example, the case in front of the case was that Ruben owed Shimon $1,000. Right? Ruben, that's the claim. That's the claim. Ruben says he doesn't, Shimon says he does, and now we support Shimon that Ruben owes him $1,000. So we isolate the greater of the two witnesses. I guess the Pashtas Gadol, we just move in with the older one who's greater in stature. We go ahead and we isolate him by himself. And we say to him, tell us, how do you know that Ruben owes Shimon $1,000? Im Amar hu Amar li Shani Chayev lo, Ish Proni Amar li Shu Chayev lo, Amar Klub. So witness number one says, I'll tell you how. Ruben told me that he owes Shimon $1,000, right? Or Levi told me that Ruben owes Shimon $1,000, so such a testimony is no longer valid. So we'll see why this is interesting. I don't know. One would have thought that hearing Ruben say that he owes Shimon $1,000, that's it, right? That's in the bag. We're going to see that halacha l'maisa from a testimonial perspective, that is a meaningless statement. So we'll see why that is. So what is proper testimony? If witness number one says, we were present when Ruben, the borrower, admitted in the presence of Shimon, the lender, that he owes Shimon $1,000. That happened. Oh, that's good testimony. So then after, again, we interrogate witness number one. We then bring in witness number two. Both, so we investigate him. So if it turns out that their testimonies line up, then again, I will say, now understand, all that does, what are we trying to figure out over here? We're trying to figure out admissibility of testimony. Once we've done this process and now we've established that testimony is admissible, now we begin the case. Right now, we begin the case. But in other words, so it's interesting that in other words, the investigation of testimony is almost like a pre-trial process. First of all, let's go. Okay, after the witnesses check out, let's begin the din Torah. Shnaim omrim zakai ve'achar omer chayiv zakai. So we'll say now it's back to the basin. So now let's say the basin is sitting, and the basin there are three judges. Two say innocent and one says guilty. Zakai. We go for the majority. Shnaim omrim chayiv ve'achar omer zakai. Two say guilty and one says innocent. Chayiv. Okay, we follow the majority. Echad omer chayiv ve'echad omer zakai. What if one says guilty, one says innocent? Or two say innocent, two say guilty. The Echad Omer Eini Yodea. One judge says, I don't know. He doesn't offer an opinion. What's the halacha? We've seen this already before. When a judge says, I don't know. So what happens? It's as if he does not exist. It's as if he does not exist. He is removed from the panel. Now, the process that we do with that, interestingly enough, is Yosifu Dayanim. What we do is we're going to see is we add on additional judges in increments of two. We'll discuss this process in the Gemara. But the takeaway over here, we'll say, if the judge says, I don't know, I think right in the legal system, you have a judge. You have somebody who says undecided. You have to take a role, take a position. Sorry? Right, but that'd be the same, right? So in any event, in halacha at least, when you go and you think you don't know, you're out. So once the Gemara Sadabar, so Bezdin passed the verdict. Bezdin passed. So what happens? So now you can see, by the way, the process, right? So step one is investigation of the testimony, right? Let's see. Does the testimony check out? Okay, the testimony checks out. Step two, the actual adjudication of the case. Then step three is the delivery of the judgment, the verdict. So Gomer Sadabar, when they finally came up with the verdict, so what happened? The greatest of the judges went and brought in the litigants and said, Omer, Ish Poni Ata Zakai, Ish Poni Ata Chayil. And then they would say, basically would say, you're innocent or you're guilty. Okay, that's the Din Torah. The Lord said, this is great. The Lord said, this is great. And now the Mishnah says, but when the case is over, the judges, right, can you imagine this happens all the time in organizational level, right? Then what happens? There's a group decision, and then what happens? One of the members of the group goes over to somebody who personally impacts. Right? I really sided with you. But what can I do? The majority is the majority. The Mishnah says Dayanim are not allowed to do that. They have to operate as a cohesive group. And even if somebody was in the minority, was a dissenting opinion, once the Beis Din delivers an opinion, they cannot litigate the same. So I want to let you know, Ruben, I was really rooting for you, right? I believe that you're correct, but what can I do? The other Dayanim, they just didn't agree. You can't do that. So we're going to see this. This is one of the prohibitions in Filos is Lashon Hara, or a form of Lashon Hara. So you see from here that Allah again, so kind of divulging information that you should not be divulging. Ultimately, again, it's a form of Lashon Hara. So Allah again, once the judges go ahead and, which I want to say, by the way, is also a profound idea of group dynamics. That if group dynamics are going to work, you have to become part of the group, even if your opinion is not executed. Otherwise, again, it doesn't really work. Fascinating. Okay, so we'll analyze that more. So we'll say, by the way, so the first part of the Mishnah was that we go ahead and when the witnesses come, we intimidate them. How do we intimidate witnesses? Right? Let's say it's so great. Right? I always thought witness intimidation was awesome. So apparently it's encouraged. Right? So how do you go ahead and intimidate the witnesses? Now, when we say intimidation, obviously, what are we trying to do over here? We're trying to show them that giving testimony is incredibly important, and take seriously what you're doing. So intimidate doesn't mean we're trying to get them to say one thing or the other. The only thing we want out of them is the truth. So how do we intimidate them, so to speak? This is what we say to them. So we'll say, so essentially, over here, the Gemara quotes over here at the pasuk from Mishlei, and it says that sometimes, the clouds and the wind could be there, but ultimately, again, the rain doesn't come. Why? Ish mishal misashaker. The penalty of lying is that lying could often result in the withholding of rain. So essentially what we tell this person is, if you lie, don't understand, you're not just impacting yourself. Your lie and your corruption of justice is going to have a lot of times in the psychology of sin. Right? Why do we commit averos? So there are many different levels why we commit averos. But one of the reasons why we commit averos is because we think, kind of like on a macro level, what I'm doing doesn't matter. It matters on a micro level. In other words, I'll accept the fact that what I do matters for me. I live in a silo. And it's really not true. Yesterday's daf, whatever I do impacts you, and whatever you do impacts me. And I will say sometimes that is the greatest deterrent to sin. Because when I recognize that at the end of the day, so my actions have an impact not just on me, but on everyone. So we tell the Dayanim, we tell the agent, if you lie, just understand. So the Gemara says, Orly Rava, that's not going to have an impact on everyone. This is why. Sometimes the famine extends for 7 years. So the witness can always say, even if it doesn't rain, it's not going to impact me. So essentially what Rabbi is saying is, you're presupposing that the witnesses care about anyone other than themselves. So if they care about other people, that might be a good argument. If they only care about themselves, even withholding of the rain is not necessarily going to be a motivation to get them to tell the truth. Amar Rabba, El Amar Rabba, what should you say to them? Amrina Lahu, say to them, Ma pots the cherev the chetz shinon ish ona barasa eight sheker. So let's say so again. Quote another pasuk, and this pasuk talks about again the fact that there'll be swords and spears and terrible punishments that happen to someone who testifies falsely. So the witnesses can always respond, even if there are 7 years of a terrible plague, a person never dies earlier than they're supposed to. Which means, again, these are theologically astute witnesses. Right? And they can say back, all right, I got it, I hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, a person never leaves this world unless whoever wants them to leave this world. Okay, Amar Rashi, Amar Linasan Bar Zutra, Aminalu Sadi Shakri, our guy who's listen to this. So Rashi says, here's what you say to the witnesses. Guys, just understand, people who lie, false witnesses, even the people who hire them, don't respect them. Don't respect them. So once again, the idea that Pasuk highlights over here that even from an episode where witnesses were hired, but the hired witnesses were called B'nai Belial. That even the people who witness, what does this mean? You tell the witnesses, just understand, if you're willing to sell your integrity, no one respects you. Because even the people who hired you, even the people who bought you, recognize that you could be bought. But say, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, that's it. That's going to be what sways the witnesses. It could be that punishment from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's not going to be enough to win the day. But the notion that if I lie for testimony, I'm fundamentally debased, and no one will respect me. Even the people who hire me, I'm doing what they want, but the people who hire me, they also look down on me. Part of them look down on me because they know that I could be bought. So once I have the notion that I have zero integrity and no one respects me, that's how we intimidate the witnesses. Incredible. So the goes like to Amar Hu, Amar Li, Achiyomu Bifanenu Hodla Shuchayla Masayim. So remember again, interestingly enough, so the Mishnah said, when is the testimony accepted, or when does it become credible? Only if witness number one says, we were present when Ruvain, the borrower, admitted his debt in the presence of Shimon, the lender, which indicates to us that just if Ruvain were to admit the fact that he owes money to someone, even to the witnesses, right, or to someone stam, not in the presence of the lender, that statement has no credibility to it. So let's analyze that. So that again, I will say in general, when a borrower admits that he owes money to a lender, the statement is only meaningful if he appoints people as witnesses to witness the admission. So let's listen to this. So Shimon goes over to Reuven. He says, Reuven, you owe me money. Reuven says, yep, I do. The next day, Shimon goes over to Reuven and says, give it to me. And Reuven says, I was just kidding. What's the halacha? Pater. Reuven is pater. Why are both sides? Because an admission that only takes place between the borrower and the lender is not halachically valid. Tanya Rabbi that support this. Right? Shimon goes over to Reuven. Reuven, you owe me $1,000. Amar lo hey. And Reuven says, yeah, I do. The machar Amar lo to the next day, Shimon says, Reuven, give me my money. Amar lo meshatani lecha. And Reuven says, I was kidding around with you. I was just kidding around. Again, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says Potter. Ultimately, again, Reuven is going to be Potter. Again, the admission that was made between Reuven and Shimon has no halachic standing. Not only that, listen to this. Listen to this. So Shimon learns that film. So Shimon does like this. Shimon goes over to Reuven, and Shimon has two witnesses hiding right behind the wall. And he says, Reuven, you owe me $1,000. And Reuven says, yes, you're Plony. And Shimon says, are you willing to admit the loan in front of two witnesses? And Reuven responds, and Reuven says, no, I'm not admitting it. I admit that I owe you, but there's no way I'm admitting it in front of witnesses who hear this whole thing. Shimon knows about the witnesses because he brought them. Reuben has no knowledge of them. Ultimately, again, and Reuben says, I was kidding around. Nevertheless, Potter. They both say, now what's the Kiddush over here? The Kiddush over here is that even though there were witnesses, right? There were witnesses, but because the witnesses were not known by or appointed by Reuben, therefore the admission of Halacha has no teeth to it, and no halachic validity. However, they torn in Lemesis. So both say, if somebody incites his friend to grab on the Zara, Beis Din does not advocate on his behalf. What are you talking about? Mesis man b'tarshmei. Who's talking about a mesis? So it's incredible. He's listening to me. He said, "Give a low ton in ton low." We'll say in general. Within the first, I've got low ton low. In general, when a person comes to Beis Din does not act as an advocate on behalf of someone. In other words, I will say. Sometimes a person will come with a court case, and the Dayanim know, oh, you could make this claim, you can make that claim. Beis Din doesn't do that, right? Beis Din is not your advocate. Beis Din is a Beis Din, little bit more, right? But Beis Din is not your advocate. However, when it comes to capital cases, Beis Din will advocate on behalf of the In other words, if there is a claim that the defendant could make to free himself from a death penalty and he doesn't make it, Beis Din will advocate on his behalf. However, the Gemara says, right on trial for having is trying to incite idolatry, incite other people to idolatry. In that case, when that is a capital case, Beis Din will not advocate on that. My Shna basis, why is that? Rabbi shiny basis, Rachmana Amar, Lo Sachmo, Lo Sachasam. His brother says, do not be compassionate. And do not go ahead and cover for him. We do not advocate for someone who incites Avodah Zarah. Listen to this. We learn it ultimately again from the snake in Bereshis. The snake could have advanced many different claims in order to save himself from punishment, and it didn't do so. And therefore, and the emotional you see did not advocate on behalf of the snake. Because why? Because the snake was inciting rebellion against Hashem. He was inciting Chava to rebel against Hashem. Snake could have said, listen, what are you getting angry at me? Chava should have known better. You're right. The Rabbi tells you one thing, and the student tells you something else. Who should you listen to? To the Rabbi. Don't put it on me. Don't put it on me, says the snake. Or the snake says, put it on Chava. So from here you see that as much as Beis will go ahead and advocate on someone in capital cases, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, someone who's accused of Avodah Zarah, Beis does not advocate on that person's behalf. Where do you learn that from? From the snake. There's a snake, regarding the snake inciting Chava to sin was a form of Avodah Zarah, rebellion against God, and as Baruch Hu did not advocate on behalf of the snake, even though there was advocacy to be done. Furthermore, the Gemara says, how do you know there was in general? When you add on to mitzvos, you end up subtracting Shneemar, Chava, where she responds to the snake, says, Hashem told us not to eat from the tree and not to touch it. Now, God never told them not to touch it. He could touch the tree. But the fact that Chava ended up adding on caused her to go ahead and retract. From here, I'm assigned the Chitz Yarkov. Rashi Amr Ashtei Esfeiriyas. What's about the Mishkan? Right? Divided by Aaron says, I'm assigned. If you take off the olive, so what could happen? Or again, reposition out that becomes Masayim 200. By the curtains, Ashtei Esfei means 11. Go ahead and take off or remove the iron. It becomes Shtei Esfei 12. So what do you see from here? What do you see from here? You see from that if you change, as Baruch Hu said, you end up with all kinds of problems. So the idea so again, you can't see from the left what we see is she had down to the prohibition. So because she added to the prohibition, she ended up retracting from it. don't tamper with the system. HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells us what to do and how to do it. The Torah outlines the system for us. Is there a place for rabbinic safeguards? Absolutely, absolutely. I want us to be careful how and when those are implemented, because sometimes when you begin to tamper with the system, even though you're adding on more, it may actually come to lead you to subtraction. From Rabbi. Furthermore, again, when does Reuben not believe? When Reuben says, I was just kidding, right? Because remember again, Shimon came over to Reuben. He said, Reuben, you owe me $1,000. Reuben says, yeah, I did. Yeah, I do. Then the next day, Shimon comes to collect. And Reuben says, when Imamish says, kidding, Aval Amar, I'm a days. Aval Amar lo hayutvar me. Olam bochsa kafla. Oh, so let's say, so ultimately, again, but if he said, no, I never borrowed money from you, so now he's literally doing a 180. Yesterday, he said, I owe you money. Right? Today saying I don't owe you money, then he's a liar. If he said yesterday I owe you money, and then today Shimon comes to collect, and Reuben says I was just kidding with you, that's fine. That's fine. We can justify that. But if he said I don't owe you money, so our Papa raised up. So our Papa says something very interesting. He says no, even if Reuben says today I don't owe you anything, that's okay. He's not a liar. Why is he not a liar? Sometimes people will forget stuff. And it's possible that even though Reuben said yesterday that he owed Shimon money, it's possible that maybe he forgot, and that he's not really lying, but rather he actually forgot about what he said. So what's the stop over for today? Continue tomorrow. Tremendous. What's the point out? We did a block of Gemara. It's just the wrong block. Right? We did the two sides of the page. So again, we're right on target. We all catch up in no time. Shkayach, everyone. All right, so it's like Chevron on Zoom. I feel like you're a more forgiving audience than a live audience. Thank you for your understanding. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Have a great day, everyone. All right, Joe, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Sorry, some technical difficulties. Sorry for the delay. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor and your Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin Pei 57 year. As is the host from Sonos Telvos for Am Yisrael and our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Teves Habavin, we told the coming Hadlit Ben David Levy, on the Bracha, a strong and great hope that his Neshama has Ali and his family in the family of the America are learning that Yibam Shalom brings all of our hostages home, the Shalom and the Karam, and that our holy soldiers are successful, the whole Maaseh Yedeihem. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Chafkas 28. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Chav Zayin Amud Beis. A lot to do today. We are picking up at the Mishnah in Meretz Hashem. So brand new sugya ahead of us today. The Eidu Hein Haklol. So one of the things to go ahead and adjudicate a case. So that's both serving as a dayan, as a judge, as well as going ahead and the Eidu Hein Haklol. These are the relatives. Okay. A brother, Rachi Aviv, and father's brother, uncle, Rachi Imo, mother's brother, Ubal Afo. So this kind of is like triggers some of us for your bonus, right? Sounds like Ubal Afo, so and brother-in-law, the husband of his sister, Ubal Afo's Aviv, and the husband of father's sister and uncle, Ubal Afo's Imo, and the husband of the mother's brother, Ubal Imo. And the husband, Balimo means mother's husband, V'chamov, a father-in-law, V'giso, a brother-in-law, Hein u'bneihen v'chasneihen. Them, their sons, as well as their sons-in-law. The Hargo, so we'll say Hargo Rabat. I'm going to say Hargo is a stepson. So we'll discuss in Meretz Hashem this very interesting case, the case of stepson. The Hargo Rabado. And ultimately, again, a brother-in-law or a stepson, Levado. Levado means no other associated relatives. Again, we'll get into that in the Gemara just a little bit. Yossi says, this what we learned up until this point, this is the Mishnah, this is the statement of Rabbi Akiva. Now, Mishnah Rishona But again, the first iteration of this halacha, dodo, or ben dodo, or kolarai yarsho. Ultimately, again, uncle, the son of your uncle, and anyone who is in line to inherit. So I say, this is interesting. So the first version of this, and again, we'll get into all this obviously in Gemara, but again, the first version of this is Rabbi Akiva. Afterwards, again, they really made this about inheritance. And whoever ultimately, again, is in line to inherit, that ultimately is possible as well. Now, interestingly enough, also, what's the definition of a relative? Definition of relative is someone who is related to you at the time of the adjudication of the case. For example, if someone was related to you, but they are no longer technically related to you, so they are kosher related. For example, hayakaro Israel, Hariza kosher. If you were married, if you were related to someone, and then ultimately again you were distanced from them. So again, that would be a case, let's say, of divorce. Even if you were related to someone, but now you're not related to that person, halacha l'maisa, the individual is kosher for age. Judah says, because Rabbi gives an example of this. So let's say again, a person has a daughter. The daughter marries a guy, right? They have a child. Then what happens? And now what happens? They have children, and then the daughter dies. So let's say again, so Reuben has a daughter. Reuben's daughter marries Shimon, and then Reuben's daughter dies. So is Reuben related to Shimon? Reuben related to Shimon? Technically speaking, no. Right? Technically speaking, no, because at the end of the day, Reuben's relation to Shimon is because Shimon is the husband of his daughter. If the daughter is dead, then technically speaking, Reuben is not related to Shimon. But yet again, interestingly enough, is really because of the presence of grandchildren. The existence of grandchildren, by definition, links them. Okay? This is a fascinating case. So I say, Oiv means a very close friend or a very close enemy. I don't know if you have a very close enemy. An intense enemy. An intense enemy. So the Gemara says these individuals are also pasal eidos. So this is interesting. What's the definition of an ohev? So an ohev zeh shoshvino. Now Rashi points out something interesting over here. He says shoshvino. Pasal shoshvino means one of your groomsmen. This individual is pasal eidos during the days of the wedding. In other words, during the wedding party itself, and an extended thing. So during the days of the chasana, so this individual would be pasal eidos. Sone was the definition of an enemy. Interestingly enough, kol shelo diber imo shlosha yamim be'eva. So this is fascinating. So this is anyone who you have not spoken to for 3 days because of animosity, right? In other words, once he is, it could very well be able to speak to someone for 3 days, right? But if I'm definitely not speaking to them for 3 days because of animosity, that's called an oyev. That's called an enemy. And these individuals, again, I will say, so obviously, the ohev, the very close friend, right? The close friend is not believed to testify on my behalf because he's a very close friend. The enemy is also not believed to testify or adjudicate on my behalf because he's my enemy. However, he responded back to him, no. Well, actually, Yisrael al-Kach. That's not how Jews operate. So Rashi says over here, no, actually, Yisrael al-Kach. Sheker mishum eva v'ava. The Dafka is interestingly enough, he responded, Klal Yisrael is not cautious for that. That's not how we operate. No one's going to lie because they love someone or because they hate someone. We're not cautious. People see that Amachlokes is exactly in the Gemara. What's the Gemara? How do we know this? How do we know what? How do we know? From where do we know this concept that relatives are not believed to go ahead and adjudicate the case? Where exactly that he knows from? So the Gemara says as follows: Torah says that fathers shall not die because of their sons. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? So if you want to tell me that's going to teach me that a father is not held responsible, a father is not going to die because of the sins of his son, and the son is not going to die because of the sins of his father. The Torah is teaching about responsibility. So I already know that. Ne'emar, ish becheto yutsu. A person dies because of his own sins. A person is not going to be held accountable because of the sins of someone else. Okay? So what does it mean when it says that fathers won't die because of their sons? It means because of the testimony of their sons. And sons won't die because of their fathers, because of the testimony of their fathers. Okay, so we'll say this is the makar. So how do we know that again relatives can't testify right for each other and in cases involving each other? Because the pasuk says again, lo yunsu avos abanim ubanim alavos. Right, ultimately fathers can't die because of their sons. Sons can't die because of their fathers. Indicates to us that testimony cannot be given from father to son or from son to father. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Ubanim ba'avos, ubanim ba'avos lo. Now the Gemara kind of made a declarative statement that fathers don't die for the sins of their fathers don't die for the sins of their sons, and sons don't die for the sins of their fathers. The Gemara made that as a declarative statement. Ish bechato yomas, people only die for their own sins. The Gemara says, is that true? There's a pasuk. The pasuk says that Hashem will visit the sins of the fathers on the sons, which sounds like children can be held responsible for the sins of their fathers. To which the Gemara says, no. That's where the fathers engage in sinful behavior, and the children decide to perpetuate that very same behavior. That is where there's going to be responsibility for the sins of the fathers on the sons. In other words, when the fathers engage in sinful behaviors and the sons choose to perpetuate those behaviors, then there is responsibility upon the sons, not only for their behaviors, but also for the behaviors of their fathers. What does it mean when it says also for the iniquities, for the sins of their fathers, they will be held accountable? When the sons decide to perpetuate the sinful deeds of their fathers. So sorry. So maybe you'll say, how do you know that it's only sons are responsible for the sins of their fathers when they perpetuate those very same deeds? Maybe sons are in general responsible for the sins of their fathers. Because the pasuk says, each person only died to him. See from here that halacha sons in general are not responsible for the sins of the fathers, those very same averos. So I'll just point out something really incredible over here. You see this dynamic on one hand, right? On one hand, so the sons are not held responsible for the sins of the fathers, but yet, if the sons perpetuate the sinful behaviors of the father, the sons are responsible. So also, what do you see from here? What you see from here is something fascinating, that we know this in life. You don't choose the family you're born into. You don't choose your parents. A lot of times it can happen that a person is born into a dysfunctional situation. And sometimes a person is even born into a sinful situation. What Chazal are sensitizing us to is, while it's true that you don't get to choose your upbringing, but you absolutely get to choose the life you want to create for yourself. In other words, perpetuating dysfunction is a choice. Growing up with dysfunction is not a choice. But at a certain point in time, a person has free choice about the life they want to live and the person they want to be. If you don't make changes in yourself, that is on you. So to be brought up in a sinful home, okay, what are you going to do? You can't choose where you're brought up. But at a certain point in time, when you choose to perpetuate the same behaviors you were brought up with, that's on you. That's on you. At a certain point, Kosh Baruch Hu says, you know better. You know better. You know differently. You do not have to continue down that same road of spiritual dysfunction. You could choose something different for yourself. And failing to choose something different for yourself creates personal responsibility. Also, it's such a tremendous so, because people spend a whole lifetime blaming their parents for everything that goes wrong in their life. My father didn't do this. My mother didn't do this. And by the way, they might be 100% right. They might have had the worst parents in the world. Or or even if they didn't have the worst parents in the world, it could be that the whole life was really dysfunctional. And there's a lot. There could be a lot. Freud wasn't the first person to discover that a lot of who and what we are is dependent on our relationship with our parents. Chazal knew this long before that. But there does come a moment where a person has to make a choice about who they want to be in life going forward. Maybe my parents did mess me up. It's possible. It's possible. But Lamaisa, now I have to make a choice. Do I want to be Ochiz Maaseh Avosei or not? Do I want to perpetuate that? Or do I want something different for myself? Because all teaching us over here is such a lesson of empowerment. It is so tempting to think that, you know what, the way you were brought up, that's the way you're going to be. And Chazal come along and say, no. If you're fortunate to have a good, because sometimes a person wasn't fortunate to have a good, but then there comes a point in time where you got to choose what you want for yourself. You can't spend your life with your parents. At a certain point in time, you have to decide who and what you want to be. Take responsibility for the life you're going to live. Incredible. So Gemara says below, 1 second, is that true? Is that true that you're not held responsible for other people's averos? Aye, but what about l'haksir? The kishlu ish ba'achiv. The pasuk says literally again, a person will stumble. Quoting over here the pasuk from Vayikra, the Tocha. The kishlu ish ba'achiv. A person will stumble over his fellows.
Just because we go together, we
ish ba'avon achiv. It means one Jew. B'lamid shekulon arevin zebazeh. So we'll say, what does this teach us? This teaches us in halakha l'maisa that each of us are responsible for each other. In other words, we'll say this concept of holy salary zebazeh. We are all responsible for one another. So does that mutual responsibility mean that I can be held accountable for your sins? You could be held accountable for my sins? To which the Gemara says, no.
Why is it
that's what I say. When there was the ability to object to someone else's negative behavior, you didn't do so. I says this is profound. When I see someone doing something wrong, and I don't do anything to object. And when we say object is, I don't do anything to try to help them from making Avera. I share in that responsibility. But again, and that's when, if I don't, someone's committing an Avera, and I don't really have the ability to do anything about it, to object, to do anything, then there's no responsibility. So I just want to point out, this is even a different concept. So this is the concept of arvos. Remember again, a guarantorship. Holy Scholar, even Zebazeh. We are all responsible for each other, and especially if I see you doing something, you see me doing something, and we can intervene, but we don't failure to intervene, creates responsibility for the commission of the Avera. I just want to point out something very interesting over here, which is if you notice, you'll often find this phrase written two different ways. There's Kol Yisrael Arevin Zeh Lozeh and Zeh Bazeh. So interestingly enough, that's because the word Arevin could be understood in two different ways. Arevin could be understood as a guarantorship, a guarantorship. Each of us is the guarantor for the other. So therefore, again, if you're doing something wrong, and I could have stepped in and prevented that or helped them, and I don't, just like a guarantor is on the hook if the borrower defaults, so too again we are responsible. But remember again, Arevin is also a notion of parobes, also a notion of a mixture. And again, that's why you'll find Zeh Bazeh and Zeh Lozeh. When it's used ultimately, again, in the context of guarantorship, so it's often Zeh Lozeh. We are a guarantor one for the other. But it also means Ta'arobes means a mixture. That means Kol Yisrael Arevin Zeh Bazeh. There is a mixture of Klal. So we are all one mixture. So as I saw so beautifully, I just saw it earlier this morning. Yismach Moshe. The Rabbi of Sighet says something so beautiful. He said, listen to this. He says, Arevin, Hainu, Uravim Zebazeh. The Klal Yisrael is like more like a tarot, that's a mixture. And he says, in Echad Lotzeh Liros es Atzmo. If you want to see how you're doing in life, then you want to kind of like get like a little bit of a measurement when you're holding your spiritual life. Look at your friend. And what do you see? What do you see when you look at another year?
Trans-identified
you see are the shortcomings, and all you see is
French.
negativity,
How about you
and
go
all you
fuck
see are all the things
yourself?
that are broken. Every Jew is your mirror.
Hey.
So if that's what you're seeing in someone else,
Oh,
then in reality, that's what's happening
Guinness
inside.
Land GM
That's
Radio
Israel and
with
Raven
special
Zeb
guest
Zeb.
and
We are taroves. We are
you
a
will
mixture.
marry well.
And that's what I will say again. Sometimes it is the most dangerous thing in the world when you speak negatively about different factions or different groups. Mirror images of each other. There is a taroves. There is a mixture. So if you look at another yid and you see something terrible, and you see something horrible, and you see something that you just don't like terribly understand, part of that, and that's why I will say you see the greatest tzaddikim. Right? If you notice this, by the way, the greatest tzaddikim often possess what? Or I would say different tzaddik. It's not the amount of Torah that you learn. Anyone can learn a lot of Torah. The greatest metric of a tzaddik is Avas Yisrael. Avas Yisrael. When you are able to love every single Jew, that means that you see the beauty in affection.
What is GT edition?
So when you see the beauty in every single Jew, that's because you yourself possess
all
all of that. And conversely, when you dislike that one, dislike this one, can't stomach this one, can't make this one, that's a reflection of something broken inside of me. Someone who possesses true Avas Yisrael is able to see the beauty. It doesn't mean that there aren't imperfections, things wrong with things broken about you. But that's what it means to have. That's what it means to be a tzaddik. To be able to see beauty means that beauty is reflected from me, to the individual, from the other individual, into the. So there's two different concepts. Kol Yisrael Raven Zebozeh, Kol Yisrael Raven Zelozeh. We are guarantors one another. That's what you are saying over here. That Allah, when I said someone else sins, I don't need to stop it. I am responsible for that. But Kol Yisrael Raven Zebozeh. We are also a mixture. And what you see in another Jew is often a reflection of what's happening inside of you. Incredible. Avos at top of Chavkas. Ashkechon Avos Labanim Ubaram Avos. Akoshkim Avos Ladodi. So I understand now that again, sons can't testify on behalf of the father. Father can't on behalf of the son. So we just
Former number one
and
play
all
girl
the
at
Avos Ladodi. Avos Ladodi means
Turn
brothers for each other.
points.
Banam Labanim Inolan. How about cousins? Their cousins can't testify for each other. It became the problem. You almost
really
dead.
funny.
As could have just said a father can't be possessed by the son.
Funny.
My bunnin, what's bunnin? So the mother can't go ahead and testify. Ashkechan banam la'adoni.
That woman.
Banam la'amal. So now the cousins and relatives, for that matter, can't testify for each other. How do I know that relatives can't form a testimonial unit to testify on behalf of someone else? Even Nas is older than Achi Azumushnehan. So even can't become even can't become Zomin until both of them become Zomin, right? Again, we have this again. We'll see this in the second Mark. It's actually very exciting. Mark is next. Yeah, Mark is next. Very exciting. And Meretz Hashem. So we'll say so. We will see that witnesses only become a zone if the testimonial unit is made in. In other words, you could disqualify
what's the name of that fucking forest
witness,
in
but if you want to make Aiden zone, you have to go ahead and be massive the group. So the Gemara says, these are the say if you think that it's our relatives, have the ability to testify. Again, I'm not saying, so I want to point out what's happening over here. Up until this point, what we've proven is that relatives can't testify for or against each other. Now we pivoted a little bit. How do I know that relatives can't form a testimonial unit to testify for or on behalf of someone else, right? Brothers, cousins, uncles, right? Can't be a unit. So the Gemara says, so remember again, witnesses only become Zolmin until both of them become Zolmin. Or it says, Nimsu a Zolmin. If you would think that again, relatives in general can testify, that's the say it could turn out that you can have relatives making another relative into an Eid Zolmin, and Halacha L'maisa then potentially in a capital case where again Eid Zolmin are executed It would turn out that one person
A lot
was
of fucking
executed
yawns,
based on the
dog.
testimony of a relative. Okay, I'm really Rabbi Lotame. Well, this is going to your logic. Lotame, according to this logic, Hadislan, that's what we learned. One person is combining with them. Hare Gimel Edios. These are three different testimonies. Now, what's the case here? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across to the right. Shlosha Achim Be'echad, Mina Shuk in Kol Echad. Suppose he has three guys. We'll call him Avram. Avram has been living on a piece of land for 3 years. Okay? Yitzchak comes along and says, hey, Avram, get off my property. Avram says, what are you talking about? I've been using this property uncontested for 3 years, and I have witnesses. Now, interestingly enough, the way his testimony works is like this. There's one witness. What seen Avram living on that land is an Eid Echad. There's an Eid Echad. So what does Yehuda have? But then there are three brothers. Reuben saw Avram living there year 1 uncontested, and Levi saw Avram living there year 3 uncontested. So now what we want to do is like this. We want to have Yehuda, who is the witness who saw all 3 years, combined with each of the brothers for their respective year, and that will give Avram 3 years of testimony of uncontested use of the property. Now look at Rashi. Rashi says, Shlosha Achan Be'echad Min HaShot. That's 3 brothers, right? That's Reuben, Shimon, and Levi, and one guy. We'll call him Yehuda, unrelated, right? And together, all of these guys testify about the fact that Avram used the land uncontested for 3 years. So the Gemara says, Al Karkasha Adam bin Ashok, Umayit Echad min Achin, V'Haba min Ashok, Ashor Rishona, V'Echad min Achin, V'Haba min Ashok, Ashor Shniya, V'Ashlishi Ashlishis, Ori Ilu Shalosh Etios, V'Chazaka Kayeves. So I must say, interestingly enough, this works. This is considered to be 3 distinct testimonial units. In other words, Reuven with Yehuda's unit is group 1, Shimon with Yehuda's group 2, Levi with Yehuda's group 3. And together, they establish the Chazaka of Abraham. I'm just finishing Rashi. But Lord Minon, it was Achas. You don't say that this is one testimony.
How many of these fucking things you have?
So once I say, interestingly enough, even though these are 3 brothers, right? You might say to yourself, oh, it's one testimonial unit, and it's invalid because it's 3 brothers. Kamashlan, though, look at this as 3 different testimonies, and therefore it's unrelated testimony, therefore it's kosher. So the Gemara says as follows: they are considered to be one testimonial unit for Hazama purposes. So the Gemara says, don't say so. Again, here's the problem. Therefore, it turns out that because they're one testimonial unit, so one brother will end up having to pay based on Hazama, based on the testimony of a relative. Ella has some me amakasi. Rather, most which you have to say is ultimately, again, Hazama is different. Hazama is not considered to be that they're paying on behalf of each other. Hazama is considered to be something that comes externally and then is imposed on the respective groups. They are not considered to be linked, even though they all suffer the same Hazama punishment. They are not considered to be involved in each other's Hazama process. Hakanami Hazama amakasi. Fine. If that's the supposed could have just said a son on his father's. Kinami Haim al avos. My banim. Why does it say banim? Afilu banim la'alma. Means that relatives can form a testimonial unit to go ahead and testify in general about other things. So it's almost like from the same pasuk, although different derivations from the same pasuk. We learn 2 things. Number 1, relatives find doctrines of the Mishnah can't testify for each other and all of that. But in part number 2 of lesson 2, relatives can't form a testimonial unit to go ahead and testify for something else. In other words, they can't combine to testify for someone or something else. Up until now, we've been focused on relatives of the father, paternal relatives. Once remember again, the lashon of the pasuk that we're using is fathers and sons, and from there we derive other paternal relatives. How do I know that the disqualification of relatives applies to maternal relatives as well? So the Gemara says, Avos praising me. It says Avos twice. So the Gemara says, so I don't need to teach relatives of the father. So the Gemara says, the relatives of the body. Beautiful. So I understand that these individuals can't testify for what's called like skill purposes, the Zakos, I don't know, even what's it? They can't testify against each other.
Anything?
Look at this one.
And for like a human purpose. Yeah. I don't know, even for an examination purpose. They can't be beaten to death twice. It's interesting. Even the Chova, maybe was the first discussing. So again, one usually teaches you that they can't go and testify against each other for culpability purposes. What do the other use? Even for examination purposes. Okay? Ash gets on the Dina Nefashas. How do even in financial cases? Mishpat Echad Yiyalocha. Mishpat Hashav Elocha. So, we'll say therefore in this area, there's one uniform. What's one uniform Elocha?
Look at this move. Folks, look at this tribe. This move.
Can't testify.
Are you fucking serious?
Qualified from testimony. So
did you share this with my car yesterday?
Well, that's my uncle who it's really again. I the nephew also can't testify on behalf of my uncle, and that includes me, Ani, Ubini, and me, the custody and my son-in-law. I understand why is that. So let's say, if you notice, by the way, by the time you get to the end of this line, right? Like son-in-law, right? In other words, the nephew's son-in-law against the uncle, for that matter again. The uncle's son-in-law against the nephews, that's already like a third grade relative. So why can't the third grade relative go ahead and testify against the first grade relative? So the Gemara says, first level. Whereas the Ana, but we learned Sheni B'Sheni, right? Well, for the second, we'll define these things as well. So like the second level relative can't testify against the second level relative. So the Gemara says, the Ana Sheni B'Sheni tonight, Sheni B'Rishon tonight, Shlishi B'Rishon Lo tonight. So it says we're going to see more closely related relatives. What the Chazal call like a first level relative against a second level relative, or even a second level relative against a second level relative. I understand why these can't testify. But let's say the son of a nephew can't testify against an uncle. That's already multiple steps removed. So people testify, on behalf against each other. Somebody says, look around. So my chas no, Chassan no. He means the son-in-law of his son. His son's son-in-law can't go, which essentially would be like a grandson-in-law. Can't testify. The listening then, so why don't you just go ahead? What's the lesson teaching us? The Baal ki ishto, that a husband is treated like his wife. Because we'll say the idea over here being that the son's son-in-law, right, has the status of the son because the husband has the status of the wife, who happens to be the daughter of the father. So it's like, hey, take my message in all of this. Is anyone and everyone related to him? Should not testify yet. What's rather, just you think to yourself, you might be thinking to yourself, I'm sorry, this is one thing that doesn't apply to me. So say, this does apply to everyone, this comes up all the time. It's customs, right? Again, by weddings, you have like a lot of testimonial stuff going on. AJ Tanan, AJ Ksula, AJ Kedus, right? So the puzzle is, if anyone is related to you in any way, you do not use them in any testimonial capacity. Again, even though, by the way, I want to point out that there does come a certain point in time, but let's say like first cousins, even my second cousins, that already you are far enough removed. But again, we're going to see that in general, the way, again, this is different. This is different because sometimes someone has testimony that you need. Shmona avos, shemin esin ba'arba. So you can have 8 fathers, who represent 24 extended relatives. So honey, so the Gemara says, if that's the case, but you're going to go with even the son-in-law of the son, honey plus, so that's when you break out all plus no malice. Rather, again, when we speak about son-in-law, we really mean ultimately, again, the son-in-law. The Amai Karilecha son, so why calling him the son-in-law of his son? And since he's married into the family, right from outside, he's considered to be like a separate and distinct generation. But then once again, isn't that considered to be a third level relative, testifying against a second level relative? Rav Aksher Shlishi B'Sheni, Rav second Shlishi testify against or for a Sheni. Rav Damek Rav Elazar. Rav Elazar, the same Rav Elazar Omer, Kishem Sha'ati Avalo Yoyli, just like the father of my brother cannot testify for me. That means who's included in the brother of my father, which is my uncle. Just like my uncle can't testify, he's included in the prohibition of uncle. It's who? The uncle, Beno, the uncle's son, plus no, and the uncle's son-in-law. So the Gemara says, Kach, so to again, Allah says, so to me, the nephew, I also can take Kach, then so to again, the son of my uncle, i.e. my cousin, also can't testify my dad. Who? So let's say this is dramatic. So it says, we know my uncle can't testify my dad. Let's say, now uncle we already know from the Mishnah. But by the way, who else is included in my uncle? That's my uncle, right? That's my. Not only that, my cousin, the son of my uncle, also can't testify my dad. And who's included in my cousin? Who's included in my cousin? That's ultimately my cousin. Who? You know, my cousin's son and my son-in-law. Cousin's son-in-law. I don't even know his name, right? Who's my cousin's son-in-law? Yeah, let's see, whatever. Don't make any judges about my family, okay? Right? But because of that now expanded family tree, so that again we see how again this what we'll call disqualified this now expanded. But once again, if we're already getting into my cousin's son-in-law can't testify with that, then those are only what we'll call third level relatives. Can't testify against second level relatives. We don't have to be that way. You must have Rav Aksher Shlishi B'Sheni. Rav Samalei Kawasi B'Chada. Okay, so Rav agrees with certain statements and disagrees with other statements. My time is Rav. What's Rav's logic? The Amakra, William Su Avos Abanim, Sigmar says, Ubanim, Labos Dar Akad. So the Pasuk says that fathers shall not die, right, because of their sons. And when it says a different Abanim, that comes to include an additional generation. The Belazar, Abanim Amrachmana, Hapsulei. The Avos shut the Abanim. So the Belazar says like this. Whatever disqualifications, and when we say disqualifications, Christian, we do it for testimonial purposes. Whatever familial disqualifications on the father, those disqualifications are immediately passed down to their children. So by the way, now once we say that after process, so the Lord is saying like this. For me, so the same my uncle can't testify against me. And when I say my uncle, it's my uncle's son, and my uncle's son-in-law. And now that my uncle's son, which is my cousin, right? My cousin is not allowed to testify on my behalf. And by the way, now whoever is disqualified from whatever disqualification my cousin has is passed down to his kids also. That's why again my cousin's son. That's the Balas says. So what we literally see over here, and this is a fundamental approach to Balas and Rab about how far down these disqualifications actually go. Okay. Aram Nachman, Achi Chamosi, Lo Yardi. The brother of my father-in-law can't testify for me. And brother, when we say testify, just testify for me, testify against me. It doesn't make a difference. The brother of my father-in-law is not permitted to go and testify on my behalf. Ben Achi Chamosi Lo Yardi, meaning again, the son of the brother of my father-in-law. My father-in law's brother's son can't go ahead and testify on my behalf as well. Then Achos Chamosi, literally again the son of the daughter of my mother-in-law. Well, you are the kind of we also learn this as well. Baal Achos Aviv. So again, the husband of my sister, right? Or Baal Achos Aviv, or the husband of my father's sister. Baal Achos Imor, the husband of my mother's sister. Hey, Ubneihen, the Chasneihen. These individuals, their children and their children-in-law are not permitted to testify on my behalf. Rabashi, Kiavina Beirula. So I was like, so I was in the house of Allah. So he boiled him. We asked the following kasha. Achi Chamav Nahu. What about the brothers of my Nahu? What about the son of the brother of my father-in-law? Ben Achos Chamav Nahu, the son of the sister of my father-in-law, Mao. Amrullah, he said, so we learn this. Achiv, Vachi Aviv, Vachi Imo, Ein B'nei B'chasnein. So pretty much all these people will be disqualified, right? The brother of my father, the brother of my mother, them, their children, their sons-in-law are all disqualified to be able to. Rav, Ikla, really are klachim. So Rav went to purchase klach. Right, so again, the only that is not actually the important part of the story. What it's just saying is Rav is going out shopping, and I will say what happens, right? So again, Rav can't shop in peace because what happens when Rav goes right to Salman Market? So So is a person permitted to testify against his wife's stepson? I'm sorry. The wife of his stepson. So the Gemara says. So what would actually this is for his stepson's wife? So Rashi says, so essentially, watch this. So essentially, a man, there's a court case. Right, Ruben married Rachel. Rachel has a child from another marriage. That child got married. There's now a court case regarding the nixing of the property of the stepson's wife. Go ahead and testify in the case of a stepson's wife. So we learned what's not Rachel. Then a husband is like a wife. Essentially, the wife of the stepson is like a stepson, and you can't testify regarding a stepson. Right, a stepson is still considered to be a relative, and therefore a local woman. So you can't go ahead and testify. You can't testify. You can't be involved in testimony on stepson's behalf. You also can't be involved in the testimony of the wife of the stepson. So again, in the the Amar of from where do we know that a woman is treated the same way like her husband? In other words, we'll say status-wise, that essentially, again, the wife, because Ruben can't testify on behalf of his son-in-law, therefore he also can't testify on behalf of the wife of his son-in-law. That said, Ervas Achi Avicha Lo Sigala Al Ishto Lo Sigra Do Das. So the passage literally says again, the erba, the nakedness of the brother of your father, you cannot uncover. El ishto lo sikrav, do not come close to his wife. This is the wife of the brother of your father, your uncle's wife. So the Gemara says, lo sikrav do das, she is your aunt. So the Gemara says, but she's not your aunt. Who's your aunt? We'll say, who's your aunt? Your aunt is the sister of your father or the sister of your brother. This is not your aunt. Follow Ashes Dodois. This is the wife of your uncle. Or rather, what do you see? So we'll say, what we see from here is that, what halacha does is, halacha treats the wife and gives her the same status as the husband. So in other words, interestingly enough, the wife of technically how we define an aunt, right? An aunt is defined as the father of, as the sister of your mother, the sister of your brother. No, but you see from here the Torah treats the wife of your uncle like your aunt. So you see from here that a wife is given the status ultimately again of her husband. So therefore, myself, you can't testify on behalf of the wife of your stepson because she has the status essentially as your stepdaughter. It's your stepdaughter, and therefore Allah that, why does the Gemara have to tell us that Rab was shopping for parchments when he got asked that question? Who cares? Who cares? Just tell us Rab was asked the question, and that's it. So say perhaps the shot is like this. Sometimes in life a person is doing something, and the truth is they just want to be left alone. Right? So I don't do anything else. They don't want to answer any questions, don't have any conversations. Just want to go ahead and maybe have a few minutes to shop for parchments. So what do you see from here? When another Yid needs something, there is no such thing as being put apart. Another Yid needs something, it's never a hassle. It's never a bother. Maybe you say, come on, wait till Rab gets back to the message, send him an email. Don't write just but again, when another Jew needs something, regardless of the story is, Rab doesn't say, talk to me later, right? Rab brings with it then and there. When there's an opportunity to do something for someone else, opportunity to help someone else in some way, that is the greatest discipline in the world. Okay, now, maybe the person shouldn't have asked Rob the question right now. Should have waited a little bit later. Okay, that's a different shiloh. About having that, once that's when you see after doing something else, that's a different issue. But once he did it, once he asked, again, you see the graciousness in which Rob dealt with it. I remember back there. The way this is, the son over here, the son is really his brother. So he's talking about again brothers. Brothers of your brother. So we'll say so. Essentially, brothers of your brother would be an unrelated stepbrother. So someone who's a brother to my brother, but not related, not directly related to me. But Chisda said, no. The brothers of your brother, in other words, are totally unrelated to me, and therefore again, kasher for Eidos. Unrelated. What about what Rabbi Yirmiyah said? Right? Rabbi Yirmiyah literally just said a while ago. Rabbi Yirmiyah said that the brothers of your brother are disqualified. So now you're saying they're not disqualified. I'm related to He said, I never heard that. But yes, you did. You just heard it. You just said it. I don't hold that way. So if that's the case, then again, so then the brother of my brother is the same thing as brother. So why do you even have to break out the cases? So it's just breaking it up because it's this is fascinating. So Rachel as a father, and Reuben as a father. Reuben, so what is absolutely unrelated. You're like, I knew this my whole life, right? Our absolutely Nichutanim are not related for these purposes over here. They are permitted to testify against each other. Now, again, I'm using the word against. I'm trying to say that I don't mean against. It just means testify. It could be for, it could be against. The idea means over here they could be involved in testimony that has an impact on the other because they are not considered to be related. So the Gemara says, Me'idin zalzal. Below dami lahadad. Below damu lahadad. Ella. The Gemara says, Ella ki achla midana. This is such an interesting. So the Gemara says, below damu lahadad. Below damu lahadad means that ultimately again they are not. Rashi says over here, below damu luim mishim lahadad. They're not linked. They're not linked. So what are they compared to? Ella ki achla midana. What are they compared to? They're compared to the lid of a barrel that doesn't fit on the barrel. So now again, so just understand what's being said over here. We have a number of passing lessons over here. So I'll say, so this is really incredible, which is so first of all, on just on a level, you want to say, they're not related, and therefore again, because there's really, and this passage, again, I'm going to be honest. After all the people we just included in the relative pool, right, I would have thought for sure Nichutanim are relative pool. But again, because there is there's something that links them, but not something that relates them. Therefore, they are permitted to testify, involving each other. So we'll say, so therefore, the Gemara speaks Lashna, they're like a little bit of barrel that doesn't quite fit on the barrel. Meaning that there's really no connection between the two of them, even though their children are not. We'll say, it's also really profound. Because I'm telling us which is, sometimes in the world of man, people want everything to fit. They want the chassan color, like each other. And people have these inner circles of like this beautiful blended family where everybody loves each other, gets along with each other, which is beautiful. If that can happen. It's absolutely, and it certainly does happen. But because I was telling us that that's not a prerequisite to happy and blissful. If it happens, it's a bonus. But the idea because I was saying is more often than not, Mechutanim are like the barrel and the lid that just don't quite fit together. And that's just because I was like the notion of blending entire families is like pretty uncommon that could actually happen. If it happens, fantastic. But again, if it doesn't happen, it's okay also. It's not the ignorant. The ignorant is that the husband and Kal are able to build a beautiful and blissful life together. If the families are kind of like up there, it's fine. It's fine. You know why? You're not even really related. Right? So because you're not really even related, it's okay. It was like something. It's such an important thing. Sometimes we make like a very big deal about. Let's say this is an aside. People like to talk about the shidduch. There's a people crisis, right? There's a people crisis that people often put emphasis on all the wrong things. That people focus on all the wrong things. That people are looking for all the wrong things. There's nothing wrong with the system. There's something wrong with people, right? People create flawed systems. That's what ends up happening. If people correct themselves, have the right hashkafas achayim, then ultimately everything else falls into place. So again, all of them are looking at, but it's interesting to see that again, Chazal understood that sometimes the dynamics of blending two families together is virtually impossible. And the barrel doesn't fit with the lid, and the lid doesn't fit with the barrel. And Chazal saying, you know what? All good. Guys, like this is what I say, fasting halacha. A man could testify on behalf of his wife who is in Arusa. So again, Ruben did Erusin with Rachel. And now what ends up happening? Halacha l'maaseh again, he can testify on her behalf. So the Gemara says, Lo Amr, first line, Lo Amr Allah Shukiri. That's only to extract money from her. In other words, he can testify against her. However, the Gemara says, but to testify on her behalf, he can't do why. I'll say that's a conflict of interest. Why? Because halacha l'maaseh, anything that she gains is what is going to become his. Although it's not true. It's not true actually. Regardless, whether it's for or against her, he's not going to be. I have to stop over here. Well, we had excellent ground, but just remember where we start. We'll say it's not always about where you end. It's also about where you started. Right? We start in the middle of Bay's essay, so we're going to be fine. Short daf tomorrow. We're good. We'll be fine. I think I have not failed you yet. I'll get you where you need to get to. Let's say straight. That's all for today. All right. Everyone on Zoom. Like the Zoom has more faith in me than the in-person camera. All right. I'll say have a great day, everyone. Every time I go to a restaurant, I don't stop and take a picture. The day I live my fucking life. I can't be on there all day doing cheeseburgers and fucking little cheese sandwiches and pictures of white people, handcuffs on. I can't do that shit. Whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? I'm not making fun of them. I'm just saying it. I don't have time for that. I give you time my mind in the morning. All right, Rabbi, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Sorry, some technical difficulties. Sorry for the delay. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei 5785 and Vitilsa Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this year as a Zuchus for Besoros, Talbos for Am Yisrael, and our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Teves Habadim Tova the Kalman Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this month in memory of Amit ben David Levi, Zichron Libracha, a strong and valiant soldier who died al Kiddush Hashem, fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that his neshama has an aliyah, his family, and the Chum. We hope that in the merit of our learning, the Ribbon Shalom brings all of our hostages home to Shalom Seyedei. that Leras to be. Today's that is Chofkas 28. We are picking up the message on Chof Zayin days. A lot to do today. We are picking up at the Mishnah in Netz Hashem. So brand new sugya ahead of us today. The Elu Hein Hakrov. So this morning, one of the things that we've established is that a karov, a relative, is not permitted to go ahead and adjudicate a case. So that's both serving as a dayan, as a judge, as well as going ahead and as well as going ahead and as well as serving as an the Mishnah says who are the krov? The Elohim krov. These are the relatives: father's brother, uncle, Bachimo, mother's brother, Ubal Acho. So this it's like triggers some of us for vomits, right? Sounds like Ubal Acho. So and brother-in-law, the husband of his sister, Ubal Achos Aviv, and the husband of father's sister and uncle, Ubal Achos Imo, and the husband of the mother's brother, Ubal Imo, and the husband, Balimo means mother's husband, Vichamov, a father-in-law, Vigiso, a brother-in-law, Hein Ubnehen Bechasne, them, their sons, as well as their sons-in-law. The Hargo, so we'll say Hargo Levad. We're going to say Hargo is a stepson. So we'll discuss in Eretz Hashem this very interesting case, or the case of stepson. The Hargo Levado, and ultimately again a brother-in-law or stepson Levado. Levado means no other associated relatives. Again, we'll get into that in the Gemara a little bit. From Yosef. Yosef says, "To Mishnah Rabbi Akiva." This up what we learned up until this point. This is the Mishnah. This is the series of Rabbi Akiva about Mishnah Rishona. But again, in the first iteration of this halacha, Dodo, Ben Dodo, Yarsho. Ultimately, again, uncle, the son of your uncle, and anyone who is in line to inherit. So I say this is interesting. So the first version of this, and again, we'll get into all this obviously in the Gemara. But again, the first version of this is Rabbi Akiva. Afterwards, again, they really made this about inheritance. And whoever ultimately, again, is in line to inherit, that ultimately is Apostle Eidah says, well, now, interestingly enough, also, what's the definition of a relative? The definition of a relative is someone who is related to you at the time of the adjudication of the case. For example, if someone was related to you, but they are no longer technically related to you, so they are kasher le'ezus. For example, haya karov v'nisrache harize kasher. If you were married, if you were related to someone, and then ultimately again you were distanced from them. So again, that would be a case, let's say, of divorce. Divorce, or we'll see death in just a moment as well. So halacha l'maisa, even if you were related to someone, but now you're not related to that person, halacha l'maisa, the individual is kasher for age. Huda says, afilu mesa bito. Huda gives an example. Afilu mesa bito. So let's say again, a person has a daughter. The daughter marries a guy. Right? They have a child. Then what happens? And now what happens? They have children, and then the daughter dies. So we'll say, let's say, okay, so Reuven has a daughter. Reuven's daughter marries Shimon, and then Reuven's daughter dies. So is Reuven related to Shimon? Reuven related to Shimon? Technically speaking, no. Right? Technically speaking, no, because at the end of the day, Reuven's relation to Shimon is because Shimon is the husband of his daughter. If the daughter is dead, then technically speaking, Reuven is not related to Shimon. You get interesting enough. The Mishnah says, Hari Zekaro. Distance of grandchildren, by definition, who raised him. Okay. Ha'ohiv Vas. So this is a fascinating case. So I say Ohiv means a very close friend or a very close enemy. I don't know if you have a very close enemy. An intense enemy. An intense enemy. So the Gemara says these individuals are also apostle le'edos. So this is interesting. What's the definition of an Ohiv? So an Ohiv is a shoshvino. So I say, so an Ohiv is someone who is like your groomsman. Now Rashi points out something interesting over here. He says, Hustle lo bimechu hustle. This is a person ultimately against so Shoshino means one of your groomsmen. This individual is hustle during the days of the wedding. In other words, during the wedding party itself, they give some seconds to this. Besides wedding celebration itself is an extended day. So during the days of the chasana, so this individual would be hustle labors. So was the definition of an enemy. Interestingly enough, so this is fascinating. So this is anyone who you have not spoken to for 3 days because of animosity. Right? In other words, it could very well be able to speak to someone for 3 days, right? But if I'm definitely not speaking to them for 3 days because of animosity, that's called the odi. That's called an enemy. And these individuals, again, obviously, the Ohev, the very close friend, is not really testifying or adjudicate them like that because he's my enemy. Amarle, so he responded back to him, no, actually, Yisrael Al-Kah. That's not how Jews operate. No, that's true. So Rashi says over here, no, actually, Yisrael Al-Kah, L'ha'id sheker v'shu'eva bi'ava. It's interesting, so he responded, Kal Yisrael is not chashiv yet. That's not how we operate. No one's going to lie because they love someone or because they hate someone. We're not kosher for something like that. People see that my focus is exactly in the Gemara. So let's take Gemara. How do we know this? How do we know what? From where do we know this concept that relatives are not believed to go ahead and adjudicate the case? Where exactly is that concept? Where exactly is that concept going from? So the Gemara says as follows: Torah says that fathers shall not die because of their sons. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? So if you learn from here, it's going to teach you that a father is not held responsible. A father is not going to die because of his sins of his son. And the son is not going to die because of the sins of his father. So it's teaching about responsibility. So you know that. Ish lecheto yutsu. The person dies because of his own sins. So he's not going to know because of the sins of someone else. Okay? So what does it mean when it says that fathers won't die because of their sons? The ageless one. It means because of the testimony of their sons. Because of the testimony of their fathers. Okay, so we'll say this is the makar shadar in the case of because the pasuk says again, lo yinsu avos abanim ubanim alavos. Right? Ultimately, fathers can't die because of their sons. Sons can't die because of their fathers. Indicates that the testimony cannot be given from father to son or from son to father. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Ubanim avos lo. Now the Gemara kind of made a declarative statement. Don't die for the sins of their sons. The sons don't die for the sins of their fathers. The Gemara made that as a declarative statement. Numbers, people only die for their own sins. The Gemara says, is that true? Okay, avos al banim. There's a pasuk. The pasuk says that Hashem, which sounds like children can be held responsible for the sins of their fathers. So this is the Gemara that day. That's where the fathers engage in sinful behavior, and the children decide to perpetuate that very sin behavior. That is where there is going to be responsibility for the sins of the fathers on the sons. In other words, when the fathers engage in sinful behaviors and the sons choose to perpetuate those behaviors, then there is responsibility for fathers. What does it mean when it says also for the sins of their fathers, they will be held accountable? They decide to perpetuate the sinful deeds of their fathers. Ata Omer Kisha Okse, sorry. Ata Omer Kisha Okse, O Aina Ela Kisha Eno. So maybe you'll say, how do you know that his own sons are responsible for the sins of their fathers when they perpetrate this very sin? Maybe sons are in general responsible for the sins of their fathers. Kishu Omer Ishbechet Ogamos. Because the Pasuk says each person only dies for his own sins. For the sons
Fucking
are
Rabbi.
not responsible for the sins of their fathers. Unless, of course, they continue to perpetuate those very sin ideas. So I just point out something really incredible here. You see this dynamic on one hand, right? On one hand, so the sons are not only responsible for the sins of the fathers, but yet the sons are responsible. So we'll say what we like. You don't choose the family you're born into. You don't choose your parents. A lot of things can happen. But a person is born into a sinful situation. What Chazal is emphasizing this too is, while it's true that you don't get to choose your upbringing, but you absolutely get to choose.
Let Rabbi talk. Let Rabbi talk. Let Rabbi talk. Thinking about me, thinking about you, thinking about nothing special. This is the worst. These people are the worst. These people, yeah, these motherfuckers in this fucking Twitter space. Let me talk. They're talking too much. Worst thing ever. Rabbi Skank. Rabbi Shank. Game recognized game.
they still do well because then project are still doing well for Edron. They still do well. But now, project are no longer doing well. Aptus, launch your PSCs. 3, launch your PSCs. 3, launch your PSCs. And so many other projects trying to lay my hands below. I can't even remember them now. But I know many of them that launch your PSCs. Right? So that is not a problem. Even Billion, look at Billion now. Billion said that they are going to be Q1 next year. Everybody was expecting Billion to launch now. But Billion said no, they are launching on Q1 next year. So, guys, number 10. And then that is what.
Why don't you let Rabbi talk?
Because if everybody
Big dog.
and they reach PSCs in the project launch,
Dog, they've got Will Chamberlain on the bench. And he's just watching people kicking the ball, trying to dribble. Some people are throwing the ball in the air. And he's just sitting there like, got the piece of paper that says 100 on it. Come on.
It may be Q1 or Q2 next year, some of them will start launching. So the only thing there is that that's certain, and we all already see that. Let's forget about any. Then just focus on how to make money. All those projects are going to launch is our advantage. Why is it our advantage? When project launch on your face, be able to know.
Dog, these people who host these spaces like this are the worst. You have 10 people in here. One person raising their hand.
We all know that Arbitron is one of the best. Very good of it that if you go and check the launch of Arbitron, you realize that Arbitron and they are down, very, very down from even their launch price.
This is the worst. Let me fucking talk.
That's one thing certain about it. They are seriously building.
Let me talk. Let me talk. Chupa chai. Chupa chai. Chupa chai. Doug, let me talk. Let me talk. Doug. I hate this.
I'll just bring one of my wallet, I'll sell, I'll see $1 million. Right? Then every day, I'm told I may not even get it.
This is the worst.
And at the end of the day, I may get it. So it's better for me that I invest. But the question now that you favor everybody need to ask is how will we know that right one that even if I buy this in and lose after 4 years, after 5 years.
This is the worst.
It's my 1,000.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
For example, that is the question we need to be asking. It's not like what we will be eating now to death. Yeah, I don't believe in what we eat because without it, hunger will never kill us.
I hate this.
You see, without
I hate this. Dude, shut the fuck up. Okay, dog, shut the fuck up. I feel like they don't understand what I'm saying to them when I'm talking to them. It's like I hypnotize them. Dog. End of the day, shut the fuck up, let me talk. You are the worst. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone? Thank you so much for the opportunity. Oh, yeah, well, absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data has overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I'm going to ensure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these cameras, there is a link in my profile. Additionally, in my pinned post, you'll find a link to my YouTubes. You're also going to find my link tree in there. But I do because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You will also find a video on me, 500 people in the Discord, and are growing every day. I want you all to know that in addition to making you all rich and helping to bring about well, agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria, wells and water towers for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, you're a raider, send me a DM, I will respond. You follow me, I will follow you back. I want to help you to be successful in whatever it is you are passionate. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely you all the opportunity.
So all these things are something we have had, like things, different guys, different projects, or people that have been there building a world peace cause. So I kind of like was laughing because I've had this before. So I was like, is it that is the same person that used our that? Let's just see what Rabbi have to say. Rabbi, you heard this up, yeah, come on.
Absolutely, I've heard these things before as well. No, I don't have a world peace coin. I have one of the OG meme coins. You can see in the pin post of the jumbotron. We built wells in a village in Nigeria, and I'd like to do more good like that. You can see the people there enjoying clean water as it's being built. Uh, any other project that you meet on here doesn't do anything for Nigeria. It doesn't do anything for Africa. It doesn't do anything for the developing world. I'm out here saying, look, at least I have been part of a project that has helped something. That's something. Now, when it comes to making you rich, I have a four-pronged strategy, which is better than most anybody else is going to tell you. And then I'm going to teach you how you're going to make more money. So appreciate the skepticism. I'd be skeptical too. So I don't take offense, Mr. Favor, to any laughing. I would be laughing as well. All right, Rabbi, you're going to make me rich. How are you going to do it? This is how we're going to do it. Well, firstly, as I described, data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. When I go viral, and I am, we're going to be able to monetize, not for profit, a big trust. 501 category in the United States. Basically, it is going to be a huge amount of money, and we're going to take that money, and everyone who's helped me along the way, we're going to help. And that's not going to be millions of dollars nor billions of dollars, that's trillions of dollars. You have to understand, I've been live streaming my life from 20 different angles for more than 4 years. That's a huge amount of data. Nobody's ever done that. The world is going to learn a lot from that. AI is going to use an example for its models. This is going to be extremely lucrative for the world. Second way we're going to make you rich is I have more social media than any person out ever. We're going to monetize that. We're going to take all the money from that. We're going to put it in this big trust. How else am I going to be able to do this? The third pillar of this is through endorsements. Right now, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. I wear their merchandise. They sponsor my bedding. They sponsor my pillows. We're going to be able to do this with much bigger companies, not just for $1 million a year, but $1 billion a year. I will wear logos. I will do interviews. I will do endorsements. And then the fourth way that we're going to be able to make you rich is just through crypto. The amount of crypto investments that we have will be able to launch coins. We're going to be able to change a lot. Your friends and family rich as well. Now, how can I make you rich now? Or how do I want to support you? It's really some alpha that I'm going to drop. So here we go. First and foremost, I want you to be able to market yourselves better. Right now, you guys probably have some social media, but you don't have all as possible. And I want to help you be successful as possible. So everything I'm telling you is free, and I'm never going to charge you. I don't want to. First thing you do is create a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it is a link that has all your social. Also download their app. All right. Once you do that, account, not just your Gmail account, but all of your social media that you have for, well, not that, but I want you to have the top 30 social media platforms. And then you're going to dominate the search engines. Then you're going to have tools. I analogize this to Web3 marketing, one or two tools, one or two shovels, your Twitter account, maybe Discord, maybe Telegram. I want to give you 30 different tools. I want you to be able to utilize Gmail, Google, the number one website in the world, YouTube, the number two website in the world, Facebook, the form in the world. I want you to have these. This has a 4-tier strategy. The first is that This gives you 30 different places that you can promote yourself. Secondly, it gives you 30 different places avenues for you to be able to get business. And finally, it makes it much more difficult to be able to impersonate you when you already have a reputation on these websites. Once you create the accounts, and you don't have to download the apps, you can create them in a browser. Each one takes about 5 minutes. You can do this in a couple hours. Once you link them all, then what you do is you come back to me, we look at them, we make sure it makes you sound professional and optimize your profile pictures. Then what we're going to do is we're going to put content on them. So we can use Grok to create AI videos that promote you. These are things that are going to get you to have excellent titles, excellent descriptions, and hashtags so that you trend in YouTube shorts, you trend in Instagram reels, you trend on the TikTok algorithm. We want your accounts not to be skeleton accounts and bare. I want to put a little something on there. So when your customers look at this, they say, wow, okay, you've got something there. Then I'm going to teach you how to join communities, not just on X, but on Telegram, on Facebook, and on Discord. We want to increase your network. As you all know, your network is your net worth, and I want to increase both of them. I'm going to teach you how to make memes. You may say, I know how to make memes. That's fine. I want to teach you how to market yourself with memes, putting your at in the corner, using LinkedIn in the corner so people know who the creative force was behind this great meme. Additionally, I want to teach you how to clip spaces so that when someone drops alpha in a space that you're in, you clip it, you tag the host, you tag the co-host, you put hashtags, and that's going to get you on their radar so that when you come up to talk, they're going to bring you up right away because they know who you are, they know your reputation. Then I'm going to teach you how to create a Fiverr account. If you all don't know what a Fiverr account is, it's basically a marketplace where you will earn USD, United States dollars, if you want, for doing very simple things like posting on your social media for people from the United States and Western countries. And you'll make anywhere from $5 for something easy, maybe posting one video on YouTube, to posting maybe on 10 of your different social media, and you'll make $100. That's good money. And that money is more, it's consistent. You'll be able to do that regularly for people. And this is a platform that you can trust and that the customer can trust. You don't have to do all kinds of work and then that customer never pay you. And the customer has it's a middleman. And then the final thing I'm going to teach you how to do is I'm going to teach you to go into the 60-second pitch and a 3-minute pitch. I don't want you going into spaces saying GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers. I don't want you doing that. I want you to be able to go into a space with confidence and say, GM, everyone, my name is XYZ, and I am the best Web3 social media marketer around. And here's why. I'm going to take your content and I'm going to put it on my 30 different social media platforms. That means if you show up number one on Reddit, you show up number one on TikTok, you show up number one on Instagram. When someone Googles you, you're going to be the top 10 results. And on top of that, you're going to get 30 times more DMs. You're going to get 30 times more people who buy your NFT, 30 times more people who buy your cryptocurrency, 30 times more impressions. And guess what? I'm going to do this all for the same price as any of my competition. I want you to know that we're going to have lifetime partners for your social media needs. Connect with me, send me a DM. I look forward to doing business with you. And then when you're done in the space and you've got a bunch of DMs that you go through, tag the host when you're done and thank them. That goes a long way. Sending thank you cards in the real world goes a long way with people, and so does tagging hosts, sending them a message saying, hey, I appreciate you letting me up. If there's anything I can ever do to help you, please let me know. That will go a long way with you. So those are the strategies that I want to use, not just for me to make you all rich. I gave you a 4-tier strategy for that, but then also ways for you guys to make yourselves rich in the meantime. Thank you for the opportunity.
to be honest, I would say you have passed one easy. That one is not very, very nice. Like, if it's this one you don't, like you said first, you just like pass value and don't have been laughing about proof that you have done something. It's just for someone to verify that proof that okay, you actually saying the truth. You get, but your main value that you dropped here right now is basically still part of what we are talking about here in trying to build ourselves, trying to build our accounts, trying to be able to at least be ranking. And most of the things we are saying is like you are talking about majorly SEOs and rankings on CL in all social media platforms and how to sell yourself, at least in just the basic minor thing that each and every one of us here can do, that is marketing. And what we also still do here, like looking at the character space, the info file, we are also marketing. We are all marketing each project, and all, and if you can be able to do it in a good way, that you can be able to get people to like, okay, believe in you that you can market, well, fine. But looking at, I don't know if I do know Infofy, that Infofy now don't even need you to come and then pitch to them that you are good, you are that, you are they're already looking for you. You just have to talk about them and we get. So what I will ask you now is that looking at this now, can we all or can someone now use like SEO or your strategy to like talk about the project and get more engagement? You get, because I know that SEO will make your content visible, make it have a wider reach, a wider audience, people will see it and like to interact. You get, then apart from that also, you also have to have the knowledge of okay, yeah, this is the SEO to I say I call it content creation or will I call it because I like it, I ever like something like that, like original content that once it goes live or once I post it, it will be ranking, it will be topping, it will be very, 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 very like organic, and it will really have a lot of quality content. So there's nobody will tell you that they're not putting out quality content. In one way or the other, we're putting out quality content. But I can tell you that this content are not really getting the reach that we want. You get, because if they are getting that reach, clapping on all the tree and putting all the social media accounts there, that is going to make the SEO work more faster. Or how? Because if you talk about when you talk about going to space to pitch to people that you can do this, you can do that, this, you are that, that's how you feel. Maybe that one in some aspect of jobs you get. But currently in marketing, you compare to Amplify as really, really make it simple now that you're willing to go pitch to anybody, you just think to make it. So I hope you get some few things that I asked this year.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, yes, you are going to be able to rank guarantee it to your customers with this strategy. So, in the jumbotron, I put the list of all the social media that I think you should have. Most of you already have this already. What you're going to be able to say to yourself and to a customer, what I can say to you is type in your username into Google right now and take a screenshot on today. Today is Monday, November 24th. And you'll be able to say to your customer that by December 24th, to give you 1 month, that when the person searches their name, your posts for them will rank in the top 10. So they're going to search their name today and they might see one of their accounts there, maybe if they're fortunate. You're going to be able to say to them, in 1 month, I'm going to put your in. I will allow these search engines to crawl my social media. And I'm going to take your name, your content, I'm going to put in the title of my videos, I'm going to put in the descriptions of my videos, and you don't have to tell them this, but you're going to use AI to do this, to really have it have utilize the best hashtags for you and the best description, the best SEO words. And in 1 month, your posts for them on YouTube will show up as the first result, probably because YouTube's the second strongest website in the world. Your post on perhaps Instagram will show for them maybe the third result, or it will be perhaps the first result. It could be very easily because uh, uh, Google ranks Reddit very highly. The same with Imager, but basically you're going to dominate that 10 pack, and you'll be able to say to a customer, "Look, here's our deal. If I can get you to rank in the top 10 of Google for your username in 1 month, you give me $100. If I can't do it, then I failed. Okay, I tried. No harm, no foul." And you're going to get customers to run at you. Wait, you mean to tell me that if I go and search my username right now in 1 month, I'm going to be able to track that and actually see that it's going to show up 10 times in there? All 10 spots I'm going to dominate, or maybe 7, 8, 9 of the 10 spots. You're going to have people who are going to throw money at you because that's very valuable. Not only that, you're going to be able to say the same thing to them on YouTube. You're going to say, "Look, put your username into YouTube right now, or your project name, whatever it is." What shows up? Nothing, because you don't have any videos for your project. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make some AI promotional videos, and you'll be able to do this through Grok. And in the past, when AI video wasn't that good, it's excellent now. I'm going to tell you what, without naming a name, there's someone in here who I was working with yesterday. They created 10 videos. They sent them to me yesterday. I was shocked at how good they were. And they're uploading those currently to their different social media websites. And they're going to start ranking on all of these. And you'd be able to do the same, not only for yourself, for self marketing, but also for your customers. So you have to think that when you upload to YouTube, that's going to give you 10 different results. And so you might show up all 10 of your videos on Google. When someone searches in YouTube for their project, you're going to show up maybe the top 7, 8, 9, 10 of the top 10. That's your goal. Same with Reddit, same with Instagram, same with TikTok. And the way that you do this is you take the person's name of their project, you put a nice description with it, a nice title, and hashtags. That's exactly what social media websites crawl. They crawl at least twice a day, and they basically crawl the whole internet like a spider does a web. And they document these changes, and it doesn't happen overnight. It won't happen within 1 day, but about a week it takes or so, and you'll start to see results. And a month, you'll definitely see results, so that you'll be able to say to your customers, "Hey, you're now ranking in the top 10 of Google. You've got 6 of the top 10 positions. And on YouTube, you've got 7 of the top 10 positions. And on Instagram, you've got 8 of the top 10 positions. And on TikTok, you've got 7 of the top 10 positions." I did what I said I was going to do. And, we have an arrangement, and it's time for you to pay me whatever your arrangement is. You're also going to be doing something for not just yourselves, but your clients, in a very underrated but incredibly important and growing important aspect of the world, and that is AI. AI uses this data on social media to create its large language models. And right now, you can say to your customer, "If I put your project into AI, it's going to say I've never heard of this project. But give me a month, and once AI has a chance to look at all of the content that I've created for you on my 30 different social media profiles, it's going to say XYZ project is a coin that was launched in November of 2025. It has a market cap of XYZ. You're going to give AI the information that it needs. So you're going to be optimizing not only search engine optimization, but also AI, or large language model optimization. Nobody else on at least Twitter Spaces is saying that they're going to be able to market you that way. And this is organic, and it's all free. Everything that I've just told you is absolutely free. So you're not only going to be able to market yourselves well, and if you want to know how to do this, take a screenshot of your username and Google your AI. Ask AI about yourself and see if it knows anything about you. Once you create these different social media accounts, they're business accounts. In 1 month, large language models will know of Google. To my friend Mr. Favor, I know you asked a few questions, but that was some alpha that I wanted to share. Is what I'm saying making sense to you? And also, do you have? Did I not? Did I miss any of the questions that you may have had? Yeah, I am willing to show you the way. I'm live in my Discord 24 hours a day without naming names of people in here. There are people who have been in my Discord 15 times last week, just going to me for questions that they have about their social media. You can reach out not just on 20 different YouTube streams at this very moment, but also live in Discord. You can just connect with me and ask me any question that you want. Hit you followers, but if you want to gain followers, there are probably better ways to do it. And those would just generally be like follow for follows. If you want to make an account gain a lot, I can tell you I've been using this account while I created it earlier this year. It had 0 followers 3 weeks ago, and I'm at like 1,400 followers, and that's a lot in 3 weeks to gain, as you all know. And how do I do it? I just basically tell people exactly what I'm saying. They like what they hear. I've helped over 50 people thus far in the last 3 weeks build up their link trees and utilize this type of strategy. You should know as well uh, when it comes to the search engine aspect of this. Really, it is just about. It's almost like what we call Mad Libs. So whatever keyword your customer wants to rank for, let's say it's let's say it's an NFT. Let's say it's a dog NFT, just as an example. Okay, we're gonna say to them, okay, well, search what search keyword do you want the most, or key phrase? They're gonna say best dog NFT. Okay, great. So we're gonna go to ChatGPT. We're going to say, give me the best title and description of a video for best dog NFT. And we're going to name what the NFT is. And we're going to put, and it's going to give us something like the best dog NFT on Twitter. And then it'll give a description. Your descriptions can be up to 2,000 characters. They can be very robust. And we'll have all kinds of hashtags in it. Then what we're going to do is go to Grok for that you think would be highly ranking for the best dog NFT. And it'll give me one, and maybe I don't like that. I'll ask it to do 10 of them, and I'm going to choose the best of the 10. All of this is free. And so I get this really good video that's nice, that's futuristic, that's cool. I'm going to take the best NFT description, put it in the description. I'm going to upload that to my YouTube, and then I'm going to let that go. Then I'm going to do that 10 times or however many times I want to feel like I've satisfy the needs of the customer, and I'm going to let it wait for 1 month. And in 1 month, when you type in best dog NFT with the name of their NFT, it's going to show up in the top 10 of YouTube. That will also show up on Google. And I know what you're saying, like it's a science. It used to be more of a science, I would say. But search engine optimization has really defaulted to social media, individual sites as much. Those are the hard ones to be able to promote. If people just want to get their name out there, don't re remake the wheel. Basically, YouTube is the number 2 website in the world. YouTube's rank for Google is extremely high. You put anything on Google, and it's gonna put anything on YouTube. It's gonna rank very highly in YouTube. Same with Reddit. Same with TikTok. Same with Instagram. It's not like we're creating a brand new website and we're competing with all of these. No, we're gonna use these tools that are already there for us, these social media platforms, and we're just going to change the words to focus on the phrase that we want. So I agree with you. At one time, search engine optimization was, I mean, it still is, there's some science to it, absolutely. But it, it is very hard to outrank YouTube. It is very hard to outrank TikTok. It's very hard to rank Instagram. And if you know how at least Google ranks things, it prioritizes videos. So there's a very good chance that we could even get it, depending on how someone's viewing Google, that when you type in best dog NFT in the name of the project, that a video will show on the Google search engine page. Even though you didn't type video, you guys know that sometimes videos show up above even the search results, and there's a very good chance those could be the videos that we uploaded 1 month prior. And if you I mean, the thing is, you never know until you try. And basically, if you want, just do this for yourself. It's not going to hurt you. You don't have to create all 30 accounts if you don't want, but I recommend that. What you could do is just take a YouTube account, whatever you search engine result for which you want to rank. You could say, well, just like for you, Mister Favor, best social media marketer on X. That's the phrase that we want to go for. And we're going to make a few videos that have that in it. And then we'll say hashtag social media, hashtag X, hashtag Twitter, hashtag Twitter Spaces, all of that. We'll have a title and description, a robust description. And in 1 month, when somebody searches Mr. Favor, best social media, you don't even have to say on X, that video is going to show up number 1. And if it doesn't, then you can tweak it. But that's a winning strategy. And really, Mr. Favor brings up an excellent point. There's a science to it. You never know until you try. So this would be an experiment. But I'm telling you, everything that I've just told you is absolutely free. I don't want you to have to pay for anything. According to the Economist magazine, yeah. This happened in 2018. Thank you for your thank you so much for your kind words. I'd like to connect with you as well, and your words mean a lot to me. Thank you very much.
some white people
Shout out to those guys who defended me. We're taking me to the top.
perpetuating dysfunction is a choice. Growing up with dysfunction is not a choice. But at a certain point in time, a person has free choice about the life they want to live and the person they want to be. If you don't make changes in yourself, that is untrue. So to be brought up in a sinful home, okay, what are you going to do? You can't choose where you're brought up. But at a certain point in time, when you choose to perpetuate the same behaviors you were brought up with, that's on you. That's on you. And it's just like the first Baruch who says, you know better. You know better. You know differently. You do not have to continue down that same road of spiritual dysfunction. You could choose something different for yourself. And willing to choose something different for yourself creates personal responsibility. A whole life blaming their parents for everything that goes wrong in their life. My father didn't do this, my mother didn't do this, my upbringing didn't do this. And by the way, they might be 100% right. They might have had the worst parents in the world. Or even if they didn't have the worst parents in the world, it could be that the whole life was really dysfunctional. And there's a lot. There could be a lot. To others, Freud wasn't the first person to discover that a lot of women were long before that. But there does come a moment where a person has to make a choice about who they want to be in life. Maybe my parents did mess me up. It's possible. It's possible. But Lamaisa, now I have to make a choice. Do I want to be Ochis Maaseh Avosim or not? Do I want to perpetuate that? Or do I want something different for myself? And here is such a lesson of empowerment. It is so tempting to think that, you know what, the way you were brought up, that's the way you're going to be. I saw come along and say, you know, if you're fortunate to have a good funeral, look at yourself. Because sometimes the person isn't fortunate to have a good funeral. But then it's a point in time where you gotta choose. At a certain point in time, you have to decide who and what you want to be. The responsibility for the life is incredible. So Gemara says below, 1 second, is that true? Is that true that you're not held responsible for other people's averos? Aye, but what about ROTHSCHILD? Pasuk says literally again, a person will stumble. According to the pasuk from Vayikra, Tocha, what does this talk about? Ish ba'avon achi. One Jew stumbles over the sins of another Jew. What does this teach me? V'lamid shekilot aredin zebazah. So what does this teach us? This teaches us the halacha and that each of us are responsible for each other. In other words, listen, this is kind of like Tony Teller and Zebazah. We are all responsible for one another. So doesn't that mutual responsibility mean that I could be held accountable for your sins? You could be held accountable for my sins. We said, no. Hassam shouting for each other's sins. So that's when Allah there was the ability to object to someone else's negative behavior and didn't do so. Also, it's do anything to object. And when we say object, I don't do anything to try to help them from making this mistake. I share in the responsibility for their advocate. I share that responsibility. But again, and that's when if I don't do anything again, like I said, I share that responsibility. On the other hand, someone's coming in, I did it up, and I don't really have the ability to do anything, then there's no responsibility. So we'll say, so this is even a different concept. So this becomes an article. Remember again, guarantorship. Holy Scholar example of that. We are all responsible for each other, especially if I see you and you see me doing something, and we can intervene, but we don't failure to intervene, it's responsibility for the condition at the idea. I just want to point out something very interesting over here, which is if you notice, you'll often find this phrase written two different ways. There's called the spell, I read in ze loza and ze baza. So interesting enough, that's because the word Arabian could be understood in two different ways. Arabian could be understood as a guarantorship. Right, guarantorship. Each of us is the guarantor for the other. So therefore, again, if you're doing something wrong, and I could have stepped in and prevented that or helped that, and I don't, just like a guarantor is on the hook if the borrower defaults, so too again we are responsible. But remember again, I really didn't also of a mixture. And again, that's why you'll find ze baza and ze laza. When it's used ultimately again in the context of guarantorship, so it's often quasar ze la ze. We are a guarantor one for the other. But it also means ta'arobas means a mixture. That means kolisha arabin ze ba ze. There is a mixture of clouds. So we are all one mixture. So as I saw so beautiful, I just saw earlier this morning. Yismach Moshe, the Rabbi of Siget, says something so beautiful. He says, listen to this. He says, Arabin, no, Urabim Zeba. The cloud sounds like more like a tarot that's a mixture. He says, in Echad Rotzel Liros is answered. If you want to see how you're doing in life, apparently more is kind of like get like a little bit of a measurement where you're holding your spiritual life. You stop with the Hadei of your life. Look at your friend, and what do you see? What do you see when you look at another? If all you see are the shortcomings, and all you see is negativity, and all you see are all the things that are broken, every Jew who's in the mirror. So that's what you're seeing in someone else, and in reality, that's what's happening inside of you. That's what we saw Arabian. That's what I was saying again. There was sometimes in the world where you speak negatively about different factions or different groups, you could probably still vehemently oppose them. We are all mirror images of each other. There is a tarobas, there is a mixture. So if you look at another year and you see something terrible, you see something horrible, and you see something that you just don't like terribly understand, part of that is your reflection. Part of that negativity is because in that's why I was saying you see the greatest tzaddikim. Right? You notice this by the way. The greatest tzaddikim often possess what? I would say differently. What is the greatest metric? What makes a tzaddik a tzaddik? The greatest metric of a tzaddik is Avas Yisrael. Avas Yisrael. When you are able to love every single Jew, that means that you see the beauty in every Jew. When you see the beauty in every single Jew, that's because you yourself possess all of that. And conversely, when you have made eye contact with this one, that's a reflection of something broken inside of you. Someone who possesses true Avas Yisrael is able to see the beauty. It doesn't mean to have. That's what it means to be a son. You're able to see beauty means that beauty is reflected from me because you go from other individual beauty. So there's two different concepts. Kois already zebozeh, kois already zebozeh. We are guaranteed to stop it. I am responsible for that. But kois already zebozeh. So you're also a mixture. And what you see in another Jew is often a reflection of what's happening inside of you.
The funny thing is that you are like, do you know how many people out there like earn 50K for their 9 to 5 like per month? And you actually earn this thing like maybe bi-weekly, maybe like after 3 weeks. It's still progress. Like compared to a lot of people out there, you're actually doing it very, very well. Yes, there are people who are quite different because okay, some people don't really make money and they've been on the space for a year, 2 years, maybe months. But it's because you have positioned well and with the right people, like with the right hunger and everything. But aside from that, everybody makes like money on this space. So now the funny thing is that I was speaking to one person, he was telling me that okay, it's been a while, like he's been on this space for like 3 years, right? And initially he was getting 1 gig, he was earning one, like in a week he earns like okay, he positions himself for like two to three different types of jobs. Like he does community moderation, so every he gets a job, like not only one actually, 3 jobs. He keeps getting more money and everything, and the thing just got to his head, like okay, I have money now, like it will never really stop going and everything, and then boom, one day everything just changed. Like there are times now that you have this money, but sometimes the funny thing is that depression hits. Yes, the funny thing is that you guys don't know that whether you're rich, whether you're poor, whatever you are, whatever situation you are, sometimes when things are a bit, whether they when it's not right, I'm not doing something right, like you just don't think everything is right, and then before you know you're depressed and everything. It happens. It happens almost frequently in this space too. One day you're happy, the next you're just down, you just don't have the energy. But yes, now let's talk about the monetary value. Like okay, you make money, yeah, you make money, but what have you done now? You bought 50 Pro Max, okay, nice one, nice one. You bought clothes, okay, you go to club, you do everything, but what have you really done? If you ask yourself, what have you done? At least if you eat, you see like you eat it literally, you bought food, you do something like that, you bought food, at least you did something right, but is it enough? Are you sure that you're doing something right? Like, you have to always think about things like that. You just think, the money will keep coming. You have to learn how to manage your money. You have to learn how to manage it. Because if you don't know how to manage your money, to be honest, you are never going to be free from poverty. Yes, all of us are trying to run away from it. And I swear to God, this space will give you the opportunity, especially in this years. But how are you going to use them? Like, what are you going to do with it? You're not supposed to go into doing things. Just spend, spend, spend. So this is a question to you. Actually, since you guys are not here yet, I believe we'll just pass it for now. But yeah, I just feel like you guys should know that how you use your money is very important because you can never, like, you can't keep getting the same thing every day. Like, the funny thing is that, like, yes, you're trying to work hard, you're trying to hunt every day, but not everything that you want actually works out all the time. Yes, one day you may wake up and things may not be the way you want it to be. And it's like that. It's like that. You can't just say, okay, because I'm earning today, tomorrow I'll keep earning, next tomorrow I'll keep earning. Like, nobody, anybody, people are going to continue the end. Like, I want to be good. Like, I want to be good. You never will be good for everybody. And many things will happen. Do you think the people who have, like, fall from grace actually decided to fall from grace? They did not. It just happened. And it's because they didn't have the plan. So before I continue saying everything, let me just allow you to introduce yourself.
Meals and Feasts. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pen, everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than anyone ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you all, your friends, your family, financial, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 300 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my links, they're in my profile. Also, in my pinned post, you'll find a link to my YouTube and Linktree. I dare you to look at my Linktree. I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord. I have over 2,500 people in the Discord, and we're growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Awesome, Rabbi. Awesome, Rabbi. And I've actually just got your profile and I see that you're actually massive. So, a quick question for you, and I wouldn't want to just take you like 10 seconds or 20 seconds. Do you see any clients who come into every project you work with to actually get their stuff out, give them more visibility on YouTube? Do you see any relationship or maybe to YouTube that work pretty soon?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I have a whole strategy I give to people. But here's a quick overview. You need a link tree. It's your business card of the 21st century. Additionally, you want to make sure that on your link tree, you of course have your YouTube, and you have about the top 30 social medias out there. Everything from Instagram to LinkedIn to TikTok. What you want to do is it's a four pronged approach. Number one, this is going to give you more opportunity to be able to promote yourself and your YouTube channel wherever you need. Number two, it's going to allow other people to be able to connect to your YouTube channel. Number three, it gives you more visibility when people search for you on any social media. You're going to show up number one in Google, number one on YouTube, number one on Instagram for your YouTube channel. And then finally, it makes it more difficult for someone to be able to impersonate you on YouTube. So that's the approach that I use. Make sure that you're utilizing all of the social media available to you and pushing people to your YouTube channel. It is more opportunity that people are going to be able to connect to you there. I hope that answers your question.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. And this is that is going to be coming up every day. And we do that Monday to Friday at the same time. So you can always check in with us every day and to just prepare with us. Thank you so much for the Thank you so much. So let's have a again to follow the team and make sure you are react to what we have jumped on. And the team behind the syndicate right now is the syndicate account and it's of Wakriomi, Ringo, Mark, and Vic, and Joel. So do the information and stuff. It's been great. At the same time, honest, I think I've because of so I feel so video creator and content creator as well. I'm also a content writer. I content writing storytelling.
Yo, Edu, how you doing, big dog? I know you. How are you, my friend? Edu.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Okay, so I'm going to go over the strategy with you, and this is going to make you money. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Excellent. Okay, so I gave you the list of all that social media, and I know you're saying, Rabbi, what? You gave me 30 different social media. Nobody has that much, but they do. Social media managers need that. And what does this do for you? It's a four tier strategy. The first is that having 30 different social media accounts allows you to push your clients' content in more places. Thirdly, it's 30 more places that you can get jobs from people because you're going to have DMs and you're going to have people who are following you and connecting with you. And finally, it makes it more difficult to be able to impersonate you. Does that make sense to you, Edu?
Yeah, excellent. So I'm going.
And you're going to come back in here in a day or two after you're done, and you say, Rabbi, will you please look at it? We'll look at it. Once it's good, then we're going to put content on it. We're going to make 10 videos that are going to allow you to dominate TikTok, algorithm, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, and when your clients look at your accounts, they just won't look bare. They won't be skeleton accounts. They will be robust. They'll have content. Then we're going to optimize your profile and your profile picture. You've got a Doginal dog. That's cool. But you may not want that on all your social media. You might want something that's your brand. So we can work on that. Then I'm going to teach you how to join communities on X, on Discord, on Telegram, on Facebook, and some other places because your network is your net worth, and we want to increase that. I'm going to teach you how to clip people's Twitter spaces, and that will get you on their radar, and they'll invite you up to be able to pitch. I'm also going to teach you how to thank people when you're done so that they let you up in the future. Additionally, I'm going to teach you how to make memes and market yourself with memes. Basically, if you know how to make memes, that's great. We'll use meme generators. They'll be simple, smart, and then we're going to put your link tree in the corner so people know who the creative force was behind this meme. I'm gonna eventually we're gonna get you a Fiverr account uh, where you can do jobs for people internationally, and it's a real marketplace for you to be able to promote social media. I've been on Fiverr, and then I'm going to teach you how to pitch yourself. You're going to have a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch, so that when you go into these spaces, you sound professional, you sound motivated, and you're going to get your clients more business. And they're going to send you DMs, and then you're going to do the work for them. Does that sound like a plan that you do?
Yeah, this is huge. Like, thank you. First of all, I have to, appreciate you for the time and everything. I never knew something like this is kind of, possible. But I would like to ask, this is like kind of too much. Is there any agreement? Maybe, do I need to pay you for the mentorship or?
No, 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 no. No. I don't want your money. You're so sweet. No. You keep all the money. I don't want anything from you. No, nothing ever. I don't ever want money from you. I want you to make money. I'm fine. Fortunately, I've had success in the past, so I don't need your money. I don't want your money. This is not. This is not a for-profit operation. This is not for profit. We're just making people better. We're educating people. I'm a teacher at heart. I mean, I'm also a certified project management professional. I'm an app developer. I'm a marketing expert. But in addition to that, I'm a teacher. The term rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. I want to share the knowledge that I have with other people. So there's no agreement that you sign. You don't have to do this, but it's all free. The strategies are free. So I want to just give you a heads up. If you ever go on any of these websites and they say pay for it, so just look around the website or on the app. There's a free version for everything. And also, you don't have to download all these apps. You can make the accounts in a browser, and then what you do, you just need the links. If you ever have any issues, like let's say, account banned or something, use a VPN and then connect to an American virtual private network. But if you run into any challenges, just second to last one before Grok. If you're in Nigeria or like in some countries, you can't get that yet, but that's okay. Sometimes you need to have like a connection to like China. If you don't have that, that's fine. But everything else you're going to be able to get. If you run into any challenges, I'm here 24 hours a day. I do sleep, but I sleep online. So I'm in here. But just drop me a DM and I'll get in, and then we can talk about strategy. But I'm here to be your mentor, your coach, your friend. I'm really here to be your colleague. I don't want you to feel like this is a boss-employee relationship. We're colleagues. We're friends. I want to help you be as successful as possible, and you're going to be very successful at what you do. So thank you for your generosity to just reach out to you and say, oh, yeah, if you want the secret of the secrets, then you got to pay me. Nothing like that. There's no catch. I've done this with, in the last 3 weeks, 50 people or so. Reputation on Twitter Spaces and in life, and there's no catch.
So I'm gonna do it right now and get back to you.
Absolutely. It's going to take you a couple days, maybe. I mean, you could do it all in one day, but it's a lot. So yeah, don't worry about putting like profiles or anything like your biography or anything like that. Don't worry about that because we're going to change all that. And once you create all the accounts, we're going to streamline everything. The one thing you do want to streamline are your handles. So like your handle on Twitter is EduDaintTizzy101. If you can get that, that's like a unique name. You'll probably be able to get that on every social media. So do your best to do that so that when you're in a space, you can just say, hey, this is my handle. You can follow me on all the social media. Also, go to my link tree, and it has all my social media if you want to take a look. but don't change the numbers or anything like that, or change the name. That's a fine name. Um, and I'm trying to think of anything else. Oh, yeah, a lot of people say, "Hey, Rabbi, this is a really great plan, but I don't have time to babysit 30 different social media platforms. I've got a life to live." And I totally understand that. Once you create the accounts, we will program them so all the notifications come to your email, and then all you have to do is check your email. If you get a DM or you get somebody who follows you, and then it's kind of fun because you check your email and you might get new business. When you wake in the morning, you might have two or three different messages from people on different platforms. You connect with them, and maybe one or two of those will be a job that you can do, and you're going to be very successful. So I'm glad we met. You did the right thing. Um, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them, either now or in the future. Okay, you do?
All right. So let me rush and do it.
Just send me a DM. If I'm awake, we'll take care of it immediately. Okay?
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care. Best wishes. Shut. Yes, sir, you do.
Because almost like, so I understand now that again, sons can't testify on behalf of the father. Father can't on behalf of the son. Just did. And all the more so almost like these brothers for each other. I know about cousins. And cousins can't testify for each other. The almost out bed. But just said the father can't be tested by the son. My funding. What's funding? Funding the high. even cousins for each other can't go ahead and testify. What's this now? It's the cousins and relatives for that matter can't testify for each other. How do I know that relatives can't form a testimonial unit to testify on behalf of someone else? How do I know that? Can't become even can't become children until both of them become children. Right? Both of them we have this. We'll see this in the second slide. That's very exciting. Yeah, very exciting. Very essentially, testimonials is made. You could disqualify a singular witness, but if you want to make a children, you have to go ahead and be massive degree. So the Gemara says, actually, these are like how much children, if you think that your relatives have the ability to testify, is that relatives can testify for or against each other. Now we pivoted a little bit. How do I know that relatives can't form a testimonial unit to testify for or on behalf of someone else, right? Brothers, cousins, uncles, right? Can't be a unit. The Gemara says, so remember again, unity only comes to resolve until both of them become solved. These are like the bottom of the Amish. If you think they could go, you testify. Justify that to someone else. Into a joint narrative, this happens. There was a child relative making another relative into a something, and Allah said that in protecting a capital case where again he was children are executed, they put up that one person is executed is the only other relative. Okay, I'm gonna read all the time. I'm just going through your logic. It was having quite a good you have three brothers. The Echad, the Stark, the three. So what's the case? Rashi is right across to the right. Brothers, Reuben, Shimon, and Levi. Now there's another guy. Let's call him Avram. Avram is coming along with this. Hey, Avram, you're off my property. Avram says, what are you talking about? I've been using this property uncontested for 3 years, and I have witnesses. Now, interesting enough, the way the testimony works like this. There's one witness. I've seen Adam living on that land for 3 years straight uncontested. The problem is Yehuda is an 8 after. He is an 8 after. So we're only a year one uncontested. Shimon, so Adam living there years 2 uncontested. And maybe saw Adam living there for years 3 uncontested. So now what we want to do is like this. We want to have Yehuda, who is the witnesses for all 3 years, combined with each of the brothers for their respective year, and that will give Avram 3 years of testimony of uncontested use of God. Rashi says, Shosha Adam the Echad, there are 3 brothers, right? That's really interesting, and 1 guy. We call him Yehuda, unrelated, right? We call that from the Echad. Together, all of these guys testify about the fact that Avram used the land uncontested for 3 years. The Gemara says, interestingly enough, this works. This is considered to be distinct testimonial units. Reuven with Yehuda's unit is group 1. Shimon with Yehuda's group 2. Levi with Yehuda's group 3. And together, they established the Chazaka of Avram. The Chazaka Keres. The Lord began Eidos Achas. You don't say that this is one testimonial unit, or even clothing Elohim Eidos. So it's interesting enough, even though these are 3 brothers, right? You might say to yourself, oh, it's one testimonial unit, and it's invalid because it's 3 brothers. Come on, no. We look at this as 3 different testimonies, and therefore it's unrelated testimony, therefore it's kosher. The Gemara says as follows: it wasn't interesting enough, but fascinating enough. Allah Kalamaysa, they are considered to be one testimonial unit for Hazama purposes. So the Gemara says, don't say, so again, here's the problem. The problem therefore turns out that Allah Kalamaysa, because they're one testimonial unit, So one brother will end up having to pay for some of his testimony of a relative. Ella has some of it almakos. But there was what you have to say is as follows. Ultimately, again, Hazama is different. Hazama is not considered to be that you're paying on behalf of each other. Hazama is considered to be something that comes externally and then is imposed on the respective groups. They're not considered to be linked, even though they all suffer the same Hazama. They're not considered to be involved in each other's Hazama process. Akanami Hazama Amakar. Fine. وبان He's supposed to have just said son on his father's. Aim out my department. Why does it say running? That's the more units to go ahead and testify in general about other things. So almost like thank you from the same person. Different derivations number one, relatives, and we define relatives in the Mishnah, can't testify for each other, and all that, but in part number two, or lesson two, relatives can't forge a testimonial unit to go ahead and testify for something else. In other words, they can combine to testify for someone or something else. Right? Up until now, we've been focused on relatives of the father, paternal relatives. Because once remember again, the lashon of the pasuk that we're using is fathers and sons. And the relatives applies to maternal relatives as well. It says, if I don't mean the two relatives of the father, so you must similarly mean using the two relatives of the mother. Ask it from the whole lot. So I understand that these individuals can't testify for what we'll call like the indictment. No purposes, the zakos, I don't know either. So let's say science and they can't testify against each other in order to go ahead and for like a guilty purpose. I don't know, even for an examination purpose. Yum sui yumus tracing. They can't be put to death twice. Versus even the chova can't even so again, if one yum sui teaches me that they can't go and testify against each other for culpability purposes. What do you for examination purposes? Okay, ask it from the beginning of the process. So I understand can testify in capital cases, meaning Mamonis, no, how do we even in financial cases? I'm a pro, Mishpat Echosh Miyah. So when it comes to testimony, there's one Mishpat Hashav. So you know what's in this area is one uniform halacha. What's one uniform halacha? Relatives can testify. That says follows. The Abba lo yoyim. That says like this: the father of my brother can't testify for me. So you must understand. And who's included in uncle? That's my uncle Lulu, who know my uncle's son. I the nephew, also can't testify. And me, the chasni and my son-in-law. I understand why is that? How did these notice, by the way, that it's by the end of this line, right? Like son-in-law, right? In other words, the nephew's son-in-law against the uncle, for that matter again. The uncle's son-in-law against the nephew. That's already like a third grade relative. So why can't the third grade relative go ahead and testify against the first grade relative? So you must first level. Was the Anna bodyguard shame the shame right? What we'll call a second. We'll define these ones as well, like second level of relatives can't testify against second level relatives. So you must have she we show most time. So it says we're going to see more closely related relatives, what Chazal call like a first level relative, a second level relative, or even a second level relative. Let's illustrate this. What you talked about again, let's say the son-in-law of a nephew can't testify against the uncle. That's already multiple steps we have against each other. So my so my chasno became like, listen, what does it mean when we talk about the idea of chasno? Hassan b'no, means the son-in-law of his son. His son's son-in-law can't go potentially be like a grandson-in-law. Then that's the eye. Now listen to Ben Below. Trying to do the same thing, but
have whatever, same everyone has much as in like when it comes to managing whatever. So you guys should choose what is it? I think it's everyone that you should do that for me. Like what the hell are you trying to do? They keep saying that they don't want to she's a smartphone, right? The smartphone has may not know they have to know themselves. If they come in, I don't know these are people don't know the thing. Yeah, because I've had enough. I've had enough. Yaps on yaps. I shall start getting yaps first day coming for my post. To take out my power to you leave out. Maybe one. For those projects, Zabi, what you call them, that have small followers. How do we know that they are building a project to do stuff? How do we know? I will study bomb them. This is that. First of all, you need to make it it's like this. Forget ChatGPT now also. Like, it's the same as we do. This is my character. You should say by deal, not saying that you are giving me from where to pay. No, I'm not speaking to you, my sister. I am not to pay. Not my she's not just she's a smart scholar. She's always going to put a game in. I'm not saying she's not saying she's a smart scholar. Yes, I did a difference. So, like, now, for example, now, you find there's one, two of them, there's two times that they make it on their time, so that you will see founder at the time they create. For example, now, let's say, for example, let's take advantage of Infinities now. Infinities is the founder of Group 3. Even it's that is the founder of Group 3. Sometimes you might not know. But the majority of them, they like putting on their profile, like all of them, is always on their profile. You just see founder. So, you can't be Like, I don't personally, to be very honest, when I started, I was very much supposed to get into that. I'm not going to lie. But that's why you can tell you motivation is good. Before the job you come into, things are post. Motivation is good. I'm talking to you. So just follow the message and just comment. You guys back to your account and it's prohibited over here. Right? So that shit runs to the job that you like to. Yeah, so when I started, I used to like be concerned about the outside. And to be very honest, I knew nothing about, global city, blah, blah, blah. I really didn't do it. Do you understand? And to be very honest, like, I used to like go because I enjoy going to spaces. I used to like go to spaces very much. So you understand my mom and the space person.
Benedict, I'll be with you in just a second, my man. How are you? Hi, Benedict. Yes, sir.
How you doing? I told you, told you to do I think you were trying to busy, so that's just end up.
That's okay. How can I help you?
Yeah, so I was actually, the issue is my choosing of my layout of the link tree is kind of difficult to compare, and though you sent a video here, but the video you sent didn't look complies on that particular knowledge I was trying to get. So I had to check YouTube for students. I didn't really get my confirmation.
That's okay. That's
So
okay. Benedict, go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT how to do it. I would help you more right now, but okay, what did ChatGPT say?
Yeah, I have already. I have ChatGPT, but yeah, he gave me the instruction link tree. So when I actually got there, I checked, but I didn't really see the particular options. It was chat.
That's okay, Benedict. Did you download the Linktree app? Benedict, did you download the?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Did you download the Linktree app?
Yeah, I did. I have the app in my phone right now.
Okay. Can you share your screen on your phone?
I can. I can actually, but
yeah,
I'll my phone actually so it's going to like hang really, really bad.
That's okay. I understand. It's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. We can figure it out at another time. Okay. So now, do you have the Graph app downloaded?
What? Sorry, I didn't get you.
That's okay. Do you have the Graph app downloaded?
Grok app, yeah, Grok app is downloaded already.
Okay, excellent. You want to make 10 videos of yourself. Did I send you an example account yet? Of a YouTube? Did I send you an example?
Your network is, your voice is really glitching. I cannot really hear you.
Sure. Did I send you a YouTube account yet?
No, you haven't. You haven't yet. The only thing you sent was how to edit your link tree and using Grok to create videos for.
Okay, just Benedict, give me 5 minutes. Let me talk in this space, and then I'm all yours, and we'll walk through it. Okay?
All right, man.
Thank you for the opportunity. May I please share my project? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a real-life timeline and time capsule of human achievement. If in the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you all, your friends, your family, financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links, the links are in my profile. Additionally, I have a link to my YouTube streams in my pin post in my profile. I'm gonna dare you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You're also gonna have me /Rabbi. We have over 2,500 people strong and are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, friend, and colleague to help you with whatever it is you need to become successful, send me a DM. I will reply. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Alright, because you're Rabbi. And another one is that business marketing, someone's branding, wants any marketing or any reach or any visibility on their platform, depending on what they're doing in daily life or their own perspective, and they can YouTube. Alright, so what can, like, and that your YouTube, what do you like market mostly? Like, what do you talk about your YouTube?
Great question. I like to talk about futurology. So things about science like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like perhaps artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. But to people in here, what would be relevant is I teach you how to make more money as a marketer. And really, the basic breakdown is this: we make sure you have a Linktree account. We connect all your social media to it. I ensure that you have more social media. If you don't already have these, this is a four tier strategy. The first is it gives you more places to be able to post your content. Secondly, it gives you more places to post your clients' content. Thirdly, it's about jobs. And then finally, it makes it more difficult to be able to impersonate you. Additionally, I teach people how to optimize their profiles, how to create communities, and then generally I finish with helping them get a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch, so that they can get more business. And all of this is free.
Alright, because guys do a strategy, want to share with people any collaboration, partnership, anything you can reach out to him. You can also promote your any of your business you need. Alright, it's the YouTube he has is 4 years, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of audience on his YouTube, you know what I'm saying? So do it, give him a follow, so to follow back, and yeah, he's going to do answer, you know what I'm saying? Alright, so you're to the need for if you have any important thing, marketing, business, anything, you can reach out, you can market to you, know what I'm saying? Alright, because I engage on the that's on the job control. Alright, because we engage on the that's on the job control. Engage, alright? So, that's just wanted to ask a question. Everyone here has been talking about Kaito and yaps and everything. So I wanted to know if it's just Kaito or there are still other platforms like Banter and Cookie that give engagements. Is it?
Okay, Benedict, can you hear me? Benedict. 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 Yo, Benedict, big dog. Benedict. 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 Benedict.
Yeah, my YouTube touch, man.
You're good.
I'm right here.
Okay, excellent. All right. So I'm gonna help you make videos to be able to promote yourself. So just one moment. So you have the app. Do you have the Grok app downloaded?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I want you to open it up, and do you see at the top one part says ask, and next to that it says imagine?
Yeah, I saw that.
Excellent. Okay. So I will show you what you're going to want to put in the imagine part.
Okay. No, is it same thing as what you sent actually? In the Discord DM.
Yeah, probably is. Just let me check.
Okay, alright, okay. Because I was like a template you wanted me to use for the regular videos.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Okay.
using it.
Yeah. So it's going to be the. I'll just repost it. It is that message. So take the message and put it in to the Grok Imagine section, and then send me the video.
Okay, I should send the particular video, first video that it starts to generate from, right?
Yeah. So, well, I think I heard you. Okay. So the text that I just gave you, put that, copy it, and pasted it into the Grok Imagine part, and then it should create a video for you. And let me know when it's done.
Alright, I'll let you know when it's done then.
Okie doke. Foot loose, pick up the summer shoes, we bury down to my knees. Jack, get back, go on, come on, back, Jack, loose, run loose, everybody cut loose. So cool. Oh, baby, and you're burning your little song.
So much to tell you. And what very passing you by.
had the right benvino. Mosagav Arche Kamashmola. It's going to teach us another lesson. What's the other lesson teaching us? The Baal Kishto, that a husband is treated like his wife. That Lahar, the idea of working, the idea of being that the son-in-law, right, has the status of the son because the husband has the status of the wife, rather than the daughter of the father. That Lahar, Shmona Avoshin, Esrim Ba'arva. So it's like, hey, take a message of all of this. Is anyone listen, by the way, just you think to yourself, maybe he's a fool, I'm shabby. So it's like, this doesn't apply to it. Like, again, by weddings, you have like a lot of testimonial stuff going on. It's not an anyone when I went and saw you in Irvine, not any testimonial capacity. Again, even though, by the way, I want to point out, it does come a certain point in time because they like third cousins, even my second cousin, that are already you are far enough removed. But again, we're going to see that in general. The way again, this is different. This is different because sometimes someone has testimonies that you have to know where it ends. But okay, so let's go ahead. So one says, Shmona Avos Shein Esrim Ba'arva. Suppose you get 8 fathers who represent 4 extended relatives. Sahani, so the Gemara says if that's the case, but if you go with even the son-in-law of the son, Honey Twasim, that's when you break out all the relatives. Honey Twasim, Tarchi, 32. Elali Olam Plasino Manage. Either way, when we speak about the son-in-law, we really mean ultimately in the son-in-law. The Amai Karile Hasandino, so why are we calling the son-in-law the son? Given the Amakas, he got to the Ataka. Since he's marrying into the family, right from the outside, he's considered to be like a separate and distinct generation. He hardly had an issue with Rab actually testify against or for a shame. Rab Damek Rabbi Rab was saying Omer, just like the father of my brother cannot testify for me. That means who's included in the brother of my father, which is my uncle. Just like my uncle can testify. Provision of uncle. It's who? The uncle? The uncle's son, plus no, and the uncle's son-in-law. So this is Kach. So this is dramatic. So let's say, look what introducing over here. So Rabbi says, we know my uncle can't testify on that. Rabbi said, uncle, we already know. Rabbi says, by the way, who else is included in my uncle? That's my uncle, right? That's my uncle, my uncle's son, and my uncle's son-in-law. Not only that, my cousin, the son of my uncle, also can't testify on my dad. And who's included in my cousin? Who's included in my cousin? That's ultimately my cousin. Who? My cousin's, by the way, cousin's son-in-law. Cousin's son-in-law. I don't even know his name. He's just going on. Interesting enough. Now again, in the expanded, don't make any judgments about my family, okay? Right? But because of that, now expanded family tree. So that again, we see how again this what we'll call disqualification. I always say, but once again, if we're already getting into my cousin's son-in-law. Can't testify on that. Those are only what we'll call third-level relatives. Can't testify on the second-level relatives. We don't have to say that way. You must say, Rav actually should be shamed. Rav someone like Kawasi the Chada will probably go to the Chada. Okay, so Rav agrees with certain statements and disagrees with other statements. My time with Rav. What's Rav's logic? Amaskar, Vayum Su Avos Abanim Ubanim. Someone says Ubanim. Rabos Dorach. So the passage says that fathers shall not die like because of their sons, and when it says a different environment, that comes to include an additional generation. Rabbi Lazar, Al-Banim Amrachmana, Hatsubek Da'avos Shadi Adam. So Rabbi Lazar says like this, whatever disqualifications, and when we say disqualifications, it's just when we use the whatever familial disqualifications are on the father, those disqualifications are immediately passed down to their children. So by the way, now once we say that actually so the law is saying like this. For me, consider my uncle can't testify against me. When I say my uncle's son and my uncle's son-in-law. And now that my cousin, right, my uncle's son is my cousin, right? My cousin is not allowed to testify on my behalf. And by the way, now whoever is disqualified from whatever disqualification my cousin has is passed down to his kids also. That's why again my cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law also can't testify on my behalf. That's the law. So what we literally see over here, and these are fundamental methodologies of the laws and Rab about how far down these disqualifications are. Okay. Aram Nachman, Achi Chamosi, Lo Yod, the brother of my father-in-law, can't testify for me. So by the way, when we say testify, this is testify for me, testify against me. It doesn't mean the brother of my father-in-law is not permitted to God to testify on that. Then Achi Chamosi, Lo Yod, we see again the son of the brother of my father-in-law, my father-in-law's brother's son can't go ahead and testify on my behalf. Then Achos Chamosi, literally again the son of the daughter of my father-in-law, or you have the tenants as well. Bal Achos, Aviv. So again, the husband of my sister, right, Achos others, or the husband of my father's sister, about Achos more the husband of my father. These individuals, their children, and Kiavina Beijing. What about the brothers of my father? What's their status? So the Gemara says, Ben Achi Chamiv Chamav Mahu. What about the son of the brother of my father? Ben Achos Chamav Mahu, the son of the sister of my father-in-law. Mahu. Amrullah, he said that's the issue with this. Achiv, Vachi Aviv, Vachi Imo, Ain't even able to. So I say so pretty much all these will be disqualified, right? The brother of my father, the brother of my mother, them, their children, their sons-in-law are all disqualified to be there. So Rash Tikla Lemizbah Elohim. So Rash went to go ahead and purchase a few. So Rash went to purchase a cloth. I bought some money. So again, that is not actually a part of the story. But it's just saying Rash is going on track. And let's say what happens, right? So again, Rav can't shop. Because what happens when Rav goes right to Sangma market? So Rav goes, he's glad to buy parts. So what happens? He gets stopped. They ask him, by the way, Mao should not eat part of the nutrition So he's a person permitted to testify against his wife's stepson. Aisha's cargo. I'm sorry. The wife of his stepson. Aisha's cargo. So where it says, so what is the actually difficult? Now, what's the case of where a man will be testifying for his stepson's wife? Right? It says, I'm mixing a look shala, Isha, Pat, and Adam, Shuk, Ubinashi, Shakbo, and Loiba. So essentially, watch this. So essentially, a man, there's a court case, right? Ruvain married Rachel. Rachel has a child from another marriage. That child got married. There's now a court case regarding the mixing of the stepfather permitted to go ahead and testify in the case of a stepson's wife. So you guys that's not a problem. Essentially, the wife of the stepson is like who? Like a stepson. And you can't testify regarding the stepson. Right? A stepson is still considered to be a relative. And for a local woman, so you can't go ahead and testify. You can't be involved in the testimony of the stepson you have. You also can't be involved in the testimony of the wife of the stepson. You should be Bible. So again, in public reason, they said that a woman is like a husband. Come out, fine. So Amarav, from where do you know that a woman is treated the same like her husband? I was going to say status-wise. that essentially, again, the wife will have the same type of status as her husband. And therefore, in this case over here, because Reuben can't testify on behalf of his son-in-law, therefore he also can't testify on behalf of the wife of his son-in-law. It said, Erbas Achi Abicha Lo Sigala, El Ishto Lo Sigrav, Go Das. The husband literally says again, the Erba, the nakedness of Achi Abicha, of the brother of your father, you cannot uncover. El Ishto Lo Sigrav, do not come close to his wife. This is the wife of the brother of your father, your uncle's wife. Your uncle's wife. So he wants to go thus, she is your aunt. So he wants, but she's not your aunt. She's not your aunt. Who's your aunt? I say, who's your aunt? Your aunt is the sister of your father, the sister of your brother. This is not your aunt. This is the wife of your uncle. Or rather, what do you see? That's probably the tricky Bible. So listen, what we see here is that, what halacha does is, halacha treats the wife and gives her the same status as the husband. So in other words, interestingly enough, the wife of your uncle is your aunt. Is your aunt. So in other words, that's not technically how we define an aunt, right? An aunt is defined as a sister of your mother, the sister of your brother. No, but you see here the Torah treats the wife of your uncle like your aunt. You see here that a wife is given the status ultimately of their so you can't testify on behalf of the wife of your stepson because she has the status essentially as your stepdaughter. This is your stepdaughter, and therefore Allah you can't testify. It's interesting to know why is that? Why does the Gemara have to tell us that Rav was shopping for parchments when he got asked that question? Who cares? Just tell Rav was asked the question, and that's it. So sometimes the chat is like this. There's sometimes the person is doing something, and the truth is they just want to be left alone. Right? So, when you're shopping for parchments, all you want to do is just shop for parchments. You don't want to do anything else. You don't want to answer questions, you don't want to have conversations. Just want to go ahead and just shop for parchments. So it's really sincere. When another needs something, there's no such thing. Another thing needs something, it's never ask. It's never a bother. Maybe you can say, come on, wait till God gets back to you. Send me an email. Don't write the book. When another Jew needs something, the story is, Rob doesn't say, talk to me first, right? Rob feels like there's an opportunity to do something for someone else. Opportunity to help someone else in some way, that is the greatest success. Okay, now, maybe the president should have asked Rob the question. I don't know. Okay, that's a different Shiloh. Rob had to get us tired because doing something else. That's a different issue. But once he did it, once he asked, he was gracious. He was not self like I know that the Bobby Mo moved over no, I knew often. So again, I want to say, the way this is the son over here, the son is your brother. Of your brother. So essentially, brothers of your brother would be a step-brothers. So someone who's a brother to my brother, but not really so, the brothers of your brother, so people who are not related, and therefore again, questions we're not Aurelius, right? Aurelius literally just said a while ago. Aurelius said that the brothers of your brother are disqualified. So now you're saying they're not disqualified. He said, I never heard that. Yes, you did. You just heard it. You just said it. The Lomar Losio, when he said I didn't hear it, and I didn't hear it, rather, I don't hold that. So if that's the case, then again, so the brother of my brother is the same thing as brother, so why do you even have to break down the cases? It's not it's just breaking it out because it's talking about fraternal brothers and maternal brothers. So I'm going to put this down. Avi Chasson, Avi Kala, it's fascinating. Nifutani. So let's say again, Ruben marries Rachel. So Rachel parents, right? Rachel is the father, and Reuben is the father. Reuben, right? Reuben. So what is the Gemara saying? Reuben's parents and Rachel's parents are absolutely on Reuben. You're like, I'm doing this my whole life. Right? Like our absolute are not related for these purposes. You have to testify again. Now again, I'm using the word against, just so that I don't mean against. It just means testify. It could be for, it could be against. The idea means over here they can be other because they are not considered to be related. So the idea also about Elo means Elo ki akla midana. So the Gemara says means that ultimately again they are not says over here. So what do they compare to? Elo ki akla midana. What are they compared to? They're compared to the lid of a barrel that doesn't fit on the barrel. So now again, so just understand what's being said over here. There's a number of fascinating lessons over here. So this is really incredible. They're not related. And therefore, again, because there's really, and this passage, again, to be honest, after all the people we just included in the relative pool, like I would have thought for sure Nichutim are relative pool, but again, because there is, there's something that links them, but not something that relates them. Therefore, they have to testify, involving each other. And I will say, so therefore, the Gemara says, just they're like a lid of a barrel that doesn't quite fit on the barrel. I mean, there's really no connection between the two of them, even though they're children. Are not. It looks like it's also really profound facilities. Sometimes in the world of medical, the world of people, they want the customer to have a
it's like my body physically wanting it. So that's not, it's like I was telling you earlier, it's like I don't want to be relying on that. Situations are making her, but sometimes they are. There's a reason why if they get it, so getting those opportunities doing chills.
Are like the barrel and the lid that just don't quite fit together. And that's just because it's like the notion of blending two entire families is like but again, if it doesn't happen, it's that the husband and wife are able to go to beautiful and blissful life together. The families are kind of like couple, right? And the families are like, the barrel and the lid that just don't fit together. You know why? So because not even related, it's great. It was like something, it's such an important thing. Sometimes we make like a very big deal that, let's say, this is an aside. People like to talk about the shit, right? There's no shit crisis. There's a people crisis. Right? There's a people crisis that people often put emphasis on all the wrong things. And people focus on all the wrong things. And people are looking at all the wrong things. There's nothing wrong with the system. There's something wrong with people. Right? People create flawed systems. That's what ends up happening. People correct themselves. Have like hashkafa sachayim, then ultimately everything else falls into place. So again, all of them are original, but it's interesting to see that again, Chazal understood that sometimes the dynamics of blending two families together is virtually impossible. The barrel doesn't fit with the lid, and the lid doesn't fit with the barrel. And Chazal said, you know what? All good. I was like, made Adon Ishalis. This is going to say fasting. A man could testify on behalf of his wife who is holding the everything. And now what ends up happening? Allah Christ again to testify on her behalf. The Gemara says, Lo Amar first line, Lo Amar Allah Hukimi. That's perspective. In other words, he can testify against her. However, the Gemara says, but to testify on her behalf, he can't do why it's a conflict of interest. Why? Because Allah Mesa, anything that she gains is what? Is going to become his. Although it's not true, it's not true regardless. Whether it's for or against, excellent ground, excellent. But just remember where we start. It's not always about where you end. It's also about where you start. Right? You start in the middle of the day yesterday, so we're going to be we're good. Well, we fine. I think I have not failed you yet. I have not failed you yet. I'll get you where you need to get you. Let's say scrap. Sorry for today. All right, Chevron on Zoom. I feel like the Zoom Chevron has more faith in me than the in-person Chevron. All right, I'll say have a great day, everyone.
You're great. Take the victory. So I came back and I was like all excited. And I think like Zach or my friends were just not. I was out of character, and I agree. It was out of character, and I was irritable, and I was, but I was also happy. I was having a typical manic episode. All the markings were there. Check. Delusional. Check. Not sleeping. Check. Person. Check. I had.
Good morning.
So I was just, I went on Twitter. That's social media. Yeah, the whole social media thing, and I was just going on it.
All of our sponsors for this morning to thank I'm the tight sponsors
I was just an antibiotic, throw that in the mix. It was a perfect storm. And so then I said some silly stuff on Twitter, basically for the 5-day period. And I did. It wasn't like I could fly. It was like
on the first of kind of of the American Congress and Shamro having a real and his family in the Shamro. Alika Learning Factor is that in Josh Daniel, really Mishmas said his father, his hut is from better phone Noah. Yosef, the American Commodore, the Shamro having a real, his family in the Kama. All those who were stabbed here were called holy, so the bunch of our hostages. His home, the Shalom, and the courage to allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Masih Day. But so with that, let us begin. Today's date is Chav Zayin 27. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on Chav Vav on the base 26 week, and we left off. You're allowed to do today. So we left off. Davar Acher. Actually, let's just pick up Amar Chanai, which is about 2, 4, 6, about 8 lines up before it gets wide. We actually did this part, but just reorient the studio a little bit. Amar Chanai, Lama Nikra Shema Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia?
I laugh now. It's like when I got taken away.
Because Torah saps you of your energy. Again, that part we spoke about yesterday. We're not going to go through that again today. So the Gemara says, good. The possibility Toshia, what do you mean Toshia? Shenitna b'chashai b'pnei ha-satan. Torah was given quietly because of the Satan. Now, it's interesting. What exactly does this mean? Again, with Rashi says, it's almost right across from Rashi, but b'pnei ha-satan, shemakatrin v'amar testatik le'yon, is a nasra luchos b'ad Moshe. So apparently the Satan was against the giving of the Torah to man. He felt that it should remain in the celestial sphere, and therefore, again, it should not be given to man. And so, as far as I can give the Torah kind of quietly, so that the Satan didn't know about it. So, this is actually quite interesting, right? Because the Torah wasn't exactly given quietly. So, what does this mean, the Chashai? So, this could mean a couple of different things. So, possibility one could be that this is actually a reference to the second Luchos. Remember, again, the first Luchos had a lot of fanfare. And that's why part of that is why the Gemara attributes the fact that the Luchos didn't last. It was too much of Bakumbi. It was too much fanfare, too much glitter, too much publicity. And that's why, again, the story doesn't really end well with the first set of Luchos. The second Luchos was given in a much quieter fashion, in a much more sensual fashion. And that's why ultimately, again, they endured. So it's possible that it's a reference ultimately, again, to the second set of Luchos. That's possibility one. Possibility two is what you are talking about over here is not even as much about the giving of the Torah as much as it's about the way in which we acquire Torah. That it is important for Torah to be acquired with Hashem quietly. What does that mean? It's easy when a person learns to become a Baldaiva, a person who has mass knowledge. Look at what I'm doing, look at what I'm accomplishing. And of course, there's this fine line between one of being very proud of your accomplishments and celebrating those accomplishments, but at the same time maintaining the proper size of humility. Torah only works if it's accompanied by humility. If Torah is not accompanied by humility, that's where the Satan gets it. Torah, remember the possibilities. Toshia, what does it mean, Toshia? This is so beautiful. The formulation is fascinating. Torah is words of Tohu. Now, at first glance, that does not sound good, right? Because remember again, our association with Tohu is gracious, right? Tohu Bavon means astonishingly empty. What do you mean Torah is words of Tohu? Look at Rashi. Dvarim shel Tohu. So Dibor Ukriya Ba'alma, B'chol Dibor in Bo B'shisha Manish, Torah Zach. Words often don't have a normal. They don't have a substance. And yet, you don't realize that Rafikin, Olam Mishusas Alein, which is supposed to how beautiful is this? Torah's words. Words don't have mamashas. Don't really have a substance. They don't have a substance to it. And yet again, it's those very words of which the word is created. So it's the great anomaly and great beauty and great holiness of Torah. But on one hand, it doesn't have substance like everything else that is material. Yet the world can't endure without it. So beautiful. Machshava ma'aretz v'lo divrei Torah. We'll say it's very kindly marked. Once again, these formulations are interesting. Machshava ma'aretz v'lo divrei Torah. It actually says machshava daigas hali amizonos. The person is preoccupied with his parnasa, and the person is worried about his parnasa. So worry about parnasa could undermine one's spiritual development. Shene'emar, Mefer Machshavas Halumin, V'lo Taseh Yidei Toshia. So we'll say it's a very profound Gemara, and I think who has not even, this isn't quite a statement that indicts the video of negativity. This is a statement of fact. This is the way that we'll say. Every person knows this. When I'm worried about my parnasa, when I'm worried about being able to do my goals, and I'm worried just about my material life. I don't need material any excess fashion. Just the ability to maintain my parnasa that absolutely upends. However, if a person is totally Lishma, then even if at the end of the day he has worries about his parnasa, he will still be able to focus on his spiritual growth. So what does this mean? So as if you think about it, sometimes worries about parnasa in and of itself is inherently contradictory. My parnasa comes from my Kadosh Baruch Hu. In times when I'm struggling with my parnasa, those are the times that I need the Ribono Shel Olam most. So he was pointing out that the nature of man is that worry about parnasa off to spiritual growth or to growth in Torah. But yet, again, Rabbi says, but if you recognize that parnasa comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so Dafka in those times when I struggle is the times that I need to be closest to not undermine my spiritual development. Right? So it's not just about parnasa. You can use challenges in life in one of two ways. Either it's a wedge. I don't mean just that questioning how do HaKadosh Baruch Hu do this to me. I mean, on a basic level, when a person encounters challenge, a person can allow keeping themselves afloat and not having anything left in the tank for spiritual development. A person can say, no, Dafka during this kind of challenge, that's what I need, the Ribono Shel Olam more than anything. And therefore use this challenge as a springboard for closeness. It's all a question of perspective. All a question of how a person wants to utilize the opportunity of life challenges. Shneimar Rabos Mashos Lavish, Vatzas Hashem Yitakum, Eitzah, Sheish B'Dvar Hashem, Yitakum Yoram. So Eitzah, the Muslims stand over there, Eitzah, which means spiritual development. Sheish B'Dvar Hashem, which is Lishma, which is ultimately again for the purpose of coming closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He's Takum Yoram. He's willing to retire. So let's say, on one hand, Ula, describing the human condition, struggles with parnasa, and that struggles in life, tend to distract the person from spiritual development. understand of yourself. Rabbi coming along and saying, just understand, challenge also presents an incredible opportunity for spiritual development. Because challenge reminds me, I have no one and nothing else to rely on in this world but HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So that's what challenge is the time to solidify, concretize, foster, and build that relationship with Hashem. All a question of how I choose to utilize the opportunity of life challenge. Incredible. I'm going to do almost like close this one again. Let me read this back to the subject a little bit. Let me read this in the Mishnah. Now, so all of these people who are apostle or eagles, like for example, the Sachem, the Kubya, the Yoram, the gambler. So the Rebbe says that's only if they have no other profession. Right? But if they have another profession, then these individuals won't be apostolated. Right? As much as Masai is not saying on umnos Elohu. When they say their only profession, Aval Yishlan umnos Shalom. I'm sorry, Aval Yishlan umnos Shalom. If they have another profession, it's not gambling, pigeon racing, or all of these other detrimental things. And although I said they are kosher, it says the Gemara, I'm not kosher for my life. I'm not Yavah, I'm the Lord, so much content on TV, you have to keep up. I'm not Yavah, I'm the Lord, Kulan, Seeking, Hachloza, the basic. There's just so much content, I don't know how you guys, I started getting stressed 10 years ago when you would go to the video store and there's DVDs everywhere in your face. Before you officially console them for Amos, you have to make an announcement in days. Right? Now, again, what's the point? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? Hachloza actually says over here. Hachloza is in the actually who's in the business. So what's the idea of the announcement? So before you cancel someone from being age, because he's a pigeon racer or a Shemitah merchant or something else, you have to announce. Why do you have to announce it? Why? This is like the warning. This is the warning. Almost like an individual, we are going to disqualify you very shortly. Here's your last chance to get it together. So the Gemara says, what about a shepherd? And what's the name again? Shepherds. Shepherds have a terrible reputation, right? Why? What are they known for? Right? Theft. Just, I thought I'd point out, it's always so intriguing to me how all of our greatest leaders throughout the generations were all shepherds. Like Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, David and Melech, right after David, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? All this is Parsha, right? Moshe Rabbeinu is Yoav's son, Yisrael, right? Husband, he's Moshe Rabbeinu's shepherd. Moshe Rabbeinu's first encounter with the snares because he was out shepherding. Just thinking, by the way, how like sometimes it's not the profession, but it's the man. Everything is about So the majority of shepherds seem to be unscrupulous, except for his water. So interesting enough. So what about a shepherd? Does a shepherd, because shepherds are known to be such thieves, do they need this announcement in days as well? So if we leave our cover of so my book is one opinion said yes, even shepherds need an announcement. Others say shepherds don't need an announcement. I know you know that. Stamps your apostle. When the community says you don't need to announce about a shepherd, that's because everyone knows stamp shepherd is puzzle. Puzzle, how am I going to buy a man stamp your apostle? But according to the distinguish in the Bible itself, that in general you have to make an announcement about shepherds. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. What do you do about the statement that says "Stam lo apostle"? The stama machrizan means that the stama you're going to have to go ahead and announce about the shepherd. Okay, so what says? Therefore, interestingly enough, you seem to be adopting this approach that before you disqualify any of these individuals, you have to announce in Beis Din. Like Reuven Ben Yaakov is a pigeon racer. I just want to let you know he's going to take apostle. This way, again, that announcement allows Reuven Ben Yaakov to get his act together should he choose to do so. Does the shepherd need an announcement or is it just disqualified? Listen to this case. Haruma Tana Bahadakasimi Ale Trey Gazlon. And so it says there was a Shtai Matana, right? So you didn't give Shimon a Matana gift. And they have two witnesses, and the witnesses who signed on it were both Kazan, were both thieves, and if a partial Aegis. Several wanted to validate, wanted to certify the document as partial lie, because there was never an announcement made about these guys. Never an announcement made about these two witnesses, therefore because there was never an announcement made, they were disqualified. The whole reason why I'm going to love this is one second. You need to go in half of the guys in the Rabbanon, the guys in the Rice and you buy in half so this is actually a qualification. So Rabbi said that the idea of having to make an announcement, that's called a rabbinic thief. We'll say, what's a rabbinic thief? It's not a thief, it's right? A rabbinic thief, right, means that someone committed an act of Gezel Midrabanan. The examples of that are Mishnah, the Safi, Pekuvia, Mafia, these individuals, that's rabbinic thieves. So those are the individuals who require an announcement. A biblical thief, what's a biblical thief? So he goes up with someone who steals their wallet, steals their car. That's a good old biblical theft. Right? That does not require any kind of announcement about it. Such a person like that is automatically disqualified for this. So let's say this is fascinating. So that says as follows. What does that mean? Rashi says, so someone who accepts charity from non-Jews, such a person is pasul le'edus. Now again, the concern over here is that such a person has created a chol Hashem. Why is he created a chol Hashem? Why do you have to go outside the community? That's right. For help, like there's plenty of help available to the Jewish community. There's no need to take tzedakah from outside of the community. Doing so represents chaos, and we're going to see over here. The thing that makes people pasul le'edus is money. That's what makes people pasul le'edus. So when a person takes money or uses money in an unscrupulous way, that's when they become pasul le'edus. So therefore, this act of taking charity from a non-Jewish source shows that a person wants money so badly that he's willing to take it and get from outside of the community. Such a person is pasul le'edus. How do you do this? That's only if they did this publicly, about the sin alone. But if they did this privately, then it's not a chol Hashem, and therefore they're not pasul le'edus. Therefore, furthermore, even if they took it publicly, that's only if they have the ability to receive this money privately and not debase themselves. If the person has absolutely no choice, in other words, their only option was to receive money from a non-Jewish source and to do it publicly, it was their only way to survive, then Allah said those are extenuating circumstances, they're not pasul le'edus. No, not saying this. So this is very interesting. So Rabbi says someone who is kosher le'edus, someone who is suspect regarding immoral behavior, is still kosher le'edus. Which is fascinating. You can actually why kosher le'edus. The Ba'inor Russia the Hamas. They save a kosher yatra a Hamas. What's interesting? What we just said before. What disqualifies a person for edus is not simply sinful behavior. What disqualifies a person is the commission of an Avera. Then what? So it's like now you have a pool of edus. Right? Zero pool of edus. So what disqualifies it is financial indiscretions. That's what we're concerned about over here, because once a person is we'll call it either lying or cheat, is not honest when it comes to monetary matters, then we're concerned in transactional law. You're not going to remain honest either. But interestingly, you have indiscretions in other areas. If you expect a person is kosher alliance, okay, obviously it's not good for anyone to think that it is. But that has nothing to do with my ability to be a witness in a financial transaction. Kosher le'edus, I'm sure Kasha is interesting. Is it possible that a person will go ahead and get 40 branches on the shoulder and still be kosher le'edus? And I think Rashi, Abraham the Kasei, Chayim Malkasi, Alpha Pishin Shemasra Da'amar, Malkin Alotov Ashua. So let's say it's interesting enough what Rashi is saying like this. A person who is known to the community to be kosher ala rayos, to be suspect regarding immoral activity, we would flog such a person like that. So the Gemara says somebody's going to get malchus, we're going to flog him, and he's going to be kosher ala. It seems a little bit strange. And Rabbi says ultimately again, Nachman would agree. So again, but Nachman still holds that someone who is kosher regarding immorality is still going to be kosher ala. Why? Because the ultimate disqualifies you regarding indiscretion is financial indiscretion, but not moral indiscretion. But even if Nachman would agree when it comes to testifying about a woman that her husband is dead, we're not going to rely on that guy. Right? In other words, because remember again, when Eid Echad is believed to say, let's say Rachel's married to Reuben, so Eid Echad is believed to say that Reuben is dead. Reuben is dead, right? There's a special kula that Chazal made by Eidus Isha. But somebody who is suspect regarding immoral behavior, they're not going to believe him. Why? Makes sense. Because like we said, maybe he's lying because he set his eyes upon this woman. So I'm Rabbi Nabim, Amr El Fuka, Abali Iduya, less than God. And Rabbi said, one second, it's only trying to get Eidus regarding committing a woman, getting a woman out of marriage. But let's say again, this same guy testifies that Rachel is married to Reuben, that she's married a woman. So that ultimately you will accept this testimony for. So the Gemara says, "Pshita, that's how it's how what would you have thought? What would you have thought?" So now it became up. How I do follow. So maybe I would have thought like this. I would have thought that perhaps halacha l'meisa, he prefers that she's married. Like this immoral guy prefers that this woman is married. Why? To say mayim ginuvim yimtaku. Stolen waters are always sweeter. Right? The Gemara says, "Kamash malon, the kind you have yishvichol." No, that's not true because he's immoral. So because he's immoral, he would rather that she's not married because this one she's available to him. So therefore, if he tells us that she's married, we ultimately believe him. Okay. So the Gemara says, "Ganav nisala, ganav tishrei lo shmei ganav." This is great. The Nachman says, a Ganav Nisan and a Ganav Tishrei is not called a Ganav. Now, it sounds like there's someone who only steals, right? So when I say a Ganav Nisan, Ganav Tishrei, so that's the idea is like a recreational thief. Not all the time, like just during Nisan and Tishrei, such a person ultimately, again, is not considered to be a Ganav. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Nisan Zman Katsir, Tishrei Zman Batsir Va'asir. So remember again, Nisan is the harvest season, so Tishrei is the ingathering season. So what this means is as follows, so this is talking about, let's qualify. So Gemara says, Hani Ba'arisei, the Gavanuat. So the Gavanuat, so here are the qualifications. We're talking about a sharecropper, right? Something that is completed and only a little bit. Okay, it's not anything. What are you talking about here? Sitting as a sharecropper working for someone, and what do? They end up taking more than they're entitled to. So remember again, a sharecropper, what is a sharecropper? Sharecropper gets a portion of the crop. That's what he gets. That's what a sharecropping arrangement is. Now what is that a laborer, when he's working in the field, is entitled, let's say again, he's working with finished produce, but he's not entitled to do that. I'll tell you the Carlo teaching. He can't put, because the sharecropper is a different financial arrangement. The sharecropper gets a segment, a percentage of the produce and doesn't get to eat while he's working. So the ideal here is because a sharecropper who's eating while he's working. So the Gemara says he's a thief, but such a thief is not disqualified for Eidus. Why? Almost like a Mosai, it's going to sound strange. It's like an understandable theft. He's more a hefter. He thinks, listen, I'm working really hard. I'm entitled to this. I'm hungry. If a regular laborer gets these benefits, I should get these benefits. So because he has a whole chachma worked out, he's not really a bona fide thief. So because he's not a bona fide thief, therefore I'm not going to myself. He's then admitted to be Eidus. So the Gemara says, so what's this? So again, Rav Zvid had farmers, and what happened? Chad Ganav covered the salary. One stole the cap of farming, and Rav Zvid disqualified him. The Chad Ganav keep way down here. And one went ahead and stole Then we get a cluster of dates, and Rashi says over here, Kibur Gahini Kimin Eshkod Ishtamar Hamibana Takal. A big cluster of dates, and apostles in Hanoi Kabuloi, the keyboard Nasha, the Yom Tov Shalatzeres. So what's I say on this story? There was a group of Hebron who buried the dead on the first day of Shavuos. And what's I say now this is actually very interesting. So we take a look, Rashi says over here, Kiburi Kovid Nasi. So these guys went ahead and buried the dead, Jewish grave diggers, and they buried the dead on the first day of Shavuos. Now, you're not allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov Rishon. There is a halacha that says, you saw this more important, that you are allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov Sheni. And they allowed that, Chazal allowed that, ultimately again, als kavod. Now today, we don't do that. Today we don't do that because we have refrigeration. So therefore, again, there's no concern that the mace is going to decompose if we need to bury it after. Perhaps the means still in some of the Hasidic communities, they still bury on Yom Tov Sheni, even presently, that's still in the Makom. But again, in our communities, you do not see this done. Anyway, these guys were Mechal Yom Tov. You're not allowed to bury Yom Tov Rishon. But they don't Mechal Yom Tov, they bury on Yom Tov Rishon. Now let's do this. Shamtinu Rapapa, Upasul Levis. So ultimately, the Rapapa excommunicated them and made them Apostle Levis. Now, why do you make the Apostle Levis? Because the assumption was, why are they doing this? To make money. To make money. Right? They wanted to make money. So essentially, what they wanted, they buried the young children. Happens to be that their work is a very nice chesed, so a nice chesed for the dead, but it's still a cool young kid. Shakshir, Yeshua. Rabbi said that there's still kasha ladies. Still kasha ladies. I'm going to talk about Parashat. First, I have to make kasha ladies. There's Sabbath mitzvah ka'afim. These guys thought that they're doing a mitzvah. Again, obviously, they were Hakal Yom Tov, which you're not allowed to do. But they were more ahead. They didn't have to themselves because they thought that after all they're doing a mitzvah. So the Gemara says, but they were excommunicated. So the Gemara says, Savar kapara ka'abdi rabbanan. So ultimately, again, they figure like this. They figure, you're right, we went ahead and we did something wrong. Then I was going to say, they thought it's interesting, at least what Papa felt. At least what Phil felt, that this was like a good example of like an Akira Lishma. You know, they thought that they were doing something good. Right? Now, granted, it wasn't Akira, but they were carrying these, so they thought it was something good. What about the excommunication? They looked at the excommunication as a cleansing process. So they felt that they came out kind of like ahead of the game on all of this. So they excommunicated, cleansed, and therefore they should be all right. Okay, fine. So the bottom line, by the way, of course, again, halacha is Papa. So has an explanation for their behavior, and the explanation kind of holds a little bit of water, even though it's erroneous. They're not necessarily possible. It's incredible. If not, what's like that about science? So what do you do? Ultimately, remember, an age zoning means a witness who has been proven to be false. So remember, it was like the process for age zoning. You shouldn't show up, and you shouldn't say, we saw that, A killed B on Monday morning, and then the second set of witnesses show up and they say, you couldn't have seen that because you were with us on Monday morning. Okay, so now we're going to approve to be an age zoning. So the Gemara says, so now Shabbos says, when age zoning obviously is not permitted to give ages. It's not believed. He lost his kashkas. The shaila is how or when do we apply that status? So Rabbi says, I'm afraid of himself. Rabbi says he's retroactively disqualified. In other words, retroactively disqualified all the way to the date in which he went ahead and he did Christmas. So let me illustrate where this can happen. So let's say, for example, that Reuben and Shimon gave their testimony on Monday, January 13th, right? You're doing things, right? So they go ahead and they give their testimony on the 13th of Vegas. So it's now what happens. Let's say they're not made zominated, right? Until the 13th of Adar, right? A couple of months later, right? So let's say that happens until a couple months later. So now let's say, the shaila is one to make even zoning, The shaila is, does their zoning status start from now to the moment they're made Eidim zoning, or does it extend back to retroactively? This is so the shaila. Why? Because the question is, what happens if they engage in other testimonial activity in between the time that they gave their testimony and they were made Eidim Zomim? They signed on shtaris, they were Eidim under a chuppah, had all these different kinds of things. So again, doing from the moment they were made Zomim and forward. So this is not focus. Rabbi says, my friend Nifsal, Rabbi says, only from this point going forward. Abai Amar, my friend Nifsal, Rabbi says, retroactively, even though the acid Rushahu, because ultimately again, from the time now that they were made Zolim, and then they get testimony, they were Rashai. And the Torah says you cannot use a Rasha for any testimonial or belief activity. And with the Halacha L'Maisa, the retroactively about it. So also, the point that I is anything that they have done testimony-wise, previous-wise, in the interim is going to be undone. Rabbi only kind of Habib. So Rabbi says, no. The only time that Zolim becomes possible is from the moment that they are made Zolim and going forward. Why? The Gemara says, Eidim Zolim Chiddushim. Because the whole concept of an Eidim Zolim, right? You want to say the whole idea of Eidim Zolim is a Chiddush. What's the Chiddush? My cause is the Samkis Ahani. Samach Ahani. So let's remember again, what happens in Eidim Zolim? Second time when it says it's hold on and say, even if Shemit do not have seen what they claim to have seen, why they are with us. But why should you give any more credibility to the second set than you do to the first set? Yet the Torah believes the second set. That's a tremendous finish. The finish only applies from the one that it returns and going forward. Therefore, again, to extend the Eidim Zolim status retroactively would essentially be to extend, to amplify the finish of Eidim Zolim, which we're not ready to do. Plus, it's not focus between Rabbi and Rabbi. So again, I just want to point out, nobody think of the concept of Eidim Zolim as everything happening in rapid succession. Right? You're going to show shopping Mason, give testimony, and then 10 minutes later, another set of witnesses, bust through the door saying, we're going to show you what with us. You couldn't have seen it. But you see, there is this possibility that we're going to show you testimony, and then a month later, 2 months later, 6 months later, a second set of witnesses show up and say, we're going to not have seen what you claim to have seen. We were with us at that time. So then Machok Sabai and Rabbi, do they become Eidim Zolim from the time of the testimony, or do they become Eidim Zolim ultimately retroactively? So that's the one of the so you down, others say, Rabbi Nani Kabayis, others say that Rabbi holds like a Bayi. Rabbi holds like a Bayi. How so? The Matan Kama. So Matan Kama, we can't. Why is it ultimately again? Why is it that we only say that the witnesses are Eidim Zolim from now to the Eidim Zolim going forward? Very simple. We should see the little peoples. Because it wasn't here the issue. The issue is we're going to put people as it is having used from what testimony to the time that they do their testimony and to the time that they're making Eidim Zolim. And that testimonial activity retroactively, we're going to put many purchasers at a disadvantage. Imagine I was in charge of this confusion. It given out that usually trade the card, 2 sets of witnesses testify about Ruben and Shimon, or they were disqualified ultimately again because of their theft. So Rabbi conducted himself like Rabbi, and therefore disqualified them only from this point going forward. In cases of Yal Kidam, I'm not going to go through all of these cases. See, Rashi actually calls all of Kidam is a Zolim, our case. We pass him like Hatayan, so when an Zolim is disqualified, he is retroactive. actively disqualified back to the moment that he gave the testimony. They were disqualified, but they only became atheists only on the 13th of Adar. Anything that they did between the time that they validated, so if they were used for transactions, they were used for documents, they were used for customers, everything is going to have to be done over again. It's incredible. So once we pass like Rabbi, exhuming, disqualified. But when we're also letting us at the album, so this is a person who eats non-kosher to the album, never means because he likes it. There are two ways commission out there. Number one way, you eat the album because I want it. Right, because it's enjoyable, because I like it. Versus lahakis. Lahakis means I do something to rebel against that control. So essentially, it's what's called the pleasure avera and the fila avera.
I don't have any problem
right? I want to do it. I like it. It's enjoyable. It's fun.
Also, the other problem,
right? Fila avera. I'm taking the principle. The principle. Right? You go ahead and that's what it is. Principle versus pleasure. Now, pleasure sinners.
You asked me, I like the internet, but I'm also
I'm taking a principled stance against God. I do not believe in this. So when I say I enjoy this pleasurable to me, so let's talk about such a person is not fit for testimony. Now let's say that one PRC ultimate, so interesting enough, the Gemara says, why is a person eating non-kosher? Why is he eating non-kosher? So the Gemara says, probably because it's cheaper. Right? Probably because anyone ever sees these ads, right? It's incredible. Get 14 hamburgers for 50 cents. You know, whatever it is. It's like ridiculous, right? It's a half a mortgage to go out to eat right in a kosher place, right? So personally, it's not kosher food. Why is he doing it? So because it's cheaper. So I say, so what does that mean? That means I'm sinning for financial benefit. Okay? So remember again, what's the common theme over here? When you sin for financial benefit, you are apostolatus. Apostolatus, that's it. That's it. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, lahachas. So this is so fascinatingly counterintuitive. So everyone agrees that a person is not kosher food because he likes it. He likes it. Gemara says, can't take because the case is kosher food is wonderful. It's because of the cost. So such a person is sinning in order to save money, sinning because of money, or automatically apostolatus. Unfit for any testimony. What about lahachas? What about a principle sin? Person who sins in order to rebel against that kind of so this is incredible. Abai, I'm an apostle. Abai says such a person is apostle. Rabbi Amar Kasha. Rabbi says he's Kasha. Isn't it fascinating? So that we would thought just the opposite, right? That everyone would agree. Because I'll say why? Because remember, it's important to keep what disqualify money. That's what drives this. If you're dishonest when it comes to money, we can't trust you when it comes to not be signing on the tree. It's interesting. If I have other religious inconsistencies, that does not disqualify me from Athos. That's why again you saw the person who is even kosher eyes. Person may be immoral. Okay, you might be immoral. That's an issue I have to work on. But so I can still be believing when it comes to financial matters, even if I am a principled sinner where I do things in order to rebel against God. Again, not good, but it doesn't necessarily erode my financial integrity. So because of that, I should still potentially go ahead and do this. So I buy a proposal.
because I never, ever thought I would be in
It's possible why the Hallelujah Russia. The Hallelujah so I says again, if you're a principled sinner, rebelling against God, rebelling against God, you're Russia. If you're Russia, ultimately again, you can't go ahead and Rabbi says kosher. Russia to Hamas, but Rabbi says you're kosher. Why? There's no type of Russia that is to give testimonies what kind of Russia. A financial Russia. And this guy's a principal Russia, not a financial Russia. Incredible solution, there is a Russia. I'll touch us Russia, in Russia, I'll touch us Hamas, Who are these people? Elu Gazlonim. This is the first business which Shmita Rothis. So my love, Echad Shuas, Shada Echad Shuas, or unscrupulous with oaths. Who is that talking about? Is it not talking about someone who takes a false oath? Or someone who takes false oaths regarding money? So you see from here, even non-financial professionals involved in this law, even Shuas Lord, or my Shuas Dollar, these monetary oaths. So they say, Akashas Olasha Aid, Akashas Hamas Aid, Elu Gazlonim, Umalabis. This is about the people open up the other fees, and ultimately lend with interest to Yifta Da'abai to Yifta. And this needs to refute Abaye, because it seems to say the only thing that makes you unqualified to be able is financial indiscretion. And not theological rebellion. Incredible. So maybe this whole thing is about locust tonight. Those are my is about the apostle of our Torah. The next says, someone become the Eitzolid. So even the Eitzolid, the apostle to give English. The apostle to give English, the only thing in the Torah. But you also know Smith that my wife that so she wasn't being the fascist. That's only the Zomid when it comes to capital cases. About wisdom. Remember this, Kasha being the fascist. It's interesting. If a person is made an Eitzolid for monetary matters, they still believe to testify for capital matters. Now, what's the logic behind that? The logic I want to say is, it's fascinating. When it comes to the world of sin, everyone has their line, right? Things that I would do, and things that, I would never do this, right? I would never do this. So I'll say, interesting enough, apparently, and it occurs in the world of lying as well. A person that would learn to be a false witness when it comes to monetary matters, but that same person would never lie when it comes to capital matters. So even if a person is proven to be an Eitzolid when it comes to monetary matters, he will still be able to testify when it comes to capital matters. So they're not buying Rabbi Yossi. So say that Rabbi owns a Rabbi, and Rabbi Yossi, just imagine Rabbi outside. Rabbi Rabbi, which Rabbi owns a Rabbi. So the Amar, I'm going to include the Humrah, because again, he owns ultimately a man that you go ahead and propose you want to do a more lenient sin. And it was hard. But it wasn't. Once a person has transgressed something severe, they certainly need to transgress something less severe. But if a person has only transgressed something less severe, they wouldn't necessarily be ready to transgress something more severe. So it's also I think basically, I want to be quite obvious, no one disagrees, keep your mayor. I buy you could have I buy horses from there, but love all. Come up there, hustle, I like that is consuming. So Amir only established his position by Eitzolid. Why? The Momo says, the Momo, because when a person lies about monetary matters, the Rabbi Shanai, the Rabbi such a person of us ultimately begins to see against the Kishpah. And it's against people. When it comes to a case of saying, Ocha, is the Hachis. That's a person who is not kosher as a principal sin, right? There's a theological rebellion. Such a person is committing a sin against the Kishpah. But a person is not committing anything against their fellow man. Ultimately, again, so the bottom line, so this I was saying, you want to see things saying over here. So the Gallup says that even in principle sin, right, what we call again a mumar, which is a person who also hustle labels. So much 1 second. Very so sick. Kind of like maybe what says, but we just refuted that by it. Which we were just how you Rabbi Yossi with that effective Rabbi Yossi. Good to have you Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi. So you know what it says. Even Rabbi Yossi, but like the fact that Rabbi Yossi, showing how some stand one a ton of credit there. Even though we are Rabbi Yossi, in this case, the stand turn has been from there. So we want to see the Hafa saw something wrong. Where do we know that from?
right now, my
It's the most interesting case that happened. We'll come back to that local message just once. So I'm trying to point out what's happening here.
But I also know that I do not like pork. I just can't be beat up and his will gets beat up.
Somebody eats not kosher because they like it. Such a person is absolutely unequivocally unfit for any testimonial capacity. So interesting enough, why is that? What's the logic behind that? You might understand this to be a financial crime. Right? That's what it is. But why is the person eating non kosher? Cheaper. So what do you see? You're willing to save money. Okay, well, once a person is willing to save money, then by definition they're unfit for all of this, because that shows you're willing to live on the wrong side of the law for financial gain. Well, once that happens, then I'm not believed. Such a person does not believe for any matter of running testimony. Interestingly enough, the Machlokas Abai and Rabbi is what do you do about someone who is more the hotness, a principal sinner. So this person is sinning not for financial gain, but to rebel against that Kaddish Baruch Hu. It's fascinating. So there's no financial piece over here, but there's a strong theological piece over here. Sabbaye says, person is partial. Rabbi says, person is kosher. It seems to me we're tilting in the direction of Abai, and let's finish this off. So you must listen to this. So now you want to suggest, we're going over here like Rabbi Meir.
What he's just going on. He's not even looking. He's got a
this guy Bar killed someone. Amar Rishon saw at least he was accused of killing someone. Amar Rishon listened to the Abba Yaakov. Took Eigenbach, so Rish Kalusa, right there, that Babylonian Jew, said to Rabbi Abba, go, you need to leave investigate on this. Investigate this, see what's going on. We buy that cut off. So if this guy back on the someone, because it literally poke out his eyes. Yeah, Rashi points out here. Just talking about poke out his eyes. Rish Kalusa did not have the power to put people to death or do this. Rather, what he needs is punish it, most probably financially. What happened? Also, so what happened? So 2 minutes he showed up and he said, listen, this guy what was his name? This guy Bar Kama, he killed someone. So 2 minutes he showed up and he said, Bar Kama killed someone. So I was listening, okay, fine. So that's in video plan. Also, I used to trace Sadi, I see the fact so listen to this. So Bar Kama bought 2 audiences, and 2 witnesses testified against one of the accusing witnesses, right? So again, it's just sorry, Bar Kama is accused of killing someone. The audience uses the same audience for best report show. You know what I mean? It was like this sitting there. They testify against Bar Kama. Saying Bar Kama killed Tommy Weaver. It's like, I'm working with the same guys. I know the audience. How can I scare an audience that knows me? So you could have just given me a note. So then Zach like acted they tried to get me back and I didn't come back. And then I worked some of the shows. Show got canceled. Sorry. Best Damn Sports Show. So again,
I got trouble a couple times ever for most part. I stayed with it. 1,000 shows. Chelsea. 400 shows. They left me alone. 7-year run. Ridiculous. Doesn't leave me, like leave me alone. One site. They got rid of me. He got rid of her. So I'm on the site show.
He is disqualified from the there are not 2 witnesses against Bar Kama. Okay, so that's not right. I'm going to write that down. So that's not right. So let's
and at the end of the day, what does it do for you? But I know that Kevin Hart knows me. I know that Jeff Hunter from Best Damn Sports Show knows me. I know that if I really need something, I can carry these guys. You know, and I don't fucking know me. This is before they had everything. So that's what drives me. That's why I feel like I like having the respect in the community. But I can't disagree.
Just because you rely about money doesn't mean you rely about the capital case. And therefore, according to WOC, even if the witnesses are correct, that one of the accusing witnesses stole, that would still not disqualify him from being a witness against Bar Kama. Although that part behind me, because it was down there, kind of Halcha, stand there, kind of really pass like a mirror. Because what does the mirror say? The mirror says that even if you've been shown to be and it's so many for Dini Mamas, that automatically disqualifies you for Dini Nefashis as well. And consequently, when you see a Pasuk in here, so we must see nine, even in Hadistan, Colorado, London, Dini Nefashos, Roy, London, Dini Mamas, anyone who is fit to be part, whether to adjudicate as a judge or to testify regarding Dini Nefashos, certainly believe for monetary matters, so money. Even when Rabbi Yossi, if that's Rabbi Yossi, how he cut these women below. According to Yossi, won't say it's not necessarily the case because we do have a person who is named, once he's named to each woman for monetary matters, who cuts up the fascists, who puzzle the notice, and a lot of Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yossi to the Meir, Sumi Mai, deal about the Sumi Yuchsin card. Maybe not, maybe he's talking about it, it was disqualified because of a genealogical issue, not because of any other testimonial issue. Because if you don't say this, say if I'm dictating, Yesh, right, the fascists, there's such a thing as a witness or as a judge who is fit for giving money, but not fit for giving the fascists. And my in a lie, how could that be that he's not lie? It's some giving the fascists. If he was made he's only giving the fascists, right, with giving money, he still believes in monetary matters. The heart, the way I call it possible, I love the pursuit you just see. Why must he talking about something to stop that because of genealogical stuff? Okay, now me, it's so Yuchsin card. And the heart, stand up like kind of just not in other words, like, we must be going to be there, because why would we learn in our Mishnah? Who are the people who are apostle for Eidos? I'm the Sabi Bekudia, Gambler, the only governors. So, genius. People do business with the produce, not about Zakral, whole English Shira law, any testimony or any testimony that a woman would not be believed for. I think Shira, something that would not be believed for. As well, my reason is being Rabbi Yossi, if you want to say Rabbi Yossi, Ha'ika Eidos, being in the fascists, she should share, like Cherla. There's capital cases where a woman can't testify, they have these individuals, but so you might say, oh, Rabbi Meir, so now you must be Rabbi Meir, so Rabbi said, let me see from here, Rabbi Meir, Rabbi said, what means Rabbi Meir? Rabbi Meir passes the halakha, so once someone has been disqualified for being in the fascists, this is Rabbi Meir's logic. Now, why is Rabbi Meir holds? So just keep your eye on that cheetah. Rabbi Meir holds that once you are disqualified for dealing mamonis, you cannot testify for dealing the fascists. What's the logic there? What's the logic? Because once a liar, always a liar. Once you have lied regarding monetary matters, you have lost your creditors as well. So the Rabbi said, come, let's go for a second. Here we go. Come, we're going to see. What's it? By the way, I told you we're going to make it. We're going to make it to the Mishnah. I just want to say, now listen to this. So remember, what's happening over here? Come full circle. Baracham is accused of murder. British Kalisa said, Rabbi Abba, go investigate. Baracham killed Reuven. Good. Not good. Baracham killed Reuven. Baracham then brings two other witnesses. What do those witnesses say? Those witnesses say that one of the accusing witnesses is not steal. What did he steal? Barbie, an accent, either way, it wasn't worth it, right? But Lamais again, he stole. So what's this? Now what's the Shiloh? So now we've proven that one of the accusing witnesses is a thief. So what's the Shiloh? They passed to Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi was saying, just because you would lie with monetary matters does not mean that what you would lie with capital matters, and therefore again the witness should still be believed. Rabbi Meir holds that no, once you have been established as a liar for monetary matters, you are no longer believed for any type of testimony, including capital matters as well. And I've also the whole Gemara just showed that what? We pass him like Rabbi Meir, that Allah again, once proven a liar in monetary law, you've lost your credibility for everything. And therefore I will say what happens? There we go. What happened? The Gemara says, Rabbi Meir. And therefore, what happened? Rabbi Abba threw out the case. He threw out the case in court. Right? Why? Because one of the witnesses was disqualified. Why was one of the witnesses disqualified? Because it was shown that he was a thief. And once he was shown that he was a thief regarding monetary matters, he lost his total testimonial credibility. And therefore, Allah again, the case was thrown out of court. What happened? Barachama nashte akare. Barachama kissed Rabbi Abba's feet. Right, kissed his feet. Right, Rashi says she did and so because he was not happy with the verdict. the Kabbalah Makayim the Kulei Shonet, and he promised to go ahead and get Rabbi Abba exempted from the head tax for that entire year. He does pay taxes that year. Rashi says every year, the Kabbalah Makayim the Kulei Shonet, Laksino Kalama Mimanas Hamela. And listen, so the Marshal points out, he doesn't give such a share for that. Generally, Talmidei Chachamim were exempt anyway from the head tax. So he wasn't even giving that. We're going to get expressing his practice. I'm not going to stop for today, but again, I'll close out. I'm going to say more. Because that again, once someone is shown to be a liar, they lose their credibility for monetary matters, you extend that to all cases, including capital matters as well. And of course, again, just to circle back, close out the circuit. On a bite, how do we pass him? Everyone agrees that a mummer like Te'avo, someone who goes in and eats their kosher again for their own pleasure, is soon disqualified. Because that's a monetary infraction. What about a mummer like Hachis? The Rambam passed him like Abaye, and a mummer like Hachis. Principled sin. Someone who seeks to rebel against the Kurdish Baruch is also going to be disqualified from any kind of either. So Rabbi says, stop over for today.
But there is something about having that strong, male presence in your life. So different. And I will fight with my sister. Those that make comedians, probably great comedians, they come from effed up backgrounds. Mine was, typical, but a little more. My sister, me playing sports, getting picked on. And then I went to Seattle, started doing comedy. And I always, I just wanted to slow my mind down. I'd be so sensitive that I took to bed.
Again, by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show to thank.
And it just kind of it gave me confidence. It gave me like a little buffer.
Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Tafshin Hey Hey. Vital Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua this year as the Zifos for the Soros Tovos for Klal Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tevis, the Kalvin Mishpacha dedicating the Shurim this month in memory of Amit ben David Levi, the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed at Kiddush Hashem in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah is Neshama Hagan Aliyah and his family in Yechama. Our week of learning sponsors is Zevi and Shoshi Daniel, Yuri Nishmas and Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael ben Rafal Noach, Yosef, we hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah is Neshama Hagan Aliyah and his family in Yechama. All those who need your full Shabbat day with Kol Holy Yisrael, we want to bring our hostages home with Shalom and the Bikara and our holy soldiers to be successful with all my freedom. Also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Chav Zayin 27. We are picking up in Yos Hashem on Chav Vav on the base 26b, and we left off. So we left off. Davar Davar. Actually, let's just pick up Amrav Hanan, which is about 2, 4, 6, about 8 lines up before it gets 1. We actually did this part, but just we only had to see it a little bit. Amrav Hanan, Lama Nikra Shema Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia? Because Torah saps you of your energy again. That part we spoke about yesterday. I'm not going to go through that again today. So the Gemara says, good. Davar, another possibility is Toshia. What is Toshia? Torah was given quietly because of the suffering. Now, it's interesting. What is hard to get off? Look at Rashi. Rashi says it's almost right across from Rashi. He felt that it should remain in the celestial sphere, and therefore again it should not be given to man. And so Mishmarach has to give the Torah quietly, said to Satan didn't know about it. So I said it's actually quite interesting, right? Because the Torah wasn't exactly given quietly. So what does this mean, the Hashar? So he's giving a couple of different things. So possibly one could be that he's actually a reference to the second Luchos. Remember again, the first Luchos had a lot of fancy glass. It was too much. It was Bakumbi. It was too much fanfare, too much glitter, too much publicity, and that's why again the story doesn't really end well with the first set of Luchos. The second Luchos were given in a much quieter fashion, in a much more general fashion, and that's why ultimately again they enjoyed. So it's possible that it's a reference ultimately again to the second set of Luchos. That's possibility one. Possibility two is what the Gemara is talking about here is not even as much about the of the Torah as much as it's about as much as it is about the way in which we acquire it. What does that mean? It's usually when a person learns to become a Baal Gadol, so they amass knowledge, look at what I'm doing, look at what I'm accomplishing, and of course there's this fine line, but at the same time maintaining a proper sense of humility. Torah only works if it's accompanied by humility. If Torah is not accompanied by humility, that's where the suffering gets involved. So right, another possibility is Toshia. What does it mean, Toshia? The father shall tell you, shall only Rishus HaSayim. This is so beautiful. The formulation is fascinating. Torah is words of Tohu. Now, at first glance, that does not sound good, right? Because remember, again, our association with Tohu is gracious, right? Tohu Bavo means astonishingly empty. What does it mean, Torah is words of Tohu? Look at Rashi. Dvarim shall Tohu. So, Dibor Kuya Ba'alma, the whole Dibor Inbo Geshisha. Torah is interesting. Torah is comprised of words. And listen, words often don't have a mamoshes. They don't have a substance to them. And yet, the Torah is that Dafakitim Olam Rishusas Aleim. Listen, how beautiful is this? Torah's words. Words don't have much mamoshes. Don't really have a substance. They don't really have a substance to it. And yet again, it's those very words upon which the world is created. So it's the great anomaly, the great beauty, and great holiness of Torah. But on one hand, it doesn't have substance like everything else that is material in this world, yet the world can't endure without it. So beautiful. Shula says, once again, these formulations are interesting. Machshava mo'alas v'lagir. Rashi says, Machshava daigas haliv hamizanos sha'adam. So this is what I was saying. If a person is preoccupied with his parnasa, and a person is worried about his parnasa, so worry about parnasa could undermine one's spiritual development. Shene'emar, Mefer Machshavas Alumin, although Tasem Yidayim Toshia. So we'll say it's a very profound Gemara. I think Ula's not even this. Isn't like a statement of indictment, right? This isn't like a statement of negativity. This is a statement of fact. This is the way that it works. I'll say every person knows this. When I'm worried about my paranoia, when I'm worried about being able to pay my bills, when I'm worried just about my material, I don't need material, I need excess fashion. Just the ability to maintain my paranoia that absolutely upends and undermines the ability to truly focus on spirituality. You must, however, on the Rabbi, in Asukim Shma in the Miles. If a person is told Shma, then even if at the end of the day, so he will be able to focus on his spiritual. So what does this mean? So, if you think about it, sometimes not being able to engage in spiritual development because of worries about parnasa in and of itself is inherently contradictory. My parnasa comes from my parnasa. In times when I'm struggling with my parnasa, those are doctrines that depends on me and Bono so most. So Ula's pointing out that the nature of man is that worry about parnasa often creates a often Rabbi says, but if you recognize that parnasa comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, closest, then ultimately again, and even struggles with parnasa will not undermine my spiritual development. which essentially is also that you could use life challenge. In this case, it's Parnasa challenge, but it's not just about Parnasa. You could use challenges in life in one of two ways. Either you say create a wedge. I don't mean with that question, how do I control people? I mean on a basic level, to be devoted to keeping themselves keeping themselves afloat, and not having anything left in the tank for spiritual development. Or a person can say, no, Dafka during this more than anything, and therefore use this challenge as a springboard for closeness. It's all a question of perspective, all a question of how a person wants to utilize the opportunity of life challenges. Shneimar Rabos Mashos Ladish, Gatzas Hashem Yitakun. Eitzah, Sheish B'Dvar Hashem, Yitakun Olam. So Eitzah, you might understand the word Eitzah, which means spiritual development. Sheish B'Dvar Hashem, which is Lishma, which is ultimately again for the purpose of coming close. This wouldn't go forever. So I want to say, on one hand, Ula describing the human condition, struggles with Parnasa, and for that matter, struggles in life, tend to distract a person from spiritual development, understanding yourself. Rabbi coming along and saying, just understand, challenge also presents an incredible opportunity for spiritual development. Because challenge reminds me, I have no one and nothing else to rely on in this world but HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Dafka challenge is the time to solidify, concretize, bolster, and build that relationship with Hashem. All a question of how I choose to utilize the opportunity of life challenge. Incredible. I'm going to read the Amos site. Let's just remember again. Rabbi saying, back to this just a little bit. Rabbi saying in the Mishnah, and I love when I say all of these people who are possible are evil. Like, for example, the Saki, the Kuvya, the gambler. So people can say that's only if they have no other profession, right? But if they have another profession, then these individuals won't be possible. I mean, the Masai is mentioning an umnos elohu. When this is their only profession, aval yishlan umnos shalom. I'm sorry, aval yishlan umnos shalohu. If they have another profession, it's not gambling, pigeon racing, or all of these other detrimental things. And Allah, for my son, they are kosher. It says, I'm not close to my life. I'm not the Zalach was in the Rabbi Rabbi Bazar, Kulan, Sweet and Hachlosa of the Disney. Shabbat is very interesting. So comes along. Rabbi Bazar, all of these individuals, before you officially cancel them for Eidos, you have to make an announcement in Disney. Right? Now, again, what's the point? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? That's what Rashi says over here. Hachlosa of the Disney, the Eidos Salah Eidos, actually, Yachrizu of the Disney. So what's the idea of the announcement? So in other words, before you cancel someone from being paid because he's a pigeon racer or a shvius or a shmita merchant or something else, you have to announce. Why do you have to announce it? Why? This is like the warning. This is the warning. Almost like an individual, we are going to disqualify you very shortly. Here's your last chance to get it together. So you want to say, Loab, what about a shepherd? Listen, remember again, shepherds. Shepherds have a terrible reputation, right? Why? What are they known for? Right? Listen, I just want to point out, it's always so intriguing how all of our greatest leaders throughout the generation were all shepherds. Like Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, David HaMelech, right? After David, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? All this is Parsha, right? Moshe Rabbeinu is Loef's son, Yisrael, right? Moshe Rabbeinu was shepherding. Moshe Rabbeinu's first encounter with the snares because he was out shepherding. It's interesting, by the way, how like sometimes it's not the profession, but it's the man. Everything is about So the majority of shepherds seem to be unscrupulous, except the ones who aren't. So interesting enough. So what about a shepherd? Because shepherds are known to be such thieves, they need this announcement in Beis Din as well. So one opinion said, yes, even shepherds need an announcement. This is shepherds only announcement. I don't know whether you know about Stam Lo Apostle. According to the opinion that says you don't need to announce about a shepherd, that's because everyone knows Stam Shepherd is Apostle. Apostle, Almander of Bayak was my Stam Lo Apostle. But according to the opinion that says that even a shepherd needs an announcement, what do you do about the statement in the place? And in general, you have to make an announcement about shepherds. So the Gemara says, what do you do about the statement that says Stam Lo Apostle? apostle. The stomach means that the stomach, you're going to have to go ahead and announce about it. Okay, so therefore, interestingly enough, you see to be adopted, you have to announce in phase. Like Ruvain Ben Yaakov is a pigeon racer. I just want to let you know he's going to take possibilities. This way, again, that announcement allows Ruvain Ben Yaakov to get his act together should he choose to do so. Does a shepherd need an announcement or is he just stand disqualified? Not focus. Listen to this case. Right? So you're going to give Shimon a matana gift. And they have two witnesses. And the witnesses who signed on it were both Kazlan, were both thieves, and therefore possibly this. Savara Power Bashmo Lakshul. Shahaba Rashmo wanted to wanted to certify the document as kosher. Why? Because there was never an announcement made about these guys. Never an announcement made about these two witnesses. Therefore, because there was never an announcement made, they're not disqualified. The Lachrizin Alayu Amalei Rabbi was. We need to in Haflaza Begazon de Rabbanon, the Gazan Dorais, and we bought in Haflaza. So this is actually a very interesting qualification. So Rabbi said back 1 second. The idea of having to make an announcement, that's called a rabbinic thief. What's a rabbinic thief? It's not a thief or smicha, right? A rabbinic thief, right, means that someone who committed an act of gezel midrabanan. The examples of that are Mishnah, the Sachit, the Kuvya, Mafriach, Milyonim, right? Again, the gambler, the pigeon racer. The problem with all these individuals is that it's rabbinic thieves. So those are the individuals who require announcement. A biblical thief, what's a biblical thief? Someone goes over to someone and steals their wallet, right? Steals their car. That's a good old biblical theft, right? That does not require any kind of announcement about it. Such a person like that is automatically disqualified from English. So this is fascinating. Not going to say this follows. Oakley cover Acher. Now, what does that mean? Oakley cover Acher. If you look at Rashi says, Oakley cover Acher, Mekablit Stakam Min Hanofrin, Talichel Hashem, Machmas Malon, Bahaveli Kirasha de Hamas. So let's say someone who accepts charity from non-Jews. You accept charity from non-Jews, such a person is Pasal Eidos. Now, again, the concern of Hashem. Why do you have to go? Why do you have to start? That should take tzedakah from outside of the community. Doing so represents Chol Hashem because it makes it look like Jews are not compassionate. So I will say, now we're going to see over here the thing that makes people hustle is money. That's what it's called people hustle. So if a person takes money or uses money or in an unscrupulous way, that's when they become hustle. So therefore, this act of taking charity from a non-Jewish source shows that a person wants money so badly that they do want to take it to get from outside of the community. Such a person is possible. It's not even the Farhasya, but that's only if they do this publicly. About this together, not possible. But Farhasya, not even Amr, a little after like last Tuesday, but Sina, because the Bazin actually the Farhasya. Furthermore, even if they took it publicly, that's only if they had it themselves. About low after they use it. If a person had absolutely no choice, in other words, the only option was to receive money from a non-Jewish source and to do it publicly. The only way to survive is so it's really interesting. So Rav Nachman says some moral behavior is still kosher le'edus, which is fascinating. You could actually why kosher le'edus. Deva'inon Russia the Hamas. It said al kashes yadcha eight chamas. Wasn't interesting? What we just said before. What disqualifies a person for edus is not simply sinful behavior. Why I will say, what disqualifies a person was the commission of an avera. Then what? you would have zero pool of Avis, right? Zero pool of Avis. Everyone does it. Everyone does it. Listen, so what disqualifies you are financial indiscretions. That's what we're concerned about over here. Because once a person is either will lie, will cheat, is not honest when it comes to monetary matters, then we're concerned in transactional law. You're not going to remain honest either. But interestingly enough, indiscretions in other areas, the Hebrew person is Hashem. Okay, obviously it's not good. It's not good for any of us to keep evidence. But that does not give my ability to be a witness in a financial transaction. So the Gemara says, Ani Mari Arban Bekasre Kasher. Is it possible that a person will go ahead and get 40 glasses on the shoulder and still be cut away? They're actually Arban Bekasre Kai Mausasi. Alpha Malkin Alotoda Shmuel. Interestingly enough, what things like this. A person was known to the community to be kosher alayis, to be suspect regarding immoral activity. He would flog such a person like that. So the Gemara says, somebody's going to get malchus, you're going to flog him, and he's going to be kosher alayis. It seems a little bit strange. Rava says, ultimately, so again, Rav still holds that someone who is chashed regarding immorality is still going to be kasher. Why? Because the only thing that disqualifies you regarding English is financial indiscretion, but not moral indiscretion. So even Rav Nachman will agree when it comes to testifying about a woman that her husband is dead, we're not going to rely on that guy. Right? In other words, remember again, 8 effort is believed to say, let's say Rachel's married to Ruvain, but 8 effort is believed to say that Ruvain is dead. Ruvain is dead, right? It's a special kilo that Chazal made by Eidos Isha. Someone who was suspect of concern that maybe he's lying because he set his eyes upon this woman. So Ravina said, 1 second, it's only for him to give this regarding committing a woman, getting a woman out of marriage. But let's say again, you're going to accept this testimony for that's obvious. Now again, what would you have thought? Shemaz came up. So maybe I would have thought like this. I would have thought that perhaps he prefers that she's married, right? This immoral guy. Stolen waters are always sweet, right? The Gemara says, to come and defend you, help you. No, that's not true, because he's immoral. Because he's immoral, he would rather that she's not married. So therefore, if he testifies that she's married, we ultimately believe him. Okay, Amar Nachman, Gemara says, kind of Tishrei is not called a Ganav. Now, it sounds like it's someone who only steals during the weeks. So the Mesa, Ganav Tishrei. So that's the idea is like a recreational thief. Not all the time, right? Just during Nisan and Tishrei, such a person. Everyone say, now, what does this mean? Take a seer, Tishrei man, so remember again, Nisan is the harvest season, so Tishrei is so this is talking about what's qualified. So the Gemara says, Hanimili, Ba'arise, V'davar Muat. So V'davar Shlim Rodachto. So here are the qualifications. We're talking about a sharecropper, a little bit. Okay, so now I understand the picture. What are we talking about over here? Someone who's a sharecropper working for someone, and what do? They end up taking more than they're entitled to. So remember again, what does a sharecropper get? A sharecropper gets a portion of the crop. Now, halacha is that a laborer, when he's working in the field, is entitled, let's say again, he's working with finished produce, he's entitled to eat while he works. We learn these halachas involved in the tziyah. Right? What he's not entitled to do, he can't put it in his utensils, he can't bring it home. A sharecropper is not entitled to that, right? Because a sharecropper is a different financial arrangement. A sharecropper gets a segment, a percentage of the produce, and doesn't get to eat while he's working. So the idea over here is we're talking about over here a sharecropper who's eating while he's working. So the Gemara says he's a thief, but such a thief is not disqualified for Eidos. Why? Almost like about saying, it's like an understandable theft. He's more a hatter. He figures out, listen, I'm working really hard. I'm entitled to this. I'm hungry. If a regular laborer gets these benefits, that's why I should get these benefits. So because he has a whole chachma worked out, he's not really a bona fide thief. So because he's not a bona fide thief, therefore I don't call myself. Still limited to the Eidos. So the Gemara says, if Ray drops a bit, Chad Ganav Kachad Sare, Upaslay. So again, so Zidid had farmers, and what happened? Chad Ganav Kachad Sare, Upaslay, one stole a cob of barley, and Zidid disqualified him. The Chad Ganav Kibur Dahin, Upaslay, and one went ahead and stole. Literally again a cluster of dates, and Rashi says over here, Kibur Dahin Kimin Eshkol Yishtamar Rabbi a cluster of dates, and Pasultin Hano Karuloi Kibur Nafsha Biyom Tov Shalatzat. So we'll say some other story. There was a group, there was a Chevra who carried the dead on the first day of Shavuos. I will say now, this is actually very interesting. So we take a look, Rashi says over here, Kiburei Kover Mason. So these guys went ahead and buried the dead, Jewish grave diggers, and they buried the dead on the first day of Shavuos. Now, you're not allowed to bury the dead on the first day. You are allowed to bury the dead on the Yom and they allowed that, Chazal allowed that, ultimately again, also covered on this. Now today, we don't do that. We don't do that because we have refrigeration. So therefore, again, there's no concern that the mace is going to decompose if we make the bury until after. Still in some of the Hasidic communities, they still bury on Yom Tov Sheni, even presently, that's still the middle of the Malcolm. But again, in our communities, we do not see this done, right? That these guys were Mechal Yom Tov. You're not allowed to bury in Yom Tov Rishon, but they were Mechal Yom Tov. They buried on Yom Tov Rishon. Now listen to this. New York says, Shantinu Rapapa, Upasnu Le'edus. So ultimately, Rapapa excommunicated them and made them Pasal Le'edus. Now, why do you make them Pasal Le'edus? Because the assumption was, why were they doing this? To make money. Right? They wanted to make money. So essentially, they worked. They buried the Yom Tov. Happens to be that their work is a very nice chesed, chesed for the dead, but it's still Yom Tov. Rav Rabbi Yeshua said that no, there's still kosher ladies. Still kosher ladies. We are about Varashamenu. What's how can you make some kosher ladies? There is shy. Savar mitzvah kav. These guys thought that they were doing a mitzvah. Again, obviously they were Makala Yom Tov, which they're not allowed to do. But they were more ahead. They made a head for themselves because they thought that after all they're doing the mitzvah. So the Gemara says, Vaha Kamishantina, that they were excommunicated. So the Gemara says, Savar Kapara Kabdi Rabbi. So ultimately went ahead and this is something wrong. There was also they thought, at least for Papa felt. I'm sorry, at least for Fuda felt that this was like a good example of like a Pharaoh Lishma. They thought that they were doing something good. Right? That granted was not good enough, but they were carrying the years, so they thought it was something good. Fine, what about the excommunication? They looked at the excommunication as a cleansing process. So they felt that they came out kind of like ahead of the game on all of this. They were excommunicated, and therefore they should be. Okay, fine. So the Gemara says, bottom line, by the way, of course, again, I'm also when I saw it is wrong, that's very on the first day. But interestingly enough, Papa, so the Fuda Great Rabbi Yeshua felt that you see in these kind of cases, explanation kind of holds a little bit of water, even though it's erroneous, they're not necessarily postulated. It's like that of Zomei. Okay, so it's an interesting case over here. 8 Zomei. So what do you do ultimately? Again, remember, an 8 Zomei means a witness who has been proven to be false. So remember again, we'll say, the process for 8 Zomei, Reuven shouldn't show up, and Reuven shouldn't say, we saw that, 8 killed you on Monday morning, and then the second sentence to show up and they say, Reuven and Shimon, you couldn't have seen that because you were with us on Monday morning. Okay, so now Reuven and Shimon stop proving to be an 8 Zomei. So the Gemara says, so now the Shabbos says, he's going obvious discuss this topic. The Shaila is, how or when do we apply that stance? So Rabbi says, not very good. Rabbi says, he's retroactive. Retroactively disqualified all the way to the date in which he went ahead and he gave testimony. So let's say, for example, that Reuben and Shimon give their testimony on Monday, January 14th, right? It's like good days, potatoes.
Listen, bro,
right? So they go ahead and they give their testimony on the 13th of potatoes. So now what happens? Let's say they're not made so many right? A couple months later. Right? Let's say that happens a couple months later. So now we'll say, the Shaila is once you get equal zoning, the Shaila is, does their zoning status start from now, from the moment they're made equal zoning, or does it extend that retroactively? The most thing this is a misunderstood Shaila. Why? Because the question is, what happens if they engage in other testimonial activity in between the time that they gave their testimony and they were made in Zomim? They signed on shtaris. They were aiding under a chuppah. There's all these different kinds of things. So again, to the extent that there is Zomim status retroactively, or only from the moment you were made Zomim and forward. So this is my point, yes. So Rabbi says, my friend Nifsal, Rabbi says, Mikana Lavan. So Rabbi says, we extend their status retroactively. Rabbi says, no, only from this point going forward. Rabbi, I'm my friend Nifsal. So Rabbi is the only, Rabbi says retroactively, even though the Asi Russia, who is Russia, so Rabbi says it's retroactive. Because ultimately, again, from the time, now that they were made they are a shy. And the Torah says you cannot use the Rasha for any testimonial or aid activity. And therefore, halacha the retroactivity and balance. So also, he's according to Abaye, anything that they have done testimony-wise, aegis-wise, in the interim is going to be undone. Rabbi Alam Kashal is from the moment they are made Zolomim and going forward. Why? The Gemara says, Eid Zolomim Chiddush. Because the whole concept of Eid Zolomim, it was like the whole idea of Eid Zolomim is a Chiddush. What's the Chiddush? My chaz is the son of his Ahani. Some of Ahani, so also, remember again, what happens to Eid Zolomim? The second ceremony is they claim to have seen why they are with us. But why should you give any more credibility to the second set than the first set? Yet the Torah believes the second set. That's a tremendous Chiddush. The Chiddush only applies from the moment that it occurs and going forward. Therefore, again, to extend the zone status retroactively would essentially be to extend, to amplify the Chiddush which we're not ready to do. Plus, it's very we're not focused between Abaye and Rabbi. I must say, so again, I just want to point out, you already think of the concept of even so happening in rapid succession, right? Reuven and Shimon show up in Beis Din, give testimony, and then 10 minutes later, another set of witnesses, bust the door saying, Reuven and Shimon, you were with us. You couldn't have seen it, but you could see there is this possibility that Reuven and Shimon give testimony. And then a month later, 2 months later, 6 months later, the second set of witnesses show up and say, Reuven and Shimon, you could not have seen what you could have seen. We were with us at that time. So then, Makol Abaye and Rabbi, do they become Eidim Zomim from the time of the testimony, or do they become Eidim Zomim ultimately retroactively? So that's the fundamental point. So you down. Others say, it's like Abaye. Rabbi like Abai. How so? Umatam kamar. So matam kamar mikana lahaba. Why is it ultimately again? Why is it that we only say that the witnesses are Eidim Zomim from now, from the time of Eidim Zomim going forward? Very simple. We should see the looking close. Because also here's the issue we said before. It's quite possible that the witnesses had engaged in much testimonial activity between the time that they gave their testimony and between the time that they were made into Eidim Zomim. And everyone was using them thinking that they were good witnesses. If you begin to put many purchasers at a disadvantage, my benai wasn't purchasers. They trade the Chag. Two sets of witnesses testify about moving and shimon. Or they were disqualified ultimately again because of their Rabbi. So Rabbi conducted himself like Rabbi, and therefore disqualified them only from this point going forward. You're not going to go through all of these cases, which you can see Rashi actually quotes all of them. And interestingly enough, we pass him like Abaye that Allah when an eighth Zolim is disqualified, he is retroactively disqualified back to the moment that he gave the testimony. Which means that if Ruben and Shimon gave their testimony on 13 other, anything that they did between the time that they gave the testimony and were made Eidim Zomim is invalid. So they were used for transactions, they were used for documents, they were used for chasanas. Everything is going to have to be done with a mafreya. Incredible. Mumar, also the best examples. What's this other example of people are disqualified? Okay, this is a person who eats non-kosher. So let's say avon means because he likes it. Now, so remember again, there are two ways to commit an avera. Number one way is let's say avon because I want it, right? Because it's enjoyable, because I like it. Versus lahachis. Lahachis means I do something to rebel against the So essentially, this is what's called the pleasure avera and the theological avera. Pleasure avera. I want to do it. I like it. It's enjoyable. It's fun. It's interesting. Right? Theological avera. I'm taking a principle. Principle sinners. Right? We'll go ahead and right. That's what it is. Principle versus pleasure. Now, pleasure sinners, principle sinners. Right? So principle sinners. Just I'm taking a principled stance against God. I do not believe in this. So remember, also if that means a guy who eats non-kosher, just because he likes it. I enjoy it. It's pleasurable to me. So what's halacha? Divrei hakol puzzle. Everyone agrees that such a person is puzzle ways. Such a person is not fit for testimony. Now, what's the idea over here? So interestingly enough, the Gemara says, why is a person eating non-kosher? Why is he eating non-kosher? So the Gemara says, probably because it's cheaper, right? Probably because, right, anyone ever sees right? Non-kosher, it's incredible. Get this, right? It's a half a mortgage to go out to eat, right, in a kosher place, right? So a person eats non-kosher food. Why is he doing it? So because it's cheaper. So we'll say, so what does that mean? That means I'm sinning. What's the common theme over here? When you sin for financial benefit, you are pasoleidos. That's it. So even Gemara says, now interestingly enough, so this is so fascinatingly counterintuitive. So everyone agrees that a moment Gemara says it can't just be because of the taste, this kosher food is wonderful. It's because of the cost. Because of the cost. So such a person can be pasoleidos. What's this thing? What about lahachis? What about a principal sinner? A person who sins in order to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So this is incredible. Abai Amar Pasol. Abai says such a person is Pasol. Rabbi Amar Kasha. Rabbi says he's Kasha. Not just the opposite, right? That everyone would agree. Because I say why? Because remember, it's important to keep what disqualifies you from testimony is when you're dishonest when it comes to money. That's what drives this. If you're dishonest when it comes to money, you can't trust you when it comes to transactions. Because you may or may not be telling the truth, you may or may not be signing on the truth. It's interesting. If I have other religious inconsistencies, that does not disqualify me from Avis. That's why we saw the person who is even chasharai, this person may be immoral. Okay, you might be immoral, that's an issue I have to work on, right? But for myself, I can still be believed when it comes to financial matters. Even if I am a principled sinner, where I do things in order to rebel against God, again, not good, but it doesn't necessarily erode my financial integrity. So because of that, I could still potentially go ahead and give those. So Abai Amar Apostle, Abai says Apostle, Rava Amar Kasher. So Abai Amar Apostle, Abai says Apostle, like the Hamani Russia. Russia. So Abai says, again, if you're a principal sinner, rebelling against God, you're Russia. If you're Russia, ultimately, again, you can't go ahead and be an aid. Rava says Kasher. Russia is the Hamas partner. Rava says you're Kasher. Why? Because the only type of Russia that is unfit to give testimony is what kind of Russia? A financial Russia. And this guy's a principal Russia, not a financial Russia. Incredible. So they say, Atashas Russia aid. Torah says, do not go ahead and make a Russian aid. Atashas Hamas aid. Who are these people? Elu Gazlonin. These are first defeats. More than the people go ahead and do business with Shmita Jews. So my love, Echad Shuas Shabbat, Echad Shuas moment. So we're talking about to get more than the people who take oaths. What oaths? Who is that talking about? Is that not talking about someone who takes a false oath? Or someone who takes false oaths regarding money? So what says, you see from there, even non-financial discretion is invalidated. It's low. Monetary oaths. So they say, Al Tashas Russia aid, Al Tashas Hamas aid, Lucas Lonen, Umalabi. This refers to people ultimately again who are thieves and ultimately lend with interest to Yufta to Abai to Yufta. And this seems to refute Abai because it seems to say the only thing that makes you unqualified to give Eidos is financial indiscretion and not theological rebellion. Incredible. Maybe this whole thing is not focused tonight. Those of us that hold on, 8 Zomi Apostle, the Palator, Kula de Rabbi Meir. The Meir says if someone becomes an 8 Zomi, someone can 8 this in anything in the Torah. But Yosef Yosef, when is that so? Shows them dealing the Pashas. That's when he's dealing Mamanis, Kasha dealing the Pashas. This is interesting. If a person was made an 8 Zomi for monetary matters, you're still believed to testify for capital matters. Now, what's the logic behind that? The logic of the is, it's fascinating. When it comes to the world of sin, everyone has their line, right? Things that I witness. So I say, interesting enough, apparently, not apparently, this. It occurs in the world of lying as well. A person might be willing to be a false witness when it comes to monetary matters, but that same person would never lie when it comes to capital matters. Monetary matters, they would still be believed to testify when it comes to capital matters. So they might buy Kramer, Rabbi Yossi. So say that I buy holds like Kramer, and Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yossi. Which says, Abai Kramer, Abai Kramer, where's the Abai holds like Kramer? That we go ahead, if a person is willing to do a more lenient sin, they'd be willing to do a more chumrah sin as well. And Rabbi says, no, once a person has to transgress something severe, there's certain ways to transgress something less severe. But if a person has only transgressed something less severe, they wouldn't necessarily be ready to transgress something more severe, to which mercy low. I'll leave Rabbi Yossi, I'm a little pligi. Rabbi Yossi, no one disagrees. Keep the good, give her a bear. Abai Kirab Meir, Abai holds like Rabbi Meir. But Rava, Ad Kam Rabbi Meir Hasim Elakabe Eitzomim. So Rabbi Meir only espoused his position by Eitzomim. Why? The Mammon, so Gemara says, Eitzomim, the Mammon. Because when a person lies about monetary matters, derala shamayim, derala brios. Such a person, I will say, ultimately, is committing a sin against the Kadosh Baruch Hu and a sin against people. About hacha, when it comes to a case of, I will say, ochel nevelos lahachis, it's a person that is non-kosher, as a principal sin, right? As a theological rebellion, derala shamayim. Such a person is committing a sin against the Kadosh Baruch Hu. But a person is not committing anything against their fellow man. Ultimately, again, low. The hilchasa kavasa dabayim. They always say, the bottom line, so therefore, I both say, what Gemara seems to be saying over here. So there, you might say, what do you mean hilchasa dabayim? that the halach says that even a principal sinner, right, what we call again a mummer lahachis, which is a person who does averos in a very similar way. To rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu is also puzzle ladies. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Right? So the Gemara says, well, we just refuted Abaye. First the Gemara says, the Hahi Rabbi Yossi, the reflexive Rabbi Yossi. Fitihavi Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, Allah Rabbi Yossi. So the Gemara says, even Rabbi Yossi, what about the fact that Rabbi Yossi, Allah Rabbi Yossi, Shani Hasam, Stam Ban Tanakad Meir. Even though normally Allah Rabbi Yossi, in this case, the stam kind of goes according to Rabbi Meir. The Gemara says, the Hacha Sasam Run. Where do we know that from? The Barachama Katal Nafshi. So most of the interesting things that happen here. We'll come back to the halacha on my sin just more. So most I trying to point out what's happening here. Interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing that a momer lete avon is also a someone eats non-kosher because they like it. Such a person is actually unequivocally unfit for any testimonial capacity. But interestingly enough, why is that? What's the logic behind that? The Gemara understands this to be a financial crime, right? That's what it is, right? But why is the person eating non-kosher? Cheaper. So what do you see? You're willing to sin to save money. Okay, well, once a person is willing to sin to save money, then by definition they're unfit for all of this, because that shows you're willing to live on the wrong side of the law for financial gain. But once that happens, then I'm not believed. Such a person does not believe for any matter regarding testimony. Interestingly enough, to my focus Abai and Rabbi is what do you do about someone who is a more lahachis, a principal sinner. So this person is sinning not for financial gain, but to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's fascinating. So there's no financial piece over here, but there's a strong theological piece over here. Abai says, person is puzzle. Rabbi says, person is trizah. So the Gemara listen to this. So now the Gemara suggests we're going over here like Rabbi Meir. I'm trying to kill Rabbi Meir. So listen to this story. It's a great story. The Bar Chama Katal Nashi. This guy Bar Chama killed someone. Amalei Rish Galus, or at least he was accused of killing someone. Amalei Rish Galus Abba Bar Yaakov Puk Ayin Bo. So the Rish Galus, the Babylonian Judy, said to Rabbi Abba, "Go, you be the lead investigator on this. Investigate this. See what's going on." So if this guy Bar Chama killed someone, so we'll say literally he poke out his eyes. Now Rashi points out over here, he doesn't need to poke out his eyes. The Reish Galusa did not have the power to put people to death or do like this. Rather, what it means is punish him, most probably financially. So what happens? So what happens? So two witnesses showed up and they said, "Listen, this guy Bar, what was his name? Bar Chama. This guy Bar Chama who killed someone." So two witnesses showed up and they say Bar Chama killed someone. So I was listening to so that's the video of that. So listen to this. So what happened? So Bar Chama brought two other witnesses, and two witnesses testified against one of the accusing witnesses. Right? So against just right? Bar Chama is accused of killing someone. Rabbi Abba is leading up the investigation. He's convening the basin. When they're in basin, two witnesses show up and they testify against Bar Chama, saying Bar Chama killed, we'll call him Ruven. Bar Chama killed Ruven. Then what happens? Bar Chama brings two more witnesses. Those two witnesses testify against one of the accusing witnesses, discrediting him. And what do they say? Gemara says, "Bechad Amar Kamai Didi Ganav Kaba Duchushla. Bechad Amar Kamai Didi Ganav Kata on the base will say Kata Diplotia." So again, so these two guys, so Bar Chama brings two other witnesses. These two witnesses show up and they say one of the accusing witnesses stole. Now they have a dispute about what he stole. One says he stole barley, the other says he stole the handle of an axe. Either way, the point is they're testifying that what this guy, one of the accusing witnesses, is a ganav, and because he's a ganav, he is disqualified from testimony, from testifying, and because he's disqualified from testifying, therefore there are not two witnesses against Bar Chama. Okay, so let's analyze. I'm going to my decade. So let's analyze this. So that's my decade. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, Avar, one second. Normally, if there's a whole discussion Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, what does Rabbi Yossi say? Just because someone is disqualified or made it to an Eitzomim by monetary matters, they are still believed for capital matters, right? What's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Just because you lie about money doesn't mean you lie about the capital case. And therefore, for Rabbi Yossi, even if the witnesses are correct, that one of the accusing witnesses stole from that copy, I don't even know if the lost standline Hanukkah made. Halcha standline Hanukkah made. What does the mayor say? The mayor says that even if you can show to be an Eitzomim for doing Mamonis, that automatically disqualifies you for being a fascist. Even on Pakistan, Rabbi Vadan Dine Fashos, Roy Vadan Dine Mamonis, and to testify regarding Dine Fashos. Certainly believe for monetary matters, so money, even Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, Ha'ika Eitzomim Gemo. According to Rabbi Yossi, I will say something like this: another person who is made once he's made into an Eitzomim for monetary matters, the Kasha Dine Nefashos, who Pasla Dine Mamonis, and Alav Rabbi Meir. Rather, you see it's Rabbi Meir. Sumimai. Maybe he's talking about an age who was disqualified because of a genealogical issue, not because of any other testimonial issue. If you don't say this, Sefer Diktani, Yesh Rai Ladon Dine Mamonos, say Rai Ladon Dine Fashos, there's such a thing as a witness or as a judge who is fit for Dine Mamonos but not fit for Dine Fashos. And my Inorai, how could that be that he's not right? It's some Dine Fashos. If he was made Eitzomim with Dine Fashos, right, Dine Mamonos, he still believes in monetary matters. V'ha Divrei HaKol Pasahu. Ella b'psul yuchsin. That is what's he talking about. Yuchsin. Ella haka stam man kana b'shnar it was like we must be talking about Meir, because why would we learn in our Mishnah? Who are the people who are apostle for egos, teachers, Nafifi, dog racers, Shlias, people do business, which share a lot. Any testimony or any testimony that a woman would not be believed for, I've him so today I'm not believed for as well. Money who's the king of this. His name Rabbi Yossi, if you want to say Rabbi Yossi, she should share a lot. They can share a lot. These capital cases where a woman can't testify, but yet these individuals could. So we must say, Allah love Rabbi Meir. So now it must be Rabbi Meir. So if Rabbi say, what do you see from here? It's Rabbi Meir. Rabbi say, what do you see from Rabbi Meir? Rabbi Meir asking the halacha. Once someone has been disqualified for Dine Mamonos, they also can't testify for Dine Nefashos. This is Rabbi Meir's logic. Now, Rabbi say, why is Rabbi Meir? So just keep your eye on that keeper. Rabbi Meir holds that once you are disqualified for Dine Mamonos, you cannot testify for Dine Nefashos. What's the logic there? What's the logic? Once a lawyer, always up to credibility, and we don't put it past you that you would lie for capital matters as well. So Rabbi say, come, let's go for a start. Here we go. Come with this. By the way, told you we're going to make it to Mishnah. Let's listen now. Listen to this. So remember, what's happening over here? Come full circle. Bar Chama is accused of murder. Reish Galusa says, Rabbi Abba, go investigate. Rabbi Abba convenes a basic. Witnesses show up. They say, we saw Bar Chama kill two other witnesses. What do those witnesses say? Those witnesses say that one of the accusing witnesses is not believed. Why? He's a thief. We saw him steal. What did he steal? Barley, an axe handled. Either way, it wasn't worth it, right? But Lamaisa, again, he stole. So I says, now what's the Shiloh? So now we've proven that one of the accusing witnesses is the thief. So what's the Shiloh? Do we pass it like Rabbi Yossi? Rabbi Yossi would say, just because you would lie with monetary matters does not mean that what? You would lie with capital matters, and therefore, again, the witness should still believe. Rabbi Meir will say, no. Once you have been established as a liar for monetary matters, you are no longer believed for any type of testimony, including capital matters as well. And I've also said the whole Gemara to show that what? We pass him like Rabbi Meir, that Allah again, once proven a liar in monetary law, you've lost your credibility everything. And therefore, I will say, what happens? Here we go. What happens? The Gemara says, I love Rabbi Meir. And therefore, what happened? Rabbi Abba threw out the case. He threw out the case in court. Right? Why? Because one of the witnesses was disqualified. Why was one of the witnesses disqualified? Because it was shown that he was a thief. And once it was shown that he was a thief regarding monetary matters, he lost his total testimonial credibility, and therefore Allah again the case was thrown out of court. What happened? Bar Chama Nashki Akare, Bar Chama kissed Rabbi Abba's feet. Right, kissed his right, Rashi says she did so because he was very happy with the verdict. The Kabli Lakargi the Kulish he promised to go ahead and get Rabbi Abba exempted from the head tax for that entire year. He never paid taxes that year. Rashi says the Kabli Lakargi the Kulish Latzilo Kondama Nimanas Anala. So what the Marshal points out, still he doesn't get such a stress. Exempt anyway from the head tax. So he wasn't really giving back. But again, expressing says almost like Allah, I'm still waiting for today. But again, what's Allah? The passing going to be made. That again, once someone is shown to be a liar, they lose their credibility for monetary matters. We extend that to all cases, including capital matters as well. Everyone agrees that a mummer lete avo, somebody who goes in and eats their portion again for their own pleasure, is soon disqualified because that's a monetary infraction. What about a mummer lahachis? If I'm not Palestinian, rights to rebel against the British Parliament, he's also going to be disqualified from any kind of legal stuff. So I'll stop over here for today.
I had always go back. I made a mistake. It wasn't like, ooh, things got to me. It was, I made an error and adjust their meds for various reasons. And I was never on them because I had any kind of issue to begin with. I've never had any issue. The only reason I ever got into looking into maybe taking something was just to kind of quiet my mind and stop being hard on myself. You know, a lot of it focus. I think it's more like a Jewish Gemini guy. I don't know. Like you just said, active mind. I hate to say like, oh, I'm Jewish, but there is common craziness that goes on in a kind of mind, I feel. And I was playing baseball. I felt like when I moved up to Seattle, I first began comedy. It was like my mind is working. When I was doing comedy, and didn't feel good. Meaning, like I didn't have that buffer. I go up there and I get laughs, but I get laughs based off like, oh, you guys don't want, you don't like jump there, you should get that kind of thing. Look at the arms crossing and that developed, from warm up, definitely, from doing cable access in Seattle, just kind of being like when I got mad. It didn't feel good. And on top of that, I just felt I was on my own. I was out of baseball. I had to create structure. I had to start my life, and it was something that I never really thought I knew. I was going to try and play baseball as far as I could go, get my degree, maybe be in sales. I don't know, right? But I had just to explore, right? Just like anybody, right? But it was making, it didn't feel good. Because I never, some people say, oh, you always wanted to be a comedian. It's kind of like I got into comedy because I took a serious acting class in Arizona State. I'll try and do that. But I was getting laughs. And then I would try and do something else serious. They're laughing at me. So I go, why fight it? Yeah. And I wanted to get into radio or sports, but one guy said, hey, you should do stand-up. I never did stand-up in Arizona State. It was right across the street from the Tempe Airport. It was so because when baseball graduated, you can't strike. I did pitch. I was, pitched like 25 innings in 5 years, but I hurt my arm. I hurt my elbow right when I was going to get a chance to pitch with a little bit of safety net. Because every time I was pitching, I felt like I was competing for a job. I was competing for the next time, right? So, kind of like comedy.
go ahead
You know,
and
when you
amass
start
and
out,
store sleeper
it's
cookies.
like
That's
you
not a
gotta
problem.
always
As
rock
long
it
as
or
it is readily
you're not
available
gonna
in
get ass
fields.
back. You know that
Once something is no longer
feeling,
readily
you know.
available
Yeah,
in the fields,
that's
you
not.
do
And
not
that's
store
talking
it
about
in
like
large
once
quantities
you
in your
start
home.
working in
We'll
rooms.
discuss
My
that more.
whole
The other
fear
issue
was,
is doing business with
fuck,
sleeper
I better
cookies.
not bomb because I'll be like,
Straight
God, it's
out.
gonna
Otherwise,
bomb, so
then
that
there's no
back,
revenues
you
happening.
know.
So it's a great
Yeah,
business
well,
model. Like all of the
for
inventory
me,
is
it
free.
was just, I didn't think
Go
about
out,
like
grab up all the
bombing. I
inventory
always
and
thought
sell
about,
it.
I'm just gonna
So
push
again, you're
and
not allowed
push.
to
I think
sacrifice.
sports
Something
taught
like
me,
on your problem is awesome.
you know, baseball's hard. I had to really work hard just to be on the team. Whereas comedy, I can kind of just get up there and talk and get laughs. You'd be clear, get
You're
your
not
great,
allowed to serve your
you got
customer
like a
with
great
capacity.
persona,
Hustle
you
it
know.
is.
It's
It's
interesting. I love to watch
you
guys like you or Scoop, Johnny Pemberton, guys like that, you know, that I watch, that are outside the box, you know what I mean? They're not classic writers. They're writing in their mind or on stage or maybe behind the curtain, I don't know. But when they come on, it's a total different format, which I love. It's a freedom. Yeah, I backed into it. You know, I tried to get up there when I began in Seattle telling jokes. I think this was even when I took my comedy workshop at UCLA. I became a comedian, told my jokes, maybe acted out. And nobody really laughed. And I go, come on, this is funny. And then they would laugh. And I go, okay, well, maybe I'm on to something. And then so when I left LA, there was one open mic. And I went to Seattle. Chats in my car got rear-ended. The guy, he was drunk. I saw him. I was on stage. I could see him in the door. And the guy backed in my car. Yeah. Talking about a fucking sign, maybe not the dinner, right? Yeah, he broke my right leg. Wow. And he was drunk. I knew he was drunk, but he just paid me out of the pocket. And that was in Chad's. Did you run on stage after? No. I think he admitted to it. I mean, now look, this was 1990. Maybe 93, sorry, 1993. How many years you got going here now? Well, I say my official start point is February 94. And I knew, because I took a workshop here at UCLA, I needed structure. And I wanted to see if I liked comedy. So every week I'd be driving to UCLA through the valley. I was excited. For like 2 minutes in front of my classmates. And at the end, we would have our final show at the Comedy Store. Right? So I would do the class, and from that, after the class, comedy, and then I'd always drive by the Comedy Store to look at it and go, maybe one day I'll perform there, but I never went in. Maybe once. I were you into back then? Do you remember? Were you watching any comedians like Carl or anything? No. And I was into, I like baseball. You know, I liked everything baseball. When I got into college, I liked Beavis and Butthead. I liked great shit, right? You know, wrestling was funny. Of course, Howard Stern. I also felt like I didn't want to listen too much to that because I felt like, maybe that would rub off. Right? Everybody liked Dice in 1988. When his face and kissing, Dice and kissing, exactly. And I would listen to, Jackie Mason cassettes. He was funny. Pauly Shore, Adam Sandler. I guess I did. Adam Sandler. That's where you do it all. It seems to be outside the box anytime. No, I knew he was different. I remember him, like, from being on Mork and Mindy. He's on that. I think he was the baby. I knew that Jonathan Winters, his big thing was like he went into the site where he like voluntarily went in. So I kind of, it's like, it's kind of like what's happening at New West a little bit. Yeah, right. It's precious, a lot of stuff can fucking grab you out of nowhere. 7 nights a week. And we're constantly stressing, hoping that we can work. And it's very we're happy. Like, oh, and you're like, oh shit. Well, that's why you have to stay positive. That's what I believe in yourself. Like I don't even like mention doing bad. I don't even put that thought. I just push forward. In fact, when I'm on stage, like at the Comedy Store, and there's like somebody in the crowd I respect, or maybe a celebrity or a friend of mine, maybe like a baseball girl, my back's against the wall. I can be Brody. I can be professional. I can do that, and that's just from doing it for years and years. But I also feel, we're talking about like, hey, I started in '94. I got into warm-up in 2000, like 6 years into it, learning from scratch. What was the first show you were on? Let's talk about these sitcoms and having audience warm-up, some live audience in there, and then just fucking sometimes there are tours and stuff, and the original excitement wears off after about an hour, and they're going to be in there 4 or 5 hours, and they need a guy that gets away. Well, they have those 4 to 5 hour deals. I got a few of those. My strength, and I got it from anything that has a live audience on the TV, no matter what it is, they usually bring in a guy to people who are getting watched. It was awesome to see. You rack up that, So I was. I did 3 years at Seattle. Found my voice. I learned all about how the comedy club and the comedy underground, Joey Diaz, Joshua, Greg Gass, Mitch, and back in Seattle right after the boom. You could still, you saw the fundamentals of a 3-person comedy club show in Seattle. So you learned from a lot of the guys there. A lot of Mitch back then. He was only there for like 5 months. I remember Mitch hung out with some interesting guys. But he said something that I only met him like once there, and I knew he was there, and he was doing road gigs and all that. And Seattle was just amazing. They all worked the cruise ships, they did corporate gigs. It was just a great place. Right, to start and have real audience. And I did cable access because King County in Seattle had the second largest per capita viewing audience. Wow. So when I started doing this cable access, I saw some of that on YouTube. It's awesome. Well, Dana and I did it with James as a comedian in Kansas City, but Dana and I, we kind of really found our own, just having fun. Simone, when I was Jewish, and we were kind of just bringing some energy, young guys new to Seattle, but also just new to comedy. And having fun and taking live calls, yelling at the camera. We were having fun. And people liked it. I walk on the street, I can recognize in Seattle, Jews and Samoans rule the world. Yes. That's what a lot of it is, listening. You with comedy or anything you do and you like, you feel your instincts. And if you're getting laughs on it, even better, then hey, I'm doing the right thing. So I learned by doing that, TV, I can be funny on live TV and just having fun. So I saw that, but I also felt like it was taken away from my stand-up. It was like, okay, I'm doing this TV thing. And I'm being a character, but I also felt it took away from my stand-up. And I started in Seattle. It's like you only know where you start. Like I made it up to guest spots. I even made it that far. And then I remember Joey Diaz told me, he said, Rudy, you gotta go to New York. I told you stories before. Right? Go to New York, they'll just talk, go there. And I went to New York, and my friend was working with the Yankees at the time. I got a job working with the Yankees, so I knew I'd have a friend out there, go out to see Yankee games. So I lived in an apartment up on like 116th and Broadway up near Columbia. And I was
which ones, if you remember? Oh, it was like, this is back in, can you imagine being in the third row over there and just listening to what's probably going on?
He was in the hotel with me.
And
Broadway. Wow. And I stayed there for a couple months, and it was, weirdos in there, but not that bad.
Did you see
Okay, so we're talking jobs.
As we traveling,
I said, well, I live in Seattle. I was working for a profit. I thought a teen shop. Just
calling
talking
the coach. This guy is plowing. He's a Cohen, and he's violating
You know that story? No.
Cohen violating
Well,
on the road. So here, Shimon was surprised at how his judge was so judgmental about this individual. I mean, this so-called. First of all,
I'm selling my t-shirts and everything, like Duff McKagan from Guns N' Roses. He was there, and Jeff Ament, like we'd get a little, they went to Sonic game. The tunnel, so I'd work before the game from the team shop to the stadium. So I'd work in the tuck shop, get half off. We got, what do you need? So I'd like public speak out there, and then I would do halftime, and I would do the end of the game, so it was fun. And then I lived in the neighborhood, I would just walk home, and I also learned about coffee, I go to the Uptown Espresso, so really, I went to Seattle to get completely away from Arizona and be in a creative environment. I wanted to be around rain, I wanted to be around snow-capped mountains and fresh air. This is growing up in the San Fernando Valley, being around baseball, maybe my old friends. I needed something new.
A challenge. I believe that, man. Like, if you New York every month, and I cross the Cohen is a guy is a Jew, he's a Cohen, and he's in violation of Shmita. The streets, man, so and it's at 50 years old, and
First of all, pruning regenerates all
like,
kinds of
this is
different
fucking cool. You just
This
feel
guy may be
like,
gathering
I
branches
feel
in
like
order
I'm
to make
starting
netting
all
for
over,
the
but
olive
I'm
press.
not,
Like
but
if
I'm
you have
just
an
in a
olive
different
press and you have
city.
a pipe, like you
Walk
put
around, I
something in
don't
a pile
know
of olives,
I
and
don't
you
know
put
how to
like a
get
type of
places,
netting
you
on
know,
top of
like
the olives to
subway
keep
in
the
it, it's
pile
good.
together.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I love the energy of New York. When I went to New York, lived in Malibu, and I had to find disjunct into the open mics. So I knew that surf reality, Lower East Side, everybody gets 8 minutes. It wasn't like, oh, you can get put on the show, get to the 4 minutes. This is a comedy club. This is
Going ahead
it's artists, it's comedians, it's weirdos, it's everybody, it's open love, it was Facebook show. On Sunday nights it was like, that was the show to do, and then Wednesday nights it was Reverend Jen, the anti-slam, and that was positive energy. Most people got up on that, that was on Wednesdays. So there's a whole Lower East Side scene of alternative, and comedians, and artists, and music. A lot of the writers from Conan, like, Dan Cronin, Josh Clovers, Sulkin would do it sometimes, I think, but he was around the scene. Alex Sulkin from Family Guy, Sklar Brothers, Jeff here, just a lot of guys passing through. But the key was for that show was that people wanted to get on Luna Lounge. That was the show. So I felt like Surf Reality was a feeder route to Luna Lounge on Monday nights, and that's where they had, Dave Chappelle, UCB, Mark Maron, Janine Garofalo, Todd Berry. That was like the spot to be. Wow. So once I got there after 3 years, my goal was to come back to LA in 2003. And then once I started doing Luna Lounge a few times, I got to host it, and I got to do it, and I'm up there with Dave Chappelle, Todd Berry, Janine Garofalo.
Comedy now, we're doing like negative energy.
And my heart knows
a little bit. I remember like some of them walking around New York.
My heart knows.
I on Sunday nights, for example, I would work. I was a waiter in New York. I worked at Cafe Dutois. I was also a tour guide at Radio City Music Hall. So I wanted to see if I could be funny on the East Coast. If I could make these. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. Yeah, it's a different crowd, and they're a little, maybe a little more honest. They're a little more fun.
You know, in my read, we also have
real
It's true,
jobs, you know what I mean? It's just weather, it's another way of life, it's just different. They have some of their own voice that really believe in different politics and religions and different cultures and everything. It's a lot like San Francisco, you know? And you get the European tourists. Yeah, it's California. We get them to like Australia and Canada or whatever. But yeah, I did that. And I barked at the Comedy Cellar for about a year and a half. I barked out there because I thought it would lead to stage time. Because the guy who was doing it before was an open micer with me, and there's some good open mics. I said, hey, Brody, Manny, the owner of the club, he likes me. He's offering me spots. I'm not even ready to do it, but I'm barking. He says, I think you should do it. So I went down there and started barking, and I thought it was fast. I didn't have the confidence. That's the thing. I didn't have the confidence to ask Destiny to let me do it. I get in there. But all the while, I was doing surf reality. I was running my own room on Monday nights, bringing 8 comedians up. So I was hosting. I was passed at stand-up New York, and I was there with Josh, who's the Josh and Josh show here in Port Elizabeth, and John Finder. A lot of these guys I started with, and they started moving out to LA. That was another thing. Like, I kept in touch with them. So when I was done with New York and ready to come back to LA, I already had friends working at these TV shows. That's right. When I came out here, right away, I got premium blend on Comedy Central because
was it the
people
plowing guy or the shooting guy?
Comedy Central premium blend, so I got 2 spots on TV right away. Wow! And it got me passed at the Improv, Laugh Factory, in Comedy Store. Pretty wow! Finally, running open mics out here did like happen right away. Yeah, it happened fairly quick.
At the
I
second
did
story,
the book show. Adam Brotman would book it. I think it was like on Thursday nights, and that's one of the first shows. I wanted to go there because he did a good job of bringing in like Pat Oswalt, Zach, Sklar Brothers, maybe Jeff Ross back then. Like Ryan said the other day, Bobby Lee. Well, yeah, Bobby Lee lived with the same building as Adam Brotman, right? So Adam Brotman always told me about Bobby Lee. So Brotman, we just saw at the Improv. He's a character. He writes for the LA Weekly now. He ran that show at the 101. Wow. So be in the back there. Yeah, and it was a fun little room. And I remember it was a good opportunity for me to interact with, like Maria Bamford and Zach. And so Adam Brotman did a good job with that. And he kind of recommended me to Bobby Lee. And Bobby Lee helped me get in at the Comedy Store. I already had, and like I said, I was taking that, they all kind of came full circle because I took the workshop at the UCLA graduation was at the Comedy Store, and then growing up in LA, my mom's boyfriend lived over there all the way for Louisiana, and the balcony, I could always see the lights of the Comedy Store. So it was never like, I want to be a comedian in Eddie Murphy or whoever it was, right? I knew the energy of the Sunset Strip. I could feel it. It was electric. There's rock clubs everywhere. There's all kinds of people in the street. Just you can't see me. There was like a and drug dealers and comedians in LA. It was the place to be. Yeah, it was, you had the Lakers, the Dodgers, the rock and roll, the Sunset Strip, Venice Beach, Valley Girls. I mean, everything was rocking in this town. And those were good times. And I time and the hot weather and then the haze and the smog back then. Back then it was smoky.
truma.
God, it was
So I
just
have to let it rock.
the
There's a
smog
remedy.
of
That's the
work.
remedy.
Yeah, you have to stay
You
in
don't
like
go.
your
Salt
fucking
or cold.
eyes.
So
Remember,
I
I would like.
went
to San Dimas to Raging Waters. You
But
go out there like
I might
those
get
are
through.
way
I
up
never saw.
first.
Sell it to a client. I was
You know, that
enjoy
comedy
it.
store
Interesting.
pulled me in.
There was
It
a
was,
right. So if I'm
this is
in
from a
Israel,
kid in the 80s, so I always had that.
So if I'm in
And
Israel, so
it's
that
one reason
happens.
why
I
I'm kind of loyal to it, but nothing against the other clubs or anything of that.
I'm
Yeah, but it's definitely more a
So what
spot
happens? My truma gets
that,
mixed in with my food.
that
What
feels
do I have to do
good
now? Let's go through
towards
this.
people
What
like
do I
us
do
that
now?
are rock and roll.
If it's less than 100, if it's more than
There's a
100
cool
to
factor
100
to
bucks,
it. There is, and it's just kind of
good,
moving,
I'm
you
good.
know what I mean? Which
What
makes
do I do?
my soul
What do I
fit
do?
because
Let's
there is that other kind
What's
of
that
side
mixture?
of the shiny sheen comics that are like, I'm here for business, do my set,
or say something,
then
right?
hopefully someone recognizes me again on TV, never do comedy again, it's just a stepping stone, that's not that type of person, you know? Yeah, store does not have that, it's just alcohol, you know? What I mean, it's just great. It's just alcohols and crazies, and it's a big family. It feels great. If you're one of the types of people at the store, you recognize it right away. You go, wow, this is my place. It's like the cans open, and you're like, whoa, there's other people like me here. Yeah, well, just, I mean, last night, for example, meaning the last 2 nights for me, doing the podcast, I get to kill Tony and just mix it up there, a guest and comment and seeing all the fun. I was up there, it's like, wow. And it kind of, you talk about going to New York and feeling that again. It was kind of like that for me, actually. Tuesday night, I asked them to come out there for a few bucks, and I did it. I wasn't looking forward to it, actually. I had, kind of not dread, but it was like a road gig. And because you say yes like 1,000, I get that all the time.
One saw,
yeah, sure.
so the total
Just
value
email me or
is 91
remind me
the
that
saw.
day comes and
I
you're
could
like,
charge him obviously a discounted amount for the
I gotta go up
90
to
saw
60,
according.
and I
That
can just
sounds
go to
like
the
a much better
store.
option
I mean, there was a
than
little,
going ahead and letting it rock.
I was prepared to drive. I drive, I'm okay with that, actually, because I'll just leave it for 7.
So let's say, what do you see from the air?
It's
You see
more
from the
of just
so we don't want you selling
the
shooter
road gig.
cookies to
It's like
Kohanim.
going
Why?
on the road. You
Because
do,
Kohanim
I
are
am
questioned
the
with a suspect
so
of not
in the
following
DMZ,
the
the
rules
30 mile
when
zone
it
or
comes
the
to
comedy
shooter
store.
produce.
So
How
last
could it be
night,
that Kohanim gets such a bad
it's
rap over there?
professional,
So
and I
let's
thought,
take a
I'm
look
going
at
to do
that.
it.
This is
So I
fascinating.
drove out. There, and I had a couple friends at the show, and I Ray, I believe that one other time, and the crowd was nice. They're a little older, a little conservative, and I had fun. As long as I'm happy, I learned. You learn it. I did the show. It's like, okay, good. If I like to go ahead and transport your house. Then I drive back to the comedy store and see Louis C.K. there. I see him. It's a metric, and it's just more Chappelle or Chris Rock. The place takes on it. Extra joke, of course, but Jarrell and everybody else fired up because it's all our favorite guys. We just we love these kind of guys. And you really did put it in perspective for me last night. Not that I was talking about being loved by Louis C.K. or anything. It doesn't, it doesn't happen all that much. The way you said is like, hey, this is great. He's not here for the next couple months, so you like help me. Not that I was upset or mad or anything. I was like, because it turns it into, wherever these guys can go to any constantly, it creates a positive buzz on the place. And then when you go on at 9 first, and I remember 9 2 years ago, there were 4 fucking people, and everything from on at 9. But now 9 is sold out. And I'm like, this is great, I'm on at 9. And we're like, we got a midnight, and it's still half the room because it was so sold out. Yeah. I tend to do the app. Midnight ones, right?
That's 100 to 1.
It's
You
like,
can't be self-taught.
New York, I don't
what you're talking
And then
about.
once
I'm
you're
walking
done,
around,
it's
and that was a big
incredible.
deal
All
for
right, back
me.
to the story.
On those Sunday nights, I would take the L train from
So the
Brooklyn,
moment
and I never missed it. I was there. I didn't never blew them
traveling
off.
together
I
with
did,
Rabbi Kia
like
and
how
Rabbi
you're
Shimon
dedicated.
to see how they
I was
interrelate.
dedicated like that.
So
I did it every Sunday. Get on the train, 7 o'clock. I knew I'd be at Avenue A or First Avenue at 7:15. Then I'd get off the train, I'd walk down Avenue A, because it still had that edge back in 297, but it was cool. And I put my headphones on, I just like visualize like I'm a rocker, I'm like feeling it. And I walk down Avenue A, see all these cool people, and then I go to Surf Reality, and I would, you draw the felt, the energy. Now this is before cell phones and before the taking it all in. Eyeballs are your Instagram, right? Yeah, exactly. It's just a weird prostitute. Check out the junkies. A fight going on, and that's all delivering messages for later on. I mean, for me, it was just kind of the architecture, the subways, Armine's Pizza right there on Graham Avenue. He's a local Brooklyn guy. I go, hey, Brody, what up? Give me a hard time. And that's how they work. That's how they were honest. And I learned that. I learned about the honesty. I just learned about living in New York. It's hard life, taking the subway, and then the summer weather. And I got out of it what I wanted to get out of it, but I remember a breakthrough that I had was going to Surf Reality, just talking. I remember just like ranting about walking down First Avenue, something about ice cream. I had an ice cream cone, it was no good. I couldn't get a refund, it just upset me. I remember like people laughed. Yeah, and my friend said to me, he said, you should just keep doing that, just like talking. Yeah, people told me to talk before, but that was talking with a little bit of fire. Yeah. And that is really the essential of your style, which I love to watch. It's great. And I also enjoy going on after you because it's very hard because it's a different style of comedy. And you gotta set the room and you gotta go, okay, that's Brody's thing. And now here I am. And I love the practice of that going on at home. But I think that's the challenge of it. Each guy has a thing. And if you can do it right after the other guy's thing, then you know it's rock solid. Every time I go off, go ahead and get off the stage.
And it took
Yeah,
out
when
the
I do
ladder
the
right
original
in front of the truck.
I'll stay on the stage, last guy, or in the main room on the last guy. Yeah,
But you are
play
not
drums,
coming
I'll
up to
walk in the crowd. Somebody was after me.
He's very upset.
But I am different. I am loud, and I maybe do the thing the way I do. Trying my best. And I do know, like, every time at the Comedy Store, when I'm doing like an 11:45 spot or whatever, and you, or Steve Simone, or Owen Smith, or whoever I'm around at that time, they'll always, like, do a little comment, like, that was Brody. Brody's like, yell at it. He'll be in the room. And so I go, yes, you got it. I'm still here. Like, Tony will say stuff. So it is kind of, you can take it like, I know they're doing it to kind of reset the room. But there is a fine line because some guys can be kind of, you don't know me. They'll be like, I don't have a relationship with the guy. They do, and it does kind of, it is a little bit irritating. Yeah. And this guy's yelling, what's wrong with this guy? I'm getting laughs, by the way. I always like to recognize it and have a banter with you in the room because that kind of makes it funny between the two of us. And then as you walk out, you gotta walk out and let the guy do his thing, But it is no, you're right, that transition's a weird thing, and I get stressed with intros, it's not an easy thing, and you do want to set up the guy to do well after you, and intros make they make a big difference. You can tell if somebody does club psychologist right away. It's like the most shitty intro is club psychologist. Next guy does club psychologists all over America. First of all, I've never been to a college. Second of all, come on. been in here for years, just fucking. That's how those like maybe these like a weekend just a road gig or whatever you just deal with, but you can tell it's like some trust because they all know, It's like this is a rough ride in here. A bit about the story feels like guys like me and you, these late night guys, and we kept it going. We kept it. I feel like Don Barris with the craziness, and me hanging out, and Jesus, and you doing your spots, and even Tony Henchwood back in the day doing late night spots. We kind of bridged that gap and made it, I feel like, kept the life going. And then, you have Adam come in, the new booker, and he's mixing up. And so I take pride in knowing that the Comedy Store is what it is, because I'm not a Johnny come lately. I'm the guy who's kind of like just grinding it out. And to be honest, it does feel good when guys give me intros that are like, call me a legend. It's like, whoa, I mean, I'm not asking for that. Yeah, I don't look at myself as a legend, but I guess if you're performing somewhere long enough, they'll do that. I started comedy at 44, so that's a weird thing, I'm part of the universe, I mean, just tune in, it's like, this guy's 44, what's he doing here? Like, a lot of guys are in their 40s, but they don't start at 44, And then it's like that original thing. You're all working was just crazy, right? Yeah, it's just. I mean, for me, I just like going to the Comedy Store. It feels like a club. It's like the Friars Club. It's like a private. I don't mean it's like a private. It's open to everybody. It's a tree house of insanity. I love it. Yeah, and they do a good job with the shows, and it's good natured. There's not really negative energy. I know the Comedy Store had a reputation back in the day, negative energy, and I was a little intimidated by people when I first got there, but I kind of rose above it. And then, the guys kind of go after each other. Yeah, but I think that roast battle, and maybe even Kill Tony, kind of satisfies that need for these guys to be, you want to be negative, go to the roast battle, make it funny. Yeah, like, here's a way to do it. Whereas before, it used to be maybe guys picking on each other in the hallway, doing stupid stuff. I feel like now, just comedy in general, there's so many outlets, whether it be a podcast or a Periscope or, creating that roast battle. That gets the stress out of the house, I think. The longer you work with a bunch of guys, there is that kind of competition and kind of, edge. But person kind of gets something in their own time, and then it seems to be like, okay, we all start to fit in, and it's like, all right, at first people are like, well, you got this, and the scorekeepers, but it just all feels like, we all are fucking winning here in the store, Yeah, I mean, it's always about, sounds kind of corny, I say the same thing, but just like when I did warm-up, I was never negative towards these guys, like, I should be on the show, I'm funnier than him, why guys? Because that's just how I was driven, and I still am kind of like, I see somebody who might be a jerk, but I try to focus on the nice part. I try to. Yeah. And I also promote what's great now by too. Yeah, there you go. Promote what's great, not what you hate. And I learned that from base. So focusing on positive, making it fun, not complaining. They used to say freshman or VC, not hurt. And I got over, being, like this baseball being, they coach you with fear of running, and I just turn it into positive, turn it into, and we learned all that visualization about focusing on the positive, psychology of coaching.
So
and
it's
be
very profound.
plant-based,
What I'm saying is,
just going there and be not haze, but
it was one of the first lessons that
you're a
we teach
new
our
guy.
children. Just because someone calls
Jewish guy in Arizona, gangly, get picked on. But I knew it wasn't me. That's how it was, because I got picked on in high school. Also, I heard all this stuff. So that's how I was when I showed up at the store. And then you realize as you're reading that you tied up your book, and you start getting the back history of other people that hosted the pop book, like Dash and O'Neill, right, and all that stuff. When you find out, oh, it's not personal, it's just fucking next week that got roasted on and hazed, already to haze. It's just human nature. If you play on a team, that's where sports, I think, come into play. You understand human nature behind take your punches. If you believe in yourself, it'll come around. Where that comes with, confidence, maturity. I went to Seattle. And longevity is sticking around. They're not going to give it up to people that just come for a couple weeks. They go, I knew that guy who didn't want to fuck me up. There is what we roasted him a few times and got the fuck out of here. Yeah, and also they're making fun of you because they like you. They use something about you that they like. Impressions of you, impressions, saying shit, in the back of the room during the open mics. Yeah, you got that out of them. And the baseball stuff for me was like delicious, and then it just prepared me. Okay, Seattle, I went in with a baseball attitude. I'm just going to work and grind it out. And then when I went to New York, that's when the comedians were kind of tough on me. I went there and I was like, who's this guy? And I already had some success, but I had a little small name in Seattle. And then I go to New York and it's like, I'm a bad guy. You guys are blowing me off. And go, no, I'm a good guy. I played baseball there. I didn't get mad. I just kind of stuck to my guns. And then they came around. So that I owe maybe me sucking it up. Maybe I should have just fucking run 100-yard dash. You gotta have some work ethic. You gotta exercise. It's reps. They say it's like 10,000 on it, but I'll also say this. It's like, hey, I don't know the whole. I'm not like in a serious, when I was white when a kid, I would like quote unquote busted through. I don't know, but I can tell people how I got to this point. I could say, hey, how I got to the point where I'm comfortable in the comedy store, how I got to the point where I'm getting asked to do shows and great. I can explain how I got, and that feels good, but it is about surviving and show business is difficult. And you can get something. You don't want, and that's a reality of life, and that's a reality of where we're at. But thank God there's podcasting, and you put out positive energy, and you just like to think that backwards right now. You can't say that. There's no guarantee. Not that there ever was guarantees, but I feel like right now, even like thinking good stuff, not necessarily. You really have to do the work, and that's not even a guarantee. It can be a downer. I think the key right there is you have to do the work, and you have to realize, oh, I'm doing the work. That's the best part about it. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm working. I like working. That's how it's working. Yeah, I had a job, I had structure, I had fun, and stand up from making that leap and going out on the road. I've done so much warm up. I'm wired for that. It's almost a groove of my brain. It's a good skill. You have to do the warm up like a cruise ship.
I've seen some guys
She
who
asked her about
also
this is incredible story.
kids, they get a mortgage, and they get a car payment,
The guy
and then that
essentially
one
like
month they can't walk away from.
chief of staff.
I don't know if I'm ever gonna get that. I don't know if I'm wired for that, but that seems like sometimes you think, it would be a bad deal. But I also feel that
people showed up.
I just gotta follow my instincts. And for me to have doubts with myself right now, look, I haven't made an album. I haven't done a 1 hour special. I don't have my website up. I don't do my podcast consistently. So for me to go, oh, well, it's not happening, or God, I mean, I do procrastinate. I do kind of live in a fantasy Peter Pan world. I am into those kind of like spirit, not spirits, but connections and numerology. Because I'm actually, that's the funny thing about Periscope and also on Twitter. You're able to actually document these weird moments, and people go, oh, that is kind of interesting. And to be honest, like hanging out with the Cubs and that experience, like being around baseball and being around positive energy and having that, trying to spread positive energy. Go, hey, look, I'm doing that. I'm getting laughs at the comedy store. I'm hanging out with a successful baseball team. Met Eddie Vedder. But it's also turning it into a job. I like doing it, but it's also, that's why a lot of the things I'll put on Instagram is about getting work. I feel like I'm doing a show on Periscope. I'm doing a show on Twitter. I'm doing a show on Instagram. Somebody sees that. It's like, okay, Brody, we have a network. Here, let's do a half-hour show or every once a week or 10 minutes every day. Something like that. And keep coming. And eventually they all need content. And you can't just have over and over and over. You know, they try to
my followers want
the same shows over and over. And after a while, you gotta go like, the show where it's Brody's Periscope. It's a big fucking show. You know? Yeah, I need my space. It's like, that's why I put on Periscope. Because I'm left alone. You know, was that, is that how life works? I don't know. You know, you gotta work. You gotta work with people. But for example, the Periscope, I'm on my own. I get into it. And I do whatever I do. And I've got good traction. I've had jobs out. That's great. Jobs
as well.
Well, I did last year in the baseball in 2015 baseball All-Star game. They sent me to Cincinnati Comedy Central, so we covered parade, and I did the home run hitting contest, but that was like 2 years ago. Periscope Cincinnati. Then I did the Undateable personally. So Undateable showing the pre-show Periscope and during the show Periscope. So I did that.
Everything special comes from.
And that's what I'm kind of doing right now when I'm doing the Periscope. I'm kind of like creating
congregation, an assembly of the wicked, and an assembly of the wicked is not called the halachic majority. Incredible. So therefore again, the Rabbi tells Ishmael, Shebna is feeling pretty good about himself, but because Shebna feels that now, first of all, he's commanded the majority, he sends at least another from the king. So what does Shebna do? So Shebna comes along and says, sometimes it's venting, sometimes it's being with somebody, sometimes it's going somewhere. So like I said, the Periscope for me, I treat it like a podcast. A podcast is a podcast. Stand up is stand up. Periscope's Periscope. They all help each other. Like Rogan says podcasting is that. I get good feedback, like I'll act, and then the stand-up, because my stand-up always doing something different, I feel like I can give away a couple of jokes, and I'm branding, they're seeing me, they see them on stage, and then I talk to them, so getting them, and the key is, you want to be compensated, you want to somehow get it where you're making a few, some street comedy. So what happens? So Shebna gets leprosy. Wanted to bring disgrace upon his master's home because Shebna ultimately again gives degradation. Once again, so now Shebna and his followers, so this is not surrender. Shebna along with his followers will surrender. You have enough with you. So Shebna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim to surrender to Satan. As they're walking out of the gate of Yerushalayim, Asa Gabriel, so what happens? Right as they're walking out of Yerushalayim, so Shebna walks out. And the moment that Shebna walked out, Gabriel, the man of Gabriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately again Shebna walked out by himself on the days, on the way. So now Shebna comes before Satan. And remember again, what did Shebna's letter say? Shebna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people. So then he comes by himself. So I'm away. So says to Shebna, who only follows. Everything is just like now Shebna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. What he figured was that at the end of the day, his father just decided not to come. Not to come. Like, how did they stay in Yerushalayim on the basis of there is again, after we come to Chayis. So obviously we're looking for so I think this whole thing was
do you feel like the podcast helps your stand-up just by talking and listening, and then also
meanwhile what happened, he comes out
you're building up fans? Absolutely. I mean, I get my Periscope or either my podcast, and or you inspire me or this or they sell my show, but I'm not trying to inspire. I'm sharing my instincts, and hey, they're inspired by it, and then there you go. Okay. They're inspired. That's an angle where maybe I can monetize. It's not the way
but you've got it also a la culture by but it's in the souls of Shebna's
into motivational speaking. I kind of want to be coach for baseball. Because they have psychologists. The thing is, I can still play baseball. I throw, I catch. Oh, it's just they have mental skills coaches. So that'd be something that would interest me because, show business is crazy. There's some activity, and spring trade in Arizona, baseball. I like that world. For me, that's another thing. I'm spread thin. It's like, okay, you do the baseball, and maybe stand-up stuff comes in. Now you can't do the stand-up. Maybe you're exercising so much. Maybe that's so it's kind of like, oh, we'll do that one Instagram. This one's gonna be. This one's gonna be here, and you know, like, because it's all net gain. And sometimes I think that's like what Kanye West went with at the end. He was like Instagramming all these things. Yeah, look, I did the same thing on Twitter. I was like tweeting. And I do think there is extra pressure just with is just because when you were singing, that wasn't around, bro. When I started, it wasn't around, and then it came around. It's like, wow, I gotta add 2 extra hours to my day that was never there before. So, right. Use a blog. I used to send out an email list. So once or twice a week, I would send out a blog. I would do like, yeah. I had all these people, and I would send out like what shows I'm doing this week. A little story of what happened, and the little thing, and then send it out. That was before, blogs. And then I had, and my website happened. That wasn't a thing, but I had a website, and then I would blog in my website. And then, Facebook and MySpace kind of came around. So I would do, I would do that. I was cool with that. And then when the social media exploded, it was like a lot of stuff, and then you get locked into it, and then it's Facebook, and then it's iTunes, and then it's podcasts, and then you're going to Tower Records or CDs and DVDs. It was like too much. It was too. It was like I can't. It's too much stuff to digest. Sometimes I feel like I gotta just do my comedy. I can't really relax. It's hard sometimes for me to relax. Like watch other comedians. It's like. Especially now, I think that's a lot of problems. Is the social media? It's like you only have 24 hours in a day.
I do enjoy doing that. I think out of all of them, Instagram has been my favorite because I love sharing stuff and photos because, of course, I love photos of always loved rock and roll photos. I've loved historic photos. I love
It's only a matter of time until we die. That's what happened with the earth. To be honest, what happened with the earth. So Sheffield, who was living a life of pleasure, ultimately again becomes arrogant. And what happens this time here with the seas, this is my moment. This is my moment.
And I start to get, like, there's some weeks where I do like 8 podcasts in a week to make them up. And because I'm going on the road or whatever, and then I'm doing Instagram. And I'm tweeting and everything, and then I hit stage, and it like, motherfucker, here comes the bad set, because you work part-time in the stand-up for a minute, and it lets you know immediately when you're up there, it's like, oh, and that's when I push all the other shit to the side immediately. I knew it's a sign to be like, okay, you haven't done
You might say, social.
Yeah, man. Because at the end of the day, the goals I want to do is the stand-up. Yeah, do all the other stuff.
From
Asses in the seats.
no, sorry. From
Once you get
Philly.
people
So again, this is how we want that thing is possible.
What about if you're just podcasting, doing my, and not think about gaining new fans and gaining and more like, not saying you don't do the podcast because you like doing the podcast, and not saying you do regularly because you don't like doing it. I'm saying do that for doing that, and the fans come. I feel like, yeah, I like to get fans, but I also feel like if I continue to be me, the fans will come. That's my approach as opposed to like, I gotta have, not saying you do like, yeah, it's like, everyone want to survive, you know, and pay our bills. Right, yeah. It's just about
So
streams keep coming over.
it makes sense.
Oh, we can come to see how when I get enough fans. Exactly.
Plans of evil
And
people.
let me tell you,
When
when you have enough fans, it brings us also shares of money. So now being able to go out on the road because I love doing this. So there's nobody there. I can't do it. And that's the problem. It's never about me. And I can sell out and I'll start making money around this apartment I got right here. It's fun and those records, I don't need anything. I don't need fucking crazy car and a mansion on the hill. I just need people out there so I can fucking do the gig, do the thing. Aren't there gigs that already have like kind of a built-in crowd, and then you go there and maybe a quarter of them are your crowd, and then you like start building that up. There are in LA and New York, yeah, for sure. But I've seen any of those mystery towns, like let's say Edmonton, okay, they're going, oh,
Outside. So that's what I was saying. You get them off one at a time, like why is
5 people
why
that
is
didn't know you liked you.
So
When
the
I'm
question
talking
starts
about
with and this is very interesting. What is
I mean, that's my fear.
Torah Hashem
Well, it's kind of out of your control a little bit. It's like,
revives the soul.
you gotta be, I just feel like, be funny, be positive,
right?
put the energy out, be the best you can be. And maybe being the best you can be is not going to be theaters. You know, it might be something right there inside. If I could do stars across America, and the electricity of those shows are undeniable, right? Or even Omar with 189 sold out. Man, that is fucking, it feels like that. So see, that's your feeling. Like when I do it, I don't feel that way. I feel like I gotta get through this. It's like, let's say I'm at a rock club and I got, 100, hipster kids from Los Feliz or whatever. I can dig into them. Like I know I'm gonna make them like me because they're hipster, they're rock and roll. Whereas like Comedy Store, you gotta be like, there's more finesse involved. Well, I'm not looking for them all to like me. I like the energy of the push and pull and the oohs and the ahs and the big laughs over here, but nothing over here. I love that weirdness, right? I'm a weird thing. No, I like it. That's why I like doing the late night give me a broken room and we patch them together and then I relax and then I can rattle off my score, relax. And I think it's also, if I was forced like Brody every week for, you're gonna get 3 spots, prime time spots, I can get used to it. Just like I'm used to doing warm-up in front of big crowds. I don't have, at the improv, actually, I feel pretty comfortable in there. For some reason, maybe it's because where I started at the Comedy Store, that room, like, psychologically in my head, right where it makes it not always fun. It makes it more of like, I hope I do well. Right. So I do have that. Whereas the improv, I feel like I can handle it. I got it. I get it.
Well, you don't turn it up on a mouth, you know what I mean? Like the store, we look at it as this dramatic Yetzer Hara to go out and commit Adirius when we do the God.
The audiences know that too. They know, like, hey, we're at the comedy store.
Why is that? Because when you
David Leonard,
definition,
Eddie Murphy,
translucent waters on the fire of the Yetzer
you gotta bring it.
It's not precious, Coco shall
I don't worry about. I'm not a huge drone, so I don't worry about them. I get the numbers, and I kind of. But I do. There's times in the counter show you want to do well, you got to add them in the back. The bunker, it's like, I want to get laughs, you don't want to bomb. I don't think bombing. When I think about what I do well. I'm going to push through, and there's been times where they've given me some, like, prime, get a couple prime favorite spots, and one time I struggled, I didn't have fun, but they liked it, and the other time I like to stay in the pocket, nailed it, so I proved to myself I can do that, and
more for tomorrow.
part of it is just
We always
getting
wind
the
up
spot.
in
If
the
you're
right
lucky
place.
enough to get the spots, get
Shorter
good,
down tomorrow. Don't look.
I think that's a big thing because if you just sit there and do the same thing over the years, you're not growing. Then what are you doing? You know what I mean?
you gotta grow and you gotta get that album out. I don't have an album. I don't have that special. So it's like, keep doing the same stuff. It's like, you get sick of it. I want to get it out. I want to be a comedian. I want to go for it. I want a podcast. I'm in the same boat too. We talk about money and all that stuff.
All right, we'll say good morning, good Rav. It is a great source, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin another week of the Sechus and Hechim. Together begin by thanking all of
I was doing at midnight.
our sponsors for this morning. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei, dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos this year as a Zechus for the Soros Tabos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Ben David Levi, Zichron Lebracha, brother of Itai Levi, was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Our week of learning sponsors, Zedi and Joshi Gang Olsen, and our Dachshund sponsors for today, Alan and Shu Meyerowitz, from members whose mother, Ningo Furo, Ningo Bas, Romo Tudrus, Tony Bracha, Josh and the Night, Talmud Torah, all the Shams, all of the families in the Chama. All those who need our Bush, that one get it, Kol Chol Yisrael. The Shach Shemesh to bring our hostages home with Shalom and the Karov, to allow our holy soldiers to be successful with Kol and Maaseh Yidei. As with that, let us begin with a great, really incredible, I was going to actually figure out this in the chat, exceptional doc today. Today's doc is 12-12-26, and we're picking up on after 2 dots. No, sorry, 4 lines down from the shot after 2 dots. I'm going to show you the true value card also Super Sheets. So let's remember again, we had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah. It's going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve in what we're calling testimonial capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Russian.
I can say, I would say that. I just leave. I'll do with half the people.
Sorry.
And we'll do it like that.
Russian so great
and you start running into some problems when you start taking chances to make the show better, like speaking up. Sometimes you got to play good cop, bad cop. You say something that Chris or something.
Let me just to your audience one more.
I don't think. It's okay. It's like
Tweet the police to your heart's content. That's not a problem.
So,
to be
honest, every show I did, I'm about
business which means the
That was
produce.
always about
And
the show.
number
Like
one
3,000
is
shows
storing
was
sheet
about
of
the show.
produce.
And then sometimes you'll run into problems like that. I worked at, the last show. I got
You
fired.
could go ahead and
You know, they
amass
said
and
that
store sheet of
because
produce. That's not a
an
problem.
audience
As
member
long
complained,
as it is
these
readily
guys are,
available.
you're telling me you're going to
Once
take the
something
side
is no
of
longer
an
readily
audience
available
member
in the
who's
field, you
drugged
cannot
up and said I
store
was
it in
too
large
aggressive.
quantities
Get
in
them
your
out of
home.
here.
It's not
I
that.
care about
Another
the show.
issue is
This guy
doing
doesn't.
business with
So
sheet of produce.
they, they
Straight
had a
out. In other words,
complaint by
remember,
somebody.
everything's
In
happening.
fact,
So it's a great business
I
model.
worked like
Right?
the
All of
first
the
4
inventory
shows,
is
and I
free.
was doing well.
Right? So
They
when you go
liked it.
out,
They
grab
even
up
said,
all the
like,
inventory and
what
sell
you're
it.
doing, everyone
So
loves
again,
it.
a lot of great
Crap.
ideas, right?
Like if
So
we're paying an audience member
you're not allowed to
complaining,
do that.
and
That's
then one
called
guy
self-esteem.
said, I just
So
don't
it
think
says
you need to
that a
look me
person
in
who
the
does
eye.
business
It's
with
like,
sheet of
but
produce,
we
and this
also
is
see
going on,
that,
Shimon,
maybe I'm growing out of it. I'm growing out of it, and I'm being a little too,
Chazor B'Klosam Sof
you know
Eshvis.
what I mean?
So
But I liked it. I liked being around the energy of it, and I liked having a couple bucks. But I also, on Wednesdays, I got a gig on Fox Sports with David Spade and Jerry Ferrara, this fantasy football show. So I would do that. It was like on Wednesday mornings or whatever.
So again, not exactly clearly what is happening.
I
So
got paid
what
and
exactly
on
is it
TV.
that Shimon is saying in the admonition itself? What he's often clearly needs to say. It's how you call, how you audience on stage. He is sharing something in the beginning, the first version of the gathered sheet of produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be an aid, right? Why? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering sheet of produce. That's fine. In other words, that's what you're allowed to do. Is gather produce. So good. But if you do business with sheet of produce, then you're possible. Right? So if you gather from the field free, and then you went and you sold it on the secondary market, that is awesome. Remember, that was like any time that one is publicly or flagrantly violating an avera, that essentially renders you unfit to give aid.
I took
Right?
care of them. That's the way they gave me energy. It felt good to know that Michael Irvin and Pete Rose and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar appreciated me being there,
okay, what happened?
taking care of
The
them.
Rabbi,
And I put that same energy when I went to Chelsea. So when I hear TJ Miller tell me and say good things about me in articles, like I watch Brody's videos, Brody
and apparently
being
this
Chelsea show
what happened?
experience
A
good.
guy with some money
I knew
would
that.
hire
I
people
felt
hire
that.
people
And
for people.
trying to do that same
Go
thing
and gather
at
as much
midnight, and I was kind of like not able to. It was like they weren't into it, or it didn't matter. So I look at midnight, it's like, hey, anybody breaking out from that show? There's no stars breaking out.
Then they
It's
would
just
sell
kind
it. They
of,
would sell it.
let's do the
So
show.
Chazru Lomar,
Get 'em out.
Echazeb, Echazeb,
And I
everybody's
felt like
puzzle.
at midnight, it was
Everybody's
like
puzzle.
leaving
Interesting enough, what this
frustrated.
did was,
Plus,
he said, I love
a lot
myself.
of paid
He
audience that
said
didn't know.
whether
So
you
when I
were
grew out
an
of it, and I was just yelling,
or whether you were so custody versus
to
custody
be in the
in
meeting, you have to be confident. You go, they're here to see me. I'm doing this. I'm going to sell out there. Like, have that drive. I kind of like being in my. That's why I like Periscope. That's why being a part of an
I'm not saying
ensemble
it's sound for
somehow.
people who are
But
extorting.
I kind of
Right? So it's just saying Yisrael HaTagarim. When the merchants, when people got involved and started making a business out of this, that's when Chazal has to step in and say, anyone essentially doing in that sheet of produce is basically prohibited from giving business. So the Gemara says, Ella, listen to this. It's either how you own it, Echazeb, Echazeb, Su. In the beginning they said, both of these individuals are possible. Here's the real question. In other words, whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. Yishrabu ha'anosim, in my name, you are ha'anosim. I know you.
Some music, some
Rashi
interaction,
says,
jokes,
I know. No,
familiarity for
second
podcasts,
short
Periscope.
That's
the thing.
I
can't do that, but I also need somebody to help me take action, and that's where I have some of my problems. You want to look at it that way, is that I grew up here in the valley.
go ahead and take the field. Now, this pose
I've done the late night crazy. So
you're not
I
farming.
feel
You're not farming. So now,
that
yeah,
I'm not
this
a
level
normal
here taxes,
guy
even
in a
though
sense that
you
if
were
I have a
not
show
farming.
idea,
So the Gemara says, so what
maybe an
happened?
idea for
Shabbat
a
Ba'an, so my name, I know
or
no.
an
The
idea
Mach is
about
Rabbi Yanai,
some
as Rabbi
kind
Yanai
of
said, Hope Vizano
professional
B'Shviyas Mishum
thing.
Arnona.
I
So
need
this is
help.
incredible.
So for
Rabbi
you,
Yanai
for
said,
somebody
Rabbi
to go
Yanai
to
said
me,
to the
well,
farmers,
you got to
he
put it
said,
down on paper,
go,
and then we'll pitch it and see what they say. And then
go
here,
and plant
it
the
feels
fields
like it's too
during
much.
the
I
this
need
is
somebody,
incredible.
you know, maybe I'm talking about my manager,
Shviyas
talking
Bizman
about
said Rabbanon, the Batla Kedusha Sa'aretz. So this is what he said. So Rabbi Yanai was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and give their tax, their crop tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. The king didn't care about Shemitah. So like you said, it's supposed to be proper because if that would be the first visit, they couldn't pay the tax, what would happen? The king would come and seize their fields. Let's get ready for this. Rabbi Yanai put out a public declaration. He said, Pedro, I want every I point out, Shemitah during the days of Rabbi Yanai was Rabbanon. So because Shemitah is Rabbanon, one has a little bit more leverage there.
And that's kind of what I do with the Periscope, and I'm doing with my comedy. It's like,
Yovel is only Dorai, so when Yom Yoshua Alehot, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. It's actually contemporary. For example, Shemitah
it would be the same thing all the time on ESPN, Fox Sports, just because I know.
We just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's the next couple years.
And I know a lot of actors.
So the next 7 years.
I know every comedian.
One of the main debates about Shemitah is like the notion of going ahead, essentially like selling the land to a non-Jew.
And I can have that one too, and I feel like I can get some kind of show where I have athletes talking about comedy and comedians talking about sport.
Ground is because
so you're going to get that.
This man has
Yeah,
said
he'll probably end up turning on me, like make fun of Brody.
because it's
I want to make it have it be like
it
cable access late
we are going to
night
see very soon is
so that's one idea I have. Another idea is like
there's
moments
going to
with
come a
Brody where
point
you send me off
in
and
the future
I
where
go to
the
spring
majority
training,
of Klal Yisrael is
and
living in
again, I know
Eretz
enough
Yisrael.
baseball
That is going
players.
to have
All I need
dramatic
is
effect, not
10,
just on the
do 10
fact that
episodes of
think about that.
maybe me
First
working
time
out with
since
the
the days of the
pitcher,
second
showing how we do the
the
mechanics
majority
and
of
do
Klal
that.
Yisrael be living in Eretz
But
Yisrael, but understand it also has a
that's
number
what I
of
see in
different
my
halachic
head. It's just a
ramifications
matter
as
of
well. In any
executing
event,
it and
so
getting
now
the
I'm
help to
going
do
to
it because the show I did, the Enjoy It, the 2 episode, 2 seasons, I came up with that in my head. That's a great. Thank you very much. I came up, it was very difficult for me to do, and that's a whole other podcast or chapter. And I kind of want to move away from that, to be honest with you. Better headspace. It was almost like a cool thing because when my issues of me, I lowered my flexibility because I went to Ireland and I wanted to drink a little coming up. I'm going to London, I'm going to Dublin, and agents and people going to get a party to celebrate. So I'm going and I kind of knew that because I wasn't doing warm-up, I left Chelsea before that, and I go, okay, it's my big chance to go for it, and I'm going to have fun. And I went to Ireland, I had fun, I was there with like Tim and Eric and Reggie Watt, Europe, Ireland before too. But I wanted to drink some beer, so I lowered my friend before. Hey, you know, I'm like, hey.
Drink one, I won't take my lecture, bro. I read that somewhere. So okay, so now we got the Schluckish. That's what I did, and then when I drank all that, you're getting exasperate alcohol, making nauseous with 2 beers. Going on drinking so that that's what he
again, I don't think it's recommended.
Are you
still on that stuff?
Well, I recently went back on. I kind of
listen, I don't need to participate.
I did actually.
But I would like to see how the integration, how the gear is done.
Added,
Come on,
people
okay,
realize
so
you should have a mood stabilizer. You should have something. You're taking Lexapro or an antidepressant. You should have a mood stabilizer. Is it like a bathroom? All that does is keep you from going too high or too low. Maybe if you have, some problem with your Lexapro, maybe you make a mistake.
It's like a podcast that keeps everything level.
Yeah. And there's, for Maitland, it's just epilepsy medication. That's all it is. It's used for bipolar maintenance. It's a mood stabilizer. I don't feel it, but I know a lot of people take it. They feel like it calms them down. So I wasn't taking it for focus. Like when I talked to you in the hall, it's like lately, too much. I know. This is 3 days. Oh, wow, I'm started. Like 2 days ago when we were having that conversation in the hall. Well, I also know that I need to crank it up. And I went hard, I would say, the last 2 years. Years ago, it's embarrassing for me. Started when I had these problems with the Oddball Tour. I did the Oddball Tour. I did the first 2 years. I did like 40 shows.
Talking about the Oddball Tour. And it felt like maybe they took a little advantage of
Yes.
How does that come about?
Who was pruning
Well,
his vineyard. Pruning his vineyard.
First of all, I love doing it. They let me host the second stage first year. I did it. It was awesome. I did it. Big crowds. Afternoons. And then the main show. I think I hosted the first year in Vegas. Jeff Ross hosted most of them. And then the second year, they asked me to come back. Second stage gave me a few more bucks. And then they asked me to hold, like, after the first or second show, they said, Rudy, you want to host the main stage? So I hosted the main stage. Then I hosted it again. And then I was basically hosting it with Jeff was there. So I hosted like half of them. And I did pretty good, I would say. I had an 8 out of 10, 8 were good, 2 were bad, because it's a whole different animal, especially when you're doing an hour theater. It's like half full, and they see you already. It's still daylight, so. But I was okay at it for it. I talked to my managers and agents, like, am I going to get it? Because I said yes, or he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. I wouldn't do it. And I would bring up Louis C.K., Aziz, Gaffigan, Chris Hardwick, Chris Bennett, brought them all out. Did a good job, and then I would say, like, am I going to get paid to my agent and manager? Am I going to put on that little more quality rooms? But it just didn't happen. It didn't happen, and it bothered me. I went to Scottsdale, Arizona, and I went with another comedian who got me the gig, who was working, and he was basically saying, oh, I'm just doing this, it's no big deal, it's like nothing. It was like a decent gig. It was like, wow, I was doing it, I was like opening for him. And I did good, and I was thinking, like,
you can never fool is
I
yourself.
should be. I remember I was there and I talked to somebody about what happened to me, like how the Oddball Tour was, and she got me fired up. You shouldn't be doing that. It's bull crap. You should be speaking up or something like that. And then on top of the guy going, oh, it's no big deal, get $1,000 bucks. I'm going, God, I didn't get anything. So it like set me off, and everyone's saying, like, so edgy. I go, why am I edgy? This guy's great. Who was doing the warm-up? Who brought him out? Who's doing this? I was at every show. Nobody's talking about me. I'm at every show. I didn't get paid one penny. So I kind of like went off because now I felt like I wasn't going to be in the next Oddball season at like that's 20,000 people show.
that aren't going to see me, and times 10, that's 200,000. And I just felt like, you know what, I could do Periscope because that just started and built up my own crowd. And that kind of like got my Periscope started. Well,
What's even more unique about it was
that's a big thing, right? That's Live Nation. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So
throughout the year,
I think one of my agents said, yeah, they didn't like it, and then another guy said, that doesn't matter. But I was mad at it, like when I stuck up for myself and a couple other people, like it was cool. But I'm not that guy, but I did go on Twitter and say that, and I was triggered. Why are you so like that? And I go, you know why? Because of that.
That's it.
So
That
got that going. And that didn't feel good. I was kind of mad at myself for doing that, but I also felt like, I guess I was right. I don't know.
But that moment
And
for a very long
fourth season or whatever they
But at
did, I
some
don't have
point in
anything
time,
like that. So I didn't get them. And you will never do a
all
Live
of
Nation
these
thing. I probably
excuses,
upset the guy who
all of
ran
the
it, Jeff
sheepos,
Wills.
the hashkafas, all the
Need to.
philosophies, which all sound
And
fantastic. But
so
at a
yeah, I
certain
have some
point in
issues
time,
like that with yelling at people, maybe, or like
and I
snapping
have
on
to face
Twitter.
the reality of what I am and what I'm
Yeah.
not. That's just
I mean, I did
also
when I was on Twitter when I was having my issues with Rich. I was like letting people know who were like
So
not
says,
cool
hey,
with me. Like,
says, hey, I'm in the
you were
workshop.
not cool to me, but now I'm
I have
working.
these two
So I
stories.
just want to let
Which
you
one
know
actually
that
occurred
you weren't
first?
cool to me.
Was it the
It's an
flying
interesting
guy
business, right?
or the
Because
guy?
it's a business.
Ile mahakamaisa, if you want to say that ultimately
People
again,
can do
it's
a lot
statement.
of stuff to you,
How
and you're not really
I would say that they occurred as just mentioned is why not bring up, right? Remember when we saw the guy plowing, it's like you said, he's a coin violation, and the other two have on him.
They're sensitive. They are. That's why I don't talk to anybody from my show, really.
If the
Because
second story,
they got
the
sensitive.
first story
You know, I'm passionate, man. You know, it's like, it's not. You play sports, you get yelled at.
case,
You know, I do that in comedy.
first,
He's a
and
weirdo.
after
You
realizing
can't
that
do
that was not a good
that.
excuse,
You know,
then
and
they
I'm not any
the
coach
worker
in comedy. No.
Okay, match the point. So
But
you want to see what's happening.
it's
Why
about the
have
show, and I had, to be honest with you, I had a couple like really bad experiences through making like TV show because
it was known
of
that
those.
Kohanim were suspect
You know, it's like
to
when I went on
violate.
Comedy Central, it's about being comedy,
They were
and I
suspect to
felt
violate
like
Shmita.
the comedy that I was doing
If you have one sergeant
updated
one
with
sub
it.
truma and another
It's the
truma,
HBO show, my comedy crew. And I
one sub
felt
truma that
like,
falls
and
into
it's
interesting
coming
about
out on
this.
that special I saw
Truma
the
only to be
series. I
consumed
go,
by Cohen.
no, that's not what I do, and I don't want to. You know, I push. I felt like I'm going to push. This is my opportunity. I got to make this thing. And I utilize my friends.
So
You know, Tana from Seattle. I utilize, Zach as much as I could. You know, he was there here and there. But it was a lot of stuff, and I feel like it took me a couple years to heal my wounds, and there's things that I did that, I mean, that's why I like Periscope. That's why I like podcasting. Even though I was doing podcasting before the show, it's because it's just the freedom. And I'm not saying it was all a bad experience. They did give me freedom. There were just a few things that caused that were some tension, and I feel like it did strain relationships, and I also feel like maybe over the years me yelling at people probably strained relationships and maybe burned marriages, possibly. But I also feel it was always about the job. It wasn't like, I'm yelling at you, job.
There's a remedy. What's the remedy?
So that bothers me sometimes because it is a business, and I think like, oh, I'm going to be like my dad, yelling at everything, and I don't want it. So sometimes I have regrets. I feel like I had some opportunities, and maybe I let them go away, but that's not a healthy way to think. The other thing is, kind of cliches, media, whatever, and I made it. I don't know, but I also felt like it did
What do I do now?
make me official in the comedy world. Like comedians, I know, like, that sort of shit. And I'm not saying I don't know why.
Rather too many blank expressions making right back in the email. So again, less than 100 parts, less than 100 parts, one part too much, less than 100 parts too late. What happens? What starts the mixture? Truma. Excellent. Here we go. Good. So I say, so what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now here's what's interesting. Now you can gift it, you're a nice guy, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. You don't have to gift it. Why don't you have to gift it? Because at the end of the day, there's hope in there. So remember, there is a market on which you can sell it. What's the market? The coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be a discount. Why? Because the Kohanim have the upper hand. Right? Because they know the limited population that can buy this, they're going to have the upper hand. So now the market's like this. So watch this. I once saw a Truma that fell into a call it 90 of Shemitah produce. So the Truma is not bottled. So what did the Mishnah say? You got to let it rot. Let's wipe it rot. I should be able to sell it to a coin. Yeah, let's be careful. Now, what can I sell to a coin? I can sell to the coin the amount of the mixture minus the Truma. Because I can't charge the coin because it's his. So I can sell him the amount of the mixture minus the Truma. So I'm taking 90 of Shemitah produce. One saw of Truma. So the total value is 91 saw. I can charge him obviously a discounted amount for the 90 saw of Chumash. Because we're not over here. Which was so I say, what do you see from that? You see from that, we don't want to self-respect. I'm not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah produce. How can it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap? He says, Lahashos Shmiras Achaziman Beer, the more that here. So now what's the issue? These are like this, as I mentioned before, you are only allowed to store Shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's never be available in the field. Once it's no longer available in the field, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. Kohanim, we're notorious for storing Shemitah produce in their homes even after it is no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim are so good. They're so pure, they're so sweet. Right? So why are they so crushed over here? So what they actually, this is fascinating. It actually says, they have the motor hatter. They have a good excuse. Good excuse. What do they say? The Shtar True of the project of the Gabayu, that she is not to be sorry. The concept is, come on. We always keep Kaddish stuff in our homes, right? We have Truma, right? We have Kaddish, we have all these different things. Okay, so that's the so remember, Shemitah produce is Kaddish, Truma is Kaddish, there are other Kohanim gifts that are Kaddish, so Kohanim the Mola Heifer, they made an excuse to themselves, and they said, you know, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce, but we Kohanim, we are not allowed to keep holy stuff in their home, so because of this, we need our Shemitah produce. So because of Chazal made enactment, Kohanim are choshed on Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, because so that is that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. It's 100 to 1. If it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine. And then once it lasts, you can mitigate responsibility. Incredible. All right, back to the story. So you remember that. So once I said, remember he got sluggish, traveling together with Rabbi and true that he did. So these Rabbi this guy is a troublemaker. He's real trouble. Like one was like, why looking at him back by his negative disposition? I just want to point out something very interesting. She's very sluggish. She's very sluggish. The sluggish has been around the block. Right? Again, the Sluggish is the ultimate voucher, right? The Sluggish was, he's value, all these different kind of, very checker past, right? And then he went ahead and becomes a voucher, and he graces the
He's held up by the dugout. However, before the game, so I went down there and I took my ass Steve. He's the camera taking the photo. So we got a photo of me. And I talked to him for a second. And I said, like, I was in Seattle. And
It's like you're saying,
do comedy.
I know people.
Sits down Jeff
I know
Ross. He
people.
goes, yeah, I'm friends.
I've
I'm
seen
doing a show
people.
with Jeff Ross.
And one thing I
said
could
that.
absolutely
So it was
detect
cool. I took a
is when
photo with him,
someone's
just like a
dishonest.
regular guy.
What is it?
And then
It takes
during the
to
World
know
Series, he was around.
sometimes when
But to
you
be
live
honest,
that
I
life
was so
of
locked
dishonesty,
in
you could,
to
you
the
could
Cubs.
smell
Yeah.
it, you could
My friend's a
smell it
coach. I grew
a little
up
bit
with. He's a
different,
high
like you
end
could
in the
detect it.
dugout.
We're
He's
not
the one who
interested
gives
enough.
me the
No, we're going to see
access
you
and
might
the
have
okay to do
let's go
everything.
back there. Okay, so what happened was it's not so now I grew up on the very taken aback. But it's like you have to understand. What seems to say about this Gemara is it's like this, you know, there's a din, what's the din? You have to be down the cops course. You have to be probably say you have to be down the cops course, not down the cops course. You know, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, yes, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt, but there are times when what is happening is so clear that it's really wrong.
Hanging out with the Cubs, my
That's
friend's a
wrong.
coach. I go to
It's wrong.
spring training, and I go
can't
to Wrigley
make
Field,
up a
I go
favorable
on the road,
narrative
see him on
for
the
every
road
single
somewhere.
thing. Now again,
And then I did
for us, I love this be done the
cheap
cops
after
course.
baseball
But
bats.
perhaps for
Almost
someone
all
like
the
this
players
she was
all
much more
signed
plugged in.
Yeah,
So
and I did.
she
I
was
did a
able
bit.
to
I
see
did
what
at
was
their
right,
award
what
show.
was
One of
the
those my
Buffalo
things.
Hustle. See what happens.
So
They
during the
arrived
Cubs
at the
convention,
place in
Tom
Lima.
Pop
Didn't
was that one.
type. We were going
And
to
then like a second city sketch thing I hosted.
so they cleared the
And
shit. So
you know, the owner's there, the
So they
new
went upstairs to
manager.
the attic. That's where they got bottom of
I knew it was my
So
opportunity
Luke
to like
Clark
really
got them to say.
hit home.
And they took out the
Like
ladder
baseball
right in
and
front of the
comedy.
bench,
So I kind
which
of
means
relayed to Joe
said,
Madden,
you're
the
not
manager,
coming up. We'll
information
tell
that
you
only
about
gets
what's going
it's
on
funny.
afterwards.
So I knew
But
that
you are
baseball
not
connection.
coming up to the attic
He
with
liked
us.
it. The owner liked it. So they're going to come down to spring training. Tom. So now with all these guys. And then you're there to give them the convention. So we out there convention. They gave me everything. You're hanging out with the team, you know. Because all my friends are coaches. So okay, we're gonna there's dinner and this, and then I'm there with all the players, the coaches,
So
the
now the truck
owner,
says, I don't understand.
and
Are these
so then
people who are
they were having the events of hanging out in Periscope, which was last year. And then they brought me back out.
go ahead and
So they did it again last year. And again, getting more in, coming down to spring training. And my goal this year for spring training was to go practice because I work out with my friends that coach right out. So I want to throw
the point that was
tomorrow at 11 in Arizona. So they give me what is the, he'll give you a uniform. So wow, the guy gave me a uniform.
So if you
And then I wore one of the AAA guys called me, but I'm throwing there with the major leaguers. Wow, John Lackey, another Cato, and then me. And I got Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, and it's on video. But you know what? I pitched in college. Baseball's my best fastball. No, I didn't throw a curve. I can throw a knuckle, kind of, you know. I just didn't practice it a lot. My man, it's so cool to throw the knuckle, you know, the Kennedy Audi style, you know. That Kennedy Audi was just flip dudes up with that knuckle. They were going, and I remember I used to send section 115 at Pat Bell when this last year. Kennedy Audi pitched for the Giants. You know that? Yeah. All of a sudden, you know, he has this Dodger who killed the Giants year after year, and now it's out. I said that because I would see it come. It would just be like, it almost was handshake. It was like from mushrooms. I was like, what's going on with that? I don't know how. It's crazy. Like, it's hard to catch. And hard to hit, too, man. Yeah. I can never do a knuckle. Guys would always want to throw a knuckle. I just, you know, it's good as fastball. Passion. So I would blow the guys away. And then curveballs basically hold it a little different. And I'm thinking like fastball, fastball. And then when I get around my ear,
So
I
the
go
truck
curve.
is just
So I can get it to like drop pretty good. So I'm like, and two-finger curve. Yeah. And it's just so fluid. No, don't like two-finger. And it's like, you're just thinking fastball, fastball. Then right when I get to my ear, kind of bring it, just drops out the bottom. And then you
on their information in order to go ahead
Pitching
and
is such a fucking art, man. I love
like
pitching because you read
that he shouldn't
you read the hitters. You see Alyssa coming over and it's a giant body and it's fucking rolling up like that.
pretty sad. So again, something that happened here.
Stride. It was like only like 5'9", but
essentially called the shepherds, like Laka, and also called the people who violate Shmita. V'hadra amalot jami hasam hadra ila v'avua v'rishasa hava kasher rishon kasher rishon enemy. Then it's like that's not a desire because in the previous days rabbis relied on the shepherds to information, but the shepherds were not part of the actual pitching. Here, my concern is that the assumption that these two rabbi, they need somebody to talk to. And if these guys are part of the base, then this is what's called the Kasher Rishon.
So much training, bands, they all, it's all. It's mental. It all comes from like there's only a handful. It's mental, and it's visualized, and it's widening the brain, it's believing, and then with pitching, it's long toss, it's all these drills, it's weight involved. That's why these guys all throw 100 now. They all throw 100, and then they have all the stats. So you get a guy like Borzello with the Cubs, and this guy right here, the count's 0-0, he will not swing at a curveball. If you can throw a curveball for a strike, it's that's what you got a signal, right? Exactly. And so before the games, that's why we're going over a lot of hitters, right? Going over this guy, going over this guy.
Was the guy giving the sign to the catcher, the catcher's giving the sign?
I mean, it's up to the catcher. I mean, they may have something, who knows, but it's up to the catcher calls the game. You know, suggest things possibly. When you have the catcher, the Dominican kid, he's dealing with a guy from Texas, a guy from Louisiana, a guy from California. There's, you know, you've got to, and then execute the information. And I see that, and it was coming from a guy like me, my friend. We grew up together with blue collar, hard-working values that I apply to stand up. You know, a lot of my stuff comes from, you know, growing up in the 80s, and I feel like when I saw the Cubs win, I felt like it took some kind of toughness, a blue collar work ethic, and then also just being knowing, believing. You know, when I talk about this push, and you're dedicated to all like Borzello, his life is baseball. It's just baseball. He's always been baseball. It's not other stuff. And I saw him being a bullpen catcher with the Yankees and turning it into an impact position where they relied on him. Just like my warm-up. Like I brought in, I was in my warm-up, and then I made it so energy, street smarts, you know, lucky enough to have good parenting and good coaches. And I saw winning in New York. I saw it, and it's just, it was a confidence. And like baseball's about positivity. Baseball's about lifting up your team, and you strike out. It's okay. I'm going to get on it. Get a hit for it. You know, so it's, you know, subjective. Are you funny? Okay. Do I like you? Okay. Do you win the sport? You know, you have great. I mean, you have gatekeepers. Right? Gatekeepers. I mean, the only thing I think is like numbers and, you know, is about winning. It's black and white.
And different times in life require different things. What you also see is that just because someone says something to you doesn't mean that you need to be social media. Like where it's just so easy to jump. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. How often in life do you respond to someone and afterwards like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Right? And if you go ahead and then like you watch out something and you believe it before you read it,
I grew up in the valley.
Why?
I went to Reseda High School. That even more so.
Also, you also see
and I just saw over time that I'm working on TV shows and the valley is so bad. Why am I on TV shows? Why am I doing Largo? These hipster rooms, meaning like just because they put down the valley. I infiltrated the good energy, infiltrated, I want to call it negative, negative. I mean, I think it's kind of negative now, but I like to say that and be positive. And I also felt like the Cubs winning being around that was such a good story. It like validated some of my positive energy in a weird way. I don't want to feel like what to do with the Cubs.
The more positive vibes around something, is we're gonna feel. You ever been in a fucking bus ride somewhere? They got a couple shitty people on the bus, all of a sudden the whole bus feels shitty. Yeah, it's like, oh man, what's Charlie Brown's also, you gotta put up with it. You really just like,
so incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be
you know, I look at it these days
incredible.
Because
But
I feel like comedians, we are the export.
Okay.
We're like the number one export right now. I feel like audiences need to take more gestures, you know. I know that military people are, I don't want to comparison to soldiers at all, but I also just feel like the artists, they serve a purpose, and so I feel like when we're doing comedy, make it laughing, people feeling good. You know, we're so in the eye of the storm. We're in LA. We're cranking these things out. You know, rely on us.
And they need us, man, after that shit week at work. They get a couple drinks, they bring their lady, and we come on, and they go home, and they feel better. They feel better, man.
It's like,
Yeah, it feels good. This podcast right here makes people feel better. I get emails every day. Dude, I got a shit job. I listen to this on the way to work. I feel good, man. And that makes me feel fucking great.
about
yeah, it does. And I also feel like whenever I think about not doing comedy, I can do a regular job. You have to think like it would be unfair. Like people think I'm funny, whether I think I'm funny or not, or I come up with a funny voice or I act weird. So I feel like I almost owe it
and had an immense following. How about Dorish became so of yourself?
Again, I don't want to. I feel like I'm coming up like some Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. But I know it would be just. I know if it was the right thing being entertainment. Thank gosh there's a place for us.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Good conversation.
He had
Wow, man. Thanks for
110,000
doing the
followers.
podcast.
10,000 again, not too shabby, but less than shabby. No. He also said, hey, with Sar out of Yerushalayim, this is now a really famous story. So, hey, comes and leads siege to Yerushalayim. Yeah. It's a famous story. It's like the siege of Yerushalayim. I want you to understand this one, right? They were outmanned, so he was huge part. So they already conquered part of it itself, as well as other countries around. He was no real way to win this war. We need to negotiate.
And I also, you know, the Cubs thing, I'm trying to link it together again.
So what the problem was, the skill didn't want to surrender.
Like if you're cadences, you know you have an influence. Like I had David Ross, the catcher. He was the catcher during the season when the Cubs were down. He came to the show, and you hear him go, yes, you got it. And I saw him before Game 7, and it was like energy. Yes, brilliant.
So
Yeah, they like saying that. And for being a baseball player, myself, that's where enjoying came from. Saying, you know, your influence with your little sayings. Yeah, so you just pick couple candles and there you go. Candles lit, candles lit. Yes, nuts and butts, enjoy whatever it was. Those little sayings. So, awesome, did a great job. Thanks for having me on. Thank you so much. And I'm off to New York tomorrow.
So this girl started saying this to himself.
Thank you,
you know what? Maybe Shevna is
and
right.
subscribe to this
Shevna is the
podcast.
majority.
It helps.
He's the majority. He's
The
the
more you
most.
subscribe, the more iTunes and the speakers
But rather, he wants you to
162.
surrender
So thank
as
you
well.
so much. And come see me on the stand this week and next week in New York City and the New York Comedy Club. And then San Francisco, I will be in the Punchline December 15th, 16th, 17th.
Kesher Shahu, the Kesher Shun, and I'm going to This is not a regular robe. This robe is what we call a kasher rishon. Kasher rishon. This is a congregation, an assembly of the wicked, and the assembly. So therefore again, the Nabi tells this, Shebna is feeling pretty good about himself, right? Because Shebna feels that now, first of all, he commands the majority. He sent this letter to Central, right? And he's very confident that now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what the lots of Okeda, the Kibbutz is David. Shebna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave in the burial place of the Davidic kings. So Shebna is really saying, so he decides not to want to choose his burial plot where he's going to be buried in the Davidic kings. So the Nabi says to Shebna, who are you? What are you doing? Who are you? What are you doing here that you're carving out yourself a grave in the Davidic plot? So essentially, the Nabi said to Shebna, this wife is going to make you a wandering man. The Gemara says, interestingly enough, the wandering of a man is what is called the wandering of all the verses. In general, people have more lachmanis on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. The Rabbi was saying, Kishbach was going to make you like a wandering man, meaning that when you wander, no one's going to have lachmanis on you. So what happens? The so Shebna gets leprosy. So no Shebna was all great, but Shebna ultimately again turned into degradation. Once again, surrendering. Shebna, along with his father, said, we're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim. Shebna and his whole family. What happens? You have enough people. So Shebna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim, to surrender to Sancheriv. As they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, so what happened? Right as they walked out, Gabriel, the Malach Gabriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately again Shebna walked out by himself on the base. On the way, so now Shebna comes before Sancheriv. And then again, what did Shebna's letter say? Shebna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. So I'm like, Mishasieh Hecha. So Sancheriv to Shebna, I had a chance to whatever with the public school. So Shebna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. What he figured was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Not to come. Right? How did they stay in Yerushalayim on the basis that there was 8 days after you come with kindness. So obviously you're looking for him. So Sancheriv thought this whole thing was a joke. Right here. So Shebna claims that he represented 130,000 people, and meanwhile what happened? He comes out by himself. So this is absolutely, because you can imagine again, so probably there's a whole delegation ready to accept the surrender of 130,000 Jews. Probably 130,000, probably much more, because there's 130,000 people we guys into. About your families also. So it's supposed to be a delegation. A lot of Jews coming out. And meanwhile, one guy comes out. So it says, you know, we're not Talmud, the Zambis who say, but you got it also a la Kotel Barabani. So they bore a hole in the souls of Shebna's feet. Attached him to the test. So Shebna, unfortunately, again, in the middle of the earth, not really boring. What a descent. It's always fascinating to see. Great people experience such a terrible fall. Was the second in command. Shebna was the second in command to Hiskiel Melchidah. Hiskiel was so good that it came in that Hiskiel last week shot. Actually, no, we didn't go to over age of Jewry. Everyone knew the halachas of Tumen Kara, right? That's what is that. Everyone knew the halachas of Tumen Kara, right? It was golden age. Things were good. This girl could have been the Mashiach. Things were going well. Shebna has everything. Power, influence. So how did they make such a dramatic mistake? How does that happen? Once I get ready for this, I'm going to Shevna by Hanor. Shevna was steeped in physical pleasure. Sihaha, Lechbala, Soke Hazel, Sihaha, Batihi Losoka. It's not like Zeri Shabbat, Soke, Shinandis, and Davanamara. So what's this interesting? What was Shevna's downfall? Shevna was a pleasure seeker. That was his life. His life was the secret of pleasure. When a person, so what does that mean? When a person lives life, and the most important thing to them in life is their personal pleasure. Right? It doesn't even have to be necessarily anything. Although Rashi points out, it might have been illicit also, but even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, and everything is about pleasure. Okay, what kind of life is that?
That's an advantage of being in shape and not like
what kind of life is that? That is an egocentric life. Life is about service. We are put here on this earth to serve, to work, to do. We are part of Klal Yisrael to contribute to our nation. Life is not about that agenda of life, not pleasure, but service. The issue is when life becomes about pleasure, which I will say, it is so easy. Not even just like
yeah, that's what people from here.
Is the story who are
Yeah, I mean, I like bad routine from shade to irritation, so that wasn't a time thing. It was like
everything comes out
painful. Like have to
themselves
shave a couple days.
as opposed to
You can
become a
train
life
your
of
skin, I
pleasure
guess.
as
I mean,
opposed
it's
to
a
a
thing.
life
I mean,
of
so many people have
service.
beards.
And
I
when you
like
take
it.
that
I
wrong
like the
turn,
trend
it's
that
only a matter of
beards
time until
are,
what happened over
you
here.
know,
To be honest, what
mainstream.
happened
You
over
can
here.
have a beard,
So
scruff
Shevna,
even,
who was living a
and
life
be
of
a
pleasure,
newscaster. You can have a
ultimately again
beard
becomes
and
arrogant.
have scruff
And
and
what
be
happens
an
is
announcer.
he
Yeah.
sees
Whereas back in
this
the
is
day,
my
you couldn't
this
really.
is
You
my
know, do you think guys like yourself
and the
and
moment
like
that
Zachus, like trendsetters in the beard community? It's possible. I mean, look, Zach made the beard. I mean, he was one of the guys who kind of like brought, because whenever you guys, you know, after the Hangover movies, you started seeing a lot of guys. I mean, the hipster era was you started seeing a lot of dudes with beards, especially comedians who were kind of chubbier guys who started sporting a little bit more facial hair and stuff like that. Zach inspired. I don't know. So maybe maybe in that way, Mike could have one and have it be clean shaven, and then I would have a beard sometimes, or have like a goatee or whatever. Then I would have like a bad name or intimidating. You know, there is a thing like facial hair on a certain level is intimidating. Well, you with the goatee might look more villainous, less welcoming. You never know. Yeah, right. You have the beard, the goatee, the mustache. And I do think sporting goatee, you might be one of the villains for taking all of a sudden. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? The goatee gives me that look. And then you can dye it, you can not dye it, you can, there's just a lot of options with that. The beard, then you're turning more into a Persian, Arabic, maybe Russian, yeah, clean shaven. Then here's the other thing, clean shaven, I get sweat, like yeah, exactly, so upper lip sweat. And I think also, I have a funny mouth from what I heard. And I think when you have the beard, the hair's in the way, kind of take away from some of the funniness. That's why I told some of these, I mean, I don't tell them, but I see comedians, some of them hold that mic right up against your mouth. Yeah, not only is it like weird in some communication block, it's something to block, it's a physical block, but it's also, we're not seeing your face. And I think part of that with the beard, you kind of lose some of that. Those beard-like features get lost within the nest of like
beautiful. He was Shem Mitsubiara. Vayish Alei Teva. He was
yes, that's it. I mean, you get the nest security cameras are everywhere. You've got the bird scooters. I mean, a lot of. What do you think the bird scooters? Because let me tell you something. I can't stand the
Rudy,
I can't stand the bird scooters. You can't
Because
stand seeing them. You can't stand riding in them. I have not ridden one yet, and everybody tells me I need to ride one before I make my judgment. But right now, I can't stand looking at them. It's sad. It's just, it implies because they're pretentious. They're in the way. Maybe it's pretentious. It's in the way. I think people who drive them around are a nuisance. Drive like an old man whenever I see them. I get angry. Like I was walking down the sidewalk and three passed me and I had to get out of the way and I'm like, what are they, like European tourists? Are these adults? Are they kids on the scooter? They're like, young 20s, like mid-20s, like kind of hipster people. Floating around on them. I don't like them. So you don't like them that they're on the sidewalk and they're kind of impeding at where people leave them in clumps of litter. They just throw them on the side of the sidewalk. They're not even like on a kickstand or anything. I don't know if other people are pushing them over. Right. But it's frustrating. Okay, so I see what you're saying. I haven't been proliferation, the prolification, the overabundance of these scooters. You see them, I guess, at Venice, probably all in Santa Monica. Yeah, just there. I haven't been seeing them too much around my neighborhood, luckily, I guess. I did notice when I went to Venice a couple weeks ago, they were everywhere. You've had some personal run-ins, unintended. So I don't want to ride them. I'm nervous because you go pretty fast. I hear they go fast. Yep. Knowing my luck, I get excited. Maybe something would happen. Also, yeah, I just don't want to get hurt. Not yet. You know, it's just what's the advantage of scooters over bicycles? I wouldn't even ride a bicycle to drivers. I think the CEO or just calling it, I think they're pretty upset that I'm talking about them in not a positive way right now. They're gonna, oh, they have your number. Yep, they're on the caller right here.
How do you know? How do you know
the CEO.
If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign, or a bad Mabuchi, or one of the two, right? If Torah makes you tired, then ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete immersion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't sap your energy, chances are you're probably just auditing it and not really fully immersed. The Shem Yisrael, the Sakha Rebbe actually brings out also, he says on this phrase, Yeveshim Akashas Kol Koshav, this is beautiful. His Kol Koshav, he says, is a reference to the Yetzer Hara. Do you know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Yetzer Hara, which I looks like is such a beautiful idea. You know from the second Brachos, right? The Gemara says,
I have an issue.
A person should try to go ahead and always incite the good inclination over the Yetzer Hara. What happens if a person can't overcome the Yetzer Hara? What does the Gemara say? Mashchayu lebeis hamedrash. Bring yourself, pull to the medrash. Torah allows us to weaken our Yetzer Hara. We know this, right? When you're learning the daf, usually, most of us don't have a dramatic Yetzer Hara to go out and commit our various when we're doing the daf. Now, maybe the moment I close my mind, speaking Torah by definition, it pours beautiful, translucent, holy waters on the fire of the Yetzer Hara.
So I got to keep looking at these people that are flying by on your product and just dumping them wherever they please. That's going to stay
Which is
for
why,
long.
by the way, the Gemara says in Second Brachos, if you're struggling with the Yetzer Hara, sometimes all you need to do is just open a sefer and just read a pasuk. Just read a pasuk. It's like the fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging. Just open the hydrant for a couple of moments.
Yo, big dog, I'm sleeping right now. Can you come back later, please?
We'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I can get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine.
More
for tomorrow. More for again, we always wind up in the right place. That's like it's a much shorter day tomorrow. Very. Don't look. That's a wonderful start to the week. Incredible.
No, it says.
All right, Trev on Zoom. Have a wonderful day.
For equal opportunity.
That's what it says in your point. Look, don't judge us.
Don't judge us for equal opportunity. We're here to stay in Hollywood. But we're watching you. Just let you know.
iPad, we have the technology, we have the apps. You know, birds. Have you heard of GPS?
Yeah, I've heard of GPS.
George, Pierre, Sinclair. All right, I will say good morning, Dr. Voss. It is a great small spot Hashem to be able to begin.
George, Pierre, Sinclair. So wait, you, Larry Bird, the CEO of Birds, you didn't even...
Another week of Mustachus and Hedging together begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to fame. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, the year 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha from Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shuvah. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kelman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David Levi Zichron, brother of Ita. Rabbi was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors, Zevi and Joshi Daniel, the Yerushalayim Master Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael, Ben Rafal, Noach Yosef, and our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Bas, Shlomo, Todros, Yisrael, Rachash, Rav Ben United, our Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Salam and Aliyah, all of the families in the Chama. All those who need our wish that went together with Kol Choli's, which Baruch Hashem Yatzash bring our hostages home with the Shalom and the Karam, should allow our holy soldiers to be successful with Kol Maaseh Yedei. Let's with that, let us begin with a great, really incredible. I was going to actually figure out this here in the chat. Exceptional dot today. Today's dot is Chav 26, and we're picking up on Chav 26. 5 lines down from the 6 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. No, sorry, 4 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. So let's remember again, we had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve in what we call a testimonial capacity. Some individuals, the Mishnah had Lashon. Sorry. The Mishnah had the law. Sorry, on Chavdalin, the Mishnah had the Lashon of Sofrei Shvius. So, which again, at first glance sounded like those who do business with Shemitah produce. Remember again, Shemitah, sabbatical year, every 7 years, Dalota is everything in the field becomes hefker. So one of the things you're not allowed to do produce. You can eat Shemitah produce to your heart's content. That's not a problem. There are 2 issues that come up with Shemitah produce. Number 1 is doing business with Shemitah produce. And number 1 is storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available. Let me start with the second one first. You could go ahead and amass and store Shemitah produce. That's not a problem, as long as it is readily available in the fields. Once something is no longer readily available in the fields, you cannot store it in large quantities in your home. We'll discuss that more. The other issue is doing business with Shemitah produce, which is straight out. In other words, remember, during Shemitah, everything's so let me go out, grab up all the inventory, and sell it. So again, you're not allowed to sell. That sounds like a great idea. Only one problem, it's awesome. So a lot of great ideas, right? So the nice you're not allowed to do that. That's is not allowed to serve in a testimonial capacity. Also, that the Mishnah then went on, and the Shimon, how you call it also issues, Rabu ha'anasim, chazor b'krosan sof issues. So then the Shimon comes over with this interesting thing. He says in the beginning, they would call people gatherers of Shemitah produce. And then when the anosim, now an anos is someone who compels someone to do something. When the anosim, right, with the proliferation of anosim, he began to call them people who did business with Shemitah produce. So again, not exactly clear what is happening. So let's go on and read Gemara. So let's go. Says the Gemara. My comment. What exactly is it that the Shimon is saying in the Mishnah itself? What do you got? What it means to say? The Tchila how you own say she is sharing. So for impossible. In the beginning, the first of the halacha, there's a very straightforward halacha. What was the straightforward halacha? People who gathered Shemitah produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be an aid, right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering Shemitah produce. That's fine. Everyone, in other words, that's what you're allowed to do in Shemitah year, is gather produce. So for but if you do business trees or produce, then you're passing. Right? So if you gather from the field, it's free, also, because remember, I will say, any time that one is publicly or frequently violating an Avera, that essentially renders you unfit to give ages, right? It's not just a thing. You're doing something without remorse. Okay, what happened? The Sheravu, Mamsi and Mos Nanian, the Asli Anian, the Asilahu, Umaisi, so then what happened? So there were these people. And apparently this became a common practice. Then what would happen? A guy with some money would hire a group of poor people. They would say to the poor people, go and gather as much sweet produce as you can. Because remember again, there is no limitation on the amount of sweet produce that one is allowed to take from the field. You can take as much as you want. So there were people, they would hire, and then what would happen? You might see it, then they would sell it. So what ended up happening? What ended up happening is they went ahead and they said that halacha l'maisa, everybody's possible. Everybody's possible. So now, interestingly enough, what this did was is that halacha l'maisa, this said whether you were an Oshishiyus or whether you were someone who was so Oshishiyus, ultimately again it was going to be possible. So Gemara says, Kashu ben Rashba. I don't understand. So the sons of Rashba troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. They said, "Hi, Misharabu ha'anasim, Misharabu ha'tagarim u'vayle." What does that mean? At the end of the day, the Gemara says, then why does it say Misharabu ha'anasim? Anosim makes it sound like people who are extorting, right? So it should say Misharabu ha'tagarim. When the merchants, in other words, when people got involved and started making a business out of this, that's when Chazal had to step in and say anyone essentially doing mass treat produce. So the Gemara says, Ella, listen to this. How you omen? Echad zevi, echad zev. So in the beginning they said, both of these individuals are possible. In other words, whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. Yishrabu ha'anasim umayim, who are the anasim, Arnona. So this is very interesting what it says. So look at Rashi says Arnona, Mas it's the second of the short lines of Rashi. Mas shegova hamelach minatzua kach v'kach kurim minasad l'shur. Arnona is taxes. Modern Hebrew Arnona is also taxes. Hey, so but this is the tax rate. If you get the tax you should not part of the Shemitah year. Why? Because in Shemitah year you're not farming. You're not farming. So now, yeah. You still have to pay your taxes even though you were not farming. So the Gemara says, so what happened? I know that. The Machis Rabbi as Rabbi said, Poke the Zoro B'Shviyas Mishum Arnon. So this is incredible. Rabbi said to the farmers, he said, go and plant your field during the Shemitah year because of Arnon. I will say now, this is incredible. It actually Pope Vizaro B'Shviyas. Shviyas Bizman Zed Rabbanon, Debatla Kiddush HaSa'aretz. So listen to this for a second. So Rabbi Yanai was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and give their tax, their crop tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. I mean, if during Shemitah they couldn't pay their tax, what would happen? The king would come and seize their field. But get ready for this. Rabbi Yanai put out a public declaration and said, Febra, I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest their field during Shemitah. So remember again, Rashi points out, Shemitah during the days of Rabbi was Drabanon. So because Shemitah is Drabanon, one has a little bit more leverage. Now, remember what is Shemitah? Shemitah is only D'Oraisa when there's Yovel. Yovel's only D'Oraisa when Rov Yoshver Amar, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. Listen, by the way, this is actually contemporarily important. That's why, again, even now, we have certain, for example, Show me a picture Let me ask you this one. We just had a sit down. We just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's every 7 year. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure within the next couple of years. Yeah. So the next 7 years. And it's interesting. So one of the recent debates about Shmitas had to Mechila. Right? The notion of going ahead. Such like kind of like it's like selling land to a non-Jew. So it's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off the ground is because Allah Maisa Shemitah Bisman Hazez Rabana, according to most opinions. What to see very, very, very soon is the scales are going to tip. There's going to come a point in time in the not so distant future where the majority of Klal Yisrael is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the fact that, to think about that, the first time since the days of the second Beis Hamikdash, the majority of Klal Yisrael will be living in Eretz Yisrael, but on the other hand, it also has a number of different halachic ramifications as well. Shabbat comes along and says, I need you to plant the fields, because if you don't, we're going to lose our land. So Larry said, Osim Ksherim, Sofer Psulim. Those who gather Shemitah produce are kosher ladies, right? Because they're not doing anything wrong. Sofer, those who conduct business with Shemitah produce, they're kosher ladies. So here about Izandis is people who collect produce for Shemitah. That's fine, no problem, kosher ladies, because that's a perfect practice. The issue is with those who do business with Shemitah produce, that's problematic. A story, dramatic story. Get ready for this. Rabbi Bar Zarniki, from Shimon Yod Tzadok, Habikazi Abishon Asya. Okay, get ready for this story. So Rabbi Bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon Ben Yod Tzadok. Right, so it's called Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon. We're going to intercalate the new year. So we're going to declare a leap year, in a place called Asya. Asya, a city called Asya. So what happened? Pagabu Rich Lakish. So he bumped into Lakish on the way. Rich Lakish says, hey guys, where are you going? Right? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, all right, April Bahagami, could I come with? So okay, so Rich said, now we've got Rich Lakish, ready to answer. Listen, can you just imagine like being in the back seat of that movie, right? Can you imagine being in the third row over there and just listening to what's probably going on to that chevra, that whole chevra. So Tia, the Shimon, and now Rish Lakish tags along. So Gemara says, I don't need to participate, but I would like to see how the intercalation, how a leap year is done. Okay, come along. Okay, so Rish Lakish comes along. So as they're traveling, Chazi Lavu Gavra to Kakarif. They saw a guy plowing his field. Now, I'll say it was a shoot year. They saw a guy plowing his field. Someone home, Kohen v'chodesh. This guy who's plowing, he's a Kohen, and he's violating Shemitah. This Kohen is violating Shemitah. Amulo. So interesting. Here, Shimon was surprised at how Rish Lakish was so judgmental about this individual. He said, what's happening? Amulo, Yokol Lomar, Agiston Anibisoko. First of all, who says it's a Jewish-owned field? That's number one. Number two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. If you look at actually Agiston Schia, the Karka Shalachiru, Inan Shoanonis, Harabal Balabais Lachlosh. So it says, number one, maybe he's in the field of a non-Jew. That's number one. Maybe this Jew is a higher hand. Okay. Number two, maybe he's the field of a Jew. Right? And remember, what did Rabbi just said before? Rabbi just said before that Allah saw under extenuating circumstances, like when the king is going to seize your field, if you don't pay the tax, you have to work the field. So he said, whoa. I'm saying, the Turkish was saying two things. Number one, he called the guy a Kohen. You're Kohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a Kohen who is in violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next. They saw a guy who was pruning his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on the Shemitah year. So the Gemara said, Amalahan, Kohen Zamar. Guy is a Jew, he's a Kohen, and he's in violation of Shemitah. Amalei, Yacholova the Akil, Beis Habad, and sorry. They say, whoa. First of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if done in a particular way. This guy may be gathering branches in order to make a netting for the olive press. Right? When you have an olive press and you have a pipe, actually points out you have a pile of olives, they put like a type of netting on top of the olives to keep the pile together. That netting is often used for smaller, softer branches. So it could be the guy's not pruning the good here, but instead what he's doing is he's gathering some stuff from the body in order to go and make the netting for the olives, which would be permitted. So again, it's this fascinating tension here between on one hand Reish Lakish going ahead and saying these guys are Kohanim in violation of Shemitah, and these other Rabbanim trying to go ahead and be Moran Zichus. Reish Lakish responds and says, Analahem, Halei Yodea, in La'akel, in La'akalkalos. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, right, or if it's perverting the halacha, or a little bit of a play on words, right? Because again, the lashon for making the netting for the olive press is la'akel beis habat, to make the netting, and akal kalos is like a corruption of din, a corruption of justice, a corruption of avon. Actually, say la'aber al hadas. So let's say, so this is incredible. Reish Lakish says. These people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. So Reish Lakish was confident in his assessment of the situation. He will say that line, by the way, is such a profound idea. You can fool everyone. You really can. You can fool everyone. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I manage to believe myself for some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always sets in. You can run from it, you could delay it, but it always comes at some point. Halei Yodea. At the end of the day, you could fool everyone else in your life, and you could do a great job at it. You could do it for decades, you could do it an entire lifetime. But at the end of the day, Halei Yodea. Your heart knows what's right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not I'm living the life I need to live. I'm becoming the person I need to become. I'm engaging in the activities that are really appropriate for me. My heart knows whether or not the image I project to the rest of the world is the true me or is a facade. An overwhelming and it's reminiscent. The Salvation points out, I mentioned this many times in one of his first essays on Tshuva, as repentance. Right? But the truth is, it's not really what Tshuva means. What's the true etymological definition of Tshuva? It's to return. Shmuel was unique in that he wasn't just a Rabbi, he was also the shofet, he was also the judge. What was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would travel the land throughout the year, bringing the basin, bringing the dining to the people. The lashon that the Rabbi uses is Teshuvaso harama. When he would come back to his home in Ramah, Teshuvaso. So Salvation points out, he says, you see from here that at the end of the Teshuva, really means a return, not just a return, but a return home. And so Salvation says something so beautiful. He says, life is one big circle. He says the only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? It says everyone has that point where they come from. What I'm really referring to is not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness. You can run from it for a very long time. But at some point in time, that self-awareness is going to set in. All of the excuses I made, right? And all of the shifos, the hashkafas, all the philosophies, which all sound fantastic. But at a certain point in time, they all come crumbling down. And I have to face the reality of what I am and what I'm not. That's what Reish Lakish heart knows in La'akel, in La'akalkalos. So the Gemara says, hey, I'm a liberation. By the way, the Gemara just asks, out of these two stories, which one actually occurred first? Was it the plowing guy or the pruning guy? Again, it's as it's stated. Ha'am liberation, Hanami is Ha'am Ha'nami Elenu Agiston Alibishoko. See, the problem with saying that they occurred, as just mentioned, is why not bring up, right? Remember when you saw the guy plowing, which, like you said, he's a Kohen violating Shemitah, maybe he's a high worker. But the second story, if the first story occurred really first, then why not use that same excuse for both cases? That's a good excuse. Not a good excuse. It's a good interpretation, good explanation for both cases. Rather, it must be that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that that was not a good excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay, so the what's happening? Why are Kohanim getting such a bad rap for being willing to violate Shemitah? What's going on over here? So one says, this is very interesting. It was known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shemitah. They were suspect to violate Shemitah. Now why? Listen to what's this guy saying? Listen to this. If you have one side that falls into a Shemitah produce, what's interesting about this? So remember again, Truma only can be consumed by a Kohen. Shemitah produce can be consumed by anyone and everyone. So now I have a Sa'ah of Truma that falls into a Sa'ah of Shemitah produce. Yeah, I'm going to get to that. So right, one sub Truma that falls into Shemitah produce. Now, the Shemitah produce over here is chulin, right? Even though Shemitah produce is Shemitah, ultimately, again, it is chulin. Again, chulin with limitations. Now, let's say, now remember, if you have just one sub Truma falling to one sub chulin, so the entire mixture becomes Truma. That's the in this case over here, one sub Truma falls into 100 of Shemitah produce. So what's the halacha? Tala. So remember, the ratio for bittul of Truma is 100 to 1. So if you have 100 parts chulin to 1 part Truma, the Truma is batal. Now, by Tala, if it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it? No, listen, why do you have to let it rot? Now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's the status of the mixture? Truma. So I'd have to let it rot. There's a remedy. What's the remedy? Give it to a Kohen. Sell it to a Kohen. So let's yet the Raisa says, let it rot. I'm not your crew. Why let it rot? You grind on the Kohen. Did you make Truma? Chutz b'dimei also sell it to a Kohen. The Raisa, in general, this is interesting. There was a market, right? So if I'm in Israel, I am in Israel. So if I'm in Israel, so now what happens? I have Truma. I'm supposed to give my Truma to a Kohen. I mismanage. I'm a notorious Truma mismanager. So what happens? My Truma gets mixed in with my chulin. What do I have to do now? Let's go through this. Part of ROTHSCHILD. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 100 parts chulin to 1 part Truma, then good, I'm good. Less than 100 parts, what do I do? So what status of the mixture? What starts the mixture? Have too many blank expressions looking right back at me. Either avoid eye contact or say something, right? All right, so once I sit down, you know who you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts, less than 100 parts, just one part Truma to less than 100 parts chulin. What happens? What starts the mixture? Truma. Excellent. Here we go. Good. So I say, now what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now here's what's interesting. Now you can gift, if you're a nice guy, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. You don't have to gift it. Why don't you have to gift it? The market on which you could sell this. What's the market? The coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be at a discount. Why? Because the Kohanim have the upper hand. Right? Because they know it's a limited population that could buy this, therefore they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. So watch this. I have one saw of Truma that fell into, we'll call it 90 of Shemitah produce. So the Truma is not bottled. So what did the Mishnah say? You gotta let it rot. Let's let it rot. I should be able to sell it to a Kohen. Now, let's be careful. Now, what can I sell to a Kohen? I can sell to the Kohen the amount of the mixture minus the Truma. Because I can't charge the Kohen for Truma. Right? Why not? Because it's his. So I can sell him the amount of mixture minus the Truma. So let's say there's 90 sa'ah of chulin of Shemitah produce, one sa'ah of Truma. So the total volume is 91 sa'ah. I could charge him, obviously, a discounted amount for the 90 sa'ah of chulin. That sounds like a much better option than going ahead and letting it rock. What's going on over here? So it's what's Rabbi which they do ula, Zolfomeres, Nechshidu, Kohanim Ashrius. So we'll say, what do you see from there? You see from there that Allah we don't want you selling Shemitah produce to Kohanim. Why? Because Kohanim are chashuv, they are suspect of not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah produce. How could it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap over here? So once you take a look at Rashi, this is fascinating. Actually, Kohanim, Rashi says, La hashos shlius achaziman beer, demoru be'atera. So we'll say, so now what's the issue? The issue is like this. As I mentioned before, you are only allowed to store Shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available in the field. Once it's no longer available in the field, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. Kohanim were notorious for storing Shemitah produce in their homes even after it was no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim were so good, they're so pure, they're so sweet. Right? So why are they so chashuv over here? So look at Rashi, this is fascinating. Rashi says, they know about Torah. They have the more heter. They have a good excuse. Good excuse. What do they say? They started true of the kachek hadashim the gabayu that shli's not b'yishaz because concept is come on. We always keep kaddish stuff in our homes. Right? We have truma. Right? We have kachim. We have all these different things. Okay, so that's the so remember, Shemitah produce is kaddish. Truma is kaddish. There are other Kohanic gifts that are kaddish. So Kohanim Ramona Heter, they made an excuse for themselves, and they said, you know what, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce, but we Kohanim, we do not. We are allowed to keep holy stuff in their home. So let's say, so because of this, we had a reputation of being derelict in proper treatment of Shemitah produce. So because that Chazal was an incredible Chazal made enactment, Kohanim are choshev on Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, and also because and therefore it's incredible. So that results in this last case that in Shemitah you have truma that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100-1, or if it's 100-1 ratio, fine. Truma's bottled, you're good to go. But if it's less than 100-1, you can't even sell to a coin. Rather, you have to let it rot, and then once it rots, you can make it disposal. Incredible. All right, back to the story. So the Gemara Rashi says, and I remember we've got Rish Lakish traveling together with Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimei in order to see how they integrate them. So, Amru, Shuruda Hudin. So now let's listen to this. So these Rabbanim, he's no trouble, right? The ones that like, why are you looking at? And they were taken aback by his negative disposition. I will say that. I just want to point out something very interesting. Rish Lakish, who's Rish Lakish? Rish Lakish has been around the block. Right, remember again, Rish Lakish is the ultimate Baal Tshuva, right? Rish Lakish was, right, and then he went ahead and becomes a Baal Tshuva and embraces the Talmud Torah. Rish Lakish probably had a little bit more of an insight into human nature than these other Rabbanim, simply because the Pasha said, B'Shem Rekiah grew up being called Seder Medrash. He grew up in Medrash. Rish Lakish says, I'm telling you, I know people. I know to be detect when someone's dishonest. You know, sometimes, what is it? It takes a thief to know a thief. You know, sometimes when you've lived that life of dishonesty, you could, you know, you could smack it, you know, you could smell it a little bit different, like you could detect it a little bit more. So now again, I want to point out interesting. Okay, so now these other Rabbanim are very taken aback. Very shocking to understand. Well, since we changed out this Gemara, it's like this, you know, that there's a din. What's the din? You have to be down the kapschus. You have to be the benefit of the doubt. So these other Rabbanim seem right. So you know, after Shlokish, he was probably saying, you have to be down the kapschus, not down the kapschus. You know, at the end of the day, I was like, you know, yes, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt, but there are times when what is happening is so clearly and abysmally wrong that, no, it's wrong. It's wrong. You can't make up a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now, again, for us, style of this be done with Havsuchos. But perhaps for someone like Rish Lakish, who was much more plugged into human nature, he was able to see what was right, what was wrong. All right, let's go back there. So the story gets better. We're not finished yet. So now what happens? They arrive at the place, what they called Asya, the place where they were going to do the Ibrahim, they were going to declare the new month, which was great. So they came at the Shimon, so they were some people in Ibrahim, so they went upstairs to the attic, that's where the bottom of the Shalukba Medagami to say, and they took out the ladder right in front of the Reish Lakish, which means said, you're not coming with. You're not coming with, right? You're here, you came with that, Shkaya, you tag on. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not coming up to the attic with us. So the question is now offended. He's very upset. He comes to the Yochanan. And I'm going to get the Yochanan, right? Like the Yochanan is Mishpach. In the part of Yochanan, I'm going to so once I get into this, there's like he says, I'm going to make Adam HaShizik HaShiz Shimon HaAbershana. So now the Tzaddik says, I don't understand. Are these people who are suspect about non-observance of Shmita, are they permitted to go ahead and permitted to declare the year, which is accusing the Shimon, is accusing the Mechia and the Shimon of violating Shmita? But it seems like this. Because actually part of the obligation of leadership is to point out when someone's doing something wrong. So Shlomo says these Rabbanim walked by these fields of these Kohanim who were violating Shmita and didn't say anything. So if you don't stand up in the face of this is not like I just want to point out we are seeing these things unfold in such a dramatic way. When you look at Rahman Litzlan, what is happening in Australia now with the anti-Semitic, and people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism this. When a government doesn't stand up against terrorists, and the government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely the state of Israel, if you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition you are siding with it. It's not an accent that after Australia, in all of their ridiculous political stances and political moves, that there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That's what happens. That's what happens in the world. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition, you are with it. You are with it. So it's like you said, you're fortunate again. Right? So pick a team. And if you see guys violating Shmita, and at the end of the day, you don't make a machor, you're going ahead and making an objection, then by definition, you are violating the Shmita. So Rabbi Shlaki says to the Yochanan, how can these guys who violated Shmita be part of the Chaber that's declaring a leap year? Sorry. Don't catch me. So Jim Blocker. Rabbanon actually somewhat. So we spoke on this before. Because the truth is, there are no worse than the three share information in order to go ahead and declare the new month. Meaning, maybe these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon, and are not really part of the basin to make the leap year, but rather they're just sharing information. When it comes to sharing information, you could even be a shepherd. Pretty stout. So let's say so again, something what happened over here. Reish Lakish just called these two Rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right, Roy Bakar, and also called them people who violate Shemitah. V'hadra amar lo dami hasam hadron inu Rabbanon va'avuya lo shasa. Haka kasher rishon. The kasher rishon in a minute. Then it's obviously not offensive, right? Because in this case, the rabbis relying upon the shepherds for information, but the shepherds were not part of the actual basin. Here, my concern is that these two Rabbanim, that the Kiyah and the Shimon are part of the basin, and if these guys are part of the basin, then this is what's called the Kesher Rishon. Kesher Rishon. Sounds like a good name for a shul, right? Right? Kind of gives you Kesher Rishon. Right? It's like Kesher Rishon, right? So they said the problem over here is that these two Rabbanim, and Rabbi Shimon, so then a base like that becomes what's called a kesher sharp, a congregation of a sharp. So it's like Reish Lakish is sharp. Reish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis over here. So look at that, just a moment. Kesher Shalom, Kehek Anu Somchin Al Mindenzer, Lasos Kidivayan, Bafilu Ian Olsen Al Ibor Kidim Ukidas, as Hashem Sabas I did. They were based in the Zainami. Okay, so therefore, the instructions is really saying, I don't understand how this basement is operating up in the attic that I wasn't allowed into. I don't understand how this is a valid basement. So Rabbi Yochanan, Da'aka. So Rabbi Yochanan says, you know what? I in other words, so Rabbi Yochanan asked, so look at that. Actually, Da'aka, Shata Kori also on the show. In other words, it's interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says, you want to hold him accountable for not objecting to Shemitah violation? I hear that. I do. I notice if you notice, Rabbi Yochanan doesn't counter that point. But to call people Rishon, that level of freedom. For me, I use 4 shows a week. Yeah, that level of diet. That's a little bit of time. Rabbi Yochanan says that I don't believe. So Kiyas from Rabbi Yochanan. So it says, what happened? The Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they heard about what Reish Lakish said about them. So Kiyasa comes Rabbi Yochanan, Amar Lei, Kariban Noy Bakar, Velo Amar Mavalo Midi. Listen to this, so it's interesting. They said to Rabbi Yochanan, so Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon come down, and they say to Rabbi Yochanan, Reish Lakish called us cattle herders, he called us shepherds, and you didn't say anything, like you didn't stick up for Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan going all this, like you didn't stick up for us. So Rabbi Yochanan says, Amar Lei, the Kariban who Loi so. Right? And if you would have put some one way to that they called you cattle herders, if you would have called you sheep herders, would you have rather right and you would have so it's very profound. You don't want to say so what? So what? And that's one of the first lessons that we teach our children. Just because someone calls you a name doesn't mean you need to react. Reish Lakish was upset because Reish Lakish thought you were wrong, so he called you Shon. He called out Shon. That I'm going to step in. That I'm going to step in. But when I saw, once you go ahead, they called you a cattle herder? Okay, get over it. So there's so much to take out of this story. So if you notice, by the way, we're not sure from the story itself, like who was right. Was Reish Lakish right? Were these other Rabbanim right? Were these Kohanim were in violation of Shemitah? Not. So again, the Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity, but there are tremendous lessons to be pulled out. What you see from Reish Lakish is you need to go ahead and stand up against things when you're wrong, because if you don't, you got like schus, right? So again, and different times in life require different things. What you also see is that just because someone says something to you doesn't mean that you need to respond. This is, and it's probably one of the lessons that has been lost, especially in the social media age. Like, it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. Listen, you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. And how often in life do you respond to something that afterwards like, I shouldn't have done that, right? And if you go ahead and then you WhatsApp something and then you believe it, you reach out, you probably really fast. So really fast, you often see what you believe in before you believe it. Why? I just had enough self-restraint just to not respond. Life would be so much better. Plus, we also see that even in vehement discussions or debates, there always has to be a limit as to the type of words you're ready to use. No matter how justified you may be in your position, no matter how justified you may be in your position, you have to be careful with the words that you use. And also, you see this, without leading into it, that for our people right now, one of the most conditional drafting the Haredi community. Tremendous issue. We spent Shavuos night on it. So without even wading into it, I was like, but the moment that someone uses the word Nazi, right? Even if you're right, you lost. You lost because once you are not careful with your words like that, you have lost the debate because you've lost credibility in the agenda that you're trying to put forward. Because clearly, you have to measure probably the ability to see things in a holistic fashion. Also, it is so incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Okay. All right, so you must like this. Good. My case. So it's not interesting enough. So one of the things that Rishakish said, he called it Kesher Shai, right? He called the fact that Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon had and part of this meeting, he called it Kesher Shai. So the Gemara says, what if you've never heard that expression before? What does that mean? An assembly? Right, an assembly of evildoers. The Kesher is shut. What's it? Kesher means like a band, like a chevra. What does that mean? What's that? Get ready for this story. This is wild. This is wild. My Kesher is shut. Shev Nahava. Darish the place of this. What's this? Never been introduced to story of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda with one of his most trusted advisors, Shevna. If these names or this story don't sound familiar to you at all, it's okay. It's from an esoteric book of Jewish knowledge called Rabbi. Right? And again, if you have a sister, right, or a female member of your family who has received the complete legends, right? So let's say, listen to this. So now this is incredible story. Hiskiel Melech Yehuda. Listen to this. So Hiskiel, right, the guy who ran essentially like his chief of staff, was a man by the name of Shevna. Shevna was a tremendous Talmud Chacham and had an immense following. Havadorish, the place of the summer, where he would darshan, he had 130,000 followers. Meaning, when he would give a shir, 130,000 people showed up. Okay, listen to this. Hiskiel, Havadorish, the Chad Sayabusa. Hiskiel was the king of Yehuda and son of Galadala. He had 110,000 followers. 10,000 Hasidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shevna. Kiyas. This is now another famous story. So comes and lays siege to Yerushalayim. Now, just to understand, this is the famous story of Sancheiv's siege of Yerushalayim. I want you to understand, there was no real military for Am Yisrael to win. He had conquered a number of the cities, he already conquered part of Israel. Other countries around, there was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Kasef Shevna, especially Shevna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate and organize a surrender. They usually do this if you have some kind of autonomy. So what did Shevna do? The problem was, Hiskiel didn't want to surrender. So what did Shevna do? He attacked and took the voting note, essentially a letter to Sanchev saying, I am Shevna, representing 130,000 people in Yerushalayim, 130,000 households. We are ready to negotiate the truce. And he put it on the arrow and shot it out. Hiskiel said, Shenema Kihine Harishon Yidzik in Kashas Konu Mukitza Mayasa. So what's this now? What happened? So Shevna literally wrote a letter to Sanchev saying, Hiskiel doesn't want peace with you, but meaning me, Shevna and my followers want peace with you. Sent this letter to Sanchev. How the Kalistic Hiskiel. So Hiskiel was concerned. He didn't know what to do. I'm a double fast to show nothing that he could show you. But so Yuba, Kilba Yuba Nimsiri, Imunami Nimsiri. So discussing like this, there's a concept of Achay Rabbi Mahatos, you follow the majority. So this PO started second guessing himself and thinking he's like, you know what, maybe Shevna is right. Shevna is the majority. He's the majority. He's the rave. And if Mishparak he goes by the majority as well. So maybe if Mishparak doesn't want me to stand up for some favors, but rather he wants me to surrender as well. What happened? The Rabbi said to him, someone kesher the call asher yomar amazah kesher. So listen to this verse. So here it quotes over here. The pasuk from Yeshayahu. Someone kesher the call asher yomar amazah kesher as well. So the Rabbi comes and says like this. Klomar kesher shayhu, the kesher sham elaminu. This is not a regular robe. This robe is what we call a kesher sham. So what's the expression? This is a congregation, an assembly of the wicked, and the assembly of the wicked is not called the halachic majority. The Rabbi tells Iskio, do not surrender. The Shpaku has your back, do not Shevna now. First of all, he commands the majority. He sent this letter to Sancheriah, and he's very confident that now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what does Shevna do? So Shevna comes along and says, but Shevna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave in the burial place of the king. So Shevna is really getting ready. And he's getting ready to choose his burial plot where he's going to be buried in the Davidic faith. So the Rabbi says to Shevna, who are you? What are you doing? Who are you? What are you doing that you're carving up yourself a grave in the Davidic plot? So essentially the Rabbi said to Shevna, the Torah is going to make you a wandering man. The Gemara said, it's interesting enough, I'm going to have to look the wandering of a man is going to the wandering of a what does this mean? In general, people have more mothers on a poor woman and they have poor men. The Rabbi was saying, fuck, would you make you like a wandering man, meaning that you're going to be a wanderer, no one's going to have enough money. So we'll see what happens. The Itach, on the Yossi, Rabbi Chanina Melani Cheparcha Bon Saras. So Shevna gets leprosy. Siv Hafa, Ata, Siv Hasam, the Asafam Yata. Sanof Yitz Finecha, Safna Kadra Al Eretz Rachas Yadayim. Tano, Ubikesh Kalon Beis Adonov. Napach Kivod of a color, even though Shevna was all great, right? But Shevna ultimately, again, his glory turned into degradation. Let's get ready for this. So now, Shevna and his followers, so this guy is not surrendering. Believe Yerushalayim, Shevna, and his whole family. What happens? You have enough of people, so Shevna did to Sancheriah. As they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, Asa Gabriel, Achde Ladasha Ba'ate Misharsi. So what happened? Right as you walk out of Yerushalayim, so Shevna walks out, and the moment that Shevna walked out, Gabriel, the Malach Gabriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately again Shevna walked out by himself on the base. On the way, so now Shevna comes before Sancheriah. And remember again, what did Shevna's letter say? Shevna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. Samurai, Mishar Secha. So Sancheriah says Shevna. What he follows? So Shevna says, what now? Shevna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel, that he figured was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Like, how should be? They stay in Yerushalayim on the basis that there was this thing, this whole thing was a joke. Right here, so Shevna claims that he represented 130,000 people, and meanwhile, what happened? He comes out by himself. So here it says, you know, because can you imagine again, if there was a whole delegation ready to accept the surrender of 130,000 Jews, the Pasha stand families also. So it's supposed to be a delegation of a lot of Jews coming out. And meanwhile, one guy comes out. So here it says, you're making fun of me. You're mocking me. What did he do? So the Lord says, "Not through back. How about the Talmud is that only in the souls of Shev's feet, attached them to the tail of their horses, and dragged them on the people. And what a descent that he experienced. The Lord says, get ready for this. Yes, in general. So it's fascinating to see the whole fall. Like, what are the mechanics of that? Obviously, Shevna was the setting so great that it could really learn last week's back. Actually, no, we did know. And but again, Hiskiel was responsible for such a high level of scholarship in college. So it was like the golden age of Jewry. Everyone knew the halachas of Tumentara, right? It was a golden age. Things were good. Hiskiel could have been the Mashiach. Things were going well. Shevna has everything power. Influence. So how can you make such a dramatic mistake? How does that happen? Once I get into another Shevna Bal Hana. Shevna was steeped in physical pleasure. Sivava, Lechvala, Sochain has Sivava, Batiji no Sochain. It's going to do Shabbat Sochain Sochain. Saki Sochain is the treasurer. And Sochain is why he goes by Abishag Shinamis and Governor. So this is interesting enough. What was Shevna's downfall? Shevna was a pleasure seeker. His life was the seeking of pleasure. When a person does so what does that mean? What does that mean? So it's like when a person's life, and the most important thing illicit, although I think that it might have been illicit also, but even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, and everything is about pleasure, everything is about enjoyment, everything is about comfort. So it's like, what kind of life is that? What kind of life? What kind of life is that? That is an egocentric life. Let's say life, we are put here on this earth to serve, to work, to do. We are part of Klal Yisrael to contribute to our nation. Life is not about being selfish. Life is about being selfless, service. The issue is when life becomes about pleasure, which I will say, it is so easy. By the way, not even just about like excess, not even about anything illicit, but just like when my life becomes what makes you comfortable, when life becomes about eccentric, like I will say, leads one to gaiva. And once one falls into the clutches of gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. Everything falls apart. The story of Shevna is the story of great people throughout the ages. It's super long term because everything becomes about themselves, as opposed to it becomes a life of pleasure. It's only a matter of time until they're downfall. So what happened over here? To be honest, what happened over here? So Shevna, who was living a life of pleasure, ultimately again becomes arrogant. This is my moment to become king. And the moment that gaiva sets in on sign, you lose all clarity, all perspective. It's interesting, right? You think to yourself, here, there's a siege on Yerushalayim, and yet what is Shevna doing? What is he doing? He's marking out his kever. Right? He's deciding where he's going to be going. Right? He's going to make his plans. Forget about my life turning. I'm already making my plans for my death as a monarch. And once that happens, all reality is lost. When all reality is lost, unfortunately, again, the missteps begin, which ultimately lead to his demise. For the overwhelming story. The Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, quotes over here the pasuk, from the Lofty. From Tilly. So again, just say it's how you want to actually this pasuk. For the shasos, we'll define what shasos means, will be destroyed. Sadik Mapal. What has the tzaddik accomplished? Now we're going to see different ways to read these passages. So Rabbi Yehuda, Chad Amar Iluchis Elu Chizkiah B'Siyaito Nerasi Tzaddik Mapal. So something refers to Chizkiah, and his assembly, his followers. What would that be for the tzaddik? The Chanta even Beis Hamikdash Yaras Sadik Mapal. Obviously, if Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, this is if Hashem would have sided with Shevna over Kiskiel. What good would have happened? V'ula Amar in the Machshavos and also Russia in the Yarasas Sadik Mapal. If the plans of that Russia, i.e. Shevna, were not upended, what good would the tzaddik have done? So according to the opinion that says that Shassos refers ultimately again to the plans of Shefna, it makes sense. Shassos Harisim, which who destroys the plans of evil people. This man Evan Haisa Shani Muslim, we should see our Haisa Nikras. It makes sense to call the Beis Hamikdash also Shassos. Why? Because we're saying the center of the Beis Hamikdash, actually by was what's called the Evan Shisia, the foundation stone. That was the first piece of matter from which the world was created. Where do we ever find the tzaddik? And the tzaddik is called the Shassos. The tzed is beautiful. Kila Hashem Mitzugi Aretz, Vayish Adei Teva. He bites in Hafa, Kila Itzar, Higdil Toshia. Well, kind of fine. Nama Nikra Shema Toshia. Shema says it's even interesting. Torah is something called Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia? It's beautiful. Nickname Shimateshas Kol Shav Adam. Because it weakens the part of a person. I won't say listen to this. What does that mean? Toshia, sorry. Toshia, Al Shem Sha'olam Ateshas Al Shem Sha'olam Mishusach Ala Torah Blomdani Toshia. Sorry. Good, fine. So we're going to get to that. So the nation of the Shishkal Shalom. So we'll say first explanation. Why is Torah called Toshia? So the Parshat Pshat over here is that Torah weakens a person. Now let's say that's Torah weakens a person. Torah is Hashem Tima. Yeshivas Nefesh. Yeshiva stands Torah revives the soul. So which one is it? The Torah weakens Torah reviving. What's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah revives the soul. It's hard. It is hard. It revives my soul. My soul is so weak. But the truth is, the responsibility is overwhelming. It really is. And the truth is, sometimes that spiritual responsibility can absolutely deplete the co-host of a person. Now, listen, it's not a bad thing. Anything in life that requires exertion, by definition, sucks you. And the end, right? The person makes a sin. The person makes a sin, right? The person marries off their child. The person makes a bar mitzvah. Now what happens? You dancing or bas mitzvah. This is a little less because you're not dancing. Right? You dance for hours and hours and hours. You come home, and how do you feel? Exhausted. So you say, I'm exhausted. The energy that I had to that simcha. Exhaustion isn't a bad thing. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing as long as I'm exhausted for the right reasons. Torah, spirituality can exhaust you because if you're fully immersed in it and you're giving it your all, it saps you of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. It's a beautiful thing. How do you know? If you're fully immersed in Torah? If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign. Or a bad rubbish, right? If Torah makes you tired, and ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete immersion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't sap your energy, chances are you're probably just auditing it and not really fully immersed. The Shem Yishmael, the Sakachar Rebbe actually brings that also. He says on this phrase, this is beautiful. It's Kol Kol Shabbat, he says, is a reference to the Yetzer Hara. Do you know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Yetzer Hara, which I will say is such a beautiful idea. We do know when you said Gross, like the Gemara says, Yolam Yagis Adam Yetzer Torah Yetzer Hara. A person should try to go ahead and always incite their indignation over the Yetzer Hara. What happens if a person can't overcome the Yetzer Hara? What does the Gemara say? The base medrash. Bring yourself, draw it, pull to base medrash. Torah allows us to weaken our Yetzer Hara. You know this. So I said, when you're learning the daf, usually, most of us don't have a dramatic learning the daf. Now maybe a moment that close my door is something else going on, right? But the next one, I would say, why is that? Because when you're speaking Torah by definition, It's not teshes, kofar shel adam. It diminishes the power of the Yitzhara, which is why, by the way, the Gemara says, person is struggling with the Yitzhara, sometimes all they need to do is just open the safe really quickly, or now, right? Pull up Safaria, right? Hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging, just open the hydrant for a couple of moments, and it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes right, the Gemara says, another possibility is, why is Torah called Toshia? The Gemara says, Shenitna b'kashay mipnei asatan. I was going to say, we'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I didn't get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine. All right, more for tomorrow. More for tomorrow. Let's say Shkoyach. Again, we always wind up in the right place. Let's say it's a much shorter bath tomorrow. Very. Don't walk. Hey, wonderful start to the week. All right, guys, I'm saying have a wonderful day.
You say I was very scared that I get here one night we want to kick off with another contest. And he kept telling me I couldn't get the kick off. So I said, get in the back. Back was both when I did station wagon. And I mean, chicken teriyaki is 1995. Yeah, number one teriyaki next door.
All right, we'll say good morning, good Tavach. It is a great schos Baruch Hashem to be able to begin another week of Masechus Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's Shir T'Shain. Our commentator sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, the year 5785, the Tilson Mishpacha from Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos this year as a zechus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kalman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, Zichron, brother of Itai Levi, was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah, a week of learning. Sponsors Zevi and Shoshi Gang, the religious masters Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael, Ben Rafal, Noah, Yosef, and our Datomi sponsors for today, Alan and Sue Meyerowitz, in memory of Sue's mother, Mindel Funeral, Mindel Bas Shlomo Todgers, Zichron Bracha, Rogan Red, Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Sam and Aliyah, all of the Israel. Mishpach Hashem Yat Hashem, bring our hostages home with the Shalom and the Baruch, allow our holy soldiers to be successful. With that, let us begin with a great, really incredible. I should have put it out this year in the chat. Exceptional daf today. Today's daf is Chaf 26. We're picking up on Chaf 26, 5 lines down from the 6 lines down from the top. At the 2 dots. No, sorry. 4 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. Let's remember again, we had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve in what we're calling testimonial capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Lashon, the Mishnah had Lashon.
It was no frogs, it was just two.
Sorry, unpopular reasons. So, which again, at first glance sounded like those who do business with Shemitah produce. Remember again, Shemitah is about a year, every 7 years, in our local produce, everything in the field becomes hefty. So, one of the things we have up there, 2 issues that come up with Shemitah produce. Number 1 is doing business with Shemitah produce, and number 1 is storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available. So, it's a second problem. As long as it is readily available in fields. Once something is no longer readily available in fields, you cannot store it in large quantities in your home. We'll discuss that more. The other issue is doing business with Shemitah produce, which is straight out. In other words, remember, during Shemitah, everything's happening. So it's a big business model. Right? All of the inventory is free. Right? So let me go out, grab up all the inventory, and sell it. So again, you're not allowed to. It sounds like a great idea. More problems is possible. So not a great idea. So the nice, you're not allowed to do that. That's called self-restraint. So the Mishnah says that a person who does business with produce is not allowed to serve in a custom. It's how you call it also oshishvis. Yishrabu ha'anosim chazor v'klosan sof-ishvis. So you know, we shouldn't go on this interesting thing that we said in the beginning. They would call people gatherers of Shemitah produce, and then when the anosim, now an anos is someone who compels someone to do something. When the anosim, right, with the proliferation of anosim, he began to call them people who did business with shmita produce. So again, not exactly clear in Mishnah what is happening. So let's go on with the Gemara. So let's go. Says the Gemara. My cover. What exactly is this that Shimon is saying in the Mishnah itself? Already you don't think cover. What do you need to say? It's how you own she is sharing suffering pots. So in the beginning, the first iteration of the halacha, it was a very straightforward halacha. What was the straightforward halacha? People who gathered Shemitah produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be an aid. Right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering Shemitah produce. That's fine. Everyone, in other words, that's what you're allowed to do during Shemitah year, is gather produce. Sochrim psuch. But if you did business with Shemitah produce, then you're hustling. Right? So if you gathered from the field, and then you went and you sold it on a secondary market, that is hustle. Because remember, I will say, any time that one is publicly or flagrantly violating an Avera, that essentially renders you unfit to give aids, right? It's not necessarily just a din in doing something illegal which people produce. This is any Avera that a person does flagrantly without remorse. Okay, what happened? Misharabu mamsiim most aniyim, v'azli aniyim va'asilahu, umaisi. So then what happened? So there were these people. And apparently this became a common practice. That what would happen? A guy with some money would hire a group of aniyim, hire a group of poor people. He would say to the poor people, go and gather as much Shemitah produce as you can. Because remember again, there is no limitation on the amount of Shemitah produce that one is allowed to take in the field. Take as much as you people to go ahead and gather Shemitah produce, bring it back to them, and then what would happen? You might see it. Then they would sell it. So Chazru Lomar Echazeb Echazeb. So what ended up happening? What ended up happening is they went ahead and they said that halacha l'meisa, everybody's puzzle. So now, interestingly enough, what this did was is that halacha l'meisa, this said whether you were an species or whether you were someone who was so shvius, ultimately again it was going to be possible. So when it says kasher b'nei Rabba, I don't understand. So the sons of Rabbi were troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. They said, "Hey, misharabu ha'anosim, misharabu ha'tagarim mibayim." One second. At the end of the day, the Gemara is selling for people who are extorted. Right? So it should say misharabu ha'tagarim. When the merchants, in other words, when people got involved and started making a business out of this, and that's Shemitah produce is going to be prohibited from giving aids. So the Gemara says, "Ella, listen to this. Both of these individuals are possible. Listen to the real question. In other words, whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. Mishurabu ha'anasim umayim. Who are the anasim? Arnona. So this is very interesting. I'll say. So look at Rashi. Rashi says Arnona. Mas is the second of the short lines of Rashi. Mas shegoba hamelach min hatzua kach v'kach kulim min hasad l'sher. Arnona the taxes. Arnona is also taxes. I see, but this was a tax. So the tax is going to go ahead and take your field. Now this change is a unique part of the Shemitah year. Why? Because during Shemitah year you're not farming. So now, you still have to pay your taxes even though you were not farming. So the Gemara says, so what happened? The Shirab behind us, I know now. The Machis Rabbi as Rabbi said, poke the Zolo B'Shviyas Mishum Arnona. So this is incredible. Rabbi said to the farmers, he says, go. This is preparing for this. Go and plant your fields during the Shemitah year because of Arnona. I will say now, this is incredible. Look at that. So listen to this, we'll say. So Rabbi Yana was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and give their tax, their crop tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. They couldn't get care about Shemitah. So, like we said, this posed a unique problem because that would mean if during Shemitah they couldn't pay their tax, what would happen? I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest their field during Shemitah. How can you do such a thing like this? How can one do this? So again, Rashi points out, Shemitah during the days of Rabbi was Rabbi. So because Shemitah is Rabbi, Shemitah is only D'Oraisa when there's Yovel. Yovel is only D'Oraisa when Rov lives in Eretz Yisrael. So by the way, this is actually contemporarily important. That's why I can't even like big debate. So I think Shemitah coming up, right? 2 years. We just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's every 7 year. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure within the next couple of years. It should be here. Yeah, and so the next 7 years, it should be here. I was going to say, so it's interesting. So one of the recent debates about Shemitah is Heter Mechira. Right, the notion of going ahead, essentially, like Mechira Shalom, it's like selling land to a non-Jew. So it's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off the ground is because halacha l'maisa Shemitah b'zman hazeh is Rabbanan, according to most opinions. So because it's Rabbanan, we have a little leverage. You know what? Something very exciting that we are going to see very, very, very soon is these skills are going to tip. There's going to come a point in time in the not so distant future where the majority of Klal Yisrael is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the fact that, to think about that, for the first time since the days of the second Beis Hamikdash, the majority of Klal Yisrael will be living in Eretz Yisrael. But understand that when I comes along and says, Chevra, I need you to plant your fields, because if you don't, we're going to lose our land. Chazru Lomar, so they went and they said, Osim Ksherin, Sofer and Psulim. Those who gather Shemitah produce are kosher ladies, right? Because we're not doing anything wrong. Sofer, those who conduct business with Shemitah produce, they're possible ladies. Here by design the sacrifice. So that's so the halacha l'maisa. Let's take away from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah, that's fine. No problem. Kosher ladies, that's a perfectly permitted practice. The issue is with those who do business with Shemitah produce, that's problematic. Those individuals ultimately are going to be puzzle ladies. Okay. Now we'll say the Gemara tells a story, dramatic story. Get ready for this. Rabbi bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon Yod Tzadok, Havikazu la'Abishon Da'asya. Okay, get ready for this story. So Rabbi bar Zarniki and Rabbi Shimon ben Yod Tzadok. Right, so it's called Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon. We're going to interpolate the new year. We're going to declare a leap year, la'Abishon, in a place called Asya. Asya, a city called Asya. So what happened? Pagu b'hu Reish Lakish. So they bumped into Reish Lakish on the way. Reish Lakish says, "Hey guys, where are you going?" Right? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, "All right, can I come with? So okay, so now we've got Reish Lakish, Rabbi Shimon. This is like being in the back seat of that movie. Right? Can you imagine being in the third row over there and just listening to what's probably going on to that chevra, that whole hit of the chevra. So Rabbi Shimon, and now Reish Lakish tags along. So the Gemara says, Amar, Ezel Echzin Yechi Avdilta. Reish Lakish said, listen, I don't need to participate, but I would like to see how the intercalation, how a leap year is done. They saw a guy plowing his field. Now don't say it was a sheep here. They saw a guy plowing his field. Someone alone, Kohen v'chorish. This guy who's plowing, he's a Kohen and he's violating Shemitah. This Kohen is violating Shemitah. Amrulo. So interesting. Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon were surprised at how Reish Lakish was so judgmental about this individual. They said, "One second, Amrulo, Yochel Lomar, Agiston Ani B'Sochel." First of all, who says it's a Jewish-owned field? That's number one. Number two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. Look at Rashi, Agiston here. The Karka Shel Nachrihu, Inan Shoar Nonas Harabal Balabais Lachrosh. So number one, maybe it is the field of the non-Jew. That's number one. Maybe the Jew is a hired hand. Okay. Number two, maybe he is the field of the Jew, right? And remember, what did Rabbi Yanai just said before? Rabbi Yanai just said before that Allah saw under extenuating circumstances, like when the king is going to seize your field, if you don't pay the tax, you're allowed to work your field. So essentially, he said, whoa, you know, understand. Rish Lakish was saying two things. Number one, he called the guy a Kohen. You Kohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a Kohen who is in violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next. Su Chazia Lugaba, Dahave Kasa Bekani. They saw a guy who was pruning his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on a Shemitah year. So the Gemara says, Amalai, Kohen Zama. The guy is a Jew, he's a Kohen, and he's in violation of Shemitah. Amalai, Yachalomer La'akil Beis Habaganizar. They says, whoa. First of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if it's done for the olive press. Right? When you have an olive press and you have a Rashi points out you have a pile of olives, you would put like a type of netting on top of the olives to keep the pile together. That netting is often made from smaller, softer branches. So it could be the guy's not pruning in order to go and make the netting for the olives, which would be permitted. So again, it's this fascinating tension here between on one hand Rish Lakish going ahead and saying these guys are Kohanim in violation of Shemitah, and the other Rabbanim trying to go ahead and be Malam Yitzchus. So Rish Lakish responds, he says, Amalahem, Alev Yodea in La'akel, in La'akalkalos. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, right, or if it's perverting the halacha. Those are a play on words, right? Because again, the lashon for making the netting for the olive press is la'akel beis hadat, the netting, and akal kalos represents like a corruption of din, a corruption of justice, a corruption of other. Rashi says la'aver al hadas. So what's that? So this is incredible. So Rish Lakish says these people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. So Rish Lakish was confident in his assessment of the situation. They say that line, by the way, is such a profound idea. You can fool everyone. You really can. You can fool everyone. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I manage to delude myself to some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always sets in. You can learn from it, you can delay it, but it always comes at some point. I lay your day. At the end of the day, you can fool everyone else in your life. You can do a great job at it, you can do it for decades, you can do it your entire lifetime. But at the end of the day, Halev Yodea. Your heart knows what's right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not I'm living the life I need to live. I'm becoming the person I need to become. I'm engaging in the activities that are really appropriate for me. My heart knows whether or not the image I project to the rest of the world is the true me or is it the sign. An overwhelming incredible. It was like it's reminiscent. Soloveitchik points out that message many times in one of his first essays on Tshuva. Rabbi points out that Tshuva, so we often translate Tshuva as repentance, right? But the truth is, it's not really what Tshuva means. What's the true etymological definition of Tshuva? Is to return, right? And in fact, as Soloveitchik points out, the translation Shmuel was unique in that he wasn't just a Navi, he was also the Shofar, What was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would travel the land throughout the year, bringing the base, bringing the dining to the people. The Lashon that the Navi uses is Uteshuva Sal Harama, when he would come back to his home in Ramah. So to point out this is here, the end of the Tshuva really means a return. Not just a return, but a return home. Which exists in life is one big circle. The only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? Everyone has that point. What everything is really referring to is not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness. You can run from it for for a very long time. But at some point in time, that self-awareness is going to set in. All of the excuses are right, all of the shifts. But at a certain point in time, we all come hungry again. And I have to face the reality of that. For everyone else, the heart knows. The heart knows in the akel, in the alcohols. So the Gemara says, hey, which one actually occurred first? Was it the dying guy or the pruning guy? Ile Mahakama is not, if you want to say that ultimately again, Nami Lemu Agiston Anibiso. See, the problem with saying that they occurred, as I just mentioned, is why not bring up, right? Remember when they said the guy plowing, which, like you said, he's a coin violating Shemitah, and the other two Rabbanim, Pia and the Shul said maybe he's a hired worker. But the second story, the first story, occurred the first thing, why not use that same excuse? So both cases, for both cases, rather, it must be that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that that was not a good excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay, nice to come. Why are Kohanim getting such a bad rap for being willing to violate Shemitah? What's going on over here? So this is very interesting. It is known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shemitah. They were suspect to violate Shemitah. Now, this night, what's this last one? Such much. Listen to this. If you have one saw as a measurement, one saw of Truma, another Truma, you only be between by a coin. One saw of Truma that falls into a saw of Shemitah produce. And listen, now, what's interesting about this? So remember again, Truma only can be consumed by a coin. Shemitah produce can be consumed by into a saw of Shemitah produce. Yeah, let me get to. Yeah, that falls into Shemitah produce. Now, the Shemitah produce over here is chulin, right? You can remember again, even though chulin with limitations. Now, now remember, if you have just one saw of truma fall into one saw of chulin, so the entire mixture becomes truma. That's the law. In this case over here, one saw of truma falls into 100 saw of Shemitah produce. So what's the law? Tala. So remember, the ratio for bittul of truma is 100 to 1. So if you have 100 parts chulin to 1 part truma, the truma is bottle. Now, by Tala, pachos mikan yirkavu. If it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it? No. Now, why do you have to let it rot? And now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's the status of the mixture? True. So why do you have to let it rot? There's a remedy. What's the remedy? You're to a kohen. Sell it to a kohen. So when it's pachos, you get, the Brisa says, let it rot. Avinava, Amay Yerku, why do you let it rot? You can a coin, the Dnei Truma, Chutz B'Dnei also saw. Sell it to a coin. I want to say in general, this is interesting. There was a market, right? So if I'm in Israel, so if I'm in Israel, so then what happens? I have Truma. I'm supposed to give Truma to the coin. I mismanage. I'm a notorious Truma mismanager. So what happens? My Truma gets missing. What do I have to do now? Let's go through this. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 1, 100 parts per 1 part to 1, then good, I'm good. Less than 100 parts, what do I do? So what's status of the mixture? What's status of the mixture? Have a too many blank expressions looking right back. Either avoid eye contact or say something, right? This less than 100 parts, one part truma to less than 100 parts chulin. What happens? What's status of the mixture? Truma. Now here's what's interesting. Now you can gift if you're a nice guy, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. You don't have to gift it. Why don't you have to gift it? Because at the end of the day, there's chulin there. So remember, there is a market on which you can sell this. What's the market? The coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be a discount. Why? Because the Kohanim have the upper hand, right? Because they know it's a limited population that can buy this, therefore they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. So watch this. I have one saw of Truma that fell into, we'll call it 90 saw of Shemitah produce. So the Truma is not bottled. So what does the Mishnah say? You got to let it rot. Why let it rot? I should be able to sell it to a Kohen. Now, let's be careful. Now, what could I sell to a Kohen? I could sell to the Kohen the amount of the mixture minus the truma, because I can't charge the Kohen for truma, right? Why not? Because it's his. So I can sell him the amount of the mixture minus the truma. So let's say there's 90 sa'ah of chulin of shemitah produce, one sa'ah of truma. So the total volume is 91 sa'ah. I could charge him, obviously, a discounted amount for the 90 sa'ah of chulin. Sounds like a much better option than going ahead and letting it rock. What's going on over here? Which was Rabbi the Ula Somaris Nechshudu Kohanim Ashlius. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here that we don't want you selling Shemitah produce to Kohanim. Why? Because Kohanim are kosher, they are suspect of not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah produce. How could it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap over here? So let's take a look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Next to the Kohanim, Rashi says, Moru B'Atera. So we'll say, so now what's the issue? The issue is like this. As I mentioned before, you are only allowed to store Shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available in the field. Once it's no longer available in the field, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. Kohanim were notorious for storing Shemitah produce in their homes even after it was no longer available in the field. Now why? They're so pure, they're so sweet. Right? So why are they so chashuv over here? They have a good excuse. What do they say? Because concept is come on. We always keep Kaddish stuff in our homes, right? We have truma, right? We have kachim, we have all these different things. Okay, so the rest of so remember, Shemitah produce is Kaddish, truma is Kaddish. There are other Kohanic gifts that are Kaddish. So Kohanim Ramona Heter, they made an excuse for themselves, and they said, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce, but we Kohanim, we do not. We are allowed to keep all this stuff in their home. So we'll say, because of this, we have a reputation of being derelict in proper treatment of Shemitah produce. So because that Chazal was incredible, Chazal made an enactment, Kohanim are choshed on Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, and I will say, therefore, incredible. So that results in this last case, that during the Shemitah year, you have truma that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100 to 1, if it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine. Truma's bottled, you're good to go. But if it's less than 100 to 1, you can't even sell to a Kohen. Rather, you have to let it rot, and then what? So the mother is actually, so now remember we've got in order to see how they intercalate them. So Amru, this guy is a troublemaker. He's real trouble. He's no trouble. Like in other words, that like why are you walking around? They were taking it back by his negative disposition. I'm not saying that. I just want to Lakish. Rish Lakish has been around the block. Like remember again, Rish Lakish was an ultimate doctor. Rish Lakish was a thief, gladiator, all these different things. He had a very, very checker past, right? And then he went ahead and becomes about Shiro and embraces the technology of Rish Lakish probably had simply because of the conscience of the Shiro grew up very close to Rish Lakish. He grew up in the next branch. Rish Lakish says, I'm telling you, I know people. I know people. I've seen people. And one thing I can absolutely detect is when someone sometimes when it sometimes when you live that life of dishonesty, you could smell it a little bit different, you could detect it a little bit more. So that now again, I would say I want to point out, interestingly enough, we're going to see the Gemara doesn't. Let's go back. Okay, so what happens? So now these other Rabbanim are very taken aback. But Rish Lakish is unapologetic. He's unapologetic. Gemara is Rish Lakish. You know that there's a din. What's the din? You down the kaf schus. You have to do benefit of the doubt. So these other rabbanim seems right. So if you're Shlukish, you would probably say you have to be down the kaf schus, not down the kaf schus. At the end of the day, I was like, yes, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt, but there are times when what is happening is so clearly wrong that, no, it's wrong. It's wrong. Now, again, for us, Allah has become the conscious of us. But perhaps for someone like Rish Lakish, who was much more plugged into human nature, he was able to see what was right, what was wrong. All right, let's go back there. So it says, start this better. They arrived at the place, they called Asya, the place where they were going to do the Ibriyah. They were going the new month, the new year. So they came Rabbi Shimon. So the Gemara Salikul Igra. So they went upstairs to the attic. That's where the Rabbanim were going to convene. Shalufa Midarga Mishusay. And they took out the ladder right in front of the which means, said, you're not coming with. You're not coming with, right? You're here, you came with us, Shkayach, you tagged along. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not coming up to the attic with us. So Rish Lakish was now offended. He was very upset. He comes to Rabbi Yochanan. Remember again, who's Rabbi Yochanan? Who's Rabbi Yochanan? Right? Rabbi Yochanan is Mishpacha. Come before Rabbi Yochanan. Amar, so let's get ready for this. Rish Lakish says, Amar Lei, B'nei Adam ha'chashudin ala shviyis sherin la'abra shana. So let's listen to this. So now Rish Lakish says, I don't understand. Are these people who are suspect about non-observance? Are they permitted to go ahead and are they permitted to declare a leap year? And we'll say, now remember again, now what is that mean? Rish Lakish is accusing Rabbi Shimon, is accusing Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon of violating Shemitah. But it seems like this. There's also part of the obligation of leadership is to point out when someone's doing something wrong. So Shlakish says these Rabbanim walked by these fields of these Kohanim that were violating Shemitah. They didn't say anything. So if you don't stand up in the face of wrongdoing, you are complicit. You are complicit. This is what I was going to say. I just want to point out we are seeing these unfold. Get Rahman is saying what's happening in Australia with the anti-Semitic events. And people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism list and stand up against terrorists. And the government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely the state of Israel. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition, you are siding with it. It's not access of political news that there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That's what happens. That's what happens in the world. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition, you are with it. You are with it. So Rish Lakish says, you're either for Shemitah or you're against Shemitah. Right? So pick a team. And if you see guys violating Shemitah, and at the end of the day, you don't make a machal, you're not going ahead and making your objection, then by definition, you are violating the Shemitah. So Rabbi Shlakish says to Rabbi Yochanan, how can these guys who violated Shemitah be part of the federal that's declaring the new year, or leap year? Sorry. So just then Rish Lakish was thinking, he says, like, you know what? Essentially, that's a big problem. I'll tell you why. Needed to have a shlosha roi boker. Rabbanon ach shavinu sama. So we spoke about this before. Because the truth is, they're no worse than the three shepherds that the rabbis relied on their on their information in order maybe. So Rish Lakish said maybe these two rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, are not really part of the Beis Din to make the leap year, but rather they're just sharing information. When it comes to sharing information, you could even be a shepherd. That's pretty sharp. So we'll say, so again, just understand what happened over here. Rish Lakish just called these two rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right, Roy Bakar, and also called them people who violate Shemitah. V'hadra amar lo dami hasam hador inu rabbanon va'avrua lahu shasa hacha kasher rishoin. Then Rish Lakish said, no, that's not a good raya, because this is in the previous case. The rabbis relied on the shepherds for information, but the shepherds were not part of the actual Beis Din. Here, my concern is that these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, are part of the Beis Din, and if these guys are part of the Beis Din, then this is what's called a Kesher Rishayim. Kesher Rishayim sounds like a good name for like a shul, right? You know, okay? Congregation Kesher Rishayim, right? Whatever. And it's like Kesher Rishayim, right? So they said the problem over here is that these Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately again they're part of the Beis Din. And if guys like this are part of the Beis Din, then a Beis Din like that becomes what's called a Kesher Rishayim, a congregation of Rishayim. So we'll say Reish Lakish is sharp. Reish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis over here. So look at Rashi in just a moment. Kesher Rishayim, Tehech Ani Somchin Al Mingenza, Lasos Kidivayam, Vafilu Ihen Osen Al Tibor Kidin Ukidasas Hashem Misabar Saiden. They're in a Beis Din Minden Gezayin Oli. Okay, so therefore Reish Lakish is really saying, I don't understand how this Beis Din that's operating up in the attic that I wasn't allowed into. I don't understand how this is a valid Beis Din. So Rabbi Yochanan, so Rabbi Yochanan says, you know what, I think it's a little bit over the top that you're calling them a shayim. In other words, so Rabbi Yochanan acts, so look at Rashi, Da'aka, Shata Kore Osan Shayim. I think it's a little bit over the top. In other words, you want to, it's interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says, you want to hold him accountable for not objecting to the violation? I hear that. I do. In other words, if you notice, Rabbi Yochanan doesn't counter that point. But to call people Rishayim, that is already a different level, and that level of yeah, right, coordination. Yeah, that level of diatribe, that's very little of the time. Rabbi Yochanan says that I don't think we could do. So Kiyasal committed Rabbi Yochanan. So I says, now what happened? The Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they heard about what Reish Lakish said about them. So Kiyasal committed Rabbi Yochanan. Amar lei Karilan Roy Bakar V'lo Amar Mavalo Midi. So listen to this. So what's interesting is they said to Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon come down and they say to Rabbi Yochanan, and Lakish called us cattle herders. He called us shepherds. And you didn't say anything, like you didn't stick up for Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan's all in the middle of this. Right? You didn't stick up for us. So Rabbi Yochanan says, Amalahu, the Kari Lahu Loi Son, Mayamir, right? And if he would have, so what did he say? If he would have made a difference. Whereas, so it's very profound. Rabbi Yochanan is saying this, so what? So what? So what? Hey, so what's one of the first lessons that we teach our children? Just because someone calls you a name doesn't mean you need to react. Yeah, Reish Lakish was upset. Reish Lakish called you a rock. So he called you a shun. He called you and if you notice that, I'm going to step in. That I'm going to step in. Right, but when I saw, once you go ahead, if they called you a cattle herder, okay, get over it. I was saying, interesting enough, that's where the story ends. So listen, this is so much to take out of this story. So if you notice, by the way, right, we're not sure from the story itself, like who was right. Was Reish Lakish right? Were these other Rabbanim right? Were these Kohanim were in violation of Shemitah? Not. So again, the Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity, but there are tremendous lessons to be pulled out. What you see from Reish Lakish is the need to go ahead and stand up against things when they are wrong, because if you don't, then by definition you're siding with evil. On the other hand, you see from Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi right? So again, and different times in life require different things. What you also see is that when I say just because someone says something to you doesn't mean that you need to reciprocate immediately, right? Where it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. And I say you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. How often in life do you respond to someone afterwards like, oh, you shouldn't have done that, right? And if you go ahead and then write the WhatsApp something and then delete it, because that people are really fast. They're really fast. They often see what you did even before you deleted it. Why? Had I just had enough self-restraint, just enough respond, life would be so much better. Plus, we also see that we in vehement discussions with debates. You're always supposed to be vehement as to the type of words you're letting. No matter how justified you may be in your position, No matter how justified you may be in that position, you have to be careful with the words that you use. I was saying, you see this without reading into it, you know that for people right now, one of the most contentious issues is the issues of the draft. The draft of the very community. Tremendous issue. We spent Shavuos night on it. So without even wading into it, listen, but the moment that someone uses the word Nazi, right, in the context of a debate between you and lost. Well, even if you're right, you lost. You lost because once you are not careful with your words like that, you have lost the debate because you've lost credibility in the agenda that you're trying to propose that you're doing. And when you have no ability to measure what you say, it probably means you lack the ability to see things in a holistic fashion. It's so incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Okay. All right, so the Gemara says like this. Good. My Kesher Shah. So it's not interesting enough. One of the things that Rish Lakish said was he called it a Kesher Shah, right? He called the fact that Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon were going ahead and part of this meeting, he called it a Kesher Shah. The Gemara says, what is, we've never heard that expression before. What is that? What does that mean? An assembly, right? An assembly of like a what does that mean? Let's say, this is wild. This is wild. My Kesher Shah. Today, story of Hiskiel Melech. It's one of his most trusted guys. He'll give to you at all. It's okay. It's from the esoteric book of Jewish knowledge called Na'im. Right? And again, if you have a sister, right, or a female member about these stories, about these legends. Right? So we'll say, so listen to this. So now this is incredible story of Hiskiel Melech. So listen to this. So Hiskiel, there's a guy who ran essentially like his chief of staff was a man by the name of Shevna. Shevna was a tremendous Hamid and had an immense following. Havadorish b'tleiser abusa. When he would dash, when he would give a shir, 130,000 people showed up. Okay, listen to this. Chizkiah Havadorish b'chad sari abusa. Chizkiah was the king of Yehuda, the son of David. He had 110,000 followers, 110,000 Hasidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shevna. She also sent Chayla the Shar Alei Yerushalayim. So now I have another famous story. Comes and raises siege to Yerushalayim. Now, just to understand, this is a famous story of Sancheriv siege of Yerushalayim. I want you to understand, there was no real way militarily. Right? They were outmanned. Sancheriv came with a huge army. He had conquered a number of cities. He already conquered part of Israel, as well as other countries around. There was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Because of Shevna, Shevna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate and organize the surrender. And if we do this, we can have some kind of autonomy. So what did Shevna attach? He wrote a note, essentially a letter to Sancheriv saying, I am Shevna, representing 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. He shot it out. And what does it say? The letter said, Shevna Siyatu Shlimu, Chizkiah is only no pizza Mariasa. So we'll say, so now what happened? So Shevna literally wrote a letter to Shevna saying, Chizkiah doesn't want peace with you. My followers want peace with you. Send this letter to Shevna. How come this Chizkiah was concerned? Amar Dilma Chasashon Naki David Basa Ruba. There's a concept of Acharav Mahatos. We found the majority. So Chizkiah started this right. Shevna is the majority. He's the majority. He's the lowest. And Mishparach often goes by the majority as well. So maybe Mishparach doesn't want me to stand up and say, but rather he wants me to surrender as well. What happened? The Navi came to Chizkiah and he said to him, Lo Somun Kesha L'chol Asher Yomara Amazeh Kesha. So listen to this verse. So it's here, it goes over here. The passage from Yeshayahu. Lo Somun Kesha L'chol Asher Yomara Amazeh Kesha. So the Navi comes and says like this. Klomar, Kesha Rishamu, Kesha Risham in a This is not a regular loaf. This loaf is what we call a Kesha Risham. So that's where the expression comes from. Like this loaf is a Kesha Risham. This is a congregation, an assembly of the wicked, and an assembly of the wicked is not called a halach. So we'll say, so therefore again, the Navi tells Chizkiah, do not surrender. Do not surrender. Well, Shevna is feeling pretty good about himself, because Shevna feels that now, first of all, he commands the majority. He sent this letter to craziness that goes on, and now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what the Shevna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave in the burial place of the Davidic kings. So Shevna is really getting there. Right, he's getting ready to go ahead and assume the throne. He's going to be installed by Sanherib. So he decides he also wants to choose the burial plot where he's going to be buried in the Davidic kingdom. Rabbi says to Shevna, who are you? What are you doing? Who are you? What are you doing here that you're carving out yourself a grave in the Davidic plot? So essentially, the Rabbi said to Shevna, this wife was going to make you a wandering man. The Gemara says, interestingly enough, the wandering of a man is what you call the wandering of a woman. What does this mean? In general, people have more rachmanos on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. So the Rabbi was saying, if you are going to make like a wandering man, no one's going to have rachmanos on you. So what happens? So Shevna gets leprosy. So no yitzchunecha safna kadra al erechacha yadayim. Hano ubikesh kalom beis hadorov. Shevna wanted to bring disgrace upon his master's home, his home. Napach trivold the color, even though Shevna was all great, right? But Shevna ultimately again his glory turned into degradation. Once again, now Shevna and his followers, so this guy is not surrendering. Shevna, along with his followers, saying, we're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim. Shevna and his whole family. What happens? You have enough Hikkiyu. So Shevna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim, to surrender to Sanherib. As they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, Asa Gavriel, Achde Ladasha Ba'ate Mishasi. So what happens? Right as they're walking out of Yerushalayim, so Shevna walks out, and the moment that Shevna walks out, Gavriel, the Malach Gavriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately again Shevna walked out by himself on the days. On the legs. Now Shevna comes before Sanherib. Remember again, what did Shevna's letter say? Shevna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. So Amalei, Mishar Siyeh, the Sanherib said, no, we're all but I can kind of just get up there and talk and get laughs. Shevna says, now Shevna didn't realize how happy with Rabbi was. But at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Not to come, right? How should be? They stay in Yerushalayim on the basis that they just intend to come to Christ. So happy to meet him. So Sanherib thought this whole thing was a joke. Like here. So Shevna claims that he represented 130,000 people, and meanwhile, what happens? He comes out by himself. So here's his embarrassing. Because you can imagine. Again, probably was a whole delegation ready to accept this idea. 130,000 Jews. And also, so it's supposed to be a delegation of arrival. They're not being. What did he do? So he went to Nafuba, Kaba, Vitalu, Bizan, Sisayim, but in the Gary also, I told you about the hole in the soles of Kevin's feet, attached him to the tail of the horses, and dragged him on. So Shevna, unfortunately, again, in a little bit, nothing what a descent. In general.
And he was drunk.
So it's fascinating to see.
He just paid me out of pocket, but that was a chance to
such a terrible fall.
No, I think he admitted to it. I mean, look, this was 1990. Maybe 93. I'm sorry, 1990.
Last
I say my.
Everyone knew the halachos of Tumantar, right? Last month is that. Everyone knew the halachos of Tumantar, right? And the Shia, things are going well. Shevna has everything.
Classmates, fully short sister was the teacher,
and Shevna, Baal Kanyah. Shevna
from that, after the class, I always talked to Sandy Shore after the talk about more comedy, and then I'd always drive by the comedy store and look at it, and go, maybe one day I'll go for them. I never went in.
And so kind of like was by Abishai Shina.
I was never really like a big stand-up fan guy. I like baseball. I liked everything baseball. When I got into college, I like Beavis and Butthead. I like wrestling was funny. Of course, Howard Stern, but I also felt like I didn't want to listen too much to that because I felt like, maybe that would rub off on people.
When my whole life just becomes about pleasure, and everything is about pleasure, everything is about enjoyment, everything is about comfort.
Jackie Mason cassettes, and he was funny. Holy Shore, Adam Sandler. I guess I did. I mean, Adam Sandler. I knew he was different. I remember him like from being on Mork and Mindy.
We are part of the Rabbi show to contribute to our nation. Life is not about
Winters, his big thing was like he went to a psych ward. He like volunteered.
Of life, not pleasure, but service. So the issue is when life comes about pleasure, which I must say, it is so easy. By the way, not even just like excess, not even about anything illicit, but just like when my life becomes about what I want. This is what I want, what I need, what makes me comfortable. When life becomes about those things, and that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life, I will say, needs one. Gaiva. And once one falls into the clutches of Gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. The story of Shevna is the story of
you have to stay positive.
You have so much potential, so much greatness.
Believe in yourself. Like I don't even like mention doing bad. I don't even put that thought. I just
as opposed to it becomes a life of pleasure, as opposed to a life of service. And when you take that wrong turn, it's only a matter of time to get a celebrity or a friend of mine, maybe like a baseball. So Shevna, who was living a life of tears,
I can be roadie, I can be professional, I can do that, and that's just from
the moment that guy just said, you lose all clarity, and you die. And then what is Shem doing? What is he doing? He's marking out his calendar. Forget about my life or anything. I'm already making a plans for my death as a man. And once that happens, all reality is lost. And when all reality is lost, unfortunately, again, the missteps begin, which ultimately leads to the rise. What an overwhelming story. The Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, those are the pasuk. Those are the pasuk from Malachi. No, sorry. So again, this is how you want to this pasuk. Shassos yaris. For the shassos, what has the Sabbath accomplished? Now, there's a difference in this pasuk. So something refers to Hiskyo. If Hiskyo and his descendants, his followers were destroyed, what good would that be for the Sabbath? Obviously, if Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, this is if Hashem would have sided with Shevna over Hiskyo, what good would have happened? If the plans of that Russia, i.e. Shevna, were not upended, what good would the Sabbath have done? So this one, according to the opinion that says that Shassos refers ultimately again to the plans of Shevna, it makes sense when we can see that Shassos Yaharis, which destroys the plans of evil people. This not Evan Heisen Shami must be doing, which is Sia Heisen. It makes sense to call the Beis Hamikdash also Shassos. Why? It was in the center of the Beis Hamikdash was what's called the Evan Sia, the foundation. That's the from which the world was created. Where do we ever find Sunday? Sunday is called Shassos. The energy of God. And also alcohol, and taking life goals, yelling at the camera, having fun. And people like that. I walk on the street, I get recognized and see music. Why is Torah called Toshia? Because it weakens the thought of a person. I won't say listen to this. What does that mean? Toshia, sorry, Toshia, I'll share Sha'olam Ateshes, I'll share Sha'olam Mishusach ala Torah,
I can be funny on live TV and just having fun.
Good, fine. So let's before we get to that. So the relation between Shusach and Sha'olam. So let's say first explanation. Why is Torah called Toshia? So the Parshat shot over here is that Torah weakens a person. Now let's say that's.
And I started in Seattle. You know, it's like you only know where to start. Like, I made it up to
Torah revives the soul. So which one is Torah weakens? Torah reviving, what's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah revives the soul. Now listen, to take on the yoke of spirituality, it's hard. It is hard. It revives my sensibility. It's overwhelming. But it is. And if it is so
when I first got there, I stayed in like a weekly apartment up on like 116th Broadway up near Columbia.
Anything in life that requires attention, by definition, I
forget. It was like 4 weeks.
Person marries off their child. The person needs to have mitzvah. And what happens? You can't sing or pass it. You dance for hours and hours and hours. You come home and how do you feel? How do you feel? Exhausted. You see how exhausted. Wow.
Weirdos in there, but not that bad.
To that simple. Exhaustion isn't a bad thing. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing as long as I'm exhausted for Torah, spirituality can exhaust you because
I sold T-shirts for the Seattle Supersonics. I worked at the Supersonic team job, just pocket a little money.
Saps of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. It's a beautiful thing. How do you know? How do you know if you're coming to Minnesota? If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign. Right? If Torah makes you tired, and ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete conversion. You're probably just part and not really fully. This is beautiful. You know what the power of Torah is? Torah reaching up. Like the Gemara says. Yonam Yarkis Adam Yitzhak, they're putting the nation over the Yitzhak. What happens if a person can't overcome the Yitzhak? What did the Gemara say? Mashcheu, but they say that. Bring yourself, draw it, come to this message. Torah allows us to weaken our Yitzhak. You know, that's right. When you're running the path, usually, most of us don't have the dramatic Yitzhak to go out and commit ideas when we're doing the path. Now, maybe the moment. Right? So I said, why is that? Because when you're speaking Torah by definition, it pours beautiful, translucent, holy waters of Kol Hosham Adam. It diminishes which is why, by the way, the person is struggling with the Yitzhak, sometimes all they need to do is just open the safe really quickly. Or, pull up Safario. And just read a post. It's like a fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging, just open the hydrant for a couple of moments. And it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, another possibility is why is Torah called Koshiyah? You must have Shemit B'Bachashayim B'Kehasach. I goes, you know what? I'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I can get through this. All right, okay, fine. More for tomorrow. More for tomorrow. Again, we always wind up in the right place. Let's say it's much shorter than tomorrow. Don't walk. Hey, let's say wonderful start to the week. All right, everyone, Zoom. Have a wonderful day.
A lot of the writers from Conan, like Dan Cronin, Josh Times, I think, but he was around to see Alex Holken from Family Guy, right? Sklar Brothers, Jeff Ross, myself, Liam McIntyre's out here. Just a lot of guys passing through. But the key was for that show was to get all sponsor for the month of touching and so I felt like Surf Reality was a feeder room to Luna Lounge on Monday nights, and that's where they had, Dave Chappelle, UCB, Mark Barrett, Janine Garofalo, Todd Barrett. That was like the spot to be. So every year my goal was to come back to LA in 2030, and then once I started doing Luna Lounge a few times, I got to host it, and I got to do it, and I'm up there with Dave Chappelle, Todd Barrett, Janine Garofalo, Barrett, and I'm holding my own. I remember like some of my breakthrough sets. I remember, you're talking about walking around New York. I on Sunday nights, for example, I would work. I was a waiter in New York. I worked at Cafe Winterfell. I was also a tour guide at Radio City Music Hall. So I wanted to see if I could be funny on the East Coast, if I could make these. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. Yeah, it's a different crowd, and they're maybe a little more honest. They're a little more frank. They also have real jobs, they and it's just weather, it's another way of life, it's just different. They have some of their own voice that really believe in different politics and religions and different cultures. You it's like San Francisco, and you get the European tourists. Yes, we got a lot of California, we got some like Australia and Canada or whatever, but I did that, and then I worked at the Comedy Cellar, and for about a year and a half I worked out there because I thought it would lead to stage time, because the guy who was doing it before was an open micer with me. And there's some good open mics. Yes, and Brody, Manny, the owner of the place, he likes me. He's offered me spots. I'm like, ready to do it. But I'm working. He says, I think you should do it. So I went down there and started barking, and I thought it was fascinating. I didn't have the confidence. That's the thing. I didn't have the confidence to ask Esty to let me try and do it. I got in there, but all the while I was doing some reality. I was running my own room on Monday nights, where I get 18 comedians up, so I was hosting. I was past at stand-up in New York, and I was there with Josh. I was the Josh and Josh show here at Brooklyn Bridge. John Finer. A lot of these guys I started with when they started moving out to LA. That was another thing. Like, I kept in touch with them. So when I was done with New York and ready to come back to LA, I already had friends working at these TV shows. That's right. So when I came out here, right away I got killed. Right away I got premium Clinical Central because people that are there to plan. So I got 2 spots on TV right away. Wow. And it got me past the Improv, Laugh Factory, big companies were 30 grand. Wow. Bobby Lee recommended me, I remember. But this is, I was thinking that happened fairly I did the book show, had a crowd that would book it. I think it was like on Thursday nights, and that's one of the first shows I wanted to go there because he did a good job of bringing in like Pat Oswalt, Zach, Clark Brothers, maybe Jeff Rosenbach. He brought us a good day. Bobby Lee, well, yeah, I had a rub and always told me about Bobby Lee. So Rob met, who I just saw the Improv, he's a character. He's writes for the LA Weekly now, and he ran that show at the 101. Wow, so it would be in the back there. Yeah, and it was a fun little room, and I remember it was a good opportunity for me to interact with, like Maria Bamford and Zach, and so they, Bobby Lee helped me get in at the Comedy Store, and I already had, and I grew, like I said, I was taking that, they all kind of gave me full circle because I took the workshop at the UCLA for graduation, was at the Comedy Store, and then growing up in LA, my mom's boyfriend lived over there or a little away, Los Angeles there, and I in the balcony, I could always see the lights of the Comedy Store. So it was never like be a comedian and any Murphy or whoever it was, right? But I knew the energy of the Sunset Strip. I could feel it. So very good. Yeah, the street people were crazy. There's rock clubs everywhere. Yeah, there's all kinds of people on the street. Cassidy, there's like and drug dealers. Actually, drugs on the street back then. Yeah, that was weird. I mean, the 80s in LA, it was the place to be. Yeah, it was, you had the Lakers, the Dodgers, the rock and roll, the Sunset Strip, Venice Beach, Valley girls. I mean, everything was rocking in this town. And those were good times. And I remember, growing up in the Valley, going to the beach in the summertime and the hot weather and then the haze and the smog back then. We had, back then it was smoggy. Like driving to the smog marsh. Yeah.
So remember, just to understand and appreciate what it is.
I went to San Dimas to Raging Waters. He brought their like cruiser way out in San Gabriel. Yeah, right. But that was, my first,
that
that Comedy Store. It was just from a kid in the 80s, so I always had that. And what is that? But
it turns out that
it's definitely
an inherent personalistic disqualification. What is that? It's not suggesting the mathematics is, let's say, for example, Ruben is claiming I have 2 sets of witnesses. He has the obligation to furnish both sets. Therefore, Shimon has the ability to testify about the first set. He's not conflicted because it's for the second set. The Chachamim disagree. The Chachamim say that even though Ruben claims that he has 2 sets, he's not obligated to furnish 2 sets. Rather, he is only obligated to furnish 1 set. Now the Gemara the Twitter directly to Rabbi Shimon and the Rabbi Shimon. Say the Machlokes between Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim Mishnah is the same Machlokes between Rabbi the Shimon Rabbi. What happened? He signed up. We started the Chazaka. It's an interesting case. So let's say, now let's say, right, Ruben comes along and Ruben finds Shimon living on property that everyone agrees that Ruben was ours. Right, so Ruben claims, Shimon, you're a squatter. Get out. Shimon claimed that, what does Shimon say? Shimon said, I can produce a star, and I also have chazaka. I've been living here 3 years on contested. So Shimon has a dual claim, a star and chazaka. So as I said, you don't decide either way. Rabbi says, all you need to do is furnish the star. We don't care about the chazaka. Bring the star, we're good to go. And Shimon says, we go to the chazaka. Shimon says, no, you make a chazaka. You must have the chazaka will be star. So yes, that means just the chazaka and not the star. Rabbi said, Rabbi said, even chazaka. So it's happening over there as follows. Rabbi says, we look at the star. Shimon says, we look at both things. In other words, essentially, if you made a dual claim that you have both chazaka and star to support your residency claim, ultimately, again, you have to furnish both of those to support your statement. Kind of like, and we said, you could start from directly. And then what's the argument about? So it's actually very interesting, and this in general is a fascinating idea. When you make a legal claim, and your legal claim is more than what you needed to say, are you obligated to support the entire claim, or do you need to just support the bare minimum threshold to meet your legal obligations? For example, right? So again, comes away as a shit, you're living in my house. Shimon said, now, really, all Shimon needs to say is what? Either a star or chazaka. You don't need both. But Shimon says, I have a star and chazaka. So now what's the shayla? Does Shimon have to furnish both of those things in order to support his claim? Or no, only one of them is enough? So that's the fundamental machlokas. So we'll say, Shimon is supposed to have in general, which is sometimes in life, the less you say, the better. Right? So let's say better, which is pretty self-explanatory. Lesson in life that we've all learned. But also sometimes it's this idea that what's the expression? Under promise and over deliver. Right? The problem in life is many of us over promise and under deliver. Right? So again, here you have James Dillon's like that. All right. Calm down. To send you up one of them, or bring one of them, and you can over-deliver. Incredible. Someone says, that's fine. I can't remember that. No, I think it's good. No, cool down, please. Which is the says, quite a few of them, everyone agrees. Keep the word from my focus. I'm going to be ready there. Conference ready. The mayor suburb commit. The mayor, sorry, the mayor to ready. The mayor was like ready. The mayor was like ready. Rabbanon Amilakah, and Rabbanon would say as follows: I've come upon the condition by Chazaka. Why? So the Mikah starts about Hafa, the Hayyim not because even Achinika, so the Rakis the first such, I can be ready, Moda, Beitza, Kodara. Even Rabbi would agree that Halakha Lamaisa, you don't have to bring forth both sets. Just Rabbi Yochanan, Reisha, Tafel, Haftar. So we'll say, so again, we're just continuing on this mission. Rabbi Meir says that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other, and the Rabbanon say no. The only need to disqualify witnesses is halakha l'maisa through some type of true inheritance. So Talmud Hafdali. So it's a Reisha, Ne'idim Psulim, but they're in shade. It's really interesting. The Reisha first case, the Reisha is talking about witnesses who are unfit, right? And Dayan and Shit. So you the witnesses are going to be invalidated as well. Since we invalidated the witnesses, the judge is talking about a case where the Dayanim have not been invalidated, but the was asking for a lot of coverage, and I was like, I've done about 24 on the legal capacity, Asian capacity, so I understand that in the case of the witnesses have been invalidated, so by extension, the judge has been invalidated, because the license is no longer in place, so the license, but because of the again, the things that you go to.
I learned that. I learned about the honesty, and I just learned about living in New York. It's a hard life, taking the subway, and then the summer weather. And I got out of it. I got out of what I wanted to get out of it. But I remember the breakthrough that I had was going to Surf Reality. Just talking, or I was just like ranting about walking down First Avenue, something about ice cream. I got an ice cream. And it just upset me. And I remember like people laughed. Yeah, and my friend said to me, he says, you should keep doing that. Just like dog a little bit of fire. Yeah. And that was
Ruben is claiming that he has two sets of witnesses. So if there's not a second set of witnesses, then what would you say? So Moses Hakanami to Lamachi Kasu. You like Hakanami, then one litigant would not be able to invalidate the litigant's set of witnesses. Because again, then you conflict. I do that. Okay, so if I'm not focused also with the ability, whether or not you apply the consequences to how to understand the first focus in Mishnah, but one thing is clear, which is it's not a simple case to understand. So remember again, we have over here is Rabbi Meir saying one litigant could disqualify the witnesses and the judges of the other litigants, and the Chachamim saying that no, you can't. What are the parameters of that case? It appears that the way that you are settling over here is that the parameters of this case is we are reading this Meir says Shem has the ability to come along and discredit the first set because he's not conflicted because there's still a second set. Whereas the Chachamim saying no, in general, the only way to disqualify witnesses is how is to go ahead and halach myself the content is inherently disqualified about them, their relative, their feet, so on and so forth.
Yes, you got it. Still here, like Tony will say stuff. So it's kind of,
remember again,
you can take it like, I know in their between it's kind of reset the room, but there it is a fine line because some guys can be kind of, you don't know me, they'll be like, I don't have a relationship with the guy, and they do, and it does kind of, it is a little bit irritating. You know, this guy's yelling, what's wrong with this guy? I'm getting laughs, by the way. So,
I always like to recognize shouldn't have the ability to go ahead and disqualify that one witness. So what's the problem? So it could be that someone that's related that Meir would say such a thing like this. So much of the
no, you're right. That transition's a weird thing, and I get stressed with intros. You know, it's not an easy thing, and you want to set up the guy.
According to the schema, leaving aside the
After you, and intros make they make
style, the Shlokish is being incredibly differential to Rabbi Meir. He says Rabbi Meir calls Rabbi Meir a pet coverage, a holy mouth. Would a holy mouth say something like this, that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant, and then Shlokish and Rabbi Meir must have meant that one litigant could qualify the singular witness of another litigant. But the point we're seizing on over here is Rabbi Meir is incredibly differential to Meir. We'll take the lesson. That makes it sound like Rabbi Meir was greater than Shlokish. Yet you might say, 1 second. If you were walking to the base of the road, you see what says beautiful. I don't actually talk to the base of if you see the Shlokish in this road, you see okay, Harim, the top round is Zabazak. You would see someone that was literally uprooting mountains, and grinding them one against the other. So this is a metaphor for acute intellectual or analytical prowess. So remember again, when it comes to describing Talmidei Chachamim, there are two different types of Torah scholars. There's what's called the Sinai. A Sinai is someone who possesses a voluminous amount of knowledge, like a Har Sinai. And then there's an Oker Harim. Oker Harim is someone who possesses acute intellectual or analytical acumen. Someone who is able to uproot mountains. Again, might not be the repository of knowledge. Then there's also the schematic device says, who's greater, a Sinai or an Oker Harim? What is my answer?
I'm not asking for that. I don't look at myself as a ledger, but I guess if you're analytical enough, they'll do that. So, It's just
analytical debate, analytical process, right? Or psychoanalytical processes. But if you don't have the knowledge, it doesn't matter. So you need both. You need Sinai and you need the Ohio. So the word says over here, if you walk in here, it's like you started trying to do it, you see someone uprooting mountains and what? Grinding them against the other. So let's say, it's fascinating to understand what does this mean? What kind of scholar was Rish Lakish? So Rish Lakish was the kind of person.
It's like the Friars Club.
Rish Lakish was the kind of person who was able to go ahead and challenge contemporary held beliefs. In other words, the idea
with the shows, and it's good natured. There's not
to analyze something,
negative energy. I know the comedy store had a reputation back in the day, negative energy, and I was a little intimidated by people when I first got there, but I kind of rose above it. And then, the guys kind of go after each other. Yeah, but I think that roast battle, and maybe even Kill Tony, kind of satisfies that need for these guys to be, you want to be negative, go with the roast battle, make it funny. Yeah, like, there's a way to do it, whereas before it used to be maybe guys pick on each other the wrong way, or doing stupid stuff. I feel like now, just comedy in general, there's so many outlets, whether it be a podcast or Periscope or, creating that roast battle show.
So it sounds like Rish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and yet Rish Lakish was so differential. First of all, like, how can you go and look at something come and see how much Rabbi Meir and Rish Lakish love each other. So the University looks like this idea that they were incredibly respectful to one another. Blessed Rabbi, the Ka'amah Hasala Hapner Shatzar. This Rabbi came along. Different story. Rabbi came along, and Rabbi said, you are not permitted to insulate something called, what do you have to have is a local Shabbos Hamira, a couple of weeks back. The halacha is, there's an Isra on Shabbos called Hatmah. You're not allowed to insulate something. Now Rabbi came along and said, not only can you insulate something, to preserve warmth on Shabbos, you also can insulate something to preserve cold.
Just like
what are you concerned about? We're concerned that if you actually go ahead and insulate something cold, you come to insulate something hot as well. So the word says, I'm going to follow Rabbi Shmuel Yossi Abba. So I'm going to follow Rabbi Shmuel. I'm going to follow Rabbi Shmuel Yossi. So Rabbi Shmuel Yossi came and said, I'm going to follow Rabbi Abba. So he says, Abba, my father, Rabbi Yossi, and maybe want to insulate something cold. I'm amazed. So Rabbi said, Rabbi Yossi, asking that way, the elder has questioned, nothing more to talk about, you're allowed to do it. See how much the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael love each other. You Rabbi Yossi Kayer, you Rabbi Yossi Kayer, how you cut off the Yossi to say Rabbi. So what's the way to do it? If Rabbi Yossi was alive, Rabbi Yossi himself would have been deferential in front of Rabbi. So how Rabbi Yisrael, Rabbi Yossi, the Mali Makom of also High Kava, by a cut off of the Yossi to say Rabbi. So I said, even though Jewish guy in Arizona differential to Rabbi, yet when Rabbi heard the ruling of Rabbi Yossi, he deferred to Rabbi Yossi. So he must be a beautiful picture over here of Rabbi who are deferential one to the other. So you see over here first, again, it started with our Gemara beforehand, but you see Rish Lakish being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir, called him a Pat Kaddish, a holy one, even though again, Rish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and then you see over here Rabbi being deferential to Rabbi Yossi, even though Rabbi Yossi would have been deferential to Rabbi. Incredible. Amaroshia. Majesty. So what's where do you see? So you might look in this beautiful picture of the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, being incredibly deferential and respectful to one another. So that's amazing. What's the pasuk? What's the pasuk?
That comes with confidence, maturity. I went to Seattle. And longevity.
So it's actually very beautiful. This is a pasuk in Zechariah. I took from you two staffs. This is a prophetic vision of Zechariah. From you two staffs. Lechad Karasi Noam. One of the staffs I called Noam. Lechad Karasi Kolim.
And also they're making fun of you because they like you. They believe something about you that they like.
Damagers. That's damagers. So it says Noam. Who's Noam? Every time we get from Eretz Yisrael, this refers. Oh my God! Actually, told me like on the Kabbalah.
You got that out of them. The baseball stuff
You
for
know,
me was like,
who's the
yeah, they
person?
picked
One,
on me, but I
Aiden
also
Tamiki
felt
Kafam
like
Israel.
it wasn't
This refers to
malicious.
those
And then it just prepared me. Okay, Seattle went in
You're
kind
present
of
to each
went
other
with a
in
baseball
halacha.
attitude. I'm just going to
They're
work
present
and
to each
grind
other.
it out.
Colvin
And
would
then when I went to New
Aiden
York,
Tamiki Kafam
that's when the comedians
This
were
refers
kind
to
of
those
coming. I went there, it was like, who's this guy? And I already had had some, not
contrarian,
success, but I had a small name in
almost like
Seattle. And then I go to New York, and it's like, oh, bad
in
guy, you
halacha.
guys are blowing me off. I go, no,
Such a
I'm a good guy.
fascinating
Played
distinction
baseball at
here
Arizona State,
between the Rabbanim of
elected
Eretz Yisrael and
Seattle.
the Rabbanim of
It's not
Babel.
me,
The
it's you.
Rabbanim of Eretz
I didn't get mad, I just kind of stuck to my guns. And then they came around.
The Rabbanim
They came
of Babel,
around.
the
So
Rabbanim of Babel, literally
that
at the end
I
beating each
owe
other, not
to
physically, but
baseball, that I owe
intellectually
to
beating each other
just
up.
maybe being sucking it up. Maybe I should just look at you.
בני היצהר העומד, ושניים זייסים עבוד יצהר. So let's say, what is this prophetic vision? So again, there's also Zechariah. Amar Yitzchak. So again, it says,
It's reps. You know, they say it's like 10,000 hours. It's reps, it's reps, it's reps. It's how dedicated.
That refers to any time you come
To say this, it's like, hey, I don't know. I'm not like in a serious, I don't like a kid. I've been like busted through. I don't know, but I can tell people how I got to this point. I can say, hey, how I got to the point where I'm comfortable at the college, or how I got to the point where I'm getting asked to do shows and pray. I can explain how I got
in the 2 olive trees.
that feels good, but you know, it is about surviving
The olive tree, the olive leaf.
You don't know, show business is difficult.
So that refers to me, that refers ultimately again to the Rabbanim of Babel, who are bitter to one another. The Essa in that, so it's fascinating to get a Babel. So I just point out, we do not have time for it today. We don't have time for it today. But there happens to be a beautiful piece by the Sheikh Yeshua, the Secretary of Rabbi. And the Secretary of Rabbi says, what the Secretary of Rabbi says is very simple. It's the power of Eretz Yisrael. The power of Eretz Yisrael. That there's something about being in the land that has a greater intensity and a greater connection to the Ribono Shel Olam that fundamentally changes who and what Rabbi say. Eretz Yisrael knows this. The moment, like, you're on the flight, and you see the coast going, you see the coast by the Tel Aviv, you come in, there's snaps in a good way inside of you. You come into the airport, and you see that, like, Mashiach and Mezuzah over there, right, and you see that, and there's something that fundamentally changes with you. I didn't do anything. It's not like I learned more Torah, like I just, the Lord fundamentally changes with you. Shmuel says, and that accounts for the difference between the Talmidei Chachamim of Eretz Yisrael and the Talmidei Chachamim of Babel. Eretz Yisrael has more from personal interactions, but Eretz Yisrael has a soothing effect. And later, Sarah said, for many of us, the only time you truly feel at peace is in Eretz Yisrael. And I think the message of is in Eretz Yisrael, you're on vacation, right? For many of us, it's not that, because a lot of times you can be on vacation and still all worked up and still not find any level of tranquility. But there's something about Eretz Yisrael that allows the Shema to be tranquil. So the Shem Yishmael says that's the difference between Eretz Yisrael and the Babel.
It's not happening, or I do procrastinate, I don't live in a fantasy Peter Pan world.
So it's like Gemara quotes another incredible
I
vision
am
also
in
from
those kind of like spirit, not spirits, but connections and numerology. Because I've actually, that's the funny thing about Periscope and also with Twitter, you're able to actually document these weird moments. People go, oh, that's kind of interesting. And to be honest, like hanging out with the Cubs and that experience, like being around baseball and being around positive numerology, having that trying to spread positive energy. Go, hey, look, I'm doing that. I'm getting laughs in the comedy show. I'm hanging out with a successful bass team. Men any better. Men any better. But it's also turning it into a job. I like doing it, but it's also, that's why a lot of things I'll put up on Instagram is about getting work. I feel like I'm doing a show in Periscope. I'm doing a show on Twitter. I'm doing a show on Instagram. Somebody sees that. It's like, okay, Brody, we have a network. Let's do a half-hour show every once a week or 10 minutes every day.
And
That's something like that.
and both of these traits came down to Baba. So it says, Midas Rack of Baba is actually arrogance came from Baba Asara Kadin Nasus Yadul Olam. 10 Kadin of arrogance came down to the world. Tisha Nakra Elam. 9 of them came down to Persia. 9 of them came down to Persia. The Abbas Kala Olam and one was dispersed amongst the rest of the world. So once they see there, the arrogance came to Persia. Not the Baba. In the Baba Nakas Vishtabuli,
Is that how life works? I don't know. You gotta
spread out to the neighboring areas. Taken on the Sid.
Periscope.
Okay, so what's Valmama? So there's so much to say about this prophetic vision. There's this prophetic vision of these two these two
last year in the debate, the 2015 baseball All-Star game, they sent me to Cincinnati Comedy Central, so I covered the parade, Cincinnati. And I did the updated response. So the name of the show, I did the pre-show Periscope and during the show Periscope. So I did that. And that's what I'm kind of doing right now when I'm doing the Periscope. I'm kind of like creating a show. Like, here's the show.
Is poverty. It's poverty. They're listening to what's the shock of he is so arrogant that work is beneath him. So something interesting happens if you think work is beneath you, which is you don't make money. So you might say, for 1 second, but I use the bubble like this, but the poverty comes to bubble. So much in mind, this what does that mean? I mean it's Torah. The first not necessarily the material poverty, but rather the spiritual poverty.
Yeah, I created by just, sometimes it's walking, sometimes it's venting, sometimes it's being with somebody, sometimes it's going somewhere. So, like I said, yeah, the Periscope for me, I treat it like a podcast. A podcast is a podcast. Again, says podcast is like cross training. I also feel like the Periscope is that. And it'll do my drumming, I'll put an hour there, and then with the stand-up, because my stand-ups and I'm branding, they're seen, they see the process of what goes on before and on stage, then I go on stage, and then I talk. So getting that with the key is, you don't have the key, but you want to be confident. So you want to somehow get it where you're making a few bucks, whether it be from podcasts or the Periscope, or giving free comedy.
There's arrogance, there's haughtiness, and yet in Eretz Yisrael, there's serenity, there's kindness, and there's all, and serenity, kindness, and spiritual elation. Yet it's fascinating to see, by the way, how Talmud Baba becomes a more authoritative source of Torah learning, more than Talmud Yerushalmi, which is quite fascinating. So what you see from here is that sometimes in order to be able to, so sometimes the media that you need is not kindness. So sometimes in order to be able to arrive at truth, the media that you need is a shtickle of racism. So let's say you see this, by the way, right? When there's kindness, when everything is just about being kind and being accepted MS, because if everything is MS, then nothing is MS. But yet, sometimes to be able to find what truth is, you have to be able to be a little bit evasive. There has to be the ability to say, no, you're wrong, and you're right, and I'm right, and you're wrong, or I'm wrong, and you're right. And it can't be that everyone can see. It's interesting. So on one hand, we're extolling the beautiful shalom of Eretz Yisrael, but yet, again, it's not that serenity that allows us to arrive at the truest form of Torah. Truest form of Torah requires emes, and emes sometimes requires a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of abrasiveness to be able to kind of sift through all the stuff that's not emes in order to be able to get the true emes. Incredible. All right, so much more to say on this. Like the Mishnah. I don't know. So we actually quoted this Gemara on the Ralph yesterday's stuff. I don't know. Let's see if there's any other thing tied together, right? Everybody says, you know what, I'm willing to accept my father or your father as a judge. Look, anything to do with this. Or, or I'm willing to accept the Din of
Do you feel like the
three
podcast
shepherds.
helps your
So
stand
that
up? Just
many
like
shepherds
looking
would not
and
be qualified to
listening,
serve
and
on
then
the basis.
also,
And you keep Rabbi Meir Omer Yochel Servo.
you're
And there
building
says
a
that even after
fan.
he makes this
I
decision,
mean,
it could
like
be
Periscope, World
they can
Dude,
retract.
even
It seems
my
like they can
podcast,
retract like
and
this.
the whole
But a
rodeo
couple comes and
inspired me, or this or anything, so
once
much
you
shows.
get into a
But
process,
I'm
that's
not
what
trying
you
to
need to
inspire.
do.
I'm sharing my
So again, let's
instincts,
say
and
that
hey, they're inspired by it, and then you go, okay, they're inspired. That's an angle where maybe I can monetize it. That's what I'm pushing in my
is in
make
front
more
of a
money
court,
on this.
holding on to a safety Torah. But let's say again,
I think it
it's tied to
like
shooting
it
this
turned
shul.
into
Shul says, you know what?
motivational speaking. I
Come over
kind
to
of
my
want to
house,
be,
swear to me in my
I like
house. And
baseball,
outside
but
of
maybe
this
a coach,
shul, which is
motivational
much less
coach for
severe.
baseball
So again, Rabbi
who
Meir
lives,
Omer Yochel
because they have
Servo. Rabbi Meir says
psychologists.
that
The
shouldn't
thing is,
could
I can still
retract.
play
Shouldn't be saying,
baseball.
no, you
I
don't watch this
throw,
learning
I
basic.
catch,
Come say
I
no.
play,
Once you
I
get to a process,
understand
you
it.
know Yochel Servo. You
And
cannot
they
go
have
ahead and
psychologists, they have mental
you
skills
cannot retract.
coaches, so
And you
that'd be
cannot
something
retract
that would
once you
interest
commit.
me
Okay,
because,
says
yeah,
I'm
show
not giving
business is crazy. There's some exciting things about show business, but I also like the structure and the beauty.
What's the case here? The case is going back to the
Spring
first case, right?
training, Arizona, baseball.
You
I
know
like
what?
that
I'm
one.
willing to accept your
For
father
me,
or my father
that's
as a
another thing.
judge. And
Spread
if both
thin,
parties
it's like,
agree to
okay,
that, that's
he's a
fine. Even though
baseball, and maybe
obviously
stand-ups.
a relative would normally be
Now you
hostile.
can't do the
So now
stand-up,
that
maybe
being
you're
said, you know, not
exercising.
me, when is it?
Maybe that's
When you're
so. It's
accepting
kind
your father as
of, you know,
one of
one
the
channel.
tribunal of three,
You
you're
spread yourself
accepting
too
him
thin,
as part of the
and you
basis.
feel like, oh, wow, and
Yes.
you know,
So
like, it's all that
ultimately
game.
again is in a case of what we call
Sometimes
machalach.
I think that's like
What's
Kanye
machalach?
West,
Look
but
at
at the end, he
Rashi
was
says
like
Ruben's coming to Shimon,
Instagramming
and
all
Ruben
these
says to
things.
Shimon, you
Look,
know,
I did the same
if I
thing on
go
Twitter.
ahead
I was
and
like,
I
tweeting,
use the case, I'm hereby mocha the property that is in
And
your possession. So
I
since
do
Shimon
think
already has the item
there
in his
is
possession,
extra
so
pressure
therefore again, so therefore
just
it's
with the
almost as if
social
you're
media.
both. Look at Rashi,
I think the
instead
media,
of
the
being serious,
social
I'm
media
He
is
told Leah,
just
I'm on the mitzvah,
because when I,
saying
you know,
the
when you were
claimant,
singing,
the same to the
that wasn't
claimant.
around really, and then I
Never
started, it wasn't around, and then it came around. It's like, wow, I gotta add
If I
2
win the
extra
game,
hours to my
again,
day that was never there before.
in your possession.
Right? You know,
Awesome coming up.
used to blog, maybe I used to send out an email list. So once or twice a week, I would send out a group call. I would do like, I had all these people, and I would send out like what shows I'm doing this week, and a little story of what happened, the little thing, and then send it out. That was before
the ability to go ahead
that was a thing, and then we had a website, and then I would blog on my website, and then, Facebook and MySpace kind of came
that's
around.
also machlokes.
So
It's also
I would do,
machlokes. Very little.
you know, I would do that. I was cool with that. But then when the social media exploded, it was like
in the case of
a lot of stuff, and then you get lost into it, and then it's Facebook, and then it's iTunes, and then it's podcasts, and then you're going to Tower Records or CDs and DVDs. It was like too much. Yeah, it was too much. It was like, I will shut down. And meaning like, I can't,
the case is where I will give
it's too
you.
much stuff to like digest.
Is mechila, in other words, where the party, let's say again,
Being a comedian, I get so focused on that. I feel like I gotta like just
item that is already
do my
in your
comedy. I
possession.
can't really relax.
So even
You know,
if
it's hard sometimes for me to
if
relax,
you say
like
the father,
watch other
yeah,
comedians, and it's like,
then the machlokes is
especially
only
now
in the
because
case
you're like
where
pushing. And,
Ruben claims if I lose, I
no,
will
I
give
think that's
you
a lot of
something.
problems. Is the
About the
social
machlokes,
media? It's like you only
but
have
where
24
again,
hours in a
essentially,
day.
Ruben users is allowed to hold on to the item. This is call in your philosophy, and you can't retract on this legal framework. So Rabbi it makes sense. But if you hold that Allah for myself, there's machlokes whether it's etin l'chol or mochol l'chol. Rabbi Dama Kanan, who is Rabbi holding like the Rabbi time he did not actually come. Rabbi would be espousing his own position. Now, himself with any of the aforementioned positions. Say that Rabbi so say now let's say back to the nation. So say so again, remember, just to appreciate what it is that's unfolding over here. The nation is introducing us to a legal concept. The legal concept is, and actually it's intuitive, if both parties agree upon a compromise that. So for example, Reuben shouldn't come to Israel. Reuben says he shouldn't. You know what? I like your father. Seems like a smart guy. I agree to submit to a tribunal, to a Beis Din, even though your father sits on that Beis Din. Now normally, if Shimi's Beis Din, if Shimi's father's on the Beis Din, what's the halacha? It doesn't work. He's a color. But the initially introducing to us the idea that if they both agree to the process, then halacha l'maisa, it works. Then the shayla becomes, can either party subsequently renege on that? That's the machlokas. Can either party subsequently renege? That's the shayla. That's the shayla. So let's say that's the machlokas for the mayor and the chachamim. And the mayor says, Rabbi Meir says that he can do that, the Chacham say he can't do that. And then the Shaila becomes, under what circumstances can the renegation, I don't know if that's a word, but can the renegation occur? Okay, so that's what we're doing over there. So the word goes like this. So let's say you then ocean a shvua and base there. So he says, just come over to my house. You can swear to me in my house, so then what's and then range my mind, come to Beis Din and do the Shua. The Chum say, the Chum say, no, can't change his mind. I'm a Beis. My love, but also what you only show him to make him up. Are you not talking about a case where again the Shua would essentially exempt Shimon from payment, and therefore not make him up? This is a case of forgiveness, and therefore again that's why he can't retract. Look, what's law? And then this can also be a case of where again the party has taken the shvua, and then taking property. That's like the case of etin l'chol. I have a told the das acherim. The son of the goddess das asmo. What about the Leisha case? We're talking about two different cases. One is the case ultimately again of told the das acherim. That would be the case of Abba and Avicha. And ultimately again, when it's talking about told the das asmo, that's where halacha l'maisa again. That's a halacha l'maisa again. That's the case of where it's depending on the ladies themselves. And in both cases, do you kind of call it das acherim? If when it's just a case of Abba and Avicha, where it's depending on other people, but coming there, the Matzi other than, but there says you can retract from that. The Amar Exactly right. About Tolavadas Atzmo, but in the case of Tolavadas Atzmo, Ima Modi Rabbanon, ultimately me right there, would come to Rabbanon about Ima Modi Rabbanon, and there, therefore, I will say, I apologize, I know they're going to personal speed right here. But again, so I apologize for that. But again, just to understand, we're just trying to figure out halacha l'maisa, which cases do we allow for retraction, which cases don't allow for retraction. So essentially, we'll have to stop over there. I'm going to record the rest of this daf and next session up to the Mishnah before Shabbos. Shabbos, there's a fighting chance of getting through the block. So I said, but just understand what we're leaving off with. What we're leaving off with is as follows. We've established a reality. The reality is that halacha l'maisa, two parties could binding to what we call a compromised legal construct, which allows them to use legal mechanisms which would normally be invalid for use. Like using a relative as a diet, or like taking the shvua outside of Beis Din. Those things can be done. They can be done. However, what's the shayla? The shayla is, can either party subsequently retract or not? That's the machlokas. So the Meir says yes, right, or we can't do better. The Meir says yes, the Chachamim say no. Then the machlokas becomes what? Under what circumstances can, according to the Meir, who says you can retract, you can retract your allegiance to a compromised system. Under what circumstances can you retract? And then that says the rest of the point of the that will be clarity on that. It says shkoyach.
Hipster kids from Los Feliz or whatever, I can dig into them. Like I know I'm gonna make them like me because they're hipster, they're rock and roll. Whereas like comedy store, you got families and tourists. I can't make them like me. It was more finesse involved. Well, I'm not looking for them all to like me. I was in the Oz and the big laughs and everything on Sanhedrin Kapal on the base, at 11 lines of the time. Only short. And I focus with Lady Margin. About Ahmed Margin, Lady Akol in Yokovaso. So remember again.
When it's broken
down,
was an expression that two litigants could go ahead and agree to what would normally be an unacceptable legal consequence. So, for example, litigants are going to the court. Litigants say, I hereby accept your father as a diner, right, as a judge, or I hereby accept this person as somebody also as a witness. So remember, again, Rabbi Meir said that the parties can subsequently they can't. Now it's qualifying the focus says, my focus is with Ricky Margin before the verdict has been delivered. But after the verdict has been delivered, everyone agrees they cannot, neither of the parties can retract. They can't pull back. They can't recant their decision. Yochanan says, Ahmed Margin, my focus. Yochanan says, no, even after my focus, even after the verdict has been delivered, Rabbi Meir is saying that the litigants can retract. Just have to pull out of the process. And the thumb say that they can. So you bite through. The Ahmed Margin, my focus, how the Margin do that for the last of all. So now the Gemara asks, do we say that my focus even after the verdict has been passed, but before the verdict has been passed, everyone, even if someone agreed that either party should pull out of the process, O Dilma, being the zoo, being the zoo, my focus. Either my focus is either way. So touch my dumber up, Rabbi says, keep on our parallel puzzle, maybe my doing. Sorry, keep on our parallel puzzle. So we're going to engage them, and they agree to accept upon themselves a judge or a witness who is a child of relative or possible or inherently unfit for to serve in this position. So let's make my doing up a lot. So if it's before the verdict, either party has the ability to pull out. I've heard my in Yahalach. The verdict has been delivered. Then either party has the ability to go ahead and see if you hold it about it's only after the verdict, so then that makes sense. Let's make my doing. But before the verdict has been delivered, then either party has, everyone agrees that you can pull out. Then Rabbi Yochanan, Validu de Rabbi. Then Rabbi espoused his system. According to Yochanan, in accordance to the Rabbanon. Eli Amrit, being the Zuma focus. But if you know that it's not focus, whether or not you pull out before the verdict or after the verdict, being my focus, what do you see from here? You see from here that interestingly enough, my focus, is after the verdict is being delivered. Right, so after the verdict is being delivered, the mayor says that since this is a compromise Shalach Lei, Rav Nachman Bar Yisrael, Shalach Lei, Rav Nachman Bar Rav Nachman Legi, Jesus. This name might be my focus, or I might be my focus. What's my focus very in the coming Mishnah? Is it even before the verdict has been delivered, or only after the verdict has been delivered? How long did you bring this? Furthermore, I have to qualify the my focus, the same fact. My focus very in the coming Mishnah is after the verdict has been delivered. The halacha is that after the verdict has been delivered, neither party has compromised legal consequences. Actually, Amar, how can Shalach Lei? That's in the Machlokas. Rashi said, no. Here was what Rav Nachman Bar Rav sent Rav Nachman Bar. This goes back to Odal. Is the Machlokas in the case of in the front? I would use this compromised legal contract that I would give you if I lose. Or is that Machlokas? Or the Machlokas? I'm not going to give you. Who does that look? So look like you find back to Machlokas. And the folks that comes in case of entry, right? Where again, we didn't shouldn't say we can say, should I give you your father? And if I lose, I'll give you. That's where the mayor says you can pull out. And if comes you can't pull out, I don't think it's even coming. And I don't think it's coming. The Sura Masninoff, the Competition Masninoff, so the aforementioned version of the email was effective of what was done in Sura. Competition had a different version. Competition said as follows. I'm going to tell you about Shamir. Show pulling the day out the Shmuel. The sense Yeshiva Rav Shmuel, Yom Bin Rabbi, and Rabbi teach us with Negi Margin, economy Yodomai. Very interesting. Same case, right? So we're going to show on Thursday, and they agreed to use Ruben's father as a dime. Now, in this case, interestingly enough, they made a kingdom. There was a couple of kings, and the kings still were each other, binding themselves canonically to this process. So now the shaila is, man, what is the halacha? What is the halacha? In other words, can you go ahead, in other words, here, they use the kinyan to say no one's pulling out. Let's say the kinyan still with each other. They did a kinyan, so canonically they're down. Even if they're canonically down, can either party pull out? Right, Mercy pull out. What about if there was a kinyan? Right, Mercy pull out. And halacha is, the Gemara says, ain't shalach lay, shalach lose sent back, ain't la'achar kinyan. Kinyan certainly makes the process, the entire process, halacha. So let's talk about this and just spend a few moments on halacha. This is really a fascinating idea. Where you see two parties committing to a legal structure and under normal circumstances would really be unfit and unreasonable. Here, they're agreeing to it. So what is the nature of that agreement? Number one, is the agreement halachically binding? Once there's an agreement, can either party subsequently pull out if they're happy with the process? And third, if there was a does that. So that might have to here it is, really fascinating. We should feel a lot of colorful puzzle being we also dying to listen. So we're going to show our base thing. And the parties, except upon themselves. Someone who is puzzle. Right, puzzle, whether because he's a relative or because whatever, it's just puzzle. Whether it's to be a valiant, a judge, or a witness, אפילו קיבל אחד מן הפסולים בעבירה, ששני עדים ושלם לחיים עליו כשלושה באיזה מוגל, because of an avera. He's a thief, he's a gambler. But yet again, the parties accept this individual as a judge. They agree. We accept him as a judge, we accept him as a dayan. Basic people are actually obviously within Tomash and point at the end. Basic people between Call Mashito of Havana, it is also, you know, so the Lord says whether, let's say, Ruben says if I lose, shame to keep what I give you, or Ruben agrees to give that to that, whichever one. In Kano, Yodo as Yodo. Someone what's backwards. If I lost one, I said it was a kinyan, so Ruben and Shimon get a kinyan with each other. And they were canonically vested, and therefore again they are committed to the process. No back cheese, can't back out. Can't back out. Now what it is, it remains, and that's it. On the other hand, in your economy, though, your philosophy back out of this up to the point that the verdict is delivered. Midmar Hadin, both with these apostle, but here's the verdict was
that same energy.
an action was taken as a result of the verdict.
Miller told me and saying good things about me. So I got to watch Brody's videos. Brody
number one, this concept doesn't just allow the two parties can commit to a legal process that involves someone who's going to be accountable for both parties agree. That becomes a binding legal construct. If they make a kinyan, committing themselves canonically committing themselves to the process, can't get out. That's it. You're stuck with this process, and you got to. If there was no kinyan, so if it was before the verdict, either party has the ability to pull out. But if it was after the verdict, after the verdict, an action was taken based on the verdict. Sounds like you need both. At that point, the local myself, one cannot pull out. All right, the roadside. Gets us to the Mishnah. Well, yeah, everyone, good night, have this meaningful rest of the fast.
It was a lot of
with everybody
paid audience that didn't have it. So, but I grew out of it being on your own because I grew up to be a comedian, you have to be confident. You go, they're here to see me. I'm
Morning.
doing this. I'm going to
Today's
sell out 6
dot
shows in
is
Ontario
dot
and feel
pay.
great. I
I hope
don't
we put out the
necessarily
recording
have that
yesterday for
drive.
the
I kind
stuff
of like
ballot
being
on
in
Total
like,
Mishnah.
that's why I like
Okay, so we're
Periscope.
going to pick up with
That's
the
why I
Mishnah.
like
We're
more
talking
than
about
somehow.
putting out a judge. There's a machlokas whether you cannot go out or only if you prove that they are a karov or they're puzzle, that they're a relative of one of the litigants, or that they're all are puzzle for ages. The Elohim Apsum, these are the ones who are puzzle are not eligible to be witnesses. Hamasachik Bekovia, someone who plays with dice, and that means a gambler. Someone who lends money in ribbit. Translated right now as pigeon racers, although we'll get into more detail in the Gemara as to exactly what's the nature of these things. In violation of the rules of Shemitah, sell fruit in Isser. And Rashi explains, although this is mostly related to the element of Gadol of theft. The Torah Amra, the Torah says, Russia the culture can die, and so he says that you can't. If someone is a Russia does Averos, then they can't be a witness, and for sure they can't be a dying. So we're going to analyze each of these cases in the Mishnah to understand in what way is this an element of Gezel of theft. And Rashi says the separate Shvias. This is interesting. Rashi explains that the one who sells fruit of Shvias, the Torah, since the love of money, causes him to be over on Divrei Torah, and he can't he can't judge or testify to nota after Habrasa, because there'll be someone like money so much that they're willing to violate the rules of the Torah, then they're probably not a good witness or judge because they are susceptible to bribery. They initially used to call these people the ones who gather in Shvias, Misharabu Ha'anasim, when the ones who force people, who are Ma'anish people, multiplied, Chazru Lekrosan Sofer Shvias. They would call them instead people who would do business or merchants in Shvias. We're going to address that when the Gemara gets to it, not today. I'm Rabbi Yehuda. Amasai, when does this apply that a Masachik Tekubio, a gambler, is not permitted to be a witness or a judge? When they have no profession, no job other than that, meaning they're professional gamblers. Meaning they have another job, then share in their kasha. We're going to discuss exactly whether Rabbi Yehuda is arguing with and whether the Tanakama agrees with Rabbi Yehuda or Rabbi Yehuda is creating. Sorry. By the way, today's Daf Yomi was sponsored by Gadi Cohen in memory of his grandmother, Chaya Bas Chaim Lev HaLevi. Arlene was at her to be the first Arlene for her Mikama.
Send me off
okay. The Gemara says, why is the guy who's a dice player and who plays with dice, why is he puzzle-aided? What's he doing that's wrong? So Machlokas Rami Bar Chama says you shouldn't have a asmachta. The asmachta lokanya. This is considered asmachta. And when we're dealing with an asmachta, that's not a valid opinion. So what are we talking about here? So the classic cases that the Gemara uses about asmachta are a couple of instances. Let's say you're a home builder and you tell someone I'll build your house, and if I'm not done by September 30th, I'm going to pay a fine, right? So when I say that, what am I doing? I don't really want to pay you the fine, and I don't plan to pay you the fine. I'm just telling it to you so that you'll be comfortable that I'm going to finish on time, or but I don't really want to pay you, and I don't really want to commit to paying you. So therefore, when I do it, I'm so mad that I'm not going to have to pay it. That's the only reason I'm saying it. So therefore, I'm not really committing to it. Another case would be that the Mishnah discusses. Let's say I owe someone $1,000, and I don't have the full $1,000 to give him back. So I give him back $500. So now the question is, what do you do with the note? Because he's not going to give me back the note because I still owe him $500. On the other hand, if he holds a note that says $1,000, so then he can come collect $1,000 from me, but I've already paid $500. So we've encountered this many times. So what you should do is you give the note to a third party that everyone trusts, and the third party knows that you still owe $500 and etc. What happens if the guy tells him, you know what, I'm giving you $500 today, and I'm going to pay the rest of the month. And now if I don't pay it to you in a month from now, I'm going to tell this third guy that he can give the money, he can give the note back to the lender. Then the lender's going to be able to come and collect $1,000 from me wrongfully, but he can do it. So that's a case of asmachta. Those are the classic cases of asmachta, where I say something, I commit to something, but I don't really plan to do it. So how does that apply to gambling? The idea is as follows: that when someone goes to gamble, in their mind, even though they know that they can lose money, in their mind, the only reason they're doing it is because they hope that they can make money, right? And at the end of the day, he thinks he's going to make money. And so therefore, when he enters into this transaction and he loses and he has to pay, he didn't really want to pay, he didn't plan to pay, and so at some level, he's committed to a transaction that he is not wholehearted in handing over the money, and therefore, someone who accepts that money from him, the person on the other side of the bet is taking money from him that he doesn't want to give him, and therefore that's an element of gezela, of stealing. So that's how Rabbi Bar Chama understands it. Rav Sheshes says, that is not an asmachta. Asmachta would be I've learned that we always run out of time, so I'm going to say there's a lot of very interesting things here. If we get to the end, we'll get to it. But Rav Sheshes basically says that's not asmachta. Asmachta is the kind of cases I said before, where someone's trying to convince someone of something, and then it's just a question of he didn't really mean the statement. When someone gambles, Rav Sheshes is saying he understands that he might lose. Well, we could talk about the different views and understanding of Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes says the reason that our mission says he's puzzle. This would be saying Oskim Yeshiva Shalom. Because and therefore we say that someone who is like that is not going to be valid as a witness. And the way the Rishonim generally understand this is because he doesn't have a real job and he doesn't understand the back and forth of business and responsibility and money. And if this is his only job, all his money comes from something that's a little bit on the shady side. He's not going to have the sensitivity to money that others ordinarily we can expect. Again, a lot of different ways of explaining exactly why what it means that he's not osuk yeshiva shalom. But in any event, those are the two views as to why a Masachik Kubi, a gambler, is not believed as a witness. My Benayu, what's the difference between them? I've heard discuss there are many differences between them, but in any event, we'll say Ika Benayu, the Gomer, Unusa, Akrishi. So the difference would be what happens if he's a gambler, but he also has another job. And so gambling is a side gig for him. So then, therefore, if you understand that gambling is also because it's gezel, who cares whether you do it full-time or part-time? But if he has a real job and he has the responsibility that we talked about, that one gains from being gainfully employed and a productive member of society, so then he should be believed because he has that sensitivity. The fact that he also gambles on the side, who cares? So that would be a major difference between whether you understand Rabbi Bar Chama that it's gezel, or you understand Rav Sheshes that it's a question of whether he's a productive member of society. Okay. Rabbi Yehuda. Okay. So now the Gemara asks a question. It says the Snan, because and we see this a raya that it has to do with the latter point of Rav Sheshes, that it's productive member of society. How do you see it in our Mishnah? Because I'm Rabbi Yehuda says, Amasai. When does this apply that a gambler is not believed as a witness? When he doesn't have a job except this one. if he has a different job, to share him, right? So what do you see? You see from the Mishnah that since Rabbi Yehuda says that the clarification of someone who is a gambler who is not permitted is someone who doesn't have another job. That seems to imply, like those cases, that the issue with the gambler is that he's not a productive member of society. If he has a job, then he is a productive member of society. So you see that from our Mishnah, from the end of our Mishnah, that should be like Rav Sheshes. You see that the reason, the underlying logic of our Mishnah must be because he's not a productive member of society. So that's a raya to Rav Sheshes. If it's a raya to Rav Sheshes, then kasha l'Rami bar Chama. It's a kasha l'Rami bar Chama. If you hold that it's theft, who cares if it's a part-time role or a full-time role for him? He's a thief. So the Gemara says, if you're going to tell maybe you'll try and answer me and say, Kligi that you can say, fine, you're right. What did you quote me to prove that the issue is you kind of come argues on Rabbi Yehuda, and therefore the Tanakama holds it doesn't matter whether he's full of part-time gambler, he's a thief, and right. So therefore, Rami bar Chama can just say, "I agree with the Tanakama." You're saying like Rabbi Yehuda. Gemara says you can't say that. Rabbi Shua ben Levi said elsewhere. So these are the words of Chacham. They say the Chacham say as follows: that whenever Rabbi Yehuda uses the words in the Mishnah, in what case are these things said? So the Chacham say when Rabbi Yehuda says that, what he's doing is he's not coming to argue on the earlier part of the Mishnah, he's coming to clarify it. So therefore, in our Mishnah, when Rabbi Yehuda says, Amosai, when does this apply? He's coming to explain, meaning he's agreed with Lefalak, then he's coming to argue. So what do you see? You see whether, according to the Chacham, who say, Amosai is an explanation by as an argument, everyone agrees, everyone agrees that when Rabbi Yehuda says, Amosai, when does this apply? We say in the Safik, the Tovia is Aser, is possible as an aid. And then Rabbi Yehuda says, Amosai, when does this apply? So we just learned that he's coming to explain the Tanakama. You who say it's Yeshiva Shalom, that's only like Rabbi Yehuda. I hold like the Tanakama who would say it's Gezel. But you can't say that because the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda agree. Because Rabbi Yehuda uses the length. You're asking me the fact that Rabbi Shua ben Levi says this rule of what Rabbi Yehuda means, that therefore we're going to say as follows, that Rami bar Chama will understand the Mishnah that the Tanakama says it doesn't matter whether it's a full or part-time location, it's theft. And Rabbi Yehuda says no, it's only if it's because it's Yeshiva Shalom, it's only if it's a full-time application. Whereas Rabbi Shua ben Levi holds that they don't argue, and therefore he would understand that the reason underlying our Mishnah would have to be Yeshiva Shalom and not an issue of theft. Now the Gemara asks, Tanya, is it true that they don't argue? In other words, we just finished saying to Rabbi Shua ben Levi that anytime it says the word Amosai, it means that the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda are not arguing. But Tanya, we learned in a brayso, whether he has a job besides this one of gambling, or gambling is the only job, whether it's full or part-time, I raise a puzzle. You see that this is puzzle. Now this is a problem. Because according to the way, if we're understanding that the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda don't argue, so if you understand that they argue, the Tanakama holds that in all cases he's puzzled because he's a thief, and then Rabbi Yehuda holds it's a difference. So then the brayso works with the Tanakama because the Tanakama says it doesn't matter whether he is productively employed or not, he's a thief. But if you say that they agree, then who does this brayso go like? The brayso doesn't work. So it would seem that in fact the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda do argue. So the Gemara says no. Here, Rabbi Yehuda Mishum Rabbi Tarfon. He's saying the Brisa, according to Rabbi Shua ben Levi, he'll say that the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda agree with each other, and therefore they say it has to do with Yeshiva Shalom, and there is a distinction whether it's full or part-time. So who's the person who says then, who would not be reflected in our Mishnah, who says that no matter what, it's an asmachta and it's gezel, and therefore you can't do it? That would be Rabbi Yehuda in the name of Rabbi Tarfon. What do we know about Rabbi Yehuda Mishum Rabbi Tarfon? The Tanya, we learned in the Brisa, Rabbi Yehuda Omer Mishum Rabbi Tarfon, La'olam Echad Mehen Echad Mehen Nazir, L'fi Shlo Nikna L'zirus Elo Lahaflo. So he says as follows, that he says neither of them is a Nazir because Nazirus wasn't given Elo Lahaflo. What is this talking about? So we dealt with this case a while back in Nazir. So you had two guys sitting around, and they see a third guy approaching. One guy says, that guy's a Nazir. The other guy says, no, he's not a Nazir. He says, if he's not a Nazir, the guy says, if he's not a Nazir, I'll become a Nazir. The other guy says, if he is a Nazir, I'll become a Nazir. So basically, one or the other of them is wrong. The guy approaching them is either a Nazir or not a Nazir. So you would think that one of them, when they figure out the guy coming, is he a Nazir or not a Nazir, one of them should now be a Nazir. So Rabbi Yehuda says in the name of Rabbi Tarfon, neither of them are a Nazir. Why? Because Nazirus, you learn from the Torah, it has to be bahaflah, which means that it needs to be clear and concrete. So when either of them took on Nazirus, it was dependent on a condition that they could not control, and therefore that's not considered a valid condition, and neither of them are Nazir. How does that apply here? Because similarly, when someone is gambling, they are making a transaction dependent on something that's outside of their control, and if it's outside of their control, they're not really committing to do it. So just like you're not really committing in a case of Nazirus, that you're not committing either in a case of gambling, and therefore if you're not fully committing, it's an issue of asmachta and an issue of theft. Why do we compare, how do we just compare Nazirus and general matters? Tosis discussed about others, I doubt we'll have time for that today. Okay. Malvi Baribis. So in our Mishnah, we said aside from gamblers, another category of people who are puzzle-aiders are people who lend money with interest. And Rashi referenced before, because the pasuk says, Tashis Rasha 8 Kamas, that you shouldn't have a rush. We're actually going to call going to discuss the Gemara shortly, not today, about Rivas Amarava. So he says a lender, someone who lends money with interest, is puzzle-aiders. Amarava, Lova Baribas puzzle-aiders. But not only is the lender who lends money with interest puzzle-aiders, but the borrower is puzzle-aiders. My question is, is this midrabanan or midaraisa that the borrower would be also further? My question is, depending on a sofer, that's a question as to whether they're also puzzle-aiders. But in any event, Rabbi says not only is the lender puzzle-aiders, but also the borrower. The Gemara asks, we learned in our Mishnah someone who lends money with ribbon, with interest, puzzle-aiders. The Gemara says, no. Understand that our Mishnah is saying Hamalva Baribis means Milva Habal Baribis. If there is a loan that happens with Ribis, then all of the parties to it are puzzle-aiders. So it's not just the lender, but also the borrower. Bar Benitos Asidu Base Trade Sadi. So this is not directly related to what we said before, but it's talking about disqualifying someone for lending with interest. Bar Benitos, that there were two people that testified about him, that he was a lender of money with interest. So one says, I saw him do a transaction with someone where he collected interest. That was one witness. And the other person says, so, and the second guy came along and said, I know that Bar Benitos is a lender of interest. How do I know? Because at different times he lent me money with interest. Right? So this is a borrower, not in this transaction. He's saying, in another instance, I know he's an interest lender because he lent me money with interest. Hasle Rava Bar Benitos. So Rava says, fine. I now have two witnesses that says Bar Benitos is a lender of money with interest, and therefore he's puzzle-aiders. The Gemara asks, Rava is the one who just says us that a borrower Someone who borrows money with interest is Pasaladus and he's a Rasha. The Torah says, and the Torah says that you can't have a Rasha be an aid. So what's the problem? Is that Rava trusted this guy to say Bar Benito was a lender of money with interest, but he said that he himself, how did he know that? Because he himself borrowed money with interest. And Rava is the one who told us that someone who borrows money with interest is Pasaladus. So how could Rava accept his Eidos about Bar Benito? Because within his Eidos, he disqualified himself from being an aid. The Gemara says, Rava goes according to his reason, which is in a number of places, but we encountered at the beginning of this Masechta on that test, where we said, Rava, other part of Eitel Atmo, they know the Mason Atmo Rasa. That a person is a relative to himself. So we know someone can't testify about a relative. Who's a greater relative of me than me? So I'm a relative, and therefore I'm not believed. I'm a Karov, and therefore I'm not believed to testify about myself. So if I say that I did an Isser, that I borrowed money with interest, I'm not believed for that purpose. Now, where is the next stage of that? What we discuss in that test is the idea of Palginan Dibure, that we divide his words. Even though he stated one thing, he said, Bar Benitez lent me money with interest, so we don't believe him about incriminating himself because of Adam Karve Talafmo. But we do believe him about Bar Benitez. Why? Because since he didn't disqualify himself, so we don't believe him about himself. So we're basically taking one statement and in a kind of inconsistent way, we're dividing it where we don't believe him about himself, but therefore it makes him cautious to testify on Bar Benitez. That was what we encountered with Rabbi, and that's the explanation about how Rabbi was able to passel Bar Benitez on the basis of testimony of someone who self-incriminated. Okay, another case. Unfortunately, we've had cases like this a number of years ago, but they found out a certain butcher was selling trace meat. It was cheaper to buy trace meat, so he was selling trace meat. Hafler of Nachman v'Abre. What do you see? That Rav Nachman hassled him for Eidos, and he removed him from his position. And it used to be the shofet, the butcher, was an important position. Like there's a Moel and there's a rabbi, there was a shofet. So that Rav Nachman removed him from his position, but you also see that he hassled him for Eidos. So you see another instance in which you hassle someone for Eidos for doing something wrong. In any event, although he went, Rabbi Mazye v'Tufrei, Rashi said that he let his hair grow long and his fingernails grow long, which Rashi said was part of his process of Higdil Sarah v'Tzikarnav l'navel atmo, to make himself disgusting, lasus tshuva. Basically, he was part of the process of tshuva. He took shure. So Rav Nachman was saying, okay, it looks like the guy did tshuva. Let's take him back and let him be the butcher. Rabbi said to him, that maybe he's just tricking us. Maybe he made it look like he's doing tshuva, but how do we know he really did tshuva? So then what can he do to restore his status as a butcher? Rabbi Baravin, the Rabbi Baravin, it's like Rabbi Baravin who says, someone who is suspected on treifus, he has no remedy. So until he goes to a place where they don't recognize him, the Yaksar Aveda B'Davar Chashuv, Oshiyotzi Treifa Mitachas Yada B'Davar Chashuv Mishalom. He says as follows: he goes to a faraway place. Why? Rashi says because if he does it in his town, maybe he's just trying to trick people. But if he goes to a town where no one knows him, and yet when something comes to his hand, an Aveda comes to his hand, a lost object, meaning someone else's money, and he gives it back to them, or he ends up with a piece of meat of his own that belongs to him and it's trade. And we find out that without making a big deal about it, he threw it in the garbage. So what do we see? We see that in the second case, we see that he moved away from being willing to eat or feed people treifas. In the first case, we see that he's sensitive to other people's money and that he's not such a lover of money. And as we said that before, Rashi explained that someone who loves money is the reason we don't accept him as an aid. But here we see that he's gotten past his love of money because he was willing to return an aveda to someone else, and that's what he's seeking protection. Okay, so now we said we've addressed the gamblers and people who lend money with interest. Now we have mafriche yonim, which are people Taka Targuma. Here in Bava, we explained it. Each how a pigeon is going to get there before mine, then I'll pay you. Rashi says I'll pay you kakakak. I'll pay you so much money. So what is that? That's basically racing. You go to the horse races. You go to the pigeon races. That's how you used to. That's how it was. Rabbi Chama Bar Oshia says Ara. What is that? Ara is that they used to have a mechanism that someone would put out a pigeon who would attract other pigeons to come there. In order to basically what would happen is they would actually tie the pigeon down. The pigeon would go fly up on the rope a little bit and make noise, and that noise would bring other pigeons from neighboring fields. Now, this is not real gazelle because, as Rashi points out, the halacha is that if wild birds come into my birdhouse, I don't own them. They just came there. They could leave. So therefore, if I put up a pigeon that's going to attract them, that's what the Rabbanan said you shouldn't do it. So he's saying if this guy goes ahead and does that, even though it's only Mishum Darkei Shalom that it's also, we don't want him to be an aid because he's not sensitive to other people's money. So one says it's pigeon racing, the other says it's where you're drawing other people's pigeons to come to you. One who says it's pigeon racing, my time alone or Ara. Why did he not want to say that it's where you attract other pigeons? As I said, that's not a real Isser, it's not real Gazela. Technically speaking, we're totally allowed to do it, and if the Chachamim were just masaking it, but if something is the Chachamim were masaking, we're not going to make them calculate. So he says, okay, and the one who says that the Mafrika Yonim are the ones who attract other pigeons, why wouldn't he say that it was pigeon racing? The reason I didn't explain it as pigeon racing is because that's the same as gambling. What's the difference? You gamble that the roulette wheel should be red, or you gamble that this pigeon's going to get there before the other one. So that's a good time. That seems that if the Mishnah is listing them as two cases, they should be distinct. And if they're both gambling, why would the Mishnah list both? So how does he answer? He says, Tana Tola Badas. He says he has to address two kinds of gamblers. One who's more confident in himself, and one who's more confident in his pigeon. What are we talking about? The three, but we need both. The Itana told of because if I only told you the guy who's doing something that he considers himself good at, so you have a craft player who thinks that he can beat the odds because he's very good at it, right? So therefore, he's that kind of gambler. So we say Hasam Hudulagamar Makni. So we say maybe that guy, the guy who thinks he's an expert in craft, he's not really, when he enters into a game of craft with someone, he's not planning to give up money because he says, I'm very good, I'm going to win, right? And so therefore, he is not wholehearted in paying when he loses. The Amar Kimli on a base, the Kimli Benafshai, he says, I know about myself that I know how to play better than this guy. I'm a better poker player or whatever it is. But I'll say that, look, at the end of the day, when the pigeons race, that's not in his control. And so therefore, maybe it's only in a case where he thinks it's his skill that he's usher because that's gezel and that is an asmachta. But in a case where it's real luck, it wouldn't be a problem. Or sometimes we also want to learn a case of someone who puts more faith in his pigeon than him. That he says, no, that he has more faith in his pigeon racing, that he thinks he's going to win there. Why? Because the way the pigeon racing used to work, Rashi explains that he would have two boards that would bang against each other. They would each have a unique sound. The Yonah, the pigeon, would hear the sound, and he'll recognize that sound is his owner telling him to hurry up the pigeon. Maheres loaf, and it'll go faster. I've actually seen videos of this where they have this sport where all the people stand on the side and yell at their animals or make other noises, and that's how the animals race. So that's how it was in those days. So this guy says, look, I'm convinced. I can't tell you that I'm going to win in craps. I don't know understand it that well. I'm not that good at poker, whatever it is, but I tell you, I know how to shake that thing that's going to get my Yonah to move. So therefore, we come and tell B'das Yonah, the Amr ben Nakshit, you know, he's saying it's my banging that thing that matters more than he is. I will tell him B'das Atmo, but someone, but he, you know, aim low. But maybe he'll say when it comes to how to play the game and understand why did you need both a gambler and a pigeon racer? If you understand that pigeon racing, it's because there's different kind of people. Okay, may say. I'm a Safek B'Kuvia. We're going to do a long brisa here, but there's a question on. It's going to be a question according to the one who says that it is the one who's drawing pigeons. Okay, why? I'm a Safek B'Kuvia. So what is Elohim? This is then Hamasachim the Pispasim. Pispasim, Rashi says, are shivering eitzim, are broken pieces of wood, but it's basically dice. You have a cube, you have some kind of it's dice, like an official thing. Not only with actual dice, somehow they would take the shell and they would make some game out of it. You see so many people are really bored, they'll come up with anything to gamble something. The aim of Rason, when do we consider them to have done tshuva that we would accept them as a witness? That when they break their dice, and they totally go back from doing this, that they're not even going to play with dice when they're not gambling for money. Now, it's not usher to play dice games if you're not gambling for money. But the point is, when someone's doing tshuva, you want to know, did he do tshuva? Is he that careful that he doesn't even do it when it's not for money? And the Gemara is giving you an idea that when someone's doing tshuva as a strategy, you have to stay far, far away from what you were doing. Even in instances where it's permitted, you shouldn't get in that business because he's going to lead himself back into doing it for Isser. So that's what it's tshuva from being a gambler. Malmud Baribis, who's the one who lends money with interest is not his postulator. Like Rabbi said before, whether he's the lender or he's the borrower, how do we know that they've done tshuva? When they rip up the star. Now remember, this is still an outstanding loan. So he rips up the star. Now, A, he doesn't have proof. B, it becomes like a verbal loan, which we know cannot collect from the customer Shabbat. So it's a big deal to rip up the star, but at the end of the day, he has a star that has ribbis in it. So if he rips it up, the Yakshar ben Chazar Gemura, and he does real tshuva, afilu l'nachri l'mosin with interest from a guy, meaning he wants to stay so far away from interest that he has nothing to do with it anymore. At that point, we'll consider him to have done valid tshuva. Okay? So we talked about people who are, well, we were discussing whether they're pigeon racers or the people who put up the pigeons to attract other pigeons. Elu shemamrim es hayonim. These are the people that are mamrim es hayonim. So Rashi explains that margizim osam zal zel hilachim. So now we have it's a little bit different than pigeon racing. This is cockfighting, dog fighting, whatever it is. They would take animals and they would bet on which animal is going to beat the other animal. So it's still a form of gambling. Not only did they say this about pigeons, that they're doing cockfighting, even the behemoth and oak. And this is going to be the source of the Gemara's question, but we're still going to finish the brisa. What's the tshuva that these mafricha yonim do? You see Shavuot pigmeim, when they break their pigmeim. Rashi says pigmeim shake to get the pigeons to move quickly. The Yasser and Chazar Gemura, and they do a full Chazar. That they don't do they don't try and attract other pigeons even in the desert. In the desert, it's not such a problem because where did Chazal say you shouldn't attract pigeons? Is where you're attracting pigeons from your neighbors. But if you're in the midbar, you're attracting truly wild pigeons. You say he doesn't do even that. Now Rashi says, how does that help? According to the one who says that they were attracting pigeons. But what about according to the one who says that they're pigeon racers, that they're gamblers? So Rashi points out that obviously that would be the same as the first case. In order to do tshuva, he would have to stop doing it, and he would have to not even not even bet or do pigeon racing, not for money. Okay, so that's the tshuva that Mafriche Yonim do. Sochare Shvius, people who do business with Shemitah fruits, Elish and Nosim and Nosmin, the Perish Shvius. These are people who do business with the Perish Shvius. How do they do tshuva? We should agia Shvius Acheres when it comes. I don't know if it literally means you have to wait for the next Shemitah or the next opportunity where he has fruits of Shemitah, and he doesn't do it. It's not enough to just say, I'm no longer going to sell my pair of shvius. He has to actually return the money. How does he do that? Amar ani ploni bar ploni kinasi masayim zuz b'pair shvius v'harehen nesimim v'matan l'aniyim. So he says, in order for him to do tshuva, he has to get up there and say, I, so-and-so, the son of so-and-so, took in 200 zuz worth of payers during Shemitah, which I was not supposed to do, and I'm giving them to aniyim, to poor people, as my form of tshuva. Okay, so that's the brayso. In any event, we walked through all four, we gave examples of them, and we said how to do tshuva. But, Ketani Niyas, we learned at least, Behema. So when we were talking about Mafriche Yonim, we said that these are people who are cockfighters, and not only by pigeons, but even Behema Chai Ba'ol. Now the Gemara says as follows: according to the one who says it's pigeon racing, my pigeon is faster than yours. So then that's not a problem because people do racing with things other than pigeons. They race with horses, they race with greyhounds. There's all kinds of racing with animals. But according to the one who says that the Mafriche Yonim are people who attract other pigeons, Behema Bas Hachihu is an animal capable of doing that. And Rashi explains because if you send an animal out to attract other animals, the chayes are going to attack that animal. So that's not a good way of attracting other animals. The Gemara says, no, it can be with an animal. The shar habar, we're talking about a wild shar. And this wild shar, though, if you raise it in your home, you can get it to go out and it will, in fact, attract other things, but the chayes aren't going to attack it because it's a wild shar, it's not a regular shar. Ukaman, who does this go like the Amar shar habar, min behemohu. But this has to be according to the one that says shar habar, because if we're explaining the behemah that we're talking about, that you could attract other behemoths with, is a shar habar, and that's how you explain behemah. It only works according to the one that says a shar habar is a behemah. This nan, because it's not going to Mishnah implying shar habar min behemahu, that a shar habar is a kind of behemah. Yossi argues and says Omer min chaya. In any event, according to the one who says a shar habar is a behemah, that is the way you could explain how a behemah could be is not only a racing behemah, but it could also be a behemah that you send out to attract Kana. We're now going to go through a series of vices that add additional things onto the four cases referenced in our Mishnah where someone is populated. So they also said that a thief, a gazlan, a kamsan is someone who pays money for something, but he forces the guy to sell it to him. So I go to Mike, I take his those are puzzleators. The Gemara says, Gazlan, you're telling me that a Gazlan is puzzleators, that they added that later? Gazlan Deraisahu. That's Minatorah. It says, Eid Chamas, that you can't add, that they added a Gazlan. It's not talking about a regular Gazlan, because that's covered by the Torah. El Matthias Cheresh Judge the Cutton, that it's talking about a valid transaction. So therefore, if a Cheresh Shutter Cutton finds a Mitzia, even though they picked it up, they don't really own it, right? Because they can't acquire something. So I go along, I see a Cheresh picked it up, I go grab it out of his hand. Technically speaking, I've not done something usher. Chazal said you shouldn't do it. I guess partially because it's not nice, but Chazal said because Rashi pointed out you're going to cause fight. That the father or the neighbor is going to be angry at you and they're going to come get in a fight with you. So therefore, Chazal said you shouldn't do it. So someone who does do that and violates Chazal's edict about not doing that, he would also be puzzle edus. Meikar Savar initially. So why did they only add it later? Meikar Savar in the beginning they thought that it's not common that it happens, and therefore they didn't need to make Gzeira. Inami, or they didn't need to make him puzzle edus. Inami made Darkei Shalom Ba'al, or it just wanted to prove. It just wanted, Chazal decided that if someone is violating initial problem, and we're not going to make him puzzle edus, but then they decided that they should. Even the chazal, the self mamono who the kashakli taslinu rabbanon. So that since though Chazal looked and realized, you know what, the nature of this transaction is they're taking money from him, and that shows he's not sensitive to other people's money, and so therefore he would not be a good witness. And so they puzzled hakam sanim. So someone who forces someone to sell him something and gives money. Meikar Savar initially thought Dami Kayoyev Akroy Ba'amo, that they say he gives money, so whatever, it's a close call. It's not such a, we're not going to, that what was happening was, it wasn't even like they gave him money and then they took the item. What from $100? So it wasn't even like a discussion. It was just, they would just take things. So then Chazal said, Gazruhu Rabbanan. So then Chazal saw that the behavior of this category of people are puzzle edus. Tana, these people Alem Haroim Hagaboim Ba'muchsim. So they added another few categories of people. Roim are flocks eat in other people's fields, like you have with Lot and Avram, and therefore they're thieves in a sense, and you would not want to trust them to be witnesses or judges. Gabayim and Mukhsin are both tax collectors. The difference between a Gabay and a Moches, according to many of the Pochim, is the Machotim about the difference, but you can think of it that one is the employee of the king, and the other is the agent of the king. How does this work? If I'm an employee of the king, I get a salary, and I have to go collect taxes for the king. If I'm the agent of the king, what would happen is someone would be, I'm the whatever region, this is my region, I would make a big payment to the king, and then I have authority from the king to go collect a little bit more than that from all of the people. That's how it works. So those people also, they said they're not valid witnesses or judges. So the Gemara says, why? Roem, so in the case of Roem, they said that, look, mostly they're careful that their animals shouldn't eat, but if they're passing by a field and their animals eat, that's not such a big deal. We don't have to pass with them later. But once Chazal saw that they purposely sent their animals into other people's fields, and generally speaking, Roem were not careful, so therefore they were gozer and said that they're puzzlers. What happened? Made Kara Savar. Initially, they thought the Kitzlu Kashakli, that they were only collecting taxes that they were supposed to collect. The king gave them authority. Even the Malchus Dina, they're allowed to collect it. Even the Chazit, the Kashakli is Seira. But when they saw that these guys were just running roughshod over people and raising much more money than they were supposed to, Paslinu, and they said they're puzzle edus. Amar Rava said, Roa Sha'amru Echad Roa Behema Daka Echad Roa Behema Gasa. Rava points out, when we say that we don't trust a shepherd to be a witness or a judge, it doesn't matter whether he's a shepherd of little animals like sheep or goats, or whether he's a shepherd of big animals like cows or horses. So that's what Rabbi says. Did Rabbi say that? Rabbi himself said, that someone who is a roa of behemadakas, like sheep or goats, in Eretz Yisrael, they're puzzle edus. In Chutzlar, they're kosher. Why in Eretz Yisrael special? Because they wanted to have a higher standard in Darkei Shalom in Eretz Yisrael. But in any event, but he says roa behema gasa, but a roa, and therefore they didn't want the roim who in Eretz Yisrael who would let their animals eat other people's things. Roa behema gasa, people bear share, but someone who's a roa of big animals of cows are careful that their cows don't eat other people's grass. So how could Rabbi say that even a cow person, even that cow people don't let their cows eat in other people's fields? I'm sorry. So he says, who the Megadlim Itmar?
Yo, what up, Billy?
No, he's saying, when did Rabbi say there's a distinction between
Billy,
little animals and big animals? Is if you're growing them in your
how
pets,
you doing,
right?
big dog?
If you're growing them in
Discord.
Okay,
Check it out for me.
yeah, I replied. Those are pictures. Can you do video?
You asked me yesterday not to do video. You asked me to create 10 pictures.
Why did I say pictures and not video?
Are you to create?
You can't get Grok on your phone, right?
Yes.
Okay, try to log into Grok. I don't know if it and try to make a video. I'll wait for you.
Okay. You sent me a prompt yesterday.
Yes, sir.
I created a video yesterday. You saw the video. You said the video was cool.
Okay.
I don't know if I can use that platform you sent. The link you sent me yesterday.
Okay. No, the video is. I don't want you to use that video. It's too short, and it has text at the bottom, and it doesn't really say anything about you. There's no voiceover.
Yeah. The link you sent asked me to subscribe for me to be able to.
No.
Create a longer video.
Yeah, don't do that. No subscriptions. Okay, so go to grok.com and see if it'll make a video for you.
Alright. Okay, I will give you feedback. And you asked me to make inquiries on how I can get unlimited subscription in my Fiverr account.
Oh, no way. Good job, big dog.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so you got an unlimited. You got unlimited data.
No. I make inquiry on how much is it.
Oh, it's like
$40.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, but you made a Fiverr account. That's great. Okay, so we want you to